Chapter 891, High-Level Martial Honor 7. Gu Ruan, the little princess, and the others all said their goodbyes before she headed for the medicine sect. The medicine sect was well known on the East Peak mainland. The reason was that the medicine sect's master was at the same rank as the Holy Doctor. However, unlike the Holy Doctor Bai Junction who was a maverick, the medicine sect's master was clearly the goal for many young people. The members of the medicine sect were proud and arrogant. They paid no attention to most people, so even if others were to set the medicine sect as the goal, they would never be able to set foot in the medicine sect, not even once. However, today was different. An elder of the medicine sect had previously uncovered a lost pill formula, and the might of the medicine sect was not enough to successfully refine a pill. Hence, a while back, the medicine sect had released an announcement which invited every doctor from all parts of the world to join the medicine sect and research pill refinement. Because of this, a huge crowd has gathered at the foot of the medicine sect's mountain. They were all doctors who have gathered to attend the medicine sect's general meeting. At this moment, at the foot of the medicine sect's mountain, a young woman dressed in green robes paused in her steps as her finger gently stroked her chin. She smiled gently as she looked at the majestic door at the summit of the mountain and murmured to herself, "The medicine sect's general meeting should be starting soon. I wonder if Master has arrived." This woman looked to be approximately 20 years of age. While she was not exceptionally beautiful, her features were pleasing to the eye. Something about her was even more eye-catching than a stunningly beautiful woman. However, what drew the most attention was the one-armed youth who was walking next to her. Even though the youth was fair and delicate-looking, his severed arm was his only flaw. These two youngsters aren't here to attend the medicine sect's general meeting, are they? That's possible, but they're far too young and they're not accompanied by any elders at all. Based on that, they definitely can't be here for the medicine sect's general meeting. Since there is a one-armed youth, the reason for their visit is clear. They want the medicine sect to help them. Haha, they think too much of themselves. The medicine sect's physicians would never lend a hand so casually. Besides, his arm has been severed, so not even the gods can help him. Still, that youth does indeed have nice, delicate features. It's a pity that he's crippled. The gossippers shook their heads as they felt a hint of pity in their hearts. To them, this youth's future was bleak as he has been crippled at such a young age. Gu Ruan calmly swept her gaze at the gossipers before she quickly turned away. She gently took Chia Linyu's hand as her eyes flashed with determination. "Yue, don't worry, I will heal your arm." Chia Linyu's young and innocent face broke into a smile. His dark eyes were as clear and limpid as pools of fresh spring water. "Sister, I don't mind if my arm never grows back." However, to say that he didn't mind was a lie. Since his reincarnation, he had made a vow that he would never become his sister's burden. He only wishes to use his strength to help her. Yet, in the end, I had ended up becoming a burden. Chia Linyu's eyes darkened as he glanced at his bare sleeve but soon returned to their normal gaze. He could not let his sister notice the inferiority and sadness he was feeling deep down. "Yue, you must believe in my power." Gu Ruan turned to face Chia Linyu. "I won't let you stay like this for the rest of your life." Chapter 892, High-Level Martial Honor 8. PFFT. Suddenly, a scornful laugh sounded and a mocking voice said, "Who do you think you are, a god? A severed arm can't be grown back and everyone knows this, yet you dare to spout such a boast. You're utterly ignorant." Gu Ruan gently wrinkled her brow as she turned to face a young woman who was dressed in yellow robes next to her. Her clear, cold gaze had remained completely steady. The woman in yellow robes glanced at Gu Ruan and sneered. She then turned towards Chia Linyu, raised her chin and declared arrogantly, "Your severed arm can never be grown back. There's no use for you to go to the medicine sect, so let me give you a piece of advice. Go home and stop searching for your own disgrace. Besides, you are only a cripple. Were you not aware of your own station before entering the medicine sect?" To the yellow-robed woman's point of view, these two have obviously traveled here to look for a doctor. So many people have arrived and were attempting to enter the medicine sect, so her duty at the front of the mountain's door was to supervise and stop anyone other than qualified physicians from taking advantage of the situation and try to sneak into the medicine sect. These two young people were clearly here for medical attention. Although this youth may be a cripple and his powers cannot be classified as weak, the woman next to him was truly a good-for-nothing. There was not a single hint of spiritual energy on her, so what else could she be but a good-for-nothing? Apologize to Yue for what you've just said." Gu Ruan stared at the woman in yellow who was blocking the way. Her brows were wrinkled into a slight frown as she demanded in an icy tone. "Oh my goodness, is this woman an idiot? Does she not know who the woman standing in front of her is? That's Wang Fifei, Elder Wang's daughter. They say that Wang Fifei has a very forceful character and holds grudges very easily. If you cross her, you can forget about coming to the medicine sect for whatever ailment you may have in the future." "Sigh, as humans, we must adapt to the circumstances. They had come here to ask for medicinal attention and they've offended the daughter of an elder from the medicine sect. Does this mean that they want to sever all ties to the medicine sect for the rest of their lives? If I were her, I would admit that I had been wrong to Wang Fifei first. Perhaps I would even receive her forgiveness, but this woman wants Wang Fifei to apologize to that cripple instead." When they saw the change in Wang Fifei's expression, the people around them could not help but rejoice in the misfortune of others. Some felt pity as well, but most of them lingered around, anticipating a good show. "Sister," Chia Linyu tugged Gu Ruan's sleeve as he shook his head and said, "Forget it, there's no need for you to get angry for my sake." Actually, Chia Linyu had not said this because he was afraid of Wang Fifei. He simply did not want to drag his sister down over his own affairs. After all, his sister has done more than enough for him until he would never be able to repay her in one lifetime. This kid is more capable of adapting to the circumstances. Wang Fifei sneered. She lifted her chin and stared at Gu Ruan arrogantly. "If you wish for me to apologize to you, it would depend on whether you have the power to make me. However, if you confess your sins to me now, I will show you great mercy and let you leave unharmed. Otherwise, I won't let you leave the medicine sect so easily." It made sense for Wang Fifei to speak in that manner. On this mainland, aside from powerful cultivators like Grand Lord Hong Lian, who else would have the audacity to not show consideration to the medicine sect? Even if this woman was a princess from another country, she could still treat her rudely. However, it would be a different case if she was Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter. After all, no one dares to provoke an abnormality like Grand Lord Hong Lian. Even the medicine sect's master would not dare to climb over the head of that madman. However, she never heard that Grand Lord Hong Lian has a daughter, which was why she had dared to fearlessly speak down to Gu Ruan in such a manner. Chapter 893, Another Encounter, 1. Apologize to Yue. Gu Ruan stared indifferently at Wang Fifei as her voice grew colder by the minute. She could have overlooked it if Wang Fifei had insulted her, but she would never allow anyone to hurt Yue. Yue may not have said anything and would face it all with a smile, but Gu Ruan knows how inferior and sensitive he feels deep down in his heart. All because he now lacked an arm. The word, cripple, not only hurt Jia Linyu but held her heart in a tight grip as well. Little girl, are you unable to see your current predicament? Wang Fifei laughed icily as her taunting gaze swept across Gu Ruan's features. She curled the corners of her lips. This is the medicine sect's territory. If you're here to ask for a cure, I might have even put in a good word for you to my father if you had shown a pleasant attitude. Unfortunately, based on your attitude, you still want to seek medical attention. The cold smile on Wang Fifei's face grew even broader as she stared haughtily down at Gu Ruan. The crowd immediately burst into a discussion and everyone's attention was now turned towards this particular direction. Some who had not been paying attention earlier on could not help but shake their heads and sigh at the situation which Gu Ruan now faced. Of all the people she had to offend, it had to be the little demon lady from the medicine sect. Forget about asking for a cure, she probably no longer had the right to enter the medicine sect now. Sect Master, what did the Holy Doctor's letter say which had made you so happy? At this moment in the medicine sect, a middle-aged man glanced at the smiling old man who was holding a letter and seated in front of a desk. He wondered what the Holy Doctor could have said to have brought out such an expression from his sect master. The wispy-haired elderly man who had been addressed as the sect master smiled as he put the letter down and said, the Holy Doctor's letter states that he has some matters to attend to and will be delayed. He will only be able to arrive a few days later. The middle-aged man looked completely shocked. Generally speaking, his sect master and the Holy Doctor have enjoyed a pretty good relationship, so why would the sect master be so happy after hearing that the Holy Doctor would be delayed? Something isn't right. Something definitely isn't right. Before the middle-aged man could think of a question, the wispy-haired old man spoke up once again. However, his disciple is on the way. I'm expecting her to most likely arrive at the medicine sect today, and he has asked me to take care of his precious disciple. Although Chang Lin was the medicine sect's sect master whom the rest of the world considers as being on par with the Holy Doctor, he understood very clearly that a large divide exists between him and the Holy Doctor. This was why he would lay down all his dignity in front of the Holy Doctor. What? The middle-aged man was stunned and he widened his eyes in shock. The Holy Doctor's disciple. The Holy Doctor has a disciple. Chang Lin nodded. That's right, his disciple's name is Gu Ruan. You shall go receive her in a while. All right. When he heard that the Holy Doctor's disciple could be arriving at any time, the middle-aged man quickly complied. After all, the Holy Doctor's temper was not any better than Grand Lord Hong Lian's. If his disciple was to receive any form of grievance, knowing that old man's character, he would completely disregard his relationship with the medicine sect and would certainly turn against the sect master on the spot. Sect master, Lord Sect master. Just as the middle-aged man was about to leave, a hasty voice sounded from outside the door. Lord Sect master, there's a letter for you. Oh, Chang Lin raised his brows and took the letter from the medicine sect disciple's hand. However, when he read its contents, he became completely shocked. Chapter 894, Another Encounter, 2. Sect Master, what's going on? The middle-aged man stared in confusion at the Sect Master as he wondered what the content of the letter was to have caused the Sect Master to lose his cool. It's a letter from Grand Lord Hong Lian. Chang Lin took a deep breath. He says that his daughter has some business with the medicine sect and is coming here. He has asked us to take care of his daughter. Grand Lord Hong Lian has a daughter. To the middle-aged man, this news was even more shocking than the fact that the Holy Doctor had taken a disciple. Furthermore, what on earth is going on? While it was understandable that the Holy Doctor's disciple would come to the medicine sect and get involved since she was a doctor as well, what was Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter doing here? Sect Master, has that young lady arrived at the medicine sect's gate? I'll have both of them escorted into the sect now. The middle-aged man slowly steadied the shock he felt in his heart and spoke reverently. What do you mean by, both of them? Chang Lin responded in confusion as he stared at the middle-aged man. There's only one person. Just escort that person in, that would be enough. Ha! This time, it was the middle-aged man's turn to go into shock. He looked carefully at Chang Lin and said, didn't you say that Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter has arrived as well? If we don't take good care of that madman's daughter and, knowing his temper, he would grind the medicine sect to the ground. Besides, he had also received word that the madman has already broken through to the rank of a martial saint. A martial saint. On this entire mainland, only the first city has martial saints in their midst. Oh, I had forgotten to mention that Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter is also named Gu Ruan. Boom. This revelation was like a stroke of lightning and immediately sent the middle-aged man into bewilderment. He stared at Chang Lin foolishly. Sect Master, are you saying that the Holy Doctor's disciple and Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter are the same person? Chang Lin laughed bitterly and said, Lin Yang, you better hurry and go escort the young lady. If my memory is correct, Elder Wang's daughter, Wang Fifei, should be standing guard outside the entrance to the medicine sect today. She is already arrogant and despotic on a regular basis, but I had chosen to overlook this to take care of Elder Wang's dignity so long as she does not overdo it. However, this time, it's different. That young lady is not only the Holy Doctor's disciple, she's also Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter. If she were to receive any grief, the medicine sect would be uprooted for sure. Especially since those two are both extremely defensive. However, Grand Lord Hong Lian has specifically requested that he does not wish for most people to find out that she is his daughter. Dealing with the Holy Doctor is straightforward. Chang Lin has a pretty good relationship with the Holy Doctor. If something bad actually happens, a polite apology would suffice, but Grand Lord Hong Lian was different. Everyone knows how defensive that madman was. Once, someone had mistakenly killed his little footboy and ultimately, he had single-handedly charged the culprit and annihilated their whole family. Furthermore, this was his precious daughter. If anything were to happen to her, knowing Grand Lord Hong Lian's temperament, would he ever spare the medicine sect? Lin Yang quickly snapped out from his daze and shivered. He then flew at top speed towards the medicine sect's gate as he prayed repeatedly in his heart, hoping that Wang Fifei would not be her usual condescending self. After all, everyone in the medicine sect knew what kind of person Wang Fifei was. With the high position that her grandfather holds, even the sect master had to give precedence to him. This had shaped her arrogant and despotic attitude. Sadly, Lin Yang had been one step too late. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain, he immediately saw Wang Fifei and Gu Ruan, who was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Chapter 895, Another Encounter, 3. Damned girl, you are far too egotistical and arrogant too. Who do you think you are? Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter. Let me tell you this, even if you were a princess, you should give way to me. It's your problem for being weaker and to have a support system that is weaker than mine. On this mainland, aside from the Red Lotus territory, I have never feared anyone else. Of course, this does not include the first city. The first city was extremely mysterious and rarely ever appeared before the eyes of the world. Therefore, it was not even up for consideration in Wang Fifei's heart. Lin Yang furrowed his brow and exclaimed softly, Wang Fifei, everyone who comes to attend the medicine sect's general meeting are our guests. Is this how you treat our guests who have journeyed from far and wide? He has a particularly ugly look on his face now. I did not think that Wang Fifei would use her power to bully others once again. Now that so many have witnessed this situation, I don't know what kind of rumor will spread from here on. Wang Fifei obviously placed little importance on Steward Lin's words. She scoffed icily and replied tauntingly, these two are here to attend the medicine sect's general meeting. Steward Lin, do you think that I'm an idiot? They are obviously here to seek out medical attention. How could the medicine sect ever find the time to help them at such a busy moment? Besides, there is no cure for a severed limb and most people know this fact. I'm simply showing them kindness by stopping them from wasting their time. To seek out medical attention. Lin Yang was mildly stunned before he noticed the one-armed youth who was standing next to Gu Ruan. He then heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The Holy Doctor's disciple would have journeyed here to attend the medicine sect's general meeting while these two look like they're here to seek medical attention. This must not be the girl. Wang Fifei, regardless of that, you shouldn't act so arrogantly in the outside world. Go back to the sect first, I am waiting for an important guest. Once he had said his piece, Lin Yang turned away and directed his gaze at a far-off distance, searching for someone in the crowd. Despite the fact that he had never seen Gu Ruan's portrait or face before, it would still be possible for him to find her within this crowd. He was confident of that solely for the reason that he was acquainted with most of the doctors here. Those women following closely behind these doctors would not be the person that he was waiting for. Since the Holy Doctor has not arrived yet, this means that he only needs to look for a young woman who was traveling alone. This would most likely be the person whom he has to escort. Why isn't she here yet? After having searched an entire round, Lin Yang realized that everyone he had seen was his acquaintances. The figure he was looking for could not be found at all. However, just then, the bustling crowd was suddenly silenced. Gu Ruan followed the crowd's gaze and turned around. When she saw that incomparably beautiful figure which was as gorgeous as a peach blossom, she was stunned. It's him. What's he doing on this mainland? Before Gu Ruan could understand what was going on, the open palanquin had arrived right in front of her. Seo Yunsa, long time no see. Come, quick, give this prince a hug. The man reclined lazily against the back of his chair. His peach blossom pink robes were opened ever so slightly, revealing an attractive and fair sliver of flesh. At this moment, the corners of his lips were curled into an evil smile. His phoenix-like eyes were slightly upraised as he reached his arms out at Gu Ruan, ready for an embrace. It goes without saying that this man was gorgeous. Those peach blossom pink robes do not look vulgar on him at all. On the contrary, they made him look even more glamorous and evil. His smile was like an endless stretch of blooming peach blossoms. It was so mesmerizing that many gasps could be heard from all around them. They had never seen such a beautiful man. Had he not opened his mouth to speak, many would have thought that he was a woman. Chapter 896, Another Encounter, 4. Zhao Shangchen. Gu Ruan's face immediately turned black at the sight of the man before her. What are you doing here? Shouldn't he be in the West Spread mainland? Sigh, the evil-looking man was morose as he glanced at Gu Ruan. I had come here to find you and you're treating me this way. How cruel of you. You've wounded my heart deeply. Gu Ruan rolled her eyes and laughed icily. Are you certain that you've come to the East Peak mainland for me? The corners of the mischievous-looking man's lips froze. To be honest, I had come to the East Peak mainland for other matters, but I had not expected to bump into Gu Ruoan at the medicine sect's gate. I didn't think that she would see right through me. Yunsa, Lin Yang frowned. Unless I'm hearing things, this man had addressed her as Yunsa. Upon that thought, Lin Yang discarded his cold attitude and asked carefully, "Young lady, may I ask, your name is?" Gu Ruoan glanced at him and calmly responded, "Gu Ruoan." Boom. A loud explosion crashed through Lin Yang's mind, causing him to stumble backward. His legs grew weak and he nearly fell to the ground. At this moment, he dearly wished that he could give Huang Fifei a hard slap. He never thought that she would have ended up offending Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter after all. The greatest joke was that he had actually believed Huang Fifei's words and thought that Gu Ruoan was someone who had come to the medicine sect to look for medical attention. If this man had not appeared, he would have let her slip through his fingers. Zhao Shangchen glanced at Lin Yang, who was now paralyzed on the ground, and furrowed his brows. He was clearly confused. What kind of madness has come over the members of the medicine sect? Xiao Yunsa, Zhao Shangchen stopped paying attention to the middle-aged man on the ground as he turned his peach blossom gaze towards Gu Ruoan. The corners of his lips were curled into a teasing smile. "Are you here for the medicine sect's general meeting too? Since that's the case, how about I accompany you? What do you think?" Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders. "As you like." When it comes to Zhao Shangchen, her feelings were far more complicated. She does not exactly hate him, nor does she like him either. Besides, what she really cared about more was the fellow's relationship with Gu Shangxiao. She could easily see that Zhao Shangchen has a completely different look in his eyes whenever he gazed at her older brother. His eyes have always looked at him as if he was looking at his lover. However, Gu Ruoan knew very clearly that her older brother's sexual orientation was quite straight. If Zhao Shangchen was as she surmised him to be, she feared that he would ultimately get hurt. Hold it. Before Lin Yang could return to his senses, Huang Fifei had blocked Gu Ruoan's way in a flash. She swept a scornful gaze across the woman's delicate features from her head to her toes as she spoke with a sneer. "In order to attend the medicine sect's general meeting, one must be a doctor. Are you a doctor, or do you think that the medicine sect's territory is a place where anyone can enter freely? I'm giving you one last chance. Get out immediately. Otherwise, you would be the one who will face humiliation in the end." Gu Ruoan had almost forgotten about Huang Fifei had she kept her mouth shut. Now that she has heard her demands, her clear and cold gaze turned back towards Huang Fifei. "You still owe you an apology. Besides, my goal here is the medicine sect. Do you really think that you can stop me?" "PFFT, Huang Fifei laughed. "I've met some shameless people, but I've never met anyone quite like you. Even if you're here as a guest of the medicine sect, you have the audacity to shamelessly insist on staying even after the master has sent you away. I, Huang Fifei, shall remain here. The medicine sect does not welcome people like you." As she spoke, Huang Fifei could not help but look at Zhao Shangchen, who was right next to her. As the mischievous-looking man completely ignored her without even a second glance, her heart bubbled with jealousy. Instantly, she had taken all of her frustrations out on Gu Ruoan. Chapter 897, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 1. Zhao Shangchen furrowed his brows as his peach blossom eyes unintentionally swept across Huang Fifei's face. His gaze caused Huang Fifei to feel an endless chill, and she shivered. However, when she turned to look at the evil man again, she saw that he was still reclining on his palanquin and had remained languid and peerlessly beautiful. Huang Fifei, Lin Yang was incensed. He had not expected this woman to spout such drivel when his attention had slipped. If Grand Lord Hong Lian were to hear about this, the entire medicine sect would be driven to the ground. "There's no need for you to remain here now. Go back to the sect this instant. Since this woman is the medicine sect's guest, it is my duty to escort her." At this moment, Huang Fifei's heart had fallen for the evildoer, so how could she possibly listen to Lin Yang's orders? Besides, her father was an elder of the medicine sect. Therefore, she does not need to follow the orders of a steward. "Steward Lin, don't forget yourself." Huang Fifei laughed icily and swept her gaze towards Lin Yang. Her lips were curled into a disdainful angle. "It's not your right to chastise me on how to do my duty. Besides, when you said that you wanted to shield this woman, is it because you have some sort of relationship with her? TSK. You really can't judge a book by its cover. I didn't think that such a delicate and pretty girl would secretly fool around with the medicine sect steward. I will never allow someone with such a hateful character to set foot in the medicine sect." Whoosh. Suddenly, a flash of steel appeared from the side. Huang Fifei's gaze darkened and she hurriedly dodged the attack. She then turned in anger and contempt towards the youth with the severed arm. Chia Linyu's left arm was holding tightly to his sword as a vein throbbed on his forehead. An endless amount of anger has filled his clear and limpid gaze, but his heart was full of helplessness. If my right hand had not been severed, I would certainly have been able to harm Huang Fifei since her defenses were down. "You err." Gu Ruoan quickly grabbed Chia Linyu's hand when she sensed the hurt in his heart. She then slowly directed her clear, cold gaze at Huang Fifei's icy pallor. "I had thought that this matter could have been settled after she had apologized to you, but unfortunately." Slam. No one saw Gu Ruoan move, nor did anyone notice when she had made her move. Just as she spoke, Huang Fifei's body was suddenly flung out of the way like an arrow leaving its bow and was thrown violently into the crowd. The crowd was instantly silenced. They stared stupidly at the figure in green whose robes were fluttering in the gentle breeze, temporarily unable to regain their senses. Naturally, as Elder Wang's daughter, Huang Fifei has inherited considerable talents. Coupled with the fact that she had been nurtured by countless treasures, her powers have long reached the rank of a mid-level martial honor. However, this woman has somehow defeated her in one blow. What kind of abnormality is she? The crowd wondered. Most importantly, this woman seems to be around 20 years of age. This means that she was younger than Huang Fifei by around 10 years. How could it be possible for this woman to defeat Huang Fifei before she could even react? Huang Fifei's expression was an ugly sight to behold. This woman whom I had presumed to be a good-for-nothing has actually defeated me. Furthermore, I was unable to see how she had done it. Gu Ruan, it goes without saying that you are very bold to have the audacity to attack me in front of the medicine sect. Huang Fifei wiped the blood from the corner of her lips as she crawled to her feet. She sent Gu Ruan a venomous glare, akin to that of a poisonous snake's. Great, this is just great. I'll show you the consequences of offending the medicine sect right now. Chapter 898, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 2. Lin Yang's expression was an ugly sight to behold when he heard Huang Feifei's declaration. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger, but just as he was about to speak again, Gu Ruan had disappeared. Suddenly, the green-clad figure reappeared right in front of Huang Feifei. She then calmly lifted her leg and slammed it directly at Huang Feifei's head. Gasp. The scene caused many to suck in a shocked breath as they stared unbelievingly at the woman who had raised her leg against Huang Feifei. Their eyes filled with horror. This woman is far too cruel as well. If her strike hits the target, Huang Feifei's life would probably be terminated. Besides, she had the audacity to react with such ferocity right outside the medicine sect. Did she place no importance on the medicine sect at all? You. Before Huang Feifei could finish her sentence, that foot had landed right on top of her head. Boom. Instantly, her entire head had been stomped right into the ground. Her arms flailed in the air from the sheer force of it, yet she could not throw the foot off her head. Just as Huang Feifei was about to be suffocated to death, Gu Ruan finally removed her leg, slowly. She then calmly said, "Apologies, I would really like to know what the consequences of offending the medicine sect are." Zhao Shangchen raised the corner of his lips as he looked at the expression on Gu Ruan's face, rejoicing in the misfortune of Huang Feifei, who was now covered in dirt. The consequences of offending the medicine sect. TSK. I only know the consequences that comes with offending Gu Ruan. Zhao Shangchen could be counted amongst those who had watched Gu Ruan as she had grown up. After all, he had been acquainted with her when she had been weak and helpless. All these years, the numbers of those who had crossed her were too numerous to be counted. However, it could be said that none of those people have had a good ending. What are you all still waiting around for? Huang Feifei pointed at Gu Ruan as she glared at the rest of the medicine sect's members and bellowed angrily, "Get this woman." Lin Yang sneered. Earlier on, he had not tried to stop Huang Feifei again because he wanted to give her a lesson. Was she behaving this way all because her father was an elder of the medicine sect? He believes that even if the sect master were here, he would not act so impudently to Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter. Enough. When he noticed that the medicine sect's members were about to follow Huang Feifei's orders, Lin Yang rose to his feet and spoke with a frown. "Huang Feifei, the medicine sect master has issued a token. You shall go back immediately." As he said those words, Lin Yang pulled out the sect master's token. Seeing the token was equivalent to seeing the sect master himself. Hence, the medicine sect disciples who had stepped forward quickly stopped and no longer dared to make a move. They could all see that Lin Yang was purposely shielding Gu Ruan. Perhaps this woman has some sort of relationship with Lin Yang, they wondered. However, that cannot be. Prior to this, Lin Yang did not even know her name. Otherwise, he would not have asked her what her name was. Huang Feifei chuckled and flashed her teeth eerily. "Lin Yang, as a steward of the medicine sect, you're actually helping an outsider. I will definitely tell my father about this. When that time comes, your position as a steward will be at its end." Lin Yang has the sect master's token in his hand, so Huang Feifei had not dared to make any rash moves. She settled for stabbing a malicious glare, like a dagger dripping with venom, at Gu Ruan. "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you've seduced steward Lin Yang. He's not the decision maker in the medicine sect. We're leaving." After saying her piece, Huang Feifei no longer spared Gu Ruan another look. However, as she led the medicine sect's disciples away, she glanced towards the evil-looking man who had been lying indolently on his chair the entire time. Her eyes flashed, mesmerized. I, Huang Feifei, must have this magnificent and unmatched peach blossom-like man. Chapter 899, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 3. At the medicine sect. An elderly man dressed in yellow robes was seated cross-legged with his eyes closed at the cultivation chamber in the elder's courtyard. He sensed a familiar aura and opened his murky eyes, turning towards the woman dressed in yellow robes who had just pushed the door open. At this moment, Huang Feifei's entire face was filled with grief and anger as if she had suffered an enormous humiliation. When she saw the yellow-robed elder, she immediately threw herself at him and began to sob profusely. "Father, you must avenge me. They're simply intolerable bullies." The yellow-robed elder's heart thumped. He frowned as he exclaimed with a twinge of hurt in his voice, "Facer, what happened? Who is responsible for your grief? Tell me, father will avenge you." Huang Feifei's arrogant and unruly attitude was largely due to the yellow-robed elder's pampering. That year, Huang Feifei had fallen for a man but had ended up being rejected as the man already had a fiancé. She had then led the members of the medicine sect and destroyed his fiancé's entire family before forcibly taking the man back to the medicine sect. At that time, the matter had created a huge ruckus and many had displayed great anger towards Huang Feifei's actions. Even the sect master of the medicine sect wanted to have her thrown out of the sect. However, this did not come to be and no one knew what Elder Huang had used to threaten the sect master out of his decision. "Father," Huang Feifei wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes as a twinge of hatred flashed in her pupils. "Recently, because of the medicine sect's general meeting, many people have come to the medicine sect. I was busy welcoming these people and did not have much time yet. Of all things, someone had come to cause a scene. That troublemaking woman had shamelessly boasted that she would make the medicine sect heal her brother's severed arm. She even threatened me by saying that if the medicine sect does not help her, she would destroy the medicine sect." "What?" Elder Huang was greatly enraged. He slammed his desk furiously and rose to his feet before exclaiming with an ashen face, "What kind of person would be so shameless? What, is the medicine sect the villain if we refuse to heal her brother? Or if we don't treat him, she must destroy the entire medicine sect. She underestimates the medicine sect. Facer, do you know where this woman is from?" "Where is she from?" Huang Feifei sneered. "That woman's power isn't too bad, she's even capable of beating me up." However, she is definitely not a member of the First City. There are countless people with exceptional capabilities in the First City. If she had been from the First City, she would not need to make the trip to the medicine sect and ask for help. Besides, she can't be Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter. Grand Lord Hong Lian has always been known to be alone and has no wife, children or relatives. So, aside from those who belong to these two areas, the medicine sect does not need to be afraid of her regardless of who she is. Huang Fifei was speaking the truth as well. On the mainland, aside from the First City and Grand Lord Hong Lian, no one else could make the medicine sect quake with fear. Elder Wang's expression darkened even more. He never imagined that anyone would dare to lay a hand on his precious daughter in the medicine sect's territory. Elder Huang took a deep breath and suppressed the fiery rage in his heart. However, his murky pupils were still filled with hatred. Why didn't you ask the medicine sect's members to apprehend that woman? Huang Feifei's face filled with even more grief when she heard this. It was Lin Yang. Lin Yang. Elder Huang was mildly shocked. Even though he does not really have a good relationship with Lin Yang, how was the steward related to this matter? Father, Lin Yang is in a relationship with that woman. Huang Feifei's eyes darted back and forth. She gnashed her teeth and said, I could tell that she has already fooled around with Lin Yang. They must have had illicit sexual relations for such a long time. You have no idea how Lin Yang had treated me. For the woman's sake, he had not hesitated to chastise me and he even pulled out the sect master's token. He then said, that if I dared to lay a hand on that woman, he would kill me. Chapter 900, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 4. The last two sentences which Huang Fifei had described were scenarios that she had carelessly made up. So what, even though there were many eyewitnesses, when the real confrontation arrives, no one would ever side with Gu Ruan and Lin Yang. She had based her assumptions merely on the fact that she was Elder Wang's daughter and no one would dare to cross her. Ha ha ha. Elder Huang burst into laughter in spite of his anger. His rampant laugh was filled with the flames of rage. How great of Lin Yang. He had the audacity to treat my daughter this way for the sake of another woman. It seems that his role as steward is at an end. So what if he holds the sect master's token? In the medicine sect, not even the sect master would kill my daughter for the sake of someone else. Elder Huang stopped laughing as a malicious light flashed from within his gloomy gaze. Has that woman entered the medicine sect? She has. Huang Fifei nodded. At this moment, Zhao Shangchen's evil face appeared in her mind's eye. She had used her relationship with Lin Yang to enter the medicine sect and she's not just here to seek medical attention for her brother, she definitely has intentions of joining the medicine sect's general meeting. After all, there would be no shortage of reputable physicians in the general meeting. For someone like her, it would be impossible for her not to seduce at least one or two other people. HMPH. Elder Huang scoffed icily and spoke with mockery, the medicine sect's general meeting. Hee, not just anyone can attend this general meeting, only doctors have the right to take part in it. Since she has set foot in the medicine sect and had the audacity to treat my daughter so rudely, I will ensure that both she and Lin Yang will suffer a complete defeat and fall from grace. At this moment, Elder Huang missed the sneer forming on Huang Feifei's face as he said those words. Her venomous and snake-like eyes were filled with hatred. If anyone who was unaware of the situation saw this, they would immediately assume that she has some form of absolutely irreconcilable grudge against Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan, you had the audacity to humiliate me publicly, so you must pay the price 100 times over. Most importantly, a man that I, Huang Fifei, have fallen for can never look at another woman. Otherwise, that woman shall suffer the same fate as that previous other man's fiancée. No one in her family shall be spared. In the study, Galin looked up and noticed the green-robed woman following Lin Yang as they entered the room. He was mildly flustered and put his book down as his elderly face broke into a smile. You must be the holy doctor's disciple, Gu Ruan. I had previously been very curious as to what kind of genius would have managed to catch the holy doctor's eye. Now that I've seen you, you're really not bad at all. Little girl, if my guess is right, you've already attained the rank of a high-level martial honor. Huang Fifei had been unable to sense the surging waves of spiritual energy from within Gu Ruan's body, but Galin has a very cunning gaze and had seen right through her powers in one glance. Sect Master, Lin Yang took one look at Gu Ruan before smiling at Galin. Did you know that Miss Gu had rendered Huang Fifei completely powerless to retaliate with just one blow outside the medicine sect gate a while ago? Oh. Galin was a little surprised. After all, Huang Fifei was already at the rank of a mid-level martial honor, yet this little girl had been able to dispatch her with such rapid speed. Even if she were a high-level martial honor, it would not be an easy feat for her to dispatch a mid-level martial honor so easily. Upon that thought, Galin laughed in spite of himself. I truly envy that fellow, the holy doctor, to be able to obtain such a genius during the remainder of his years. TSK. Such a young high-level martial honor, perhaps he would become the top cultivator of this mainland one day. Chapter 901, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 5. It goes without saying that Galin was indeed feeling jealous. Why have I not met such a good young successor yet? A talented person like her would probably only exist in the First City. I'd certainly like to put that old holy doctor at a corner and snatch this genius over to my side. Naturally, the holy doctor was unaware of Galin's thought. Otherwise, he would certainly regret his decision to let Gu Ruan attend the medicine sect's general meeting. Lord Sect Master, Elder Huang is requesting for an audience. Just then, a voice chimed in from outside. Elder Huang. Everyone frowned when they heard that name. No one expected him to request an audience at this time, and they had a feeling that nothing good would come from this. From the very beginning, Gu Ruan had kept a clear and cold gaze on her face. Her delicate features were unfazed and there were no sign of any changes in her expression at all. Let him in. Gao Lin replied in a mild-mannered tone, but his brows were tightly knitted as he stared coldly and seriously at the elderly man who had just stepped into the room. Lord Sect Master, you must support my poor daughter. Upon entering the study, Elder Huang began to speak in a tearful voice. Anyone ignorant of the situation would assume that he had suffered a great grief. Oh. Gao Lin raised his brows and replied with a smile which did not reach his eyes, "May I ask how do you want me to support you, Elder Huang?" Elder Huang glanced at Lin Yang who was standing to one side. "My daughter's heart is dedicated to the good of the sect." She had tried to prevent others who had schemes of their own from entering the medicine sect, but no one expected Steward Lin to humiliate her in public. "I won't let this matter rest unless Steward Lin gives an explanation to me." His demand rang out like the tolling of a great bell, and his severe gaze was like a knife which could cut a man into 10,000 pieces. Gu Ruoan raised the corners of her lips slightly and crossed her arms. She looked completely nonchalant, as if she was not the troublemaker that Elder Huang was talking about at all. Elder Huang had noticed the woman in green after he had barged in. Deep down, he was curious as to why someone would be in the sect master's study. However, he did not think too much of it and soon turned his attention away from her. "Elder Huang," Gao Lin looked at Elder Huang as he replied indifferently, "It's not like I'm unaware of Huang Feifei's attitude and how she manages affairs, it's just that I had turned a blind eye to it all this while. I'm afraid no one is more aware than you of who is wrong and who is right in this situation. You have invariably shielded your daughter all the time, are you not afraid of courting disaster?" Elder Wang's expression changed drastically. He had not expected the sect master to say such a thing. Based on past situations, shouldn't he be helping me? "Lord Sect Master, even if it was my daughter who had made the first offense, that person should not have raised her hand against my daughter. Lin Yang also should not have shielded an outsider in that manner." Elder Huang sneered as he glared at Lin Yang, or should I say, Lin Yang had shielded the woman because he actually has an inappropriate relationship with her. "Elder Huang, you're effing spouting slander." Lin Yang's face instantly turned black. He then carefully looked at Gu Ruoan again. After seeing the indifferent look on her face, his heart began to feel restless and he was deathly afraid that her wrath would draw Grand Lord Hong Lian to them. If this happens, the entire medicine sect would be finished. "Elder of the medicine sect, what a great, awe-inspiring authority you've got." Suddenly, a laughter filled with disdain and mockery sounded. The voice attracted Elder Wang's attention and also drew his gaze towards the woman he had dismissed earlier on. He furrowed his brows. Chapter 902, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 6. Who is your master? Are you not aware of how to speak to your elders properly? Have your parents and your master never taught you the meaning of good manners? It looks like that saying is true, that the type of parent dictates the type of daughter born to them. Observing your uneducated manner, I can certainly pinpoint the morals of your parents. I absolutely can't understand how a person like you would have been able to enter the medicine sect. This time, not only Lin Yang's expression has changed, even Gao Lin's face sank. He had always known that Elder Huang had set his eyes on those above him and has been currying favors from certain persons outside the medicine sect. Sometimes, Elder Huang would not even bother to place any importance on him, the sect master. However, Gu Ruoan's position was unlike any other. This little girl was Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter, yet Elder Huang has openly humiliated Grand Lord Hong Lian by criticizing her parents. That's right, you are absolutely right. Gu Ruoan nodded and the expression on her face was as if she really agreed with Elder Wang's accusations. Elder Wang's expression looked a little better when he heard this. At least this little girl knows more tact and knows that she should submit to me. Otherwise, I will make it such that even she is unaware of how her own death had occurred. However, in the next moment, Gu Ruoan's tone changed as she continued to speak. "It is indeed as you say, the type of parent dictates the type of daughter born to them. Huang Feifei has indeed inherited your old characteristics of ruling like a despot, relying on force to bully others, being capricious, mule-headed, arrogant and despotic." Instantly, Elder Wang's face turned from green to white, then white to green again. He glared furiously at Gu Ruoan and looked as if he could gobble a person whole like a fiend. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, but his laugh did not reach his eyes. His eyes were whirling with the flames of rage. "Little girl, you are the only person on this mainland who dares to speak to me in such a manner. Even the sect master has to yield to me. Not bad at all. You are very bold indeed." After saying this, he turned this attention back to Gao Lin and spoke with malicious eyes. "Sect master, how can a woman who displays no upbringing or manners be allowed to set foot in the medicine sect? I want you to throw her out of the medicine sect right now. Do you have any objections, sect master?" His tone of voice was spiteful and he had spoken as if he was the main decision maker in the medicine sect. This shocked Gu Ruoan. She subconsciously looked at the arrogant Elder Huang as her eyes flickered. According to reason, even if Elder Huang has a high position in the medicine sect, his position should not surpass the sect master's, so why is he so confident that the sect master would obey him? Where is his source of confidence coming from? Gu Ruoan simply could not figure it out but did not analyze it any further. She gently raised the corners of her lips and turned to face Gao Lin with a smile which did not reach her eyes. "Elder Huang," Gao Lin's eyes have darkened even more as he replied icily. "The Gu girl is the holy doctor's disciple and is also a physician attending the upcoming medicine sect's general meeting. You don't have the right to make her leave." The holy doctor's disciple. Elder Wang's eyes instantly narrowed before he finally turned his gaze to fully observe Gu Ruoan. Previously, he had assumed that this woman was a disciple from the medicine sect, but he never imagined that she was actually the old holy doctor's disciple. That old man always had high standards. Knowing his fussy expectations, how could someone be lucky enough to be accepted as his disciple? After a long pause, he turned away and laughed icily. "So what? Others may fear the holy doctor, but I have never been afraid of him. Lord Sect Master, I'll only ask you one thing now, are you willing to throw her out or not?" Even though Gao Lin had always given way to Elder Huang over the course of the past few years due to certain reasons, this does not mean that he was willing to listen to Elder Wang's orders. Chapter 903, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 7. As such, when Elder Huang had said those words, Gao Lin's expression immediately turned into an absolutely ugly sight. His elderly voice was tinged with ice as he spoke. "This little girl is not only the disciple of the holy doctor, I myself find a kindred spirit in her, so I won't force her to leave. Besides, I am the sect master of the medicine sect. When was it decided that an elder would be able to give the orders?" Ha ha ha. Elder Huang burst into laughter. His laughter soon stopped and he swept his gaze across the people in the room one by one before he spoke coldly. Secmaster, I hope that you don't regret your decision today. Once he had said his piece, he threw his sleeves fiercely over his arms and left without a backward glance. Gu Ruan's gaze darkened as she stared at Elder Wang's disappearing figure. She then asked, Elder Huang is only an elder, why would he dare to speak in such a manner? May I ask the reason behind this? Unless I am wrong, Galin had indeed hesitated when Elder Huang had threatened him in the beginning. In the end, after an internal struggle, he had made the decision to stand by me. This would not have happened unless Elder Huang has some sort of trump card in his hand. Miss Gu, allow me to explain. Lin Yang turned towards Gu Ruan and said, though Elder Huang is an elder of the medicine sect, he has some connections with those people from that place. That place? Gu Ruan raised her eyebrow and asked suspiciously. That's right. Lin Yang nodded. That place refers to the first city. Elder Huang is affiliated with some cultivators in the first city. This is why he has had the audacity to act with such tyrannical abuse. The first city. Gu Ruan fell silent when she heard those words. After a long pause, she continued to ask, based on this situation, why doesn't Elder Huang enter the first city? Why does he remain as an elder in the medicine sect? He. Lin Yang chuckled scornfully and his eyes were filled with ridicule. How great is the arrogance of those cultivators in the first city? Why should they even pay any attention to Elder Huang? He is merely their spy in the world outside. Honestly speaking, with Elder Wang's level of power, he would only be the lowest of the low if he actually enters the first city and would have no status to speak of. How can that be compared to the grandeur of being an elder of the medicine sect? Even though many are fighting to enter the first city, if their powers are insufficient, they would simply hold the fate of cannon fodder if they actually managed to enter the city. Gu Ruan nodded. Grand Lord Hong Lian had once mentioned this to her. Don't judge the Lin family just because they had sent many martial supremes over. Those martial supremes were not the most powerful ones in the Lin family. Furthermore, the Lin family's power is ranked amongst lowest in the first city's food chain. The truly powerful cultivators were not allowed to leave the first city. Hence, the Lin family could only dispatch their martial supremes. If my guess was right, Elder Huang would have definitely have informed the first city about the medicine sect's general meeting this time. Gao Lin glanced at Gu Ruan and slowly said, Little girl, Elder Huang is the kind of person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievances. When the time comes, you must be vigilant. I understand. Gu Ruan smiled, but she knows that today, she owed the Secmaster a great debt. After all, the Secmaster had stood by her despite the threat from the first city. This was a feat that not many could accomplish. The medicine sect's general meeting will begin in 3 days. Lin Yang, you shall take good care of the Gu girl in the next few days. Gao Lin turned towards Lin Yang and gave his instruction. To him, Grand Lord Hong Lian was clearly more terrifying than the first city. At least the first city was limited by its rules and they could not do things at will. However, that madman, Grand Lord Hong Lian, does not care very much about rules and propriety. If his daughter was to meet with any grievances, he would definitely storm the medicine sect immediately. When that time comes, the Secmaster would not even have the time to weep. Chapter 904, The Medicine Sect's General Meeting, 8. Father, how did it go? In the Elder's chamber, Huang Fifei saw Elder Huang entering the room and hurriedly welcomed him. Did the Secmaster punish the PTCH? Elder Huang suppressed his fiery anger at the sight of his daughter's eager face. He then spoke to her with a face filled with affection. Fifei, don't worry, even though the Secmaster had not spoken up for you, I won't let you suffer any grievances. My daughter comes from such an honorable status, how could anyone insult you whenever they please? If the Secmaster truly insists on siding with Lin Yang, I don't mind making you the Secmaster's daughter and the lady of the medicine sect. Making me the Secmaster's daughter? What does he mean? She wondered. Huang Fifei's brain was temporarily unable to process this. When she finally made sense of the meaning behind Elder Wang's words, she quickly held her hands to her mouth. There were no signs of shock or fear on her face, only excitement and elation. Does father mean that he wants to become the Secmaster of the medicine sect? This would mean that the both of us will be in full control of the medicine sect. Who would dare oppose my orders on this entire mainland? Facer, Elder Huang stroked Huang Fifei's head intimately as determination shone in his malicious eyes. You can rest assured, I will make you the most treasured woman on the mainland. No other woman would be comparable to you. By then, any man who catches your fancy will become a servant beneath you. No one would ever dare reject my daughter again. However, Facer, some men are only good for playing. Based on their station, they would not be a good match for you. My daughter is so outstanding that only the most exceptional man on the mainland can be your husband. The most exceptional man. At that moment, Zhao Shangchen's mischievous face appeared in Huang Fifei's mind. She could not help but blush at that thought. To her point of view, on this mainland, a man who was good enough for her not only needs to have incomparably good looks, he must also be powerful enough. That evil-looking man's looks were obviously up to her standards, but she was unsure of his true abilities. After giving it some thought, Huang Fifei confessed hesitantly, Father, I've taken a fancy to someone today. Oh, Elder Huang was a bit surprised, but he responded gently, I wonder which man would be so fortunate that you, Facer, would take a liking to him. I remember that after that last man, you had not seemed to have fallen for anyone else. Father, that man is very good looking. I've never seen such a good looking man before. He's even more handsome than my previous boy toys. I'd like to ask you to investigate him for me, and if it's possible, I'd like to marry him. Huang Fifei has played around with many men, but this was the first time she had ever mentioned marriage. This made Elder Huang place the highest priority on this matter. A somber look gradually appeared in his eyes as well. Describe this man's facial features to me, I'll send someone to investigate immediately. It goes without saying that one would only need to roughly describe Zhao Shangchen's features to be able to find him. However, at this moment, Zhao Shangchen was still blissfully unaware that a woman had now set her sights on him, especially such a disgusting antomaniac like her. If he were to find out about this, he probably would not be able to eat for the next few days. At this moment, in one of the medicine sect's guest rooms, the man was reclining in a chair with his head propped against his left hand. His peach blossom pink robes were slightly unfurled, displaying a radiance of spring. At this moment, he was in an indolent and contented state. The thoughts in his peach blossom eyes were concealed from the world, filled with smiles. Young master, I have managed to thoroughly investigate the matter that you've entrusted to me. Suddenly, a melodious voice sounded. The man gently raised his brow and turned his gaze towards a devastatingly beautiful handmaiden. Chapter 905, Inviting Humiliation 1. Speak. The man's languid tone made him sound as if he had just woken up from a nap. However, that word pierced right through the devastatingly beautiful handmaiden's heart, causing it to tremble immediately. She hurriedly joined her fists and bowed, reporting to the young master, "We have found out through our investigation that the reason why Elder Wang's daughter had dared to display such impudence was because she is being backed by the First City. Besides, she has even slandered Lady Gu in the medicine sect. She said that Lady Gu had used her body to seduce Lin Yang, which was why Lin Yang had insisted on helping her." As she was speaking, the beautiful handmaiden could clearly sense the cold aura emitting from that man, and she could not help but shiver violently. Her beautiful eyes peeked carefully over at his evilly carved features. The First City. The impish-looking man chuckled, but his laugh contained an endless chill. If she has always been arrogant and despotic on a regular basis, we could have let the matter slide. However, she has provoked someone who should not have been provoked in the first place. Ultimately, she will encounter a fate similar to the immortal realm. The beautiful handmaiden could not help but pity the father and daughter from the Huang family. Of all the people they had to provoke, it had to be Gu Ruoan. Now that the young master has also lost his temper, you would not let him off so easily even if she had the support of that organization. Young master, are you planning on sticking up for Lady Gu? No, the impish man shook his head as a look of mirth appeared in his peach blossom eyes. You underestimate Xiao Yunsa. There's no need for me to stand up for her in such matters, she can solve this very well on her own. I had asked you to investigate this because I wanted to know which authority Huang Fifei was utilizing in order to be so audacious. However, it is unfortunate that it's only the First City. Generally speaking, the act of showing off from an elder and his daughter of a sect does not directly concern Zhao Shangchen. He himself found it tedious to bother with such a brainless woman. However, of all the people this woman had to cross, it had to be Gu Ruoan. Hence, he could never ignore it. Based on Gu Ruoan's abilities now, he could never make his move. Besides, he also understands that Gu Ruoan does not want his help for the time being. Zhao Shangchen smiled bitterly at the thought. The young girl he had met years ago in Azure Dragon Country has unwittingly grown to an overwhelming degree. As she continues to grow, she would stand at the pinnacle of the mainland one day and become the peak of existence. Young master. Just then, another handmaiden walked into the room. She joined her fists, bowed and informed him, "Young master, Elder Huang of the medicine sect has come to pay you a visit." At that moment, Zhao Shangchen's brows furrowed slightly as an obscure light flashed across his peach blossom eyes. "Let him in. I'd like to know what business an elder of the medicine sect has with me." "Yes, young master." The handmaiden slowly retreated. Not too long after, an elderly man in yellow robes entered the room. He saw the man who was reclining lazily in his chair at first glance, and his eyes flashed with surprise. No wonder Facer wants to marry him. Even I had gasped at the sight of this evil-looking man. I had gasped because I have never seen anything quite so magnificent on this earth. Especially since this magnificence is in the form of a man's body. Elder Huang slowly concealed the surprise in his eyes before smiling as he stepped forward. "Good sir, the reason I've come to visit you today is because I have glad tidings for you." "Glad tidings?" Zhao Shangchen smiled faintly, but his peach blossom eyes were filled with an eerily cold light. "May I ask what these glad tidings are which would require you, Elder Huang of the medicine sect, to personally come here for a visit?" Zhao Shangchen's words sounded like flattery, but he was, in fact, taunting Elder Huang. However, Elder Huang was unable to discern this, and he thought that he was trying to curry favor with him. A hint of arrogance then appeared on his elderly features while his eyes filled with disdain. Chapter 906, Inviting Humiliation 2. From what I can see, the man before me is indeed blessed with extremely good looks, but, alas, his station looks to be lowly. Otherwise, he would not be flattering me in this manner. If Facer had not taken a liking to him, I would not have approved of having a lowly man with no position as my son-in-law. This matter is indeed of great tidings to you, sir. Elder Huang wiped the disdain from his gaze as his elderly features continued to smile. "I'm sure that you've met my daughter, Huang Fifei. However, ever since she's met you, she has insisted on marrying you. As such, I have come here to personally act as your matchmaker. In this world, there are numerous men who wish to marry my daughter, yet she has fallen for you. Hence, to you, is this not a matter of great tidings? Besides, only you alone have been able to have me as a personal matchmaker in this world. If word of this gets out, your position on the mainland will increase for sure." In the beginning, Elder Huang had thought to investigate Zhao Shangchen's identity before he decides on how he should treat him. However, after hearing the man's flattery, he had assumed that Zhao Shangchen's station was most definitely not as powerful as the medicine sect's. Otherwise, he would not have been so flattering to an elder of the medicine sect. This probably means that he was most likely an emperor of a supreme country, at the very most. However, just as Elder Huang said those words, he did not notice the look of disgust and anger from the beautiful handmaiden who was standing next to Zhao Shangchen. She is merely the daughter of an elder from the medicine sect. She's not even comparable to a fragrant steamed bun, yet she dares to claim that every man on the mainland wishes to marry her. Furthermore, is his personal matchmaking really anything glorious to begin with? He's actually saying that this matter will raise the young master's station on the mainland. This is the funniest joke that I've ever heard in my entire life. This was the reason why this beautiful handmaiden had actually burst into laughter. Her beautiful eyes filled with a fiery rage as she glared at Elder Huang. "Such a puny medicine sect, yet you dare to insult my young master. Not even the eldest lady of Wind Valley would dare claim that she is fit for my young master." Wind Valley. Elder Huang's heart suddenly dropped. Wind Valley was in the first city and were people whom he could rely on for support. However, I didn't think that a mere handmaiden would know of Wind Valley's existence. Could it be that I've been mistaken and this evil-looking man is not some emperor of a supreme country but is from the first city? No. This is definitely impossible. If anyone from the first city were to make an appearance here, that lord from Wind Valley would certainly inform me as well. Since I've never received any notice, these people are clearly not from the first city. Perhaps this handmaiden is secretly in love with this impish man and does not want him to marry someone else. Furthermore, she must have used other means to find out about Wind Valley's existence. That's why she has deliberately said those things in front of me. The expression in Elder Wang's eyes became increasingly disdainful. He spat condescendingly. The masters are speaking. What right does a servant girl have to interrupt? If your master is incapable of educating you, then I'm more than willing to teach you the difference between seniors and juniors. Don't think that I'm unaware of your filthy thoughts. Aren't you in love with your master so you do not wish to have a mistress at all? You should also take a good look at your station. A servant girl would dare to think about climbing into her master's bed. Just wait for the day when my daughter marries him. You won't even have the right to follow him around then. I won't let anyone strive for favor against my daughter. Elder Huang spoke as if he had been making a solemn vow and that Zhao Shangchen had confirmed that he would be marrying Huang Fifei. The beautiful servant girl was hopping mad. This old fart is actually accusing me of having grand designs towards the young master. However, he probably would have never imagined that anyone who has any intentions towards the young master would be dealt with by the young master himself in the end. Chapter 907, Inviting Humiliation, 3. Those of us who had remained are only loyal to him. Zhao Shangchen finally made a move when he noticed that his beautiful handmaiden was about to speak again. He raised his hand and stopped the handmaiden from speaking before he lazily raised his eyes, sweeping his peach blossom gaze across Elder Wang's face with a smile which did not reach his eyes. His evil yet beautiful features were lit up with a smile which could topple nations. Huang Fifei. He laughed and turned a scornful gaze towards Elder Huang. His tone was languid and leisurely as he said, I'm sorry, I don't know who she is. Tui. Elder Huang nearly spat out a mouthful of his old blood. As it turns out, even after I have said so many things, this kid still does not know who my daughter is. Sir, Elder Huang took a deep breath and replied with a vicious look in his eyes, you had met my daughter while you were at the foot of the Medicine Sect's mountain. My daughter was the incomparably beautiful young lady dressed in yellow robes. Upon hearing this, the smile in Zhao Shangchen's eyes grew more pronounced. You're talking about the woman in yellow at the foot of the Medicine Sect's mountain. I've indeed met one woman dressed in yellow, but that woman wasn't much of a peerless beauty. At most, she's an arrogant despot and a condescending, tyrannical freak of nature. So she's your daughter. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a while. The beautiful handmaiden smiled when she saw the ashen look on Elder Wang's face. Aside from the Gu siblings, the young master has never shown courtesy to anyone else. A woman, no matter how beautiful, would be no different from a pile of bones in his eyes. Besides, Huang Fifei was really unsuitable to hold the title of a peerless beauty. By the way, Zhao Shangchen turned towards Elder Huang, who now had a very ugly look on his face, and spoke condescendingly. I've even heard of something rather interesting about your daughter. I hear that your daughter had fallen for a man 2 years ago, but that man had been deeply in love with his bride-to-be, so he had rejected her. However, she could not accept the fact that the man she liked was marrying another woman. She then led a group of people and destroyed the fiancé's entire family before dragging the man back to the Medicine Sect. Ultimately, the man had committed suicide a few days later, unable to accept this humiliation. Elder Wang's expression had gone from green to white before changing from white to green again. This was indeed a disgraceful matter to the Medicine Sect, and if he had not received a favor from the Wind Valley's lord, the Medicine Sect would have definitely thrown them both out. That was only a rumor. Elder Huang steadied his heart and replied with a cold smile, my daughter is such an outstanding woman, who wouldn't like her? It is without exception. A man whom she has fallen for would be driven to madness for her sake even if he already has a wife. Hence, the matter you've mentioned is merely a rumor spread by others. She can have any man she wishes, why would she need to forcibly take that man? However, out of all the men here, she has fallen for you so much so that she wouldn't even look at any other man. That is why I say that you are fortunate to have managed to hold her heart. Despite whatever rumors which were swirling about Huang Fifei in the outside world, to him, she would always be the most outstanding. Just like how beauty was in the eye of the beholder, in a father's heart, his daughter would forever be stronger than anyone else. Elder Huang. Zhao Shangchen slowly rose to his feet and raised his chin, looking down upon the elder in yellow robes. He then raised the corners of his lips gently. I will only offer you and your daughter one piece of advice. Dishonor a man, and he will do much more. The consequence of being overly brain dead is to invite humiliation. You. Elder Wang's expression changed greatly. He had not expected Zhao Shangchen to reject him. Chapter 908, Inviting Humiliation, 4. Great. Just great. This is one debt that I will not forget. Damned brat, it is your good fortune to receive my daughter's favor, yet you don't know what's good for you. Do you think that you're a young master from the first city? If you're truly going to reject her, I guarantee that you would regret this in the future. This damned brat probably thinks that I'm only a mere elder from the Medicine Sect and not the sect master. That's why he has rejected me. Elder Wang's glare became even more malicious at the thought. His features now displayed an icy chill. Get out. The tone of voice used to utter these words was soft, yet they felt like a heavy weight as they slammed into Elder Wang's heart. He took a deep breath before he fiercely straightened his sleeves and left. Young master, are we really going to let him leave just like that? The beautiful handmaiden was not satisfied at all. After all, that old fellow had insulted the young master to such a degree, how could they just let him leave? Zhao Shangchen swept his gaze towards the beautiful handmaiden. He did not say a word, but the chill from those peach blossom eyes caused her to tremble. She threw herself into a kneeling position on the ground with a loud thud as her forehead broke into a cold sweat. Please forgive me, young master, your subordinate has overstepped. Remember, don't step into matters that you should not concern yourself with next time. Zhao Shangchen raised his brow slightly as he directed his gaze towards the sky. His demeanor no longer displayed his initial indolence. His entire being was like a sharp blade with a severe aura and an icy chill. Was he really going to let Elder Huang get away without repercussions after speaking to him in that way? No. When have I, Zhao Shangchen, ever been so kind? Anyone who crosses me shall meet a gruesome end. Are you done enjoying the show? Not long after that, Zhao Shangchen's severe aura slowly disappeared and he once again returned to his indolent state. His peach blossom eyes carried a smile as he turned towards a nearby spot in the sky. His voice had sounded very mischievous. The beautiful handmaiden jumped. She was still feeling dazed when she saw a figure appear out of thin air to stand right in front of Zhao Shangchen. A beautiful woman has thrown herself into your arms, yet the SLTTY4 prince would reject her as well. Gu Ruoyan curled the corners of her lips as she stared at the evil-looking and attractive man before her with a half smile on her face. Zhao Shangchen's face immediately turned black. SLTTY. When have I been SLTTY? To this day, I've never even touched a woman. Where did my SLTness come from? Actually, Zhao Shangchen was not completely unaware that he was always accompanied by a group of incomparably beautiful handmaidens wherever he went. Most people would make their judgments based on that. Beautiful woman, Zhao Shangchen laughed disdainfully and a hint of mockery flashed across his eyes. She's not even halfway there. However, if you, Xiao Yunsa, wish to throw yourself at me, I would most certainly accept that. Gu Ruoyan shrugged her shoulders and glanced at Zhao Shangchen with a half smile. Apologies, I'm not interested in a bottom. I expect that you're not all that interested in me yourself. Even though Zhao Shangchen has always teased her, Gu Ruoyan could tell that he had been taking care of her entirely for Gu Shangxiao's sake. It had nothing to do with any other sort of feelings. Zhao Shangchen's face turned even darker. Suddenly, he smiled slightly. That smile was as beautiful as 10 miles of peach blossom trees. Nothing more beautiful could be imagined. I am open to both men and women. Top or bottom, both are fine. Open to both men and women. Gu Ruoyan shivered fearfully when she heard that. However, she could tell that this fellow was only joking. After all, he views her as a bantering partner and nothing else. Zhao Shangchen, Gu Ruoyan raised an eyebrow as she observed him seriously. What kind of a person are you? Chapter 909, Inviting Humiliation, 5. Zhao Shangchen was shaken before he quickly regained his composure. His forlorn eyes then stared at Gu Ruoyan pitifully. Xiao Yunsa, we've known each other for such a long time yet you don't know what kind of person I am. This is truly heartbreaking. I'm asking about your identity. Gu Ruoyan replied with a half smile. You are the 4th prince of Vermilion Bird Country from the West Spirit Mainland and also the young master of the Dark Yin Palace, and there's another Dark Yin Palace in the first city. How is the Dark Yin Palace connected to you? Xiao Yunsa, you're overthinking things. Zhao Shangchen placed his hands behind his head as he directed his peach blossom gaze indolently towards Gu Ruoyan and spoke with a smile on the corner of his lips. The Dark Yin Palace I belong to is on the West Spirit Mainland. The Dark Yin Palace in the first city has nothing to do with me at all. We've known each other for such a long time. How could I find the ability to expand the Dark Yin Palace all the way to the first city? Oh, really? Gu Ruoyan's cool gaze seemed to see through everything clearly. She stared pointedly at Zhao Shangchen's lazy yet evil face. If I remember correctly, you are only the young master of the Dark Yin Palace. There is still the palace lord whose whereabouts are unknown and no one in this world has ever seen him before. I wonder where this palace lord could be. Zhao Shangchen could not help but admire Gu Ruoyan's intellect to be able to piece the connection between the two Dark Yin Palaces one together so quickly. However, he would never admit to that connection. This was an order from my master. Master had once warned me to not let Xiao Yunsa find out about anything before the time is right, so I have to hide it from her. After all, I don't dare go against master's orders. My master has already passed away. Zhao Shangchen shrugged and smiled indolently as if there was nothing wrong with cursing his own master. Gu Ruoyan narrowed her eyes when she heard this and observed Zhao Shangchen with utmost seriousness. Honestly, when the Grand Lord Hong Lian had given the First City's division chart to her, she was already suspicious on whether the Dark Yin Palace in the First City was in any way related to Zhao Shangchen. Now that she has bumped into Zhao Shangchen in the medicine sect, her suspicions have increased. The Dark Yin Palace was one of the more powerful forces in the First City. Even though it could not be compared to some of the best, it was definitely not at the same level as the Lin family. In other words, 100 Lin families could never match up to even one Dark Yin Palace. Zhao Shangchen, you may deny your relationship now, but one day, I'll find out who you really are. Gu Ruoyan loosened the knot between her brows and smiled mildly. Besides, unless my guess is wrong, Zhao Shangchen's current level in power seems to have increased considerably. At the Elder's chamber, Huang Fifei hurriedly rushed out to greet Elder Huang the moment she saw that he had returned. Her face was flushed with anticipation. Father, how did it go? What did he say? Has he agreed to marry me? Also, what is his level of power? When Elder Huang saw the anticipation on his daughter's face, he shook his head and sighed helplessly. He has refused. Crash. His words were like a stroke of lightning that pushed Huang Fifei backward. Her face turned as white as a sheet as her eyes stared mournfully at Elder Huang. Father, did you say that he has refused? Does he not like me too? Huang Fifei's expression created a pang in Elder Wang's heart and he hurried soothed her. No, it's not like that. It's just that he feels that he is too lowly and is not suitable for you. That was why he had rejected the offer. Hearing this, Huang Fifei's expression changed for the better. However, she still persisted. Father, is this really true? The reason for his rejection was not that he doesn't like me, but he thinks that he's not worthy of me. That's right. Elder Huang nodded. He has already decided that for the sake of his daughter, he must obtain the sect master's position. By then, that man will cry and beg for the opportunity to marry his daughter. Chapter 910, A Provocation 1. After leaving Zhao Shangchen's quarters, Gu Ruoyan decided to return to the guest rooms to get some rest. However, she unexpectedly overheard something as soon as she set foot into the rear courtyard, causing her to frown. You're a cripple and you dare to cross the medicine sect's Fifei. Kid, I advise you to kneel before Fifei and ask for her forgiveness. Perhaps she might even spare you and your sister. At this moment outside the guest room, a group of people had surrounded Chia Linyu, who had just stepped out. The leader of the group was a man in grey robes who was staring arrogantly down at Chia Linyu. His eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Who exactly is Huang Fifei? She was Elder Wang's daughter. Who, in the whole of the medicine sect, would dare to cross her? Yet these people can't even recognize what's good for them and had dared to make Huang Fifei their enemy. Aren't they looking for their own death? So, when Huang Fifei had sought them out, they immediately listened to her orders and came to cause trouble for Gu Ruan and Chia Linyu. Do these outsiders think that they can do whatever they want with Steward Lin's support? Was his power as a steward in the medicine sect be enough to match up against that of an elder's? If he had not held the sect master's token in his hand, Huang Fifei would have had every right to bar these outsiders from entering the medicine sect. Chia Linyu swept his clear, cold gaze across every face before him. His delicate features showed no signs of emotion as he coolly replied, "Get out of the way." Ha ha ha. The grey-robed man laughed maniacally and raised his lips in a condescending way. Even a cripple would dare to show such shamelessness before me. If it wasn't for the fact that you are so good-looking, I would have long driven you to a tragic end. Was there anyone in the medicine sect who was unaware of this grey-robed man's extreme liking towards men? He has an urge to capture any man with delicate features, have them as his boy toys. If he had not been one of Elder Wang's direct disciples, he would have long been thrown out of the medicine sect due to his peculiar liking for men. Chia Linyu's face was enveloped in ice. His clear and limpid eyes seemed to have frozen over, displaying a thick fog of chill. Move. This one word caused the man in grey's face to change drastically. His eyes gleamed with malice as he spoke. Damned brat, who do you think you are? You had the audacity to offend Huang Fifei and you're all clearly seeking your own deaths. However, I'm going to give you one last chance. You only need to serve me, then perhaps I might even put in a good word about you to Lady Fifei. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, his vulgar gaze began to scan Chia Linyu from top to toe. This little kid may be a cripple, but he has fair and delicate features. Especially that petite frame. I can't wait to press myself up against him. 1. You. Chia Linyu may be young, but he understood the meaning behind the man in grey's words. His delicate features flushed red with rage and his clear eyes gleamed with disgust as he glared fiercely back at that man. Dream on. HMPH, you really don't know how to appreciate favors. Guys, grab him. Once I've had my fun with him, we'll hand him over to Lady Fifei. The man in grey licked his lips and squinted his malicious eyes as a cold light flitted across his eyes. Huang Fifei had mentioned that as long as they did not kill the siblings, any form of torture was acceptable. Since that was the case, he might as well quench his thirst. Just as the medicine sect disciples were about to lay their hands on Chia Linyu, an arm reached out from behind them. A great force landed fiercely on top of the medicine sect disciples with a loud crash and forced them backward. Fresh blood began to trickle down the corner of their lips. The woman's hair fluttered under the light breeze. Gu Ruan now stood in front of Chia Linyu as her clear and cold eyes glared icily at the leader, the man in grey. Chapter 911, A Provocation 2. Oh, just as I was thinking of taking the brother away, the sister returns. The man in grey sneered scornfully as he stared at the girl in green who was standing in front of Chia Linyu. His eyes were filled with an obscene light. Since that's the case, why don't the both of you come with me? I have an appetite for both men and women anyway. Ha ha ha. Chia Linyu's eyes darkened substantially. He could tolerate anything that anyone throws at him, but he could not stand idle and watch as someone else leers obscenely at Gu Ruan. However, just as Chia Linyu was about to step forward, a hand reached out and grabbed his arm firmly. He trembled and stopped. He then glared in anger and annoyance at the man in grey's perverted face. You want to have both you and me? Gu Ruan smiled faintly, certain that you can pay the price. The man in grey narrowed his eyes. He knows very well that this woman had defeated Huang Fifei with one blow at the foot of the mountain and his powers were weaker than Huang Fifei's. Hence, if they were to fight, he was no match for this woman. However, Huang Fifei had mentioned that their job was only to provoke them and that she would take care of the rest. Ha ha, even if 100 of you attack me, I can definitely take you. The man in grey licked his cracked lips and squinted his eyes as he scanned Gu Ruan's body from top to toe. Woman, you've offended Huang Fifei, so it won't end well for you. If you still wish to live, try and please me and I'll ask her to be merciful to you. Otherwise, believe me, you would never be able to live for more than 3 days. Gu Ruan looked at the man in grey and laughed icily. It's not your fault for lacking intellect, but it's your own idiocy for allowing someone else to use you. Use me. The man in grey's brain momentarily lacked the ability to grasp this, nor could he comprehend the meaning behind Gu Ruan's words. He would rather not overanalyze it and waved his hand at the people next to him. He then clenched his teeth and commanded, all of you, go, as long as we can catch this woman, Lady Fifei will reward you. Hearing this, some of the other disciples' eyes sparkled. They immediately grabbed their weapons and charged towards Gu Ruan. Boom. At that moment, Gu Ruan's aura started to fluctuate and a hurricane began to whirl around her. There was a loud crash as she flung the medicine sect's disciples out of the way, causing them to spit blood from their mouths. None of them could tell when Gu Ruan had made her move. All they felt was a hand which had slammed fiercely onto their chests and threw their bodies out of the way like an arrow released from a bow. Is there anyone else who would like to try? Gu Ruan raised the corners of her lips. Even though her voice was soft, it was like a heavy weight which hammered into everyone's hearts. Who else would even dare to try? The group looked at each other before they crawled to their feet, yet they did not dare to step forward and challenge her. After all, this woman was far too powerful. They would not have the ability to resist her, based on their powers. Chia Linyu silently lowered his head. At the end of the day, I was the one who was responsible for inviting all the trouble we have encountered ever since we've set foot in the medicine sect. If I had not been crippled, none of this would have ever happened. All these had happened because of me. I had dragged my elder sister down with me, so much so that she is now facing the blame from the medicine sect. Chia Linyu's heart filled with self-blame and guilt at the thought of this. If I had not followed my sister here, all of this would never have happened. Chapter 912, A Provocation, 3. You say that you want Yue to serve you. Gu Ruan's eyes moved back and forth before resting on the man in grey. Her voice was clear, cold and light, yet it carried a thick sense of coercion. Besides, he also has to please you, is that so? The man in grey shivered and his expression filled with anxiety. He immediately dashed hurriedly towards the courtyard door nearby. Nervousness has begun to take over his heart. Didn't Wang Fifei say that all we needed to do was to provoke her and that she would take care of the rest? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Of course, Gu Ruan could see the look on his face very clearly, and she also caught sight of his eyes darting towards the door. She curled her lips gently as she spoke. Are you waiting for Wang Fifei's people to save you? Unfortunately, no matter who arrives today, you'll have to pay the price for everything you've said. Boom. Gu Ruan's fist landed fiercely on the man in grey's chest. Instantly, the man in grey flew out of the way and crashed heavily inside the courtyard. Fresh blood splattered continuously from out of his mouth, making him look absolutely horrifying. Just as he raised his fearful gaze, a leg landed heavily against his chest. That assault caused him to spit even more blood and he nearly breathed his last. Dragons always have their reversed scale. Gu Ruan's reversed scales are her loved ones. It did not matter whether this was Wang Fifei's trap, she did not mind stepping into the trap herself. Since Wang Fifei wants to use you, you can relax, I'll let you be used to your ultimate potential. Gu Ruan giggled. Wang Fifei knows her level of power, but she had asked such weaklings to approach her. The whole world knows her intention, but Gu Ruan was not willing to bow to her. Slam. Gu Ruan struck once again and the man in grey spat out another mouthful of blood. He now looked extremely pale as he stared in terror at the delicate features on her face. You're acting out in the medicine sect's territory, aren't you afraid of the consequences? The man in grey had used a great amount of effort just to complete that question. Gu Ruan turned around and looked at him. Since I'm bold enough to do this, it already proves that I'm not afraid of the medicine sect. The man in grey trembled violently and his face instantly turned ashen. Even though he was a pervert, he was good at reading people's intentions. He could see very clearly that Gu Ruan was speaking the truth. This woman's eyes show no sign of fear, and all there was confidence. Perhaps, this time, they have truly kicked a hot iron. At this moment, the man in grey suddenly hoped that Wang Fifei would not make any other move. Otherwise, if she truly angers this woman, the entire medicine sect might end up being burned to the ground. However, a sudden cry shattered all hope in his heart and killed all of his optimism. Gu Ruan, how dare you openly commit such thuggery in the medicine sect? You simply place no importance on the medicine sect at all. Guards, surround this woman and inform the sect master as well as my father so that they can come and serve justice. A woman in yellow robes slowly stepped forward. Her lips were curled into a sneer as she stared disdainfully at Gu Ruan. Even though Elder Huang had promised Wang Fifei that he would obtain the position of the medicine sect's sect master, Wang Fifei does not wish to let Gu Ruan live on for so long. She then planned to get rid of this eyesore of a woman herself. Chapter 913, A Provocation, 4. Therefore, she had asked a group of disciples from the medicine sect to provoke her. She anticipated that Gu Ruan, based on her personality, would lash out in a big way. By then, her heavy crime of harming a medicine sect's disciple would be enough for her to be exterminated 1,000 times, even if Steward Lin was to shield her. Wang Fifei was partially right. If this had been anyone else, they would have fallen neatly into her trap. Unfortunately, she had gone against Gu Ruan this time. Despite whatever crafty plots and intrigues she could come up with, none of it would have been successful. When he heard Wang Fifei's words, the man in grey's expression changed drastically. He tried to speak, but Gu Ruan sensed his intent and swept a clear and cold glare towards him. With just one look, the man in grey felt as if someone had just reached for his throat and pinched it. He could not make a sound. Soon enough, numerous large and bulky figures flew towards them. Wang Fifei's grin has grown even more prominent. She stared complacently at Gu Ruan, who was now surrounded by the group of people, and looked very pleased with herself. Those who oppose me will never receive a happy ending. While you may have used your body to seduce Lin Yang, this time, not even Lin Yang can save you. She had publicly harmed a disciple of the medicine sect. Not even the medicine sect's sect master could shield her now. Gu Ruan's expression was serene and silent. Her green robes were as clear and cold like the moon. She stood quietly as she observed the crowd which had charged towards her from not too far away. What's the meaning of this? The sound of an elderly voice slowly resounded from a distance. It fell into the ears of the crowd and silenced them. Sister. Chia Linyu clutched Gu Ruan's hand and looked somewhat nervous. He was not afraid, but he was worried for Gu Ruan. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing bad will happen. Gu Ruan patted Chia Linyu's hand as she turned around and flashed a smile at him. When Chia Linyu heard these words, he immediately felt his anxiety miraculously melt away. HMPH, is there even a need for explanation? Elder Huang sneered and glared at Gu Ruan as he spoke in a cold voice. The situation is clear to see. Someone has roughed up these medicine sect disciples and paid absolutely no attention to the medicine sect's prestige. If I were the sect master, I would never allow anything like this to happen. I will destroy the entire family of anyone who dares to lay a finger on the medicine sect. Gao Lin's expression sank. He glanced at Elder Huang before turning towards Gu Ruan and asked, Gu girl, what on earth is going on here? It's just as he said. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders. I've roughed up the disciples of the medicine sect. However, they were the ones who had provoked the fight first. Furthermore, this man had wanted my brother to please him. I couldn't hold my temper, so I had attacked. When Gao Lin heard this, he turned to face the man in grey beneath Gu Ruan's foot, and a sense of understanding flashed in his eyes. However, before he could speak, a sharp voice screamed out from the side, You're spouting rubbish, we did not provoke you at all. We had only been passing by when you had grabbed us and wanted to interrogate us about the secret hiding place of the pill formula. We had been unable to answer your questions, so you then attacked us. The person who had spoken up was obviously not the man in grey beneath Gu Ruan's foot, it was another youth from the medicine sect. Because that man in grey was now unable to even make a sound. What? The pill formula? Elder Wang's tone of voice shifted. He fixed his malicious glare upon Gu Ruan and spoke with animosity. I didn't think that not only would you attack the medicine sect's disciples, you would even be so treacherous as to want to rob us of our pill formula. Who do you think you are? Would a person like you have the right to own such a valuable treasure like the pill formula? Even if you are the Holy Doctor's disciple, you'll have to leave your life behind this time. Chapter 914, False Charges 1. The Holy Doctor's disciple. Huang Fifei sent an astonished look towards Gu Ruan. Never in a million years would she ever think that this woman was actually the Holy Doctor's disciple. Still, so what? This time, she had caused trouble in the medicine sect. It would not be reasonable even if the Holy Doctor were to step forward. Gu girl, please explain this to me. Gao Lin knit his brows. Honestly, he did not believe in their words at all. Even if Gu Ruan had truly intended to snatch the pill formula, why would she interrogate them in broad daylight? This was clearly a false charge. What disappointed Gao Lin was that his own disciples in the medicine sect would falsely accuse others. Especially since Gu Ruan was no average person. You still need an explanation. Elder Huang did not wait for Gu Ruan to speak and coldly cut her off. Sect Master, this matter is clear for all to see. This woman has harmed a disciple of the medicine sect and has intended on taking the pill formula away. Does a person like her deserve to be spared? It's no use even if she does give us an explanation. Many of our disciples can bear witness to this. Gu Ruan did not attempt to give any explanation for her actions. Instead, she only stared at Elder Huang with her clear, cold gaze. At this moment, she was like a mirror which exposed all the ugliness in the opposition's expression. Chia Linyu has nearly gone mad with rage. Aside from Chia Ming and his daughter, he has never met anyone else who was so shameless. They were clearly the ones who had provoked them, yet, in the end, they had made bogus accusations and are now framing others for theft. However, the fire in his heart slowly calmed down when he saw the calm look on Gu Ruan's face. Hee, Chia Linyu chuckled softly and his delicate features filled with disdain. My sister would never pay any attention to that scrap of pill formula. He was speaking the truth. All the pills sold on the West Spread mainland had been refined by Gu Ruan herself. She would not place any importance on one pill formula. Besides, he also knows that his sister had journeyed to the medicine sect in order to obtain the herbs needed to heal his arm. As for those precious medicinal herbs, they could only be found in the Northern Bloc territory. Chia Linyu was aware of Gu Ruan's power, but that does not mean that others would know this as well. Therefore, when they heard his smug declaration, Elder Huang immediately burst into laughter as if he had just heard the biggest joke in the world. He laughed so hard that he almost could not stop. A scrap piece of pill formula. This is a typical case of saying that the grapes were sour after being unable to eat the grapes. Elder Wang's lips curled into a disdainful angle as his elderly features filled with contempt. This is the first time an old man like me has ever heard anyone call a pill formula as a scrap. If you really don't see the rarity of that pill formula, you won't have wasted your effort in trying to steal it. Sect Master, I know that your relationship with the Holy Doctor is more than ordinary, but this matter involves the interests of the medicine sect. If you truly refuse to protect the medicine sect, your post as the Sect Master is at an end. Elder Huang had thought of dragging Gao Lin down from his position, but if he had done it that way, many would not feel satisfied with his decision. However, he had not expected Gao Lin himself to provide him with such an opportunity. If Gao Lin neglects the medicine sect in this manner and shields this woman who has intended to steal the pill formula, no one in the medicine sect would support him. Gao Lin has thought of this as well, so he has fallen silent. However, he returned to his senses after a short pause. A cold light flashed in his elderly features and he sent Elder Huang an icy glare. Elder Huang, your words have crossed a line. You've concluded that someone is guilty based only on the accusations of others. Since when have you been granted such a privilege? What if someone were to accuse you, Elder Huang, of plotting a rebellion? Should I punish you too? Chapter 915, False Charges 2. Though Gao Lin has always tolerated Elder Wang's demands, this does not mean that he does not have a temper. On the contrary, he has a very fiery temperament. He has always prioritized the medicine sect's best interests all this while, which was why he had tolerated this old fart for such a long time. Elder Wang's expression slowly changed. There was no way for him to miss the fact that Gao Lin was shielding Gu Ruan in his words. However, Elder Huang never imagined that Gao Lin, who has always been intelligent, would make such a foolish mistake at a time like this. He would never be able to make up for this mistake for the rest of his life. Elder Huang sneered at the thought and said arrogantly, Lord Sect Master, so many witnesses have just seen her try to steal the pill formula, so how could there be a mistake? Otherwise, why didn't they frame anyone else and accuse her instead? If someone stepped forward and accuses me of plotting against you, Lord Sect Master, I then would allow myself to be punished for the sake of peace in the medicine sect. Elder Huang had a righteous look on his face as he spoke. What he meant was that if anyone were to frame him in front of Gao Lin, he would willingly accept punishment for the sake of the medicine sect. Since he was so willing to accept his punishment, Gao Lin had no reason to spare Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan, in the meantime, had treated the scene as if she was watching a good show. Her delicate features were calm and serene as if the false accusations were of little importance to her. When she saw that Gao Lin was lagging in his debate with Elder Huang, she slowly opened her mouth to interrupt Gao Lin. Elder Huang, are you certain that you can confirm my crime based on what these people have said? She asked with a small smile. Her clear and cold gaze was turned towards Elder Huang as an unreadable light flashed in her eyes. Elder Huang laughed icily. I'd much rather believe in the medicine sect's disciples than you. Really? Gu Ruan smiled as she replied. Then if they've really framed me, what should their punishment be? Hee. Suddenly, someone laughed coldly. Huang Fifei raised her chin and stared arrogantly down at the graceful woman in green who was smiling softly. A disdainful light flashed across her eyes as she said, Gu Ruan, do you think that everyone else is just as vile and shameless as you? Every single one of the disciples from the medicine sect holds noble and virtuous values. No one here would ever falsely accuse others. If I were you, I'd confess to my own crimes. Denying it is useless. She had recruited all these people, so she had personally instructed them on what to say as well. Aside from her cronies, there was no other uninvolved third party here. Hence, no one could stand as a witness for Gu Ruan. However, if you'd still like to save face, end your own life now. This way, perhaps I'd still have some respect for you. Huang Feifei's lips curled into a sneer as she swept her disdainful gaze towards Gu Ruan. Otherwise, I will make sure that you lose your dignity completely and suffer a fate worse than death. Gu Ruan shrugged as she stared at the Huang father and daughter pair and said, I only have one question. If I can prove that these people have framed me, how do you intend on compensating me? The price for damaging my reputation is very steep. HMPH, Huang Feifei scoffed frostily and replied disdainfully, if you can prove that they're framing you, I, Huang Feifei, shall willingly compensate you with all the power I have for the rest of my life. First of all, Gu Ruan would need to find proof. All right. Gu Ruan smiled and turned towards Gao Lin before saying, Sect Master, I'll let you be the witness in acknowledging this. If I can prove that this matter was a false accusation, no matter what I do, no one can stop me. Hearing this, Huang Feifei's heart trembled. She did not know why, but she could not shake the feeling that something was not right. However, she was unable to pinpoint the reason at all. Besides, she had watched as the group carried out the provocation, so she was sure that there were not any loopholes that Gu Ruan could exploit. Chapter 916, False Charges, 3. When she remembered this, her apprehension slowly melted away. If you are truly able to prove it, Huang Feifei's fate shall be left into your care. May I ask if you, Elder Huang, would have any objections? Gao Lin's gaze turned towards Elder Huang as he queried. This. Elder Huang wrinkled his brows. After all, he was still a little more old-fashioned when compared with Huang Feifei. Even though he had never once paid any notice to Gu Ruan in the beginning, he began to hesitate after hearing her words. Could it be that she actually has a hidden chess piece, which was why she had dared to speak with such confidence? What's the matter? Gu Ruan smiled mildly, but her eyes remained just as cold as ever. However, that voice made the Huang father and daughter pair feel very uncomfortable. Are you scared? Since that's the case, why not just admit that you were the ones who had recruited these people to falsely accuse me? As long as you confess, I will let you off willingly. Elder Huang stared at the woman in green's face, which was glowing with confidence. He could not help but want to let this bet go. The future was long. If she was truly able to obtain proof, then they should not rush things. Besides, the medicine sect will fall into his hands sooner or later. By then, he could attack her at the same time, so why shoulder the risk now? Face her. Elder Huang relaxed his brow. How about we let this go for now? If this woman does not have any proof, how could she act with such confidence? However, just as Elder Huang said this, he clearly saw Gu Ruan heave a sigh of relief. This realization shook him. He quickly regained his senses and smiled curtly. He now assumed that this woman had carried such a confident look on her face to create doubt in him, so they would let her off. Unfortunately, regardless of her great acting skills, she had been exposed in the end. No, Huang Feifei glared at Gu Ruan. A bet is a bet. Why should I have to fear this woman? She can produce the evidence if she has the ability. I simply do not believe that she can prove her innocence. Since that's what Facer wants, I'll agree to your terms. Elder Huang smiled icily as he turned around, faced Gao Lin and said, I agree to this wager. If she is successful in proving her innocence, she may do whatever she wishes to Facer. If there's no proof, you would not be able to shield her anymore. When Chia Linyu heard this, he stared at the Huang father and daughter as if they were a pair of idiots. Would my sister ever do anything without a guarantee? It's settled. Since both sides are in an agreement, I'm willing to be the notary. Gao Lin smiled and turned towards Gu Ruan. Gu girl, please show us your evidence. Honestly speaking, he believes that Gu Ruan has a good shot at winning this wager. This way, they could chip away at the Huang father and daughter's arrogance. I've already prepared the evidence. A malevolent smile hung on Gu Ruan's face. With a flick of her hand, a jade ornament appeared in her palm. Elder Huang did not know why, but when he saw the smile on Gu Ruan's face, an uncomfortable pang began to bubble up from the recesses of his heart. He was just about to speak when they all heard a vulgar voice coming from the jade pendant. Oh, just as I was thinking of taking the brother away, the sister returns. Since that's the case, why don't the both of you come with me? I have an appetite for both men and women anyway. Ha ha ha. You want to have both you and me? Certain that you can pay the price. Ha ha, even if 100 of you attack me, I can definitely take you. Woman, you've offended Huang Feifei, so it won't end well for you. If you still wish to live, try and please me and I'll ask her to be merciful to you. Otherwise, believe me, you would never be able to live for more than 3 days. It's not your fault for lacking intellect, but it's your own idiocy for allowing someone else to use you. All of you, go. As long as we can catch this woman, Lady Feifei will reward you. Chapter 917, False Charges, 4. Boom. Elder Wang's elderly features froze in place and he no longer heard anything else from the conversation. He only the name, Huang Feifei, which was clearly mentioned by the vulgar-sounding man's voice. His elderly face instantly turned ashen. How could this be? Feifei had planned this matter all on her own. Even so, how did Gu Ruan manage to record those voices in the jade pendant? You're framing me. Huang Feifei recovered from her initial shock and screamed at Gu Ruan. Don't think that you can prove I had sent those people simply with that jade ornament. I've never done such a thing. Father, please take this SLT away. She actually has the audacity to make false accusations against me. I must have her sliced into 1,000 pieces. Just as Huang Feifei spoke, she charged towards Gu Ruan as if seized by a bout of madness. She rushed with bared fangs and brandished her claws towards the jade ornament in Gu Ruan's hand. Huang Feifei, stop right there. Boom. A powerful wave of energy slammed into Huang Feifei's body. She was sent flying out of the way before she could even reach Gu Ruan. An elderly figure then descended from the sky as he stared at her motionlessly. Huang Fifei, you're really great, aren't you? You would even frame a guest of the medicine sect. Gao Lin lifted the corners of his lips into a cold smile as he stared down at the woman in yellow who was lying on the ground. His voice was sharp and cold. All the witnesses were shocked to the core, especially the ones who had come to provoke Gu Ruoan. They began to tremble as they never expected to be implicated at all. Most of all, they had planted false evidence against Gu Ruoan in front of the sect master. She's making false accusations against me. Huang Fifei gritted her teeth vehemently and glared at Gu Ruoan. I, Huang Fifei, have never done such a thing. This is all evidence that she had fabricated on her own. I wasn't going to confess anyway. As long as I don't confess, this woman can't do anything to me. At this moment, Huang Fifei missed the anxiety on Elder Wang's face as she entirely focused on defending herself. Fabricated. Hee. Huang Fifei, do you think me a fool? Do you really think that you and your father are the ones who make the decisions here? Gao Lin laughed icily. The Gu girl's jade ornament is a divine weapon and it can record any conversation. I've read about this divine weapon in the ancient books. At this point, do you still want to claim that she's making false accusations against you? Divine weapon. Whoosh. Upon hearing those words, Huang Fifei's expression turned ghostly and she looked absolutely horrified. However, beneath that horror lay deep-seated venom. Gu Ruoan. Elder Huang finally regained his senses and glared hatefully at Gu Ruoan's delicate and pretty features. He gritted his teeth and asked, you had proof in your hand, so why had you acted as if you didn't? When on earth did I act as if I didn't have any proof? Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders. If I didn't have proof, would I have suggested this wager? You. Elder Huang was maddened with anger and his elderly face filled with malevolence. I had thought to let you off, so I had initially refused the wager. At that time, you clearly let out a sigh of relief. That showed you had a guilty conscience. He thought that Gu Ruoan had purposely acted guiltily to force him to give up on this wager. This way, she could escape this disaster. Who would have thought that she actually did have proof in her hands? Since that was the case, why would she act as if she did not? Gu Ruoan smiled. If I hadn't done that, would you have accepted this wager so readily? If there's anything to blame, blame your lack of experience and your naivety. You're far too easy to fool. Too. Elder Huang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes looked bloodshot as if he had not slept for a good few nights, glaring ferociously at Gu Ruoan. This damned girl, not only had she set me up, she's actually telling me that I lack experience. Imagine a scene where an old man over 50 years of age was being scolded by a 20-year-old little girl for lacking experience. Especially since the girl also said that he was naive, which had led to him being fooled too easily. Chapter 918, Huang Fifei's Hatred 1. Little girl, I've played into your hands this time. Elder Huang took a deep breath to suppress the fiery rage in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, therefore, I will let you off this time. Facer, we're leaving. Gu Ruoan smiled when she saw that Elder Huang and his daughter were about to try and leave. She said, Elder Huang, since you've agreed on the bet, then you must accept the loss. Do you really think that you can leave just like that? HMPH. Elder Huang paused in his steps and turned around to face Gu Ruoan. He then replied in an icy voice, Gu girl, let this old man give you a piece of advice. Conduct yourself by leaving a gleam of light for others and you will be well met in the future. Don't argue to the point of death. There are some people who should not be provoked. Not a bad phrase. Conduct yourself by leaving a gleam of light for others and you will be well met in the future. Gu Ruoan stroked her chin and smiled. Unfortunately, I have never thought of meeting you again in the future, so there's no need for me to leave this gleam of light. Elder Wang's expression has turned ashen from anger. Flames of rage were dancing within his muddy pupils. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since someone younger had dared to speak to me in such a manner? Great. This was just great. If the woman named Gu Ruoan does not die here today, from here on, I won't have a place to mingle on the mainland anymore. Gu Ruoan, you are most certainly an intolerable bully. If you had not used such an unscrupulous scheme to scam us, would we have agreed to the wager? Since I'm here, I'd like to see who dares to lay a hand on my daughter one. He raised his elderly features and swept his gaze arrogantly across every face in the crowd. His tone of voice was pompous beyond measure and was fueled by an air of dominance. Gu Ruoan, who had been standing next to Xie Linyu, suddenly vanished. When she reappeared, she was right next to Huang Fifei. Without any warning, she slammed her hand fiercely onto Huang Fifei's chest. A powerful force burst into her body with a loud crash, snapping all her tendons. Splatter. Huang Fifei spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled backward before collapsing weakly onto the ground. Her initially rosy cheeks were now completely white as if she had just experienced a severe loss of blood. Facer. Elder Wang's eyeballs nearly split open at the sight of Huang Fifei's body on the ground. A fiery rage exploded within his being with a bang as he ignored everything else and charged straight towards Gu Ruoan. Damned girl, you dared to hurt my daughter. I'll make you pay for this with your life. A few other medicine sect's disciples who had been slowly drawn to the scene witnessed this and could not help but gasp. Elder Huang was being far too shameless. They had clearly lost the wager, and not only did they not feel any remorse, they had converted the shame to anger and were now trying to kill others. Nevertheless, if it had not been for the fact that the Huang father and daughter pair had solid support behind the scenes, they would never have the audacity to act with such impudence. Elder Huang, what are you trying to do? Gao Lin had initially been shocked by Gu Ruoan's sudden attack. When he finally regained his senses, he saw Elder Huang charging towards Gu Ruoan's figure and his expression changed drastically as he bellowed. Stop right there. However, Elder Huang did not seem to hear Gao Lin's command at all. At this point in time, there was only one thing on his mind, to kill the woman in front of him and avenge his poor daughter. Chi. Gu Ruoan's expression had remained the same despite being faced with Elder Wang's ferocious aura. Her calm eyes were like the serene waters of a lake with no sign of any ripples at all. Shortly after, the crowd watched as she slowly called out a name. Chapter 919, Huang Feifei's Hatred 2. Bang! As soon as the name rolled off her tongue, an endless flame came spiraling out from her being and formed a fiery hurricane. With a loud crash, the flaming inferno charged towards Elder Huang and threw him out of the way. Slam! Elder Huang fell heavily on the ground. He then stared in shock at the growing flames in the sky. It was not just Elder Huang who had reacted this way, everyone else was also shocked. They were aching to know what that strange flame was that even a martial supreme such as Elder Huang was unable to retaliate against. Merely a bunch of minuscule humans not even large enough to fit the space between the Lord Vermilion Bird. Yet you had the audacity to act with such arrogance. Now, I will show you what true arrogance means. A large red figure descended from the sky. Its fiery red eyes were filled with contempt and disdain as well as an indisputable arrogance. However, the most shocking thing of all was that person who had manipulated the flames and harmed Elder Huang was actually a little Lolita of only a few years of age. No one would have thought that this adorable little thing before them would have uttered such proud and arrogant words to the world. Seriously, the difference was far too great. A spiritual beast. Gao Lin stared at Gu Ruoan in shock before he fell silent. If I heard it right, the Gu girl had addressed the little Lolita as Qi. Qi. This was the true name of the Vermilion Bird, a member of the 4 divine beasts. What is the divine beast, the Vermilion Bird, doing in her hands? She also acknowledges her as her master. Actually, Qi was unlike the other spiritual beasts. The other spiritual beasts had willingly formed a contract with Gu Ruoan, but Qi had been forced to do so by her own brothers and sister. However, she did not have much of a choice either. She had to form a contract so that she could continue to be with her friends. Besides, the ancient divine phoenix Xixi was Gu Ruoan's contracted spiritual beast as well. Following her around would not be of any shame to the Vermilion Bird. What? This little Lolita is a spiritual beast. Could it be that this spiritual beast is at the rank of a martial supreme? Heavens, a martial supreme spiritual beast who is an adorable little Lolita like this. I want one too. Everyone was shocked when they all heard Gao Lin's words, but most of them were filled with envy and jealousy. Even though this woman had defeated Huang Feifei, she was a high-level martial honor at most. Otherwise, she would not have been unable to fight against Elder Huang. Nevertheless, if she was a high-level martial honor, why would she have a contract with a martial supreme level spiritual beast? Isn't she much too fortunate? Elder Huang clenched his fist and his malicious glare was enough to carve a cavity in Gu Ruoan's face. He never thought that he would have lost so horribly, and to make matters worse, by the hands of 20-year-old girl too. Especially since this little girl had also just wounded his precious daughter. Ha ha ha. Elder Huang suddenly burst into laughter. His smile was full of scorn and those who were looking at Gu Ruoan felt pity for her. Gu Ruoan, you have some guts. Even I cannot be compared to you. Unfortunately, so what if you are powerful? In the face of such a great force in the first city, you are just as tiny as an ant and will be trampled on easily. Believe me, in just a few days, you'll become a soul sacrifice under the blade of the first city's cultivators. You won't be able to escape. That's right. In just 2 more days, the cultivators from the first city will arrive. By then, my alliance with the first city will topple the medicine sect, and this woman, shielded by Gao Lin, will not escape death. Anyone who crosses me must pay a horrible price. Chapter 920, Huang Feifei's Hatred 3. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders and smiled. While it's true that I can't defeat the cultivators of the first city, I also don't fear them either. Any powerful enemy is my stepping stone towards greatness. So what if it is the first city? If I ever become afraid of an organization, I'll never be able to experience any form of growth for the rest of my life. The medicine sect's disciples felt a sense of enlightenment when they heard her words. They had all encountered similar situations at some point, and they would flee if they ever faced an enemy who was far too powerful. Not one of them has ever used this as motivation to become better. If someone no longer has any enemies, their level of power would remain at a standstill for the rest of their life. There was nothing to be afraid of when one faces a powerful enemy. It all depends on your choices. Elder Huang, don't you feel any shame? Gao Lin sneered and a hateful light flashed across his elderly features. You're both mainly at fault in this matter. Firstly, you had falsely accused the Gu girl. The Gu girl has produced the evidence, yet you still don't admit defeat. Huang Feifei's powers are now severed, and this is in accordance with the agreement made during the wager. What crime has the Gu girl committed that you would want to have her killed? Hee. Elder Wang's smile held an eerie light and his gaze was filled with malice. Gao Lin, you may have behaved intelligently all your life, but you've become careless at this moment. You may shield her now, but, sooner or later, you will pay the price for your choice today. Once Elder Huang had said his piece, he slowly rose to his feet and walked towards Huang Feifei. He picked her up before heading towards the direction of the Elder's courtyard. Are you trying to escape? The Vermilion Bird's cherubic features slowly lit up with an angry flame which whirled angrily from within her being, emitting a scorching heat. I have not given you permission to leave. Who asked you to leave? Her manner of speaking was full of dominance, but her voice was tender and youthful. It sounded a lot like someone willfully throwing a tantrum. However, no one dared presume that the Vermilion Bird was merely throwing a childish tantrum. Everyone knows that if the Elder was to take another step, this little Lolita would certainly incinerate him until not even his ashes would be left. Sure enough, Elder Huang did not dare to move a muscle when he heard her voice. He suppressed the fiery rage within his heart, turned around and asked, Gu Ruoan has already turned my daughter into a good-for-nothing. What more do you want? Kowtow and apologize, or leave one of your arms behind. The little Vermilion Bird raised her fiery brows and demanded with a domineering voice. This was an order from Lord Zixi. If these people don't kowtow to the master and confess their crimes, don't let them leave. She does not dare to defy Lord Zixi's orders. You. Elder Huang was so angry that he was on the brink of insanity. If it had not been for the fact that he could not defeat the little Lolita, he would never have tolerated this. He would have made her adorable little face bloom long ago. You talk too much. The little Vermilion Bird laughed icily. With a wave of her tiny hand, she sent a spurt of flames towards Elder Huang. It ignited his clothes with a whoosh and soon enveloped his entire arm. Elder Huang was now white with shock. He hurriedly threw Huang Fifei onto the ground and quickly tore his sleeve off. However, the flames were already burning strongly, and even after he had torn his sleeve off, he could not stop them at all. "Help me, one of you." He quickly turned towards a medicine sect's disciple and bellowed as his face twisted in agony. The medicine sect's disciple's reaction was a little delayed, but, in the end, he had gone to Elder Huang and stomped on his arm fiercely. Despite that, he could not put out the flames no matter how hard he tried. Chapter 921, Huang Feifei's Hatred 4. You can stop wasting your energy. How can my flames be extinguished by insignificant humans such as yourselves? If I allow you to extinguish them, I would not be able to socialize in the spiritual beast world ever again. It would be too embarrassing. The vermilion bird rolled her eyes and viewed Elder Huang's attitude with disdain. She then pulled up a stool, sat down and smiled as she observed Elder Huang, whose arm was slowly changing shape. If you still want that arm, you'd better come over to Kowtow and apologize to my master and my master's brother. Furthermore, I want you to write down your sin of falsely accusing my master and plaster that on the medicine sect's door so that anyone who passes by can see how Elder Huang has slandered a guest of the medicine sect. Sect Master. Elder Huang did not even look at the little vermilion bird. He turned around towards Gao Lin and said, "You're willing to let these people bully the members of the medicine sect? Are you not afraid of disappointing your disciples?" Gao Lin wrinkled his brows and turned towards Elder Huang irritably. "You were the one at fault, so you can figure it out yourself. Honestly, that little lady in red is very powerful. She is at least more powerful than I am. I don't wish to lose the entire medicine sect for your sake." What? Elder Huang was shocked when he heard this. Even the people around him were stunned. The sect master was the #1 cultivator in the medicine sect, and even he was no match for the vermilion bird. What kind of terrifying existence does this little lily hold? Elder Huang understood that if he does not listen to the little vermilion bird's demands today, his arm will soon turn into ashes. In the end, he turned around and slowly approached Gu Ruan and Chia Linyu. "Hurry up, apologize and write your confession letter." The little vermilion bird crossed her legs as she smiled and said, "If you delay any further, I can't guarantee whether you would still be able to keep your arm. Of course, if you had no intention of sticking up for your daughter after master had crippled her, I might have spared you, but you had then insisted on killing my master. I'll sever whichever arm you were thinking of using against my master." Elder Huang clenched his fists as his heart filled with unending anger and hatred. However, he then took a deep breath and, in front of everyone's eyes, knelt before Gu Ruan. "Miss Gu, it was Face's mistake this time and my fault for not being strict with her. Please, Miss Gu, spare us." This was the first time he has ever confessed that he had been overly lenient when it came to her upbringing. However, his confession had been made under forced circumstances, so one could easily imagine the distress in Elder Huang's heart. "That person, what's your name?" The little vermilion bird turned towards Gao Lin as she raised her brows and said, "Go get a piece of paper so this old fart can tell the world about how he had framed my master in a written confession. This father and daughter pair had dared to design grand schemes around my master, so I must ensure that they suffer a complete defeat and fall from grace." As she spoke, Huang Fifei, who was lying on the ground, trembled. She lowered her eyelids and hid the malice and bone-deep hatred in her eyes. A complete defeat and fall from grace. This was the fate that she had intended for Gu Ruan, but she had to suffer it instead. If that man were to find out about what I've done, would he still accept me? Huang Feifei's heart felt a pang when she thought of Zhao Shangchen's impish and peerless features, and she clenched her delicate fists. Her eyes were like daggers which had been dipped in poison. Their look was absolutely terrifying. "Gu Ruan, this is all your fault. It was you've destroyed my good name and my happiness. I, Huang Fifei, hereby swear that if I don't kill you, I can no longer be considered human." Chapter 922, First City, Wind Valley, 1. During this period of time, Elder Huang and his daughter's reputation has become infamous. Everyone on the East Peak mainland was aware of their infamy, not just the cultivators who have visited the medicine sect. Even children who have just begun to babble knew Elder Huang's gallant achievements. According to the rumor, Elder Huang's daughter Huang Fifei had an arrogant and despotic attitude. Just because a woman who had visited the medicine sect as a guest had offended her, Huang Fifei had schemed to frame her for stealing the medicine sect's pill formula. No one could have anticipated that the woman would manage to produce the evidence to prove her innocence. They also had not expected Elder Huang to lose all sense and side with his daughter. He had not hesitated to step in and attempt to murder the woman who had been framed. Even though Huang Fifei had once created a sensation on the mainland, that sensation did not have very much effect on the general population. Only the more powerful organizations had been aware of her actions. However, this time, her reputation has been completely swept away. Even a 3-year-old child would scorn her attitude. On the other hand, another sensational piece of news soon followed that. According to a few medicine sect disciples, the woman who had been framed by Huang Fifei was the Holy Doctor's disciple. Knowing the Holy Doctor's explosive temper, how could he condone his disciple to be bullied by others? A lot of people were now waiting for a good show. They wanted to know this: who was more powerful, the Holy Doctor or the medicine sect's sect master? "Damned girl, I had allowed you to set foot in the medicine sect before me and you ended up causing such a fucking huge ruckus." At this moment, Gu Ruan was in her room. Her eyes were closed and she was resting when she heard someone bellow loudly from outside the door. She opened her eyes and raised her eyebrows as she replied with a half smile, "Master, your old body has arrived very quickly." Zoom. A ray of white light charged into the room, zipping towards Gu Ruan's face. The Holy Doctor had clearly rushed right over, so he looked rather tired and was obviously worn out from his travels. His white hair was a messy and unkempt tangle, looking as if he had not combed it for a very long time. "Little girl, from what I've heard, not only have you crippled Elder Wang's daughter, Huang Fifei, you've also crippled one of Elder Wang's arms and forced him to write a letter of confession." The Holy Doctor glared fiercely at Gu Ruan and his voice held hints of labored breathing. "You've certainly developed your abilities, you've even managed to turn the medicine sect upside down." Hearing this, Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders and replied leisurely, they had provoked me first, I was only acting out of defense. You, Bai Zhongshan's elderly face became even more incensed, you really can't wait for your master at all, can you? If you had not managed to obtain the vermilion bird a few days ago, do you think that you would have been able to defeat that old fart, Elder Huang? What if you had been unable to injure him at all and, instead, ended up getting hurt? That old fart has always been a petty villain who would seek revenge over the smallest grievances. Would it have killed you to fucking wait for me? Bai Zhongshan was nearly mad with rage. He never thought that letting Gu Ruan arrive first would have generated such a huge ruckus. At the end of the day, Elder Huang was still a martial supreme. Even though Gu Ruan has a few spiritual beasts on hand for protection, what if she had been unable to release her spiritual beasts and had ended up encountering an evil scheme? Furthermore, Elder Huang was also backed by Wind Valley of the First City. It was a good thing that the cultivators of Wind Valley were not in the medicine sect at that time. Otherwise, by the time he had arrived, he might only have been able to see her corpse. At this moment, each time he thought of the circulating rumors, Bai Zhongshan would be filled with fear. When he had first heard the news, he had hurriedly put aside the matter that he had been handling and rushed right over. If anything were to happen to this girl, he would never be able to forgive himself. Chapter 923, First City, Wind Valley, 2. I couldn't do anything else about it either. Gu Ruan looked absolutely exasperated. They kept provoking me and I had initially ignored them, but, in the end, they wanted my life so I had fought back. Besides, don't I look alright? Even without Qi, Zixi is around so I'm not in any danger. For the sake of Bai Zhongshan's heart, Gu Ruan did not tell him that even if she was to fight Elder Huang on her own, she might not lose to him anyway. Bai Zhongshan's voice then became sluggish. How could I have forgotten? This little girl has the ancient divine pagoda and is Zixi's master. With the ancient divine phoenix Zixi by her side, an insignificant human like Elder Huang could never be able to hurt her. Except, little girl, now that you've attacked Elder Huang, he must be harboring a bone-deep hatred towards you. Why had you not severed the roots as well back then? You've already crossed the first city, there's nothing wrong with crossing them even more. Bai Zhongshan rolled his eyes and glanced at Gu Ruan as he asked. He still has his uses. Gu Ruan laughed softly, I have crippled Huang Feifei's powers. In general, there's nothing she can withstand. As for that Elder Huang, I've spared him for now so, naturally, he would be of some use to me. HMPH, Bai Zhongshan scoffed icily as a fiery rage burned from within his elderly features. I don't care what uses you think he has, that old fart, Elder Huang, had the audacity to make a move against my precious disciple. If I don't cripple him, I'll wipe out his surname. This time, he no longer waited for Gu Ruan to speak and disappeared from the bedchamber with a loud whoosh. An angry roar then echoed through the sky above the medicine sect, shaking the entire place. Huang Xuan, you get your SS out here and face your death. In the elder's chambers, Elder Huang trembled when he heard the loud roar. The pen in his hand dropped and rolled right off to the ground as his elderly features completely drained of color. Previously, when Bai Zhongshan had been yelling at Gu Ruan, the entire medicine sect had heard it all very clearly. Therefore, Elder Huang had thought that Bai Zhongshan was unhappy with everything Gu Ruan had done and would punish her severely. Who would have thought that the old man would charge towards him after that? Bai Zhongshan was indeed angry at Gu Ruan's attitude, but he never felt that his disciple had done anything wrong. To him, Gu Ruan would never do anything wrong. Even if she had been in the wrong, it must have been a miscommunication. Who would dare oppose this? The real reason why he was so angry was that Gu Ruan had not waited for him before making her move. If Gu Ruan did not have such powerful spiritual beasts on hand, then she would have suffered some pretty heavy wounds and maybe even end up losing her life. Of course, Bai Zhongshan did not consider the fact that since Gu Ruan had dared to launch her attack, that proved that she had a 100% guarantee of success. An old man was dressed in disheveled white robes was now standing in the medicine sect's courtyard. He glared angrily at the courtyard's gate and his elderly features were full of rage as he roared furiously once again, Huang Xuan, if you don't effing get your SS out here, I'll run your territory to the ground. As he spoke, a figure hurriedly stumbled out. When he saw that figure, Bai Zhongshan's expression became even uglier as the fiery rage within his soul burned brighter and brighter. He gritted his teeth and said, how great you are, Huang Xuan, you must be sick of living since you had the audacity to harm my disciple. If I don't cripple you today, I'll wipe out your surname. Chapter 924, First City, Wind Valley, 3. Though my disciple had said that this guy still has his uses, which was why she had spared his life, that does not mean that I'm willing to leave it at just that. Elder Wang's expression has changed drastically. His eyes filled with malice as he said, my daughter has now become a good-for-nothing thanks to your disciple and I've nearly lost an arm as well. I've cut out and apologized to her. I've also written a letter of confession. What more do you want? Bai Zhongshan scoffed and stared arrogantly at Elder Huang. Have you gone deaf? Did you not hear me? I'm here to cripple you. You. Elder Huang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He glared fiercely at Bai Zhongshan, gritted his teeth and said, the two of you better stop being so unsatisfied with your gains. Ha ha ha. Bai Zhongshan laughed maniacally. That matter had been previously handled by my disciple, so what does it have to do with me? What does being unsatisfied with small gains even mean? This is the very first time that I've come to you to ask for payment, so how is the being unsatisfied with small gains? Elder Huang wanted to explode each time he saw the shameless look on that old man's face, but, in the end, he decided to suppress his anger. He was only a low-level martial supreme and Bai Zhongshan was already a mid-level martial supreme. Even though they were only one level apart, the difference in power was like a vast gulf between them. If they were to fight, he would be of no match for the man in front of him. Therefore, Elder Huang took a deep breath and suppressed the anger within his heart. He then softened his tone of voice and said, Holy Doctor, Feisa had been in the wrong in this whole matter. I've already punished her and she knows her mistakes. Furthermore, she no longer has any powers and is now a good for nothing. You would refuse to spare us both. HMPH. Bai Zhongshan scoffed icily and a look of disdain flashed across his face. If you have wiped hatred from your eyes, perhaps I might even have believed your words. Unfortunately, your eyes have betrayed you. I know that you must be aching to kill me and Yunsa, and I can also understand why you feel this way. However, that would first include the fact that you have any powers in the first place. Bai Zhongshan. When Elder Huang realized that the old man had seen through his deepest and darkest thoughts, he no longer tried to suppress his anger and replied furiously, both you and your disciple have such cruel hearts, are you not afraid of retribution? Retribution. Bai Zhongshan sneered and replied with disdain, if I were to face retribution after crippling you, that only proves that the gods are blind. Who would want to obey such blind gods? Elder Huang clenched his fist. He has already cursed Bai Zhongshan 1,000 times over in his heart. Just as he was thinking of a way to escape, a soft laugh suddenly sounded. It was crystal clear like a black-napped oriole, beautiful and moving. The medicine sect sure is bustling with noise and excitement. I wonder if I've arrived too late. As the figure descended to the ground, few other figures also suddenly appeared in the sky. The person at the frontmost of the group was a woman who was dressed in green robes which fluttered elegantly. She held an emerald green flute in her hand as she slowly descended from the sky. This woman in green was followed by a group of beautiful maidservants. Hence, the elderly figures amidst the beautiful maidservants was obviously very eye-catching. Elder Feng. Huang Xuan's eyes sparkled when he saw the grey-robed elder. He then quickly cried out, Elder Feng, quick, come and save me. Chapter 925. First City, Wind Valley, 4. Elder Feng. Bai Zhongshan wrinkled his brows and turned to face the countless guests behind him. His was slightly startled upon seeing who they were. If my senses are in order, these people hold great power within their bodies. Even their maidservants are extremely powerful. On this entire mainland, there's only one place that contains so many powerful cultivators. Bai Zhongshan took a deep breath at that thought and spoke with a stern look in his eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, if my guess is right, you must be from the first city's Wind Valley. The man whom Huang Xuan had addressed as Elder Feng glanced at Bai Zhongshan when he heard those words. However, when he sensed Bai Zhongshan's power, a hint of disdain flashed across his eyes. Nonetheless, he did not show his disdain at all. His elderly voice remained stern and severe as he stood behind the woman in green like a revered god of war. That's right, the woman in green smiled gently. Her behavior was elegant and graceful with no sign of arrogance at all. We are from Wind Valley. We heard that someone from the medicine sect has uncovered a pill formula, so we wanted to come by and join in on the fun. I wonder if the medicine sect's master would welcome us. As she spoke, her gaze turned to look at a patch of the sky not too far away. Her beautiful eyes were filled with smiles and her voice was like a black-napped oriole, clear and moving. It was an indulgence to listen to her speak. Ha ha ha, eldest lady Feng Xiaoxiao of Wind Valley, you certainly have a sharp wit. Since you've all personally made an appearance, why should I refuse your presence? A bout of loud laughter pierced through the air. Soon, they all saw the medicine sect's master, Gao Lin, slowly appearing out of thin air. The meaning behind his choice of words was obvious. He was implying that they were all uninvited guests. Feng Xiaoxiao. Bai Zhongshan shuddered. Even though he had never been to the first city, he still has some measure of understanding towards the powers within the first city. Feng Xiaoxiao was the lord of Wind Valley's daughter and has become the young valley lord at a very young age. The full measure of her power was a profound mystery. He did not expect Feng Xiaoxiao to personally show up as the representative of Wind Valley. This time, it looks like it would no longer be so easy to obtain the Northern Bloc territory. Even though the eldest lady of Wind Valley does not have a lot of interest in the territories outside her city, she would certainly be interested in pill formulas. Besides, based on Feng Xiaoxiao's exclamation, their objective here was definitely for the sake of the pill formula. Sect Master, you are too kind. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled and she did not show any anger towards Gao Lin's rude words. She maintained a warm smile on her beautiful face which was as gentle as a spring breeze. This time, I've indeed arrived uninvited. It's really all because of that pill formula. It's simply too alluring to me. I had no choice but to thicken my skin and make a trip to the medicine sect as a guest for the sake of that pill formula. Initially, Gao Lin had a few more things he wanted to say, but after hearing Feng Xiaoxiao's words, he began to feel embarrassed and was momentarily unable to speak up. HMPH. Bai Zhongshan, however, paid no attention to the power of Wind Valley. He scoffed icily as he said, I don't care what the Wind Valley's objectives are. Huang Xuan had bullied my disciple, so I won't let him off so easily. Huang Xuan was Wind Valley's spy in the outside world. This was not really a secret amongst the members of the medicine sect, so when he heard Bai Zhongshan's words, Elder Feng furrowed his brows and sent an ugly look towards Bai Zhongshan. Huang Xuan is a member of Wind Valley. If you wish to lay your hands on him, you would need to ask our permission. Chapter 926. First City, Wind Valley, 5. Bai Zhongshan now has a very ugly look on his face and he was close to spitting fire. Gao Lin noticed the look on his face and nearly jumped in shock. He quickly grabbed Bai Zhongshan's shoulder and whispered into his ear. You better hold it in for a while, the cultivators of Wind Valley are just too powerful. Besides, these people are all at the rank of a Marshal Supreme and above. Even if we were to join forces, we would be no match for them. If you really want to retaliate against Elder Huang, wait for them to leave first. You need to understand that the first city has its rules and most Marshal Supremes cannot leave the city so easily. These people must have their reasons for coming here, but once they've left this time, it would not be so easy for them to return the next time. Wind Valley has sent their Marshal Supremes. They could resist them for a while if they joined forces, and besides, there was also the highly abnormal Grand Lord Hong Lian. However, Gao Lin was right about one thing. The first city would not normally allow any martial saints to go out of the city so easily. This time, Feng Xiaoxiao must have gone through a lot of trouble to obtain permission. If she were to leave now, it would be unknown when she would be allowed to come out of the city again. Bai Zhongshan was at a loss. He was not afraid of the first city's cultivators, but he was afraid of dragging Guru Ruan down with him. What if one of his brash moves were to drag his precious disciple down? He would regret this for the rest of his life. Hence, Bai Zhongshan swallowed his anger. I'll collect Elder Wang's debt once these people leave. Eldest Lady Feng, Gao Lin smiled as he faced Feng Xiaoxiao's devastatingly beautiful face and said, if my guess is right, you had not journeyed from the first city only for the sake of the pill formula, there should be another reason. If the reason had merely been because of the pill formula, there would be no need for Feng Xiaoxiao to make a personal appearance. She only needed to send Wind Valley's physician instead of making the extra trip herself. So, she must have made this journey because she had a more important matter at hand. Sec Master Gao, it goes without saying that you are indeed very astute. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled, aside from the pill formula, my trip from the first city has other objectives but this matter does not concern the medicine sect. There's no need to trouble yourself. I had gone through great trouble this time to obtain the permission to leave the first city. Would I have done this solely for the sake of a pill formula? Definitely not. It was just as Gao Lin had said, if this were purely for the sake of the pill formula, as the eldest lady of Wind Valley, she need not make the trip personally. May I then be so bold as to ask, Lady Feng, what are your objectives for this trip? If we don't fully understand the truth, I'm afraid that a lot of people would feel unsettled. Though Gao Lin was afraid of Wind Valley's power, he had voiced his suspicions anyway. Since Feng Xiaoxiao had personally made the trip out of the first city, the entire mainland would feel very uncomfortable once this gets out. Outrageous. Elder Feng's expression sank instantly and he shot a sharp glare at Gao Lin. This is not a question for you to ask, you will suffer a great calamity if you continue to question us. Elder Feng Xiaoxiao waved her hand and stopped Elder Feng's sharp bellows. She then slowly turned her beautiful eyes towards Gao Lin and replied with a smile, this isn't exactly a secret, I've left the first city to look for someone. To look for someone. Gao Lin was stunned. However, he felt a little more assured upon hearing Feng Xiaoxiao's explanation. That's right, to look for someone. Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes were distracted as her heart clouded with sadness and the smile on her lips was tinged with a bitter taste. Am I truly not outstanding enough? Otherwise, why had I been unable to behold the man's gaze? Furthermore, he has never even bothered to look at me at all. Nevertheless, I'm not asking for much, I only wish to stay by his side. I'm afraid that he doesn't love me. Chapter 927, First City, Wind Valley, 6. You're saying that Wind Valley's Feng Xiaoxiao has arrived. Meanwhile, in one of the medicine sect's guest rooms, that man has draped himself indolently across his chair. No one could tell what he was thinking. After a long pause, an evil smile crept up upon his peerless visage. His peach blossom eyes then glimmered with an attractive smile. When the sword-wielding maidservant heard the impish man's question, she joined her fists together and bowed respectfully as she replied, in response to your question, young master, according to Feng Xiaoxiao herself, she has journeyed here to look for someone. Look for someone. Zhao Shangchen gently raised his brow. A peculiar light then flashed across his eyes. Did she say who she's looking for? She did not mention that. The gorgeous maidservant lowered her head and replied respectfully. Since Feng Xiaoxiao has arrived, I won't be able to make an appearance for the time being. Otherwise, she would definitely expose my true identity and Xiao Yunsu can't know about this for now. A light flickered in Zhao Shangchen's eyes but his thoughts were hidden from the world. After an immeasurable amount of time, he continued to speak indolently and gave his orders. I want you to gather a few others and keep a watch Feng Xiaoxiao. If she helps the Huang father and daughter pair to cause more trouble for Xiao Yunsu, her position as the eldest lady of Wind Valley will be at an end. However, the fact that Feng Xiaoxiao has been able to rise above the rest in the first city implies that she may not be as stupid as most people are. Feng Xiaoxiao may be of the fairer sex but she has been able to surpass her older brother to become Wind Valley's heir. How could she have been conferred with the title of the young Valley Lord if she does not have a few tricks up her sleeve? Hence, Zhao Shangchen believes that Feng Xiaoxiao would never stand up for the lone Elder Huang. Besides, to Wind Valley, Elder Wang's existence was considered to be dispensable. Your wish is my command. The gorgeous maidservant joined her fists, bowed, and retreated upon receiving her orders. She soon disappeared from Zhao Shangchen's peach blossom gaze. Zhao Shangchen's evil smile slowly vanished as he watched the maidservant disappear. A stern expression took its place. Feng Xiaoxiao, I hope that you won't do anything to harm her. Otherwise, the entire Wind Valley will cease to exist in the first city. Elder Huang was bowing humbly in a luxurious and exquisite bedchamber at the elder's courtyard. His stance was about as low as the dust on the ground and his face filled with flattery as he spoke. Eldest Lady Feng, Elder Feng, you're finally here. I've been awaiting your arrival. Feng Xiaoxiao was seated on the highest chair. She gently raised the teacup in her hand and took a small sip. She then put the cup down and swept her gaze across Elder Wang's face which was filled with flattery. Finally, she mildly furrowed her pretty, willowy brows. I've heard stories regarding everything you've done these past few days and it goes without saying that you're truly an idiot. You had tried to frame someone and, what's even worse, planted false accusations when others already have proof of their innocence. How could you be capable of doing such a thing? Furthermore, you had not accepted your loss in the wager and had flown into a rage out of humiliation, threatening to murder someone. Elder Huang, you've been alive for so many years but why is your brain still so stupid? Her words made Elder Huang so ashamed that he could not show his face. He did not dare to show any form of dissatisfaction so he could only reply with a pitiful look on his face. Eldest Lady Feng, despite my many mistakes, I am still a subordinate of Wind Valley. I have always had Wind Valley's best interests in mind so when the medicine sect had obtained the pill formula, I had sent word to Wind Valley immediately. However, I did not expect for someone to attack me after they had discovered my connection with the members of Wind Valley. This was clearly an act of disrespect towards Wind Valley. Chapter 928, First City, Wind Valley, 7. That's enough. Feng Xiaoxiao's finger gently stroked the jade cup as her lips curled into a small smile. You're only saying these things so that Wind Valley could avenge you. However, you had clearly behaved unreasonably in that matter so how am I supposed to avenge you? Don't ever bring this matter up again, I won't involve myself in your grudges. Furthermore. She paused and a hint of contempt laced her smile as she continued in a casual manner, subordinate. He. Honestly speaking, you're not worthy of the word. Even without you, I have tens of thousands of people willing to carry out tasks for Wind Valley, so don't be mistaken that we cannot function without you. There's one more thing, there has been no lack of your use of Wind Valley's name in carrying out other matters. Whatever you do on the outside has nothing to do with us. However, whatever you do, you should never have ruined Wind Valley's good name. Huang Xuan's expression changed drastically, but he did not dare to speak. Nevertheless, his heart could not accept this at all. Could it be that he, an elder of the medicine sect, has fallen headfirst into the hands of a little girl? No. Sooner or later, I'll reclaim this battlefield. I'm tired. Feng Xiaoxiao furrowed her willowy brows, but her eyes were emotionless. Elder Feng, send our guest away. Yes, eldest lady. Elder Feng joined his fists and bowed. He then turned towards Elder Huang with a hollow gaze and said, let's go. Huang Xuan gaped and hesitated, wondering if he should speak or not. However, he chose to leave in the end when he saw the impatient look on Feng Xiaoxiao's face. Still, just because Feng Xiaoxiao did not support him does not mean that he has no other way of finding a strong and powerful backer. Outside the room, Elder Feng paused in his steps and slowly swept his icy gaze across Huang Xuan's face. His tone was condescending and emotionless. Huang Xuan, you have indeed crossed the line this time. The eldest lady has been thoroughly angered, so you best take care of yourself from now on. Elder Feng, Huang Xuan looked thoroughly unsatisfied and implored in a pitiful manner, are really going to let these people off? That woman had the audacity to attack me in this manner despite knowing that I'm a member of Wind Valley. She clearly has no respect for Wind Valley's name. Furthermore, she has also claimed that Wind Valley is no match for her. Elder Feng may be a proud person, but it does not mean that he lacked intellect. He would have wasted all the years he has spent in the world if he had blindly trusted Huang Xuan's words just like that. Huang Xuan, Wind Valley will not involve itself in your grudges with others. However, I can help you to improve your situation. Though Elder Feng may not fully believe Elder Wang's story, that does not mean that he condones Gu Ruan's attitude. Even though Wind Valley places no great importance on Huang Xuan had been carrying out tasks in Wind Valley's name. There was a saying which goes, when beating a dog, one should consider its master. Even though Huang Xuan was only their slave, they would not allow others to bully and humiliate him in that manner. As a cultivator of Wind Valley, they need to take care of the dignity. Huang Xuan had behaved without courtesy first, so if Wind Valley was to help him in his grudge, they would draw immediately gossip. Those people from the first city would never permit him to do so either. This is a holy extension fruit. Elder Feng glanced at Huang Xuan as he produced a white-colored fruit from his sleeve. Swallow this holy extension fruit and you would be able to instantly break through to the rank of a high-level martial supreme. However, this holy extension fruit has great repercussions as well. After consuming it, you will never be able to make any more gains in your cultivation for the rest of your life. This also means that no matter how hard you work in this lifetime, you would never be able to break through again. Chapter 929, First City, Wind Valley, 8. Huang Xuan's eyes lit up. He had reached a certain age and would not possibly experience another breakthrough in this lifetime. Since he has now been given the chance to break through to a high-level martial supreme, how could he let it slip by? After all, Galin and the Holy Doctor were only mid-level martial supremes. Once he successfully achieves this promotion, the position as sect master should easily be in the palm of his hands. It would no longer matter that Gu Ruan has powerful spiritual beasts in her hands. He believes that he would definitely be able to defeat one little Lolita after his breakthrough. Thank you, Elder Feng. Huang Xuan smiled happily. In his heart, he could already envision the Holy Doctor and his disciple crawling beneath his foot. He could not help but look extremely pleased with himself. Once I've avenged myself and successfully taken over as the sect master, I will never forget your goodwill. Elder Feng nodded. All he wanted was Huang Xuan's wholeheartedness. Even though Wind Valley was a part of the first city, they still require help from powers on the outside. After all, it was not convenient for them to personally act on certain matters. If Huang Chuan becomes the sect master of the medicine sect, it would be a great boon to the first city. Gu Ruan was seated cross-legged in the midst of cultivation in a guest room. Hence, she was not aware of what had transpired in the world outside. Suddenly, she sensed a peculiar activity coming from the ancient divine pagoda. However, before she could even think, she had been sucked into it by an unknown force. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Xiao Zixi was seated on the floor of the ancient divine pagoda with his eyes closed. His adorable little cherubic cheeks were now deathly white as a powerful energy fluctuated around his body. His little body almost looks like it would be torn apart by the impact of that mighty force. Gu Ruan's expression changed greatly as she quickly rushed to Xiao Zixi's side in a flash and pressed both her arms firmly on his shoulder. Her eyes filled with anxiety as she asked, Zixi, what's happening? What has caused you to become this way? Blood. Fresh blood was trickling from the ruptures on Zixi's skin. However, the power from within his body continued to explode as if it wanted to rush out of him. Xiao Zixi. Gu Ruan's heart clenched fiercely. However, no matter how much she cried out, the little fellow in front of her did not move and looked almost lifeless. He did not react to Gu Ruan at all. Master. Yunyao glanced at Xiao Zixi, who now resembles a bloodied human. Her pretty eyes were filled with a thick sense of anxiety as she said, do you remember the power source he had received in the Snowfields forest? Gu Ruan nodded gently. At the time, Zixi had mentioned that the spiritual beast egg was a power source that he had once sealed away. The object has since returned to its master, but the power source had not shown any reaction after entering his body. It had not even generated a breakthrough in his power, so why has it evolved in such a manner? In the ancient times, Zixi was extremely powerful. His power was so great that it was at a terrifying stage. Even though his strength had been severely damaged during a fight at that time, he was still almost invincible and far more powerful than his present state. Can you imagine how much power lies within that spiritual beast egg? Yunyao laughed bitterly. Once, Zixi had held a godlike existence and had been incomparably powerful. However, he has regressed to the childhood stage and his powers were now only a small fraction of what he used to have in the past. His physical condition is still too weak at the moment and can't possibly endure the full power that he had once held. It was fortunate that this was a power that he had once sealed away. If this were anyone else, they probably would have exploded and died the moment they had absorbed the power source. Yunyao observed the bloodied Zixi and murmured exasperatedly, originally, he should not have absorbed the power source before he reaches adulthood. However, in order to prevent his power source from falling into the hands of another and to obtain enough power to help you, he had taken the risk and absorbed this energy source in a short period of time. Chapter 930, First City, Wind Valley, 9. Gu Ruoyan's heart shook violently and she clenched her fist in a tight grip. Zixi. This fellow has always put my best interests first, yet he never tells me anything. A few years ago, he had not hesitated to risk his life in exchange for my own. Now, he has been revived with great difficulty and yet he's still only thinking of me. What have I done in this life to deserve a friend who would give up everything he has for me and would even sacrifice his own life? Master, Zixi did not tell you this, but during the past few days, he had been using his own powers to suppress the power source within his body. He had been waiting for himself to break through to the rank of a martial saint before he absorbed the power source completely. That way, he would then return to his peak abilities. However, no one expected the power source to suddenly become uncontrollable, which has caused him to turn out this way. Gu Ruoyan fell silent for a moment before asking, Yunyao, do you have any way to help Zixi? If this continues, he may die. Zixi has already left me once. This time, no matter what, I won't let him leave me again. Master, Yunyao hesitated for a moment before she continued to speak. There's one way, but you'll have to use your mental energy to enter Zixi's body and help him seal the power source in his body. However, there are a few flaws in this method. Once Zixi reaches the rank of a martial saint, he would not be able to absorb the power source immediately. He would only be able to break the seal progressively. That isn't much. Gu Ruoyan raised her eyes and spoke with determination in her gaze. Even though I've grown to my current state, it was all due to Zixi's help. If he had not been around, I might have already died a few times over. However, I can't only rely on him constantly, even if it's impossible for him to return to his peak in an instant. So what? I can stay by his side and accompany him as he slowly grows. However, Yunyao paused for a moment, then continued to speak. Master, you and Zixi are tied together by a contract, so only your mental energy can be safely used to enter his body, but this is also dangerous for you. You are still at the rank of a high-level martial honor. If you force your way in to help him seal that source of power, there's a high chance that the power might snap back at you and cause your mental energy to collapse. A collapse in mental energy would mean that, from then on, Gu Ruoyan would become an imbecilic fool. This was Yunyao's greatest worry. If Gu Ruoyan had reached the level of a martial supreme by now, she might have stood a chance to do this without risk. However, she was only at the level of a high-level martial honor and would not have enough power to withstand the energy from the power source. At the end of the day, she might not be able to even save Zixi, while she herself would end up in a complete disaster. Zixi is the first friend that I've encountered in this life. Gu Ruoyan lowered her gaze and looked at the blood-covered boy. A light, the meaning of which no one understands, flashed in her eyes as she said, he has protected me for so many years and now it's finally my turn to protect him. No matter what, I cannot watch him slowly lose his life. Even if I fail this time, at least I've given him everything I've got. The vermilion bird's eyes moved and she stared at Gu Ruoyan in shock. I had formed a contract with this woman only for the sake of my friends. Gu Ruoyan's best interests had never in my heart at all. Yet, this time, I feel as if I've been mistaken in my past convictions about her. Humans, not all of them, seem to be completely wicked. At the very least, this woman before me is willing to sacrifice herself for the sake of her contracted spiritual beast. This sacrifice comes with a heavy price. If she fails, she would truly be turned into an idiot. Nevertheless, after knowing the consequences, she still chooses to do this. In this world, how many humans would make this kind of sacrifice for a spiritual beast? Perhaps my decision in following her is not a mistake. The vermilion bird fell silent as she muttered to herself. It was only at this very moment that she truly felt at peace with having Gu Ruoyan as her master. Chapter 931, A Martial Supreme Breakthrough, 1. Are you ready, Master? Yunyao did not seem to notice the little vermilion bird's change of heart as her pretty eyes stared fixedly at Gu Ruoyan. I'm ready. Gu Ruoyan nodded gently with a rarely seen seriousness on her face. All right, Master, I want you to follow whatever I tell you to do next. If you find that you absolutely can't continue the process, call me and I will find a way to help you. Yunyao's eyes slowly filled with a somber air, but her gaze was filled with resolution as she spoke. Gu Ruoyan did not reply as she slowly released her mental energy and seeped into Zixi's body. The situation within Zixi's body then entered Gu Ruoyan's mind through her mental energy. When she laid her eyes upon the condition in Zixi's body, Gu Ruoyan gasped in surprise. She looked on as countless forms of energy turned into beams of light and clashed against each other within Zixi's body. His vital organs were all bleeding from the sheer force of the conflict as the energy reverberated inside him as if looking for a way to itself out of his body. Gu Ruoyan's expression sank. She then took a deep breath and said, "This cannot continue, I must hurry and move quickly. Otherwise, Zixi will be in grave danger." However, the power source has scattered all around his body, so I'll have to seal it for him one by one. Boom. As Gu Ruoyan's mental energy came into contact with a wave of energy, she felt as if a powerful force had slammed into her head. It was so painful that she could not help but wrinkle her brow. Even so, she still continued to direct her mental energy into Zixi. That power source was indeed very powerful. Furthermore, without anything to bind it, Gu Ruoyan could not possibly control it, and all it wanted to do was to leave Zixi's body. Within the ancient divine pagoda, Yunyao observed the increasingly pained look on Gu Ruoyan's face. Yunyao's gaze slowly displayed a sense of anxiety. She then bit her lip and spoke hesitantly, "Tianqing, was I wrong? Master should not have found out about this matter. If anything happens to her, That power source was something which not even Lord Zixi had been able to suppress. While Master is indeed highly talented, this power source was not something that she can control in her current state." Yunyao, Tianqing furrowed his brows. "We must believe in her." "Believe in her?" Yunyao laughed bitterly. This is not whether I believe in her or not, but, based on her current level of power, she can't possibly accomplish what she has set out to do. Tianqiong, if anything goes wrong, we must pull her mental energy out even if we have to give our own lives. Actually, Yunyao was right. Gu Ruan was indeed in a dangerous condition now. Each wave of energy was extremely powerful. Based on her level of power, she would not be able to suppress it just yet. Based on this, one can imagine the kind of terrifying power that has been generated from this power source. This power had come from Zixie's past life. Since my powers are not at your level, I'm going to weaken you first. I'll cripple you to a level where I can resist you. Gu Ruan smiled icily as she stared at the beams of light which were clashing and shooting all over the place. Her gaze filled with resolve and determination. Be restrained. Whoosh. The light from one of the power source's energy fluctuations was instantly extinguished at the sound of Gu Ruan's command. Upon careful examination, it almost looks like a gust of wind was absorbing the power source's energy. Of course, Gu Ruan could not absorb the power source completely. Otherwise, even though the power source has been dispersed into countless light beams, each small beam of light was enough to explode her on the spot. Chapter 932, A Martial Supreme Breakthrough 2. You are only bits of energy which were once a part of him. Without him, how could you have come into existence? Now, you're taking advantage of him for not being fully grown to bite back at him. Since that's the case, you should at least ask me for my permission. Get back. Whoosh. The wave of energy from the power source weakened once again. The power source seemed to sense that its own powers were diminishing and began to panic. It grew even more unstable as it desperately continued to attack Zixie's body and tried to escape from him. Meanwhile, the light within Gu Ruan's body continued to grow and a powerful hurricane began circling around her. Because she was going through a breakthrough in the ancient divine pagoda, the energy that would alert others of a martial supreme's breakthrough did not appear. That was right. After Gu Ruan had forcibly absorbed the power source's energy, she then experienced a breakthrough in her powers. She has just burst into the rank of a low-level martial supreme, so it was a huge leap in power for her. What is this? Yunyao was shocked as she stared dazedly at Gu Ruan, who had just undergone a breakthrough. Her mind could not process this at the moment and she simply could not understand the situation. Was her master not helping Zixie seal his power? How has she experienced a breakthrough instead? Holy sh*T. Little vermilion bird, who had been sitting on the medicine cauldron, jumped off from the cauldron's lid when she saw Gu Ruan's progress. Her cherubic features were filled with shock and she began to curse not too long after that. Madness. This person is insane. Based on her level of power then, she had not been able to seal the power source so she had absorbed part of it. Even if Leader Zixie was her master one, she's risking way too much. To absorb someone else's power. The consequence of this is more than being rendered an idiot. She could have died from an inner explosion. Yet, she would take such a great risk. Does this fellow have a death wish? Frankly speaking, Gu Ruan was not aware of this matter. She kept her eyes trained on the weakened power source and soon, a smile appeared on her pretty and delicate features. Trying to escape. You're going to stay here obediently and wait until you merge back into Zixie. Seal. As she spoke, Gu Ruan put her palms together and a wave of energy instantly locked the power source. Very soon, the initially chaotic and clashing energy fluctuations gradually stopped and quietly stayed within Zixie's body. While I have now sealed one wave of energy, there are still numerous energy waves that can't be sealed. Gu Ruan frowned as she stared at the remaining clashing waves of energy. Her features slowly grew somber as she pondered, based on the condition of my body, I shouldn't continue to absorb any more energy. Otherwise, I won't be able to withstand the power from the power source. When that happens, if I die, I wouldn't be able to help Zixie at all. Perhaps, Gu Ruan's eyes suddenly lit up, I can direct this power source to the other spiritual beasts. This way, not only will their powers receive an upgrade, it would lessen the dangers for Zixie. It had indeed been a huge risk for her to decide and absorb the power source's energy. She had not known if she would be able to absorb it, but in order to prevent the power source from continuing to damage Zixie's body, she had taken that risk. The result shows that she had chosen the right method. Since she had been able to absorb the power source, this proves that the power source was a masterless entity at this moment. It was an untethered energy which was running afoul, so the other spiritual beasts should be able to absorb it as well. Chapter 933, A Martial Supreme Breakthrough 3. Once she thought of this solution, Gu Ruan no longer hesitated as she immediately transmitted her voice into Yunyao's mind. Yunyao, would you all be willing to help absorb a part of Zixie's power source? There would definitely be dangers that come with doing this, so I won't force any of you into it. If you're not willing. Before she could finish her sentence, a beautiful, gentle and graceful voice echoed in Gu Ruan's mind. Master, if that's what you need, I am willing no matter what it is. When it comes to Gu Ruan, they have always maintained a steadfast belief in her abilities and decisions. Besides, they also believe that Gu Ruan would never take any unnecessary risks with their lives. She would never have made this decision if she does not have a 100% guarantee. Hence, after Yunyao had voiced her opinion, the other spiritual beasts also agreed to Gu Ruan's decision as well. Even the newly arrived little vermilion bird was no different. Alright, since that's the case, I'll transfer the energy to all of you in a while. All you need to do is absorb it. Gu Ruan raised her head and looked at the countless power sources before her. Her delicate features lit up with a smile once again. One day. Within the course of this one day, Gu Ruan had not set foot out of the bedchamber even once. She had set up a formation in her room before threading her way into the ancient divine pagoda and did not emerge at all. Just how powerful was Zixie at his peak? Even a small sliver of energy from that power source was enough to generate an overall change in every spiritual beast. The most powerful one, the little vermilion bird, charged through the rank of a martial supreme and reached the rank of a martial saint instantly. On this mainland, as long as she does not run into the cultivators from the first city, no one can stand in her way. The azure dragon may be the leader of the 4 divine beasts, but because he had sustained heavy injuries in the past, the speed in his recovery was naturally slower than that of the vermilion birds. However, with the help of the power source, he managed to break through to the rank of a mid-level martial supreme along with the white tiger. Yunyao had been slightly weaker than the other but has now reached the rank of a low-level martial supreme 1. Yan had been pretty powerful prior to this event, so his breakthrough was second only to the little vermilion bird. He has now become a high-level martial supreme. The snow wolf Bao Bao was considered the weakest amongst Gu Ruoan's spiritual beasts and his position was rather low. However, he was the first spiritual beast aside from Zixi that Gu Ruoan had received after her reincarnation. Most importantly, the snow wolf was a gift that Gu Ruoan had received from the ancient divine pagoda when she had her breakthrough to the rank of a martial king. Since Bao Bao was not as powerful as the other spiritual beasts, his existence had been rather lowly and, generally speaking, had not been given many chances to dive into action. Too, as he was a spiritual beast which resides in the ancient divine pagoda, he would certainly have a position that far surpasses that of an average spiritual beast. This time, after absorbing the power source, he has managed to successfully reach the rank of a high-level martial honor. There were quite a number of spiritual beasts following Gu Ruoan, but the amount of energy from the power source was even greater. There was still a lot left to seal, so Gu Ruoan then turned her attention to her subordinates in the Devil Sect. Gu Ruoan had placed every member from the Devil Sect into the divine weapon Xiao Hei when she left the West Spirit mainland. Within Xiao Hei's body was a vast and inaccessible amount of space. The period of time needed for cultivation was also a few times faster than the time needed in the outside world. The only issue was that as the master of the divine weapon, Gu Ruoan could not enter and use it for her own cultivation. The results that the Devil Sect's members have received from their cultivation was remarkable. Most of them have achieved a significant increase in their power. The Ghost Doctor, Wei Yi, was one of the fastest in her progress and has broken through to the rank of a low-level martial honor prior to this day. After absorbing the power source, she then managed to break through to another level and has now become a mid-level martial honor. As for the leaders of the 4 great authorities, 3 that Gu Ruoan had subdued in Black Rock City, they were already at the brink of becoming high-level martial honors. Hence, like Gu Ruoan, they have now reached the rank of a martial supreme. As for the rest of the disciples of the Devil Sect, they all received a promotion in 1 rank. Even the weakest amongst them were now low-level martial emperors. While the risk of failure this time was extremely high, the results were rather remarkable. Gu Ruoan chuckled softly as she examined the forces within her grasp. It is unfortunate that Zixi has not awakened. However, I have sealed off this power source so he would now be able to continue and absorb it at his own pace. Chapter 934, The General Meeting Begins, 1. Master, Zixi won't be waking up so soon. Yunyao glanced at Gu Ruoan and said, however, I believe that when he awakens, his power will have greatly increased. When that time comes, perhaps Master would not need to worry about the first city anymore. However, whenever Yunyao remembers the enemy who had caused great injuries to she and her friends, her gaze would darken but she would only sigh in the end. I'm excited to see him re-emerge and fight by my side again. Gu Ruoan smiled faintly before a distracted look flashed in her eyes. After a long pause, she turned away and said, the Medicine Sect's general meeting will start soon. Master must be waiting anxiously. As for the ancient divine pagoda's reward for my breakthrough into a martial supreme, it wouldn't hurt to wait until after the Medicine Sect's general meeting to see it. Each time she has a breakthrough to a new rank, the ancient divine pagoda would bestow a gift to her. This next gift had been awaiting her breakthrough to a martial supreme. I wonder what gifts I would receive this time. However, regardless of how curious she was feeling, Gu Ruoan still chose to attend the Medicine Sect's general meeting first. After all, the Holy Doctor was already waiting for her outside. If she were to delay any further, that old geezer would probably flip out and instantly pound her room to the ground. She did not delay any further at the thought of this, and with a single shift in thought, she left the ancient divine pagoda. At this moment, it was already late in the morning. Gu Ruoan left the ancient divine pagoda and crawled out from her bed. She then walked to her room's door and opened it with a creak. Soon, the glow of the morning sun washed through the room, shining upon the woman's green robes to create a delicate, moving and pretty picture. Except, when she saw the ugly look on the elderly man's face outside the door, Gu Ruoan's mouth twitched mildly. She yawned and said, Master, you're early. Early. Bai Junxian glared at Gu Ruoan. Do you know what time it is? Have you forgotten what day it is? The Medicine Sect's general meeting has already begun. What if someone were to refine the pill first? My reputation would then go down the drain. Gu Ruoan shrugged disapprovingly as her gaze swept from the old man towards the delicate youth next to him. She raised her brows and asked, are you attending the Medicine Sect's general meeting as well? Chia Linyu scratched his head as a shy smile appeared on his delicate features. Sis, I'm quite curious about this pill formula as well. Still, I think that no one can be better than you at refining pills. Others may not know this, but how could I, who have journeyed from the West Spirit mainland, feign ignorance when it comes to this matter? Would a pill formula remain a mere pill formula in my sister's hands? She is the only person on this mainland who has the ability to refine pills. All right, Gu Ruoan smiled before she turned towards Bai Junxian. Master, shall we leave now? Let's go. Bai Junxian glared at her irritably. He had intended to give his tardy disciple a good talking to, but he could not bring himself to it. He could only restrain himself and head to the Medicine Sect's general meeting. The plaza was overcrowded with people. Aside from powerful cultivators who had been drawn by the allure of pills, there were also many Medicine Sect disciples who curiously eyed the cauldron that has been placed right in the very middle of the plaza. Pills. To most people, these were mythical objects. Forget about witnessing the pill refining process in person, they would never be able to see a single fully refined pill in their entire life. Especially since almost all the pill formulas have been destroyed during the ancient times with hardly any left. It was for this very reason that no pill masters could ever come into existence on this mainland again. Chapter 935. The general meeting begins, 2. Sect Master, Wang Xuan glanced at Gao Lin and his face filled with arrogance as he said, "May we begin the general meeting now?" Gao Lin's expression was slightly unsightly but he ignored Wang Xuan's provocation. His gaze was full of anxiety as he looked into the distance with a concerned expression. He was unsure what had happened to the holy doctor. It was already midday and that man still has not arrived. "Let's wait a little longer." "Wait." Wang Xuan scoffed and shot Gao Lin an ugly look. His face was filled with scorn as he said, "Don't forget that other than a few physicians who have made the trip to the medicine sect, the cultivators of Wind Valley are here as well. Do you actually want to make the cultivators of Wind Valley wait?" Gao Lin's expression sank. He glanced at the ugly look on Elder Feng's face and his heart thumped immediately. If this had been anyone else, he would still be able to delay the meeting with his authority as the sect master of the medicine sect. However, Wind Valley was far too powerful and if he were to let them wait any longer, he was afraid that. Just as Gao Lin was becoming increasingly more anxious, a few figures finally arrived and sauntered in slowly. When he saw the old man's familiar face, his heart began to relax and he sighed with relief. Since that's the case, let's begin the general meeting. HMPH. Wang Xuan also noticed the arrival of Gu Ruan and her master. His expression sank as he scoffed and turned around while his eyes filled with malice. After a long pause, he hardened his elderly features and spoke eerily. "Before we begin the medicine sect's general meeting, there's something that I want to say." "What is it?" Gao Lin furrowed his brows as he glanced at Wang Xuan and wondered what sort of commotion that old man was about to pull at a time like this. Hee. Wang Xuan laughed icily and his venomous glare was like that of a poisonous snake as it enveloping Gao Lin fixedly. "I don't think that you are suited for the sect master's position in the medicine sect any longer." Gao Lin's expression sank while his eyes hid a brewing storm. The initially bustling plaza was silenced by this declaration. All eyes turned in uniformity towards Wang Xuan as the gazes filled with shock. No one ever thought that Elder Huang would say such a thing in front of the great cultivators of the mainland. "What did you say?" Gao Lin's questioned in a low voice. The hoarse sound in his throat made it difficult to hear any other emotion. His expression has turned exceptionally ashen as he glared icily at Wang Xuan's arrogant face. "Are you saying that I'm not fit to be the medicine sect master? Then who is?" Wang Xuan smiled arrogantly as he took one step forward, raised his chin and replied with a single word, "Me." Boom. The crowd dove into a sensation. Initially, they had stared at Wang Xuan in shock but the gazes slowly became filled with a thick sense of disdain as well. However, because the Wind Valley cultivators were present, no one stepped out to speak though they were glaring contemptuously at Wang Xuan. Gu Ruan curled her lips and turned her attention to the eldest lady of Wind Valley who was seated at the side of the plaza. A light flashed in her eyes. Even after hearing Wang Xuan's declaration, Fang Xiaoxia still remained smiling like a breeze in a clear sky as if this matter does not concern her at all. However, Gu Ruan knows that if Wang Xuan had not obtained Wind Valley's support, he would not possibly have had the courage to say such things. It looks like Fang Xiaoxia is not so simple at all. Gu Ruan lifted her lips into a smile and soon turned away. Even though she had never met Fang Xiaoxia before, her master had described her to Gu Ruan as they were headed to the medicine sect. The fact that Fang Xiaoxia had been able to overthrow Wind Valley's Lord's son and become the young Valley Lord proves that she certainly has a strategic mindset. Chapter 936. The general meeting begins, 3. Elder Feng. Fang Xiaoxia sensed Gu Ruan's gaze and frowned mildly. The woman's green robes reflected against her pretty pupils as she asked in a hushed tone, "Who's the lady next to the holy doctor?" Elder Feng glanced at Gu Ruan and answered, "If my guess is right, she must be the one who was responsible for severely injuring Wang Fifei and the one who had forced Wang Xuan to apologize." "Really?" Fang Xiaoxia fell silent. After a long pause, she spoke again, "She's very dangerous." Elder Feng was completely shocked by her statement. After all, his lady has always been splendidly gifted from a young age and was the #1 cultivator amongst the younger generation in Wind Valley. Through her own efforts, she had managed to oust her half-brother to become the young Valley Lord of Wind Valley. Furthermore, even in the first city, she was certainly one of the top gifted cultivators amongst the youngsters. Yet, she was now saying that such a young woman was dangerous. Based on Elder Feng's point of view, he simply could not see the danger in Gu Ruan at all no matter how hard he tried. "Eldest lady, please forgive my ignorance, what you really mean is..." Elder Feng. Fang Xiaoxia stared at Gu Ruan seriously and spoke to Elder Feng leisurely. "I know that Wang Xuan's actions today are a result of your endorsement. Since that's the case, we'll let him be as long as Wind Valley isn't dragged along with him. There's no need to bother too much over what he does. As for this woman, she is very dangerous indeed. I don't know why I feel this way but I'm sure that once she has grown, not a single soul would be able to control her." "Eldest lady, I don't think I agree with that. This woman may have considerable talents but this was based on the standards in the outside world. Eldest lady, you are the young Valley Lord of the first city. Your talents are mesmerizing and beyond compare. No matter how powerful she is, she can't possibly be a match for you, eldest lady." Fang Xiaoxia smiled gently but the light in her eyes were unreadable. "Elder Feng, my talents may be quite good but this mainland is vast. No one can guarantee whether a peerless genius like her would not appear or not." Instantly, Elder Feng fell silent. Not too long after that, a malicious light flashed in his eyes as he said, "If that's the case, eldest lady, why don't we entice this woman so we can be the ones to control her? This way, no matter how dangerous she becomes, she will belong under us." "No." Fang Xiaoxia shook her head. "Don't judge her simply because she looks so cool and calm on the surface. In truth, she's a very proud person. Someone like her would never allow herself to remain at the edge of a blade willingly. We cannot control her. We cannot control her." Elder Feng was shocked. "So, we'll ignore her. Just like that. It's best not to make an enemy of someone like her. If we do that, we shall have to obliterate her entirely in order to prevent the chance of a future disaster." As she spoke, the smile on Fang Xiaoxia's face slowly vanished and was replaced with an austere and severe look. "Furthermore, she must be killed under the most definite of circumstances. If she escapes, our troubles will never end. However, we don't have any deep animosity with her at the moment, so there's no need for us to be on guard. As for Huang Xuan, there's no need for you to bother about him. I can find tens of thousands of other dogs after discarding this one. To her, Huang Xuan was merely a lackey of Wind Valley. They could definitely live without him. Elder Feng had something else to say, but, in the end, he had kept his thoughts to himself. He then stared skeptically at Gu Ruoan, unsure of what capabilities the woman held which would cause the eldest lady to make such a deep evaluation of her. Chapter 937. The general meeting begins. 4. Ha ha ha. Just as Huang Xuan made his declaration, a burst of laughter could be heard. Gao Lin suppressed his rage and showed a cold smile on his face. Are you sure that your qualifications are enough to gain you the sect master's position in the medicine sect? Elder Huang, you think too highly of yourself. Today, I'd like to see how you plan to push me out of my position as the sect master. Huang Xuan's eyes gradually filled with disdain. He then spoke in a tone completely devoid of courtesy. All right, I'll prove my capabilities to you right now. I wonder how many elders would like me to take charge of the medicine sect. Hearing this, Gao Lin laughed icily again. However, before he could finish his laugh, his elderly face suddenly froze in shock. An elder had stepped forward and was making his way towards Huang Xuan. The elder had looked ashamed and uneasy at first, but his expression was soon replaced with a sense of determination. A good number of elders then followed him as well and headed towards Huang Xuan. All of their expressions were similar to the first elders. Their faces were clouded by a layer of guilt. You, all of you. Gao Lin's face was now full of rage. He never thought that this would happen. When had Huang Xuan managed to bribe so many of the medicine sect's elders? Somehow, he had always been kept in the dark. Elder Chan, Elder King, what are you doing? Lin Yang was enraged. He stepped up beside Gao Lin and stared at the elders who had stepped out with an ashen face. Have you all forgotten who was the one who had supported you to your current stage? And you're all treating the sect master with such blatant ungratefulness now. The one who had been addressed as Elder King laughed coldly as the guilty look on his face vanished into thin air, followed by Lin Yang's words. I just think that Elder Huang. No, Sect Master Huang is more qualified for this position. Gao Lin has been shielding an outsider so protectively. What right does he have to remain as the Sect Master? This was definitely not the truth. The reason why so many elders have turned traitor was because Elder Huang has given them a promise. He promised them that as long as he was elected as the sect master, he would ensure that they would all break through to the rank of a high-level martial supreme. To become a high-level martial supreme was a dream held by all on the mainland. When they witnessed Huang Xuan's breakthrough to a high-level martial supreme in a single night, they had all believed in his words. Of course, these elders were completely unaware that Huang Xuan would never honor his promise. After all, the reason why he had been able to achieve a breakthrough was because he had received help from Wind Valley. However, Wind Valley would never be so kind to help every elder in the medicine sect achieve their breakthroughs. Elder King, the previous matter was initially Huang Xuan's fault. The sect master had sided with reason, not favor. Lin Yang laughed frostily as his eyes filled with sarcasm. Yet, in the end, not one of us would have thought that you would all be so unreasonable. I really don't know what benefits Huang Xuan has given you to entice you to side with him. Huang Xuan has indeed given him benefits, but no one would ever admit to that. Benefits, Elder King curtly replied. Do you think that everyone is as selfish as the sect master? He's only helping Gu Ruoan because the holy doctor has given him benefits. A sect master who punishes an elder of the medicine sect for the sake of profit is beneath our dignity. I believe that only sect master Huang is fit for the position of sect master. At the same time, he is the only one who deserves our loyalty. At this moment, Gao Lin was shaking with anger and his expression was filled with rage. Just then, he felt a hand on his shoulder and heard Bai Zhongxun's consoling voice in his ear. You should rejoice for having the opportunity to see the true colors. After this, you may do a bit of spring cleaning in the medicine sect. Gao Lin's initially furious elderly features became steadier when he heard those words. The holy doctor is right. I should rejoice for having the opportunity to see the true colors in case they end up selling out the medicine sect for a bit of profit in the future and I might not even be aware of it. Indeed, it's time to clean up the medicine sect now. Chapter 938, A Duel Between Spiritual Beasts, 1. Gao Lin sighed and looked very disappointed. Perhaps even he could never have imagined that so many elders would betray him for the sake of personal gain. Ha ha ha. Huang Xuan laughed maniacally. Gao Lin, do you really think that you'll have the chance? From now on, I'm the sect master of the medicine sect. Anyone who opposes my orders will be killed mercilessly. The entire plaza fell silent as he mentioned the words, killed mercilessly. The crowd stopped the debates as they turned to look at Huang Xuan in unison. After all, no one expected such a huge incident to happen on the first day of the medicine sect's general meeting. HMPH. Gao Lin scoffed coldly and took 2 steps forward. His eyes glared at Huang Xuan icily as he said, that would depend on whether you have the ability. Boom. As he spoke, his mid-level martial supreme aura exploded from within his being and whirled towards Huang Xuan, carrying a stern fluctuation. However, upon sensing the terrifying power, Huang Xuan sneered instead and looked as if it did not bother him at all. A mid-level martial supreme. Hee. Gao Lin, from this moment on, your time as the previous sect master is up. If you had obediently given me this position, perhaps I would have granted you an easy death. Yet, unexpectedly, you still stubbornly wished to oppose me. Since that's the case, don't blame me for my inconsideration towards our past camaraderie. Everyone was shocked. It was common knowledge that Huang Xuan was only a low-level martial supreme. What right does he have to make such a bold statement? However, they soon discovered the answer. Just as the aura was whirling towards Huang Xuan, the latter's body released an explosion of powerful energy. That energy, when compared to Gao Lin's, was certainly much more powerful. There was the sound of a loud bang as all of Gao Lin's energy abruptly disappeared. He stumbled backward, completely stunned. Several others went into a daze as well as they stared at Huang Xuan in disbelief. If our memory is correct, Huang Xuan had only been a low-level martial supreme a few days ago. The crowd thought in unison. How has he been able to break through to a high-level martial supreme in just a few days? This was not logical at all. A high-level martial supreme. Gao Lin's expression changed drastically. He then took a deep breath to suppress his extreme fury. His eyes, which were full of rage, glared fixedly at the arrogant-looking Huang Xuan as he said, "How could you have possibly reached the rank of a high-level martial supreme?" He. Huang Xuan sneered and surveyed Gao Lin in front of him with a disdainful stare. He then replied in a voice filled with contempt, "Sect Master, you were once the #1 cultivator in the medicine sect, but this position now belongs to me. You've seen my power, and if you choose to continue opposing me, well, you know the consequences." Gao Lin clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were full of hatred. However, at this moment, he felt as if he was truly powerless. After all, once a person has reached the rank of a martial supreme, a single level of difference meant a vast level of difference in power. However, he simply could not understand how Huang Xuan had managed to break through 2 levels in succession in the span of a few short days. Could it be? Suddenly, Gao Lin seems to have thought of something and his eyes shot towards Wind Valley's group. Aside from Wind Valley, he would really like to find out the person who would have such a great ability to help Huang Xuan in his breakthrough. Since Wind Valley was hindered by a rule which prevents them from taking any action against forces outside of the first city, they had still been able to use this method to help Huang Xuan. Just as Gao Lin's heart was slowly sinking into an all-time low, a sneering voice sounded from the sides, "Did you think that you're the only high-level martial supreme here?" Chapter 939, A Duel Between Spiritual Beasts 2. What? Upon hearing those words, all eyes turned to look at the white-robed elder who was standing next to Gao Lin. At this moment, the old man's face was full of scorn and he no longer displayed his previously frivolous attitude. His elderly features were filled with mockery as if he thought that Huang Xuan's display of power was no big deal. "Holy Doctor, while it is true that I had once feared you, do you think that I would be scared of you now?" Huang Xuan glanced at the old man in white and burst into laughter. "My powers now surpass yours, you are no match for me at all. However, since you had the audacity to stand up for Gao Lin, I'm going to kill you first." Huang Xuan laughed icily and did not think too much of the meaning behind Bai Zhengxin's words. He had been oppressed by these 2 old men for so many years, it was time to purify the past. Hence, after saying his piece, he gave no room for anyone else to speak and immediately charged towards Bai Zhengxin as he screamed hoarsely, "Bai Zhengxin, you go to hell." Boom. An aura formed into the shape of a blade came slicing down from high above and pierced towards the ground with absolute ferocity. Huang Xuan laughed maniacally at the dust flying through the air. "Bai Zhengxin, aren't you supposed to be extremely powerful? Aren't you supposed to be awesome? Regardless of how powerful the opposition is, the death will be assured by my hand. This time, forget about you, even if the Grand Lord of Red Lotus territory were here, I will ensure that he never returns. Ha ha, on this mainland, I'm the most powerful of all." Huang Xuan laughed maniacally and the crowd shook their heads when they heard that. Elder Huang is simply too much of a savage. They thought in unison. He's only a high-level martial supreme, but he not only intends to kill the Holy Doctor, he also wants to challenge Grand Lord Hong Lian. One should know that Grand Lord Hong Lian is able to defeat a martial saint while he was a high-level martial supreme. Besides, we've even heard that he has already broken through to the rank of a martial saint. Can a puny person like Elder Huang be compared to him at all? Nonetheless, the reason why Elder Huang had dared to say such things was because he had Wind Valley's backing. As a member of Wind Valley, why should he fear a Grand Lord who resides in the outside world? He guarantees that even if Grand Lord Hong Lian had been present for the general meeting, the Grand Lord would have to bow before him as well. Who would dare to make an enemy of Wind Valley? Was that not looking for one's own death? Elder Feng, this Huang Xuan, you had recruited him. Feng Xiaoxiao laughed icily when she heard those words. If my guess is right, that man named Hong Lian is the enemy of the Lin family from the first city. The Lin family isn't exactly powerful and they're also placed last in the first city. However, I heard that ever since Grand Lord Hong Lian had arrived on the East Peak mainland, the Lin family has been trying to hunt him down and have him killed. Moreover, not only has he been able to escape them, he's even grown from his initial stage as a martial emperor to the martial supreme that he is today. He has also set up a great organization. In order to prevent him from growing any further, the Lin family did not hesitate to ignore the rules and had sent martial saints after him. Grand Lord Hong Lian, however, used his powers as a high-level martial supreme and escaped from the clutches of those 10 martial saints. He even managed to kill one of the martial saints. Feng Xiaoxiao was full of high praise towards Grand Lord Hong Lian. After all, he was probably the only man who succeeded in growing his power whilst being hunted down. Eldest lady, I can't seem to see the greatness in this man. Elder Feng replied disapprovingly. He may have been able to hide from the Lin family's clutches, but I'm very certain that the 10 martial saints which had been dispatched from the Lin family were the weakest amongst all martial saints. If they had sent their strongest warriors, the Lin family's punishment for breaking the rule may have been even more severe. Chapter 940, A Duel Between Spiritual Beasts 3. That year, the Lin family had been punished severely by the first city due to that incident. This gave way to an intense hatred they had towards Grand Lord Hong Lian. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled and shook her head. Elder Feng, your way of thinking is wrong. Those 10 martial saints may not have been very powerful, they were still martial saints. He had been able to escape from 10 martial saints who had surrounded him and even managed to kill one. If it had been you instead, would you have been able to do it? However, I'm certainly very curious as to the kind of person he is. If fate permits it, I'd like to meet him. A figure appeared in Feng Xiaoxiao's mind once she said her piece and her eyes displayed a hint of absent-mindedness. I wonder where he is now. Ha ha ha. Huang Xuan did not hear Feng Xiaoxiao and Elder Feng's conversation. He was still filled with the joy of being able to kill Bai Zhengxin. He burst into laughter, but that laughter soon came to a halt. His laughter had stopped so suddenly that he nearly stopped breathing and his expression turned absolutely ashen. How could this be? He widened his eyes and he could not help but tremble as he stared at the scene before him. When the dust had cleared, all he saw was a distinct gash created by the aura's blade, but Bai Junction was nowhere to be seen. I clearly remember slashing him, so where is he? Suddenly, a chill crept up from behind him. He quickly turned around, but an elderly hand had reached out to land fiercely on his chest. Huang Xuan had let his guard down completely, and with a loud bang, his body was sent flying out of the way before falling straight into the crowd. Huang Xuan, do you think that you can hurt me based on your abilities? Didn't I just say that you're not the only high-level martial supreme here? A few days ago, I had intended to have you killed in order to revenge my disciple. Now, you've given me the chance to do so. If I waste it, I won't be able to face my precious disciple. The corner of Gu Ruoan's eye began to twitch as she stared at the furious look on Bai Junction's face. Her heart was filled with warmth. This fellow may have an explosive temper, but he loves her deeply. When it comes to his words, she would have to accept whatever he said, no matter how severe his scolding was. However, no one else was allowed to say anything against her. Otherwise, this old fellow would charge head on and take that person's life. As for Huang Xuan, she had never paid any attention to him from the beginning. If Bai Junction wishes to destroy him, he was welcome to do it any time. A high-level martial supreme. The Holy Doctor has also broken through to the rank of a high-level martial supreme. Upon sensing the current measure of Bai Junction's power, whispers of shock coursed through the entire crowd. I never thought that you, old geezer, would have reached this stage first in the end. Gao Lin stepped forward and patted Bai Junction on the shoulder. His face was filled with sincerity as he spoke. It seems that the registry of martial supremes on the mainland will need to go through some revisions. Previously, even though Bai Junction and Gao Lin were both high-level martial supremes, if the two were to fight, Bai Junction's powers would still be slightly inferior to Gao Lin's. Unexpectedly, Bai Junction, who had been originally incapable of defeating Gao Lin, would become a high-level martial supreme first. I had better luck. I managed to break through before I arrived at the medicine sect. Bai Junction raised his brows complacently before he returned his attention to Huang Xuan. Huang Xuan, you've utilized external means to induce your breakthrough. No matter how you compare it, it would never be as good as my breakthrough, which had been achieved through my own hard work. So, if you plan on killing me, I'm afraid that you don't have the ability. Huang Xuan emerged from his initial astonishment and sneered. His laughter was rife with contempt and disdain. He then slowly rose to his feet, raised his chin, and stared arrogantly down at Bai Junction. Chapter 941, A Duel Between Spiritual Beasts 4. Do you think that I had dared to fight for the position of sect master simply because I have a bit of power? Would I have taken this risk without having 100% guarantee? He then turned his eyes towards Gu Ruan and spoke in a contemptuous voice. I know that you have a high-level martial supreme spiritual beast in your hands. Take it out and I'll have a duel with you. Let's see whose spiritual beast is more powerful. Gao Lin had previously mentioned that the little Lolita's powers were stronger than Elder Wang's. Based on this fact, he had then guessed that the little girl must be a high-level martial supreme. As for a martial saint, that would be entirely impossible. Would the first city allow a martial saint spiritual beast to exist in the world outside? Therefore, before the start of the medicine sect's general meeting, Elder Feng had lent him a spiritual beast. As long as he has that spiritual beast on hand, no one on this mainland, including Grand Lord Honglian, would dare to defy him. Spiritual beast. Bai Junction paused in his actions and stared at Huang Xuan with a peculiar look on his face. He does not know why, but when he saw the look on the old man's face, Huang Xuan felt a sense of uneasiness. However, as soon as he regained his senses, he immediately shook his head in self-mockery. After all, this spiritual beast has already reached the rank of a semi-saint. The little Lolita in Gu Ruan's hand would certainly be no match for it. A semi-saint, as the name implies, refers to a cultivator who has not successfully reached the rank of a martial saint. Once a cultivator reaches the semi-saint rank, it was a division point and they would never be able to become a martial saint. However, to a martial supreme, this semi-saint would still be an undeniably strong opponent. Huang Xuan's confidence had stemmed entirely from this fact. Little girl, Bai Junction turned towards Gu Ruan. This guy wants a duel with your spiritual beast. Since he's asked for it, duel with him. Give him a satisfactory loss. Asking for a duel with Gu Ruan's spiritual beasts, wasn't that just looking for death? This girl not only holds the 4 divine beasts in her hand, she also has the ancient divine phoenix Sixi as well. The blood running through his veins was enough to drive all other spiritual beasts into servitude. However, before Gu Ruan could reply, Huang Xuan had called out his spiritual beast. Bai Junction laughed as soon as he saw Huang Xuan's spiritual beast. Was this fellow purposely joking around? It was outrageous enough that he wants to duel with Gu Ruan's spiritual beast, but the beast he had chosen was a firebird. Does he not know that the vermilion bird was the ancestor of all the bird species of spiritual beasts? Gao Lin was stunned as well. Even though Huang Xuan was not aware of the vermilion bird's identity, he knows very well that Gu Ruan's spiritual beast was a member of the divine beasts, the vermilion bird. The suppression that comes with the blood in the vermilion bird's veins was extremely powerful. The vermilion bird was considered as the sovereign of all the bird species of spiritual beasts, so even if her powers were not on the same level as this firebird, the domination in her blood was enough to stop the firebird from fighting back. Is he certain that he wants to use a firebird against the vermilion bird? Why are all of you looking at me like that? Huang Xuan tried to forget Gao Lin and Bai Junction, who had similar expressions on their faces, and felt extremely puzzled. Is there something wrong with these two old geezers? Why are they looking at me with such pitying eyes? Could it be that they're trying to scare me on purpose? After all, this was what Gu Ruan had previously done. Huang Xuan steadied his emotions at the thought of this and sneered. I know that you're all afraid. However, as long as you admit to your wrongs and announce to the world that your powers were no match for mine, perhaps I will let you off easily. Besides, you're going to be food for this spiritual beast today anyway. It has been starved for almost a full day. As for that little girl, it would become a delicious meal in Husa's tummy. Chapter 942, Elder Feng Vomits Blood 1. The plaza was completely silent. Everyone looked unhappily at the spiritual beast which had appeared in front of Huang Xuan. If they really allow Huang Xuan to become the medicine sect's sect master, perhaps a nightmare would await them. However, the spiritual beast in his hand was indeed very powerful. Its powers were at least one level above Bai Zhongxun's. Nevertheless, even when faced with Huang Xuan, who was so determined to win, Bai Zhongxun still has a peculiar look on his face. He glanced at the old man in front of him and said, "Huang Xuan, I'm giving you one last chance. If you admit defeat, I'll allow my disciple to leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't even be left with a corpse at all." No corpse at all. After hearing those words, Huang Xuan could not contain himself from bursting into laughter. He then stared arrogantly at Bai Zhongxun and said contemptuously, "Bai Zhongxun, stop trying to scare me. Neither you nor your disciple are very good people. I won't fall for your tricks." Sigh. Bai Zhongxun let out a breath and shook his head. Those who refuse to listen to the advice of kind people often live to regret it. Don't say that I never reminded you. Little girl, I'll leave it up to you. There's no use in sparing someone like this. He certainly has not forgotten that Gu Ruoan had previously decided to spare Huang Xuan because she believes that he still had his uses. However, Bai Zhongxun could not figure out how useful Huang Xuan could be. Gu Ruoan did not respond as her clear and cold gaze stared calmly over at Huang Xuan. Initially, she had spared Huang Xuan for some minor reason, but this does not mean that she would allow him to provoke her over and over again. Never do something more than 3 times. Hence, even though Huang Xuan may still be somewhat useful to her, she no longer planned to let him off. "What, are you scared?" Huang Xuan sneered when he saw the emotionless look on Gu Ruoan's face. He then spoke with a disdainful look on his face. "Weren't you full of savagery in the past? Why are you scared now? Ha ha ha, if you had known back then that this was going to happen, would you have acted the way you did? You had crippled my precious daughter and humiliated me in that manner. If I don't avenge myself, I, Huang Xuan, can no longer be considered as a human being." Human. Snigger. Suddenly, a sharp laughter pierced through the silent plaza. "Do you think that you're fit to be considered human?" Whoosh. A wave of red flames rose into the air. A little Lolita dressed in red robes was standing tall and ready for battle in the middle of the flames. Her adorable cherubic features wore a scornful smile. Her eyes, which were filled with flames, stared down in a domineering manner at Huang Xuan, who was standing on the ground. Huang Xuan went green with rage. The space between his brows was filled with the flames of anger as he said, "Damn little girl, don't be so smug. This time, I'll make sure that even you won't be aware of how you've died. Hue, kill her now." He would never forget how this little Lolita had humiliated him. That was the most shameful moment of his life. If he does not kill her today, he would never get over this grudge for the rest of his life. "Kill me, with this little bird." The little Lolita gently raised her brow as her commanding gaze slowly swept across the firebird's body. Her adorable little face then lifted into a smile. "TSK, TSK. This little fellow is no bigger than the food stuck between my teeth and it still wants to kill me." Those who were not aware of the little Lolita's identity were completely shocked when they heard her smug declaration. They simply could not understand how a little girl like her could be so audacious and speak to a semi-sane spiritual beast in this manner. Besides, she has even called this enormous firebird a little fellow. At this moment, all eyes were turned towards the vermilion bird. Hence, no one had noticed how the firebird began to tremble at the sight of the little Lolita's commanding stare. Chapter 943, Elder Feng Vomits Blood 2. The firebird's expression was filled with terror, as if the harmless-looking little Lolita was some sort of horrifying monster. "HMPH, Huang Xuan scoffed icily and was entirely unbothered. Your words are useless now. Hue, you've been starving for so long, you may now feast on this fellow." Hearing this, the little Lolita clicked her tongue as she stared down at the cowering firebird. "While it wasn't your destiny to become a martial saint, you've managed to reach the rank of a semi-saint after all. How could you feel satisfied listening to a human's every order? You've even been given such a cliched name." The firebird trembled and nearly fell to the ground. It stared in terror at the little Lolita in the air but did not dare to say a single word, afraid that if it would provoke this demon if it were to say something wrong. However, it was innocent as well. It had been kidnapped by the members of Wind Valley, and if it defied their orders, they would torture it. They would also murder its clan. It had no choice but to follow Wind Valley's orders. "How about this? Since you're a spiritual beast, I'll give you one chance to change your loyalty. As long as you're willing to pledge your loyalty to me, I will allow fire elemental spiritual beasts to have a supreme existence." If this promise had come from anyone else, Hue might not have believed it. Then again, who was the divine beast, the vermilion bird? She was a member of the 4 divine beasts. Furthermore, she was their ancestor, the ultimate sovereign whom they would pledge their loyalty to. Therefore, when it heard her words, Hue snarled and turned around before charging towards Huang Xuan. "Ha ha." Huang Xuan laughed and spoke in a voice filled with disdain. "Who do you think you are to try to give orders to Hue? You." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly stopped speaking. His expression then turned pale in an instant and his eyes widened in terror. Hue, who had been standing right next to him, was charging towards him at top speed. It then shot a mouthful of flames at him. His robes were immediately burnt to ashes and his entire body was blackened as if he had been struck by lightning. As if they had been struck by a bolt of lightning themselves, everyone was rendered completely dumbfounded. They could not understand why the firebird had defected on its owner. Could it be? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, all eyes turned in unison to look at the little Lolita dressed in red. Their hearts filled with shock. If our guess was right, the firebird had changed sides because of what she had said. They thought in unison. Who was this little girl? How did she manage to convince the firebird to turn against Huang Xuan? Thud. Elder Feng rose abruptly as he fixed his eyes upon the little Lolita. His gaze was icy and fierce. Hue was not the strongest in the firebird clan and it would never be able to break through to become a martial saint. That was why I had given it as a gift to Huang Xuan. Even so, it should not struggle as it was a semi-saint. How is a little girl able to convince it to betray its master almost instantly and that it would even neglect its own kind? Fire elemental spiritual beasts would never betray Wind Valley. This was a fact that everyone in Wind Valley strongly believes in. Their belief was rooted in the fact that many of the Fire Elemental Spiritual Beasts clan members were being imprisoned by Wind Valley. Fire Elemental Spiritual Beasts have always been united and valued their relationship with each other. They had no choice but to pledge loyalty to Wind Valley for the sake of their clan members' lives. When Elder Feng saw that Huoer was about to finish Huang Xuan, he could no longer sit still and do nothing. He immediately threw himself forward and leaped into the air, landing in front of the Firebird. With a loud bang, his fist landed fiercely on the Firebird's body, sending it flying out of the way. Chapter 944, Elder Feng Vomits Blood, 3. However, Elder Feng did not say anything to the Firebird. He only stared maliciously at it to express his dissatisfaction towards its behavior. Little girl, Elder Feng quickly turned away and fixed his gaze on Gu Ruan. Anyone can make mistakes, so forgive them whenever it's possible. Regardless of how many sins Elder Huang has committed, one should not threaten another's life so casually. Why don't we forget about this on account of Wind Valley's reputation? How about it? Gu Ruan smiled and swept her gaze across the ugly look on Elder Feng's face. She then raised her brows and said, previously, when Elder Huang had tried to take over the sect master of the medicine sect's position and had tried to harm others, why had you not stopped him? Elder Feng's expression changed drastically and he silently hurled curses at Huang Xuan in his heart. This useless thing can't do anything right. In the end, I had to step in. Little girl, Huang Xuan is a member of Wind Valley, so I have to protect him. Elder Feng did not make any excuses for himself and spoke in a practical and realistic manner. Is it alright if I explain it this way? He had not given a huge speech on morality and only mentioned that Elder Huang was a member of Wind Valley, so he, as an elder of Wind Valley, had to step out to protect him. Otherwise, if Huang Xuan were to be murdered in the presence of Wind Valley's members, Wind Valley would be humiliated if this gets back to the first city. Gu Ruan smiled faintly. What you're saying is that if Wind Valley's members commit a crime, they should receive protection. Whereas everyone else deserves to die. Elder Feng's elderly features instantly sank. Even though the eldest lady has placed great value on this little girl, she has yet to reach her full potential. It would be too easy to kill her off now, knowing the great power that Wind Valley holds. He also believes that Gu Ruan was well aware of this fact. Nevertheless, she still insists on being so stubborn. Little girl, I really admire your capability and I can tell that your spiritual beast's power is not as simple as it looks to be able to command a semi-sane spiritual beast. However, compared to Wind Valley's power, there's a vast difference in power. Let me tell you one thing, on this mainland, those with an iron fist have command over reason. Only those with an iron fist have the right to speak. Regardless of how many sins Huang Xuan has committed, he is still associated with Wind Valley's reputation. If he dies, wouldn't Wind Valley become the laughingstock for our inability to protect him? Elder Feng's eyes darted back and forth as he continued to speak. Of course, it's not that you can't kill him. If you kill him, you must repay Wind Valley with another. If you're willing to pledge your loyalty to Wind Valley, you can do whatever you wish to him and I won't stand up for him anymore. Actually, Elder Feng's reason for stepping out was obvious. He wanted to entice Gu Ruan. Even though Feng Xiaoxiao had already told him that Gu Ruan was not someone who could be easily controlled, he wanted to give it a try for the sake of Wind Valley. After all, Wind City does not hold a very favorable situation in the first city. Now that they have met with a genius like this, you must at least give it a try. Elder Feng. Huang Xuan, who had thought that his life had been assured, had begun to sigh incessantly. However, he never expected to hear the second half of Elder Feng's words. It made his expression change instantly and his heart immediately sank to an all-time low. Everyone else could not help but shake their heads and sigh. Based on their observation, Gu Ruan would certainly choose to enter Wind Valley. Simply because the allure of the first city was too great. She would become the only genius to enter the first city before breaking through to the rank of a martial saint. My apologies. Under the crowd's envious stares, Gu Ruan shook her head as she calmly replied, I don't wish to enter any organizations nor do I wish to serve anyone. I can only reject Wind Valley's invitation. Chapter 945, Elder Feng Vomits Blood, 4. Whoosh. Elder Feng's expression sank. He squinted his eyes as a cold light flashed from within his pupils. Little girl, if you don't agree to this condition, I will never let you take Huang Xuan's life today. Gu Ruan smiled. Anyone that I have marked for death will never live long in the end. He has already crossed me before, but due to my own reasons, I had let him off for the time being. This time, I won't allow him to live any longer. The reason why she had spared Huang Xuan a few days ago was because he would definitely be a way for her to enter the first city. After all, under most circumstances, the first city would send someone to the outside world and escort them into the city. No one from the outside world would know how to find the first city. Of course, she would not get the information she needed from Grand Lord Hong Lian because Grand Lord Hong Lian would never reveal it to her for the sake of preventing her from taking the risk. Hence, once she found out that Huang Xuan had connections with powers in the first city, she had begun to plot her way in. However, it now looks like Huang Xuan has outlived his purpose. She could find other ways to get into the first city even without him. You. Elder Feng's expression changed drastically. He then stared maliciously at Gu Ruan. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Ruan cut him off. Actually, once I've killed Huang Xuan, Wind Valley should thank me. She's saying that Wind Valley should thank her for killing one of Wind Valley's members. Elder Feng's expression turned even more unsightly upon hearing her declaration. His expression scared Bai Junction so much that the holy doctor quickly pulled Gu Ruan protectively behind him, afraid that the old man would kill her in a blind rage. However, Gu Ruan did not seem worried at all. Her features retained a clear and cold smile as she said, how many issues has Huang Xuan caused by utilizing Wind Valley's name? However, Wind Valley continues to indulge him. It causes one to think that Wind Valley has sloppy management. However, I'm willing to do a good deed and help Wind Valley to clear the trash. Elder Feng clenched his fist in a tight grip and a vein appeared on the corner of his forehead. Just as he was about to speak, a clear and melodious voice stopped him. Elder Feng, Miss Gu is right. Huang Xuan has indeed committed a crime and deserves to die. I, Feng Xiaoxiao, shall be the first to express our gratitude to you, Miss Gu, for helping us to resolve this. As she spoke, Feng Xiaoxiao stared at Gu Ruan with a complicated expression. It goes without saying that she truly admires this woman at this moment. If they had allowed her to murder Huang Xuan in front of Wind Valley's members, Wind Valley would become the laughing stock once this gets out, and many would think that Wind Valley was afraid of her. However, when Gu Ruan put it that way, it was different. Wind Valley would not be seen to have given up on protecting Huang Xuan because they had feared her. Instead, they were letting her help them clear out the trash. This way, the world would see Wind Valley as upright, honest, and cautious. No one would look down on them for this. All right, Elder Feng took a deep breath. Since the eldest lady has said it, I will no longer bother myself with the grudge between you and Huang Xuan. However, this firebird belongs to Wind Valley. May I ask you to return it to us? Gu Ruan stole a look at the little vermilion bird's annoyed face and smiled at Feng Xiaoxiao once again. Oh. This fire elemental spiritual beast belongs to Wind Valley. Why was it in Huang Xuan's hands then? Could it be that Huang Xuan has stolen the firebird? Since that's the case, and also based on the fact that I'm helping Wind Valley to clear the trash, let this firebird be your reward to me. Elder Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. This damn girl wants to kill one of Wind Valley's members, and she now wants Wind Valley to reward her for it. One should not bully others in this manner. Chapter 946, The Vermilion Bird's Cruelty, 1. Since Miss Gu has taken a liking to this spiritual beast, it shall be a gift from Wind Valley to you. Feng Xiaoxiao smiled mildly and replied in a breezy voice. She had given this semi-saint spiritual beast away to Gu Ruan without even blinking, as if it was not even worth mentioning to her. Eldest lady. Elder Feng's expression changed twice. He tried to speak, but after taking one look at the expression in Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes, he then swallowed his words. Why was Wind Valley's spiritual beast in Huang Xuan's hands? Should they tell the world that it was Elder Feng who had loaned it to Huang Xuan in order to help him usurp the medicine sect master's position? If word of this gets out, it would garner great dissatisfaction amongst many towards Wind Valley. So, when Gu Ruan had made up an excuse to free Wind Valley from this responsibility, Feng Xiaoxiao had decided to go along with it. 1. As for the semi-saint spiritual beast, it was nothing to an organization like Wind Valley. If gifting one semi-saint spiritual beast would free Wind Valley from negative public opinion, it was a good bargain to them. Feng Xiaoxiao glanced at Gu Ruan at the thought of this, and a somber look appeared in her sunken gaze. Her thoughts were a mystery from the world. No one could tell what she was thinking. You're spouting garbage. Huang Xuan was enraged. He glared at Gu Ruan and said, Elder Feng had clearly given this spiritual beast to me, yet you're saying that I had stolen it from Wind Valley. That is simply venomous slander. Elder Feng, eldest lady, you must give me justice. Shut your mouth. Elder Feng understood Feng Xiaoxiao's intentions in an instant, but when he heard Huang Xuan's brainless declaration, he turned a gloomy gaze towards him. Huang Xuan, how dare you? You had dared to steal Wind Valley's property, yet you still have the audacity to quibble. From now on, you, Huang Xuan, are no longer a member of Wind Valley. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with Wind Valley any longer. Boom. Huang Xuan's mind turned completely blank, as if he had been struck by lightning. He stumbled back as his entire being lost all strength, as if he was collapsing from exhaustion. He never expected that at the end of the day, Wind Valley would make such a decision. I never thought that an elder of the medicine sect would turn out to be a thief. He would even steal Wind Valley's property. TSK. You did not consider Huang Xuan's personality. Was he a good person? I believe that there's nothing he won't do to get ahead. Not only did he steal Wind Valley's spiritual beast, he had tried to seize power as well. The crowd shook their heads and sighed as they stared at Huang Xuan with looks of disdain. Of course, they only needed to poke their brains a little to realize that this matter was definitely connected to Wind Valley in some way. After all, this was a semi-saint fire elemental spiritual beast. How could Huang Xuan possibly have the ability to steal it? However, they would not even mention this even if they have thought of it. There were some things that should be kept to themselves. The elders who had stood up in support of Huang Xuan glanced at one another as they witnessed the scene and tried to slip away. However, at that very moment, the little Alita in midair noticed the restless group, and her adorable doll-like face lit up with an evil smile. Trying to escape. Have you asked for my permission? Whoosh. Instantly, a wall of fire rose around the elders, completely trapping the old men who had been trying to steal away. As they stared at the raging wall of flames, the elders finally displayed a sense of terror on their faces. Sect Master. When they realized that there was no escape, one of the elders turned towards Gaolin and fell on his knees to the ground with a loud thud. Tears streamed down from his elderly eyes as he pleaded, we had all been bewitched by Huang Xuan, which was why we had committed such a seditious act. Please spare our lives on account that this was our first offense. Chapter 947, The Vermilion Bird's Cruelty, 2. Gaolin looked down at the old man kneeling before him and shook his head. I've never been unkind to any of you, yet all of you had chosen to take the side of evil. Now you're begging for mercy. He laughed coldly as his face filled with an icy chill. Unfortunately, it's too late. Whoosh. The elder stumbled back and his butt connected with the ground. His expression was filled with hopelessness. He knows that at this point, anything that he said would have been too late. The sect master would never spare them. This was all Huang Xuan's fault. At that moment, the hatred in his eyes locked onto Huang Xuan. He gritted his teeth and looked as if he wanted to tear Huang Xuan to shreds. There's a possibility for you to escape with your life. The little Alita noticed the hatred in the elder's heart and raised her brow. If anyone amongst you is able to give Huang Xuan the cruelest form of torture, I may decide to spare one of you. However, I can only spare one person. If you wish to live, you may torture Huang Xuan in the cruelest way possible. She had only said that she would spare one of them, but as for whether this person would retain his sense of mind and power, that was not up for discussion. Upon hearing this, the crowd of witnesses gasped. Cruel. She's too cruel. This little Lolita looks to be quite young, but her methods are absolutely cruel. These elders had been dragged down by Huang Xuan and they have developed a deep hatred for him. Once she has dangled the chance to stay alive in front of them, would Huang Xuan be able to die with a whole corpse? The answer, naturally, was no. The little Lolita waved her hand and the wall of flames dissipated. The elders then immediately charged towards Huang Xuan like a pack of wolves and tigers. At this moment, Huang Xuan was under the little Lolita's coercion, so he was completely immobilized and could only stare in horror at the maddened old men. No. His very last word was drowned out by earth-shattering cries. It was such a blood-curdling scene that everyone could not bear to watch any further. Master. She descended from the sky and stood in front of Gu Ruoan. Her initially evil-looking little face was now smiling as beautifully as a flower. She stared at Gu Ruoan like a little puppy awaiting praise with a fawning look on her face. What do you think of how I've taken care of things? Gu Ruoan nodded. It's not bad. By the way, didn't you want this firebird? It's yours. Chi's eyes instantly lit up. She then threw her little body into Gu Ruoan's arms and her small lips planted a big fat kiss on her as she giggled. Master, I knew you'd treat me the best. This firebird shall become my little brother. As she spoke, she turned towards the reverent and respectful-looking firebird and stroked her chin with her little hand. After pausing for thought, she then spoke again. Huoer is too horrible of a name. Your name shall be Lingair from now on. The firebird was dumbstruck. Is this any better? Of course, the firebird certainly would not dare to display any form of dissatisfaction towards the vermilion bird's words. He retained a respectful and reverent look on his face. This subordinate shall listen your every command, my liege. Liege. When Fang Xiaoxiao heard the firebird's words and took another look at the respectful manner he was displaying, she knitted her attractive brows. Where did this little girl come from? Elder Fang, I want you to go back and gather information. Find out whether this little girl exists in the spiritual beast's great families. Yes, eldest lady. Elder Fang joined his fists and bowed respectfully. He then stared heavily at the little vermilion bird. This time, even he could see that the spiritual beast was somewhat different from the rest. Especially since a clan member of the fire elemental spiritual beasts had addressed her as his liege. Chapter 948, The Vermilion Bird's Cruelty, 3. Gao Lin cleared his throat as he glanced over at Huang Xuan, whose voice was being slowly silenced under the elder's torture. He then turned away before he spoke calmly. Everyone, welcome to the medicine sect's general meeting. However, I never expected anything like this to happen at the start of the general meeting. This is definitely due to a lack of discipline in the medicine sect. However, the medicine sect will certainly not postpone the general meeting just because of this. I will now bring out the pill formula so that all the esteemed doctors may investigate. The crowd sighed with relief as he spoke. They had been worried that the general meeting would be postponed because of Huang Xuan's actions. It was a good thing that this did not happen. Even the cultivators from Wind Valley could not help but feel more vigorous as they fixed their attention on Gao Lin. The crowd watched as Gao Lin took out a piece of parchment from his lapel. The parchment's texture was a little yellowed and it clearly had a few good generations on it. Everyone felt as if it would tear at the slightest touch. Gao Lin's hand was trembling slightly. After all, he was holding an ancient pill formula. If he accidentally tore the paper, he might be labeled as a criminal on the mainland. Everyone, I am sure that you've all been aware of the developments regarding this situation prior to your arrival. Not too long ago, the medicine sect had gone to investigate an ancient ruin. From that ancient ruin, we had managed to obtain this complete pill formula. Due to the now lost art of pill refinement, no one in the world has been able to become a pill master. Hence, I've chosen to recruit the physicians of the mainland so that we can research the art of pill refinement together. If we manage to uncover the ancient art of pill refinement, it would be wonderful news and bring great benefits for the mainland. This was a proclamation that Gao Lin had designed for the physicians. Even if someone did manage to obtain the art of pill refinement, they would certainly monopolize it. Who would want to create benefits for the mainland? Humans are selfish and they would never share anything with strangers. Fang Xiaoxiao took a deep breath as a somber look flashed in her eyes. Elder Fang, this time, no matter what, you must refine this pill successfully. If we can refine pills, Wind Valley's position would receive a substantial boost. If you fail. Fang Xiaoxiao's gaze sank as she mentioned this and her eyes no longer displayed their initial warmth. Instead, they were filled with a sharp coldness. No, you must not fail. It has been many years since a pill master has appeared in Wind Valley because we've never been able to obtain a pill formula. Now that we have a chance, we must take the advantage. Of course, if Elder Fang were to unfortunately fail and someone else manages to refine the pill instead, she must make that person Wind Valley's pill master. Even if she has to pay a hefty price. Sect Master, may I take a look at that pill formula? Suddenly, an elderly voice sounded from the crowd. That voice was clearly filled with excitement. Bai Junshan looked at the person who had spoken and turned towards Gu Ruoan's ear to whisper, "That's Bo Ru, he's a true medicinal fanatic. His lifelong dream is to successfully refine a pill. Unfortunately, he's never been able to find a pill formula, let alone refine a pill. So, when he heard that the medicine sect had procured a pill formula, he had rushed right over from a great distance." Gu Ruoan nodded but did not say much. She observed Bo Ru who was receiving the pill formula from Gao Lin with great care. Bo Ru stared at the pill formula in his hand and was completely in a daze. He then said in an astonished voice, "This only states the ingredients needed for refining the pill, there's nothing else. How are we supposed to refine this?" Chapter 949, The Vermilion Bird's Cruelty, 4. Gao Lin laughed bitterly. This was why, despite all the research by the medicine sect's experts for more than a month, that we had been unable to uncover anything else. If the procedure and methods had been complete, why would he possibly share the pill formula at all? There was no use in keeping a pill formula if one was unable to refine a pill from it. Oh, that's right. If I remember this correctly, Elder Feng from Wind Valley is a physician as well. The old man named Bo Ru seemed to remember something all of a sudden and became very excited. Wind Valley is not like the outside world. Doctors in Wind Valley must know the method of refining pills. I dare say that if there's anyone here who has the best chance to refine the pill, that person would be Elder Feng. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up. Even if they were unable to successfully refine a pill in the end, if they had the opportunity to witness the birth of a pill, it would still be a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Hee hee. Hearing this, Elder Feng chuckled as his face filled with arrogance. You're right, I do know a bit about refining pills. Since you've all begged for me, let me grant you the good fortune of witnessing the birth of a pill. As he said this, Elder Feng seems to remember something and turned his gaze towards Gu Ruoan. Little girl, I know that you're a doctor, so I think that you must be greatly interested in refining pills. Isn't that just nonsense? Who would make the trip here if it had not been for the sake of pills? Of course, the crowd would only dare to say this in their hearts. They did not dare show any sign of disrespect on their faces. So, Elder Feng paused as a light flashed in his eyes. If you agree to become my disciple and join Wind Valley, I will give you all of my knowledge in refining pills. To tell the truth, he has never refined a pill before. However, he once had the good fortune to receive a book on refining pills. All of the knowledge he has was from that book, but he never had the chance to practice. At that moment, everyone stared at Gu Ruoan with envy. All his knowledge in refining pills. This was a treasure that was within the sight of every doctor but was still out of reach. They never thought that this little girl would have such good fortune to receive Elder Feng's good graces. He had not hesitated to utilize such a treasured knowledge as a gift in order to entice her to join Wind Valley. If they were in her place, they would probably join Wind Valley without hesitation. Gao Lin wrinkled his brows. Honestly, he did not wish for Gu Ruoan to join Wind Valley. If she becomes a member of Wind Valley, she would no longer hold the post as the Holy Doctor's disciple. Join Wind Valley. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders and replied casually, I've told you just now, I'm not interested. Besides, I already have a master, so I can't become your disciple. Rejected. She actually rejected his offer. Everyone stared at Gu Ruoan in shock. Where does this little girl find the gall to reject Wind Valley's olive branch time and time again? Only Bai Jungshan's face had remained smiling throughout the entire time as he stared proudly at Gu Ruoan. That's my disciple. She would never discard her master no matter the temptations or benefits that comes her way. Sigh. Gao Lin spoke with a hint of envy. Holy Doctor, you've accepted a very good disciple. Of course. Bai Jungshan looked very complacent. This little girl was his pride. With such a precious disciple, he would be satisfied for the rest of his life. Elder Feng's expression sank. Do you not wish to become a pill master? He asked with a gloomy look in his eye. As long as you become my disciple, I would certainly give my all to help you. Chapter 950, Supreme Mystery Pill 1. Gu Ruoan smiled gently as she stared at Elder Feng's confident expression. You're not a pill master, so even if I become your disciple, you won't be able to teach me anything. Likewise, even if you do become a pill master, I won't be your disciple either. Gu Ruoan's response calmed Elder Feng down and a light flashed in his cloudy eyes. Little girl, one should not make such a statement too hastily. You may say that I can't be a pill master, but I'll prove you wrong. When that time comes, let me know if you change your mind. Isn't this little girl unwilling to become my disciple because I'm not a pill master at this point? Just wait until I become a pill master, she probably won't have any objections then and would even ask to become my disciple. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders and did not say much else. However, her half-smile made Elder Feng feel very uncomfortable. He resolved that he would make this little girl regret her rude and impetuous rejection. The crowd stared as Elder Feng took a deep breath and clutched the pill formula in his hand. He then headed to the medicinal cauldron which had been placed at the center of the plaza. At this moment, his elderly features no longer displayed his previous arrogance. His face was now utterly solemn. After this, I'll refine a pill from this pill formula. However, this is my first time refining a pill, so it's possible that I may not have complete control based on my level of power. Therefore, I'd like to ask Bai Jungshan and Gao Lin to come to my side and help me. Elder Feng swept his eyes towards the crowd below before resting his gaze upon the Holy Doctor and Gao Lin. Amongst all the attendees, the two of them were pretty powerful and only they would have the right qualities to assist Elder Feng. Bai Jungshan furrowed his brows and subconsciously turned towards Gu Ruoan. When the crowd noticed the expression on his face, they were all filled with doubt. Why would the Holy Doctor ask for his disciple's opinion? Even if this woman was lucky enough to obtain such a powerful spiritual beast, that does not mean that her power and medical skill would surpass the Holy Doctor's. Yet, the Holy Doctor would consult her at a time like this. Go ahead. Gu Ruoan patted Bai Jungshan's shoulder as she raised her brow and said, nothing will happen as long as I'm around. These words dispelled the worries from Bai Jungshan's heart. After all, this little girl has the ancient divine pagoda in the palm of her hands. Her words proved that no danger would come to him once he was in the pill refinement process. Even if anything bad were to happen, she would stop it in time. Bai Jungshan chuckled at the thought, since Elder Feng has extended an invitation to us, how can we refuse? Besides, there hasn't been a pill master on this mainland for so many years. If I could join in on the pill refining process, I'd have something to show off about in the future. After saying his piece, he no longer hesitated as he leaped across the crowd in front of him and arrived next to Elder Feng. When Gao Lin saw how Bai Jungshan has already joined in, he did not delay any further as well as he hurriedly made his way to the center of the plaza. The entire plaza was now completely silent. It was so silent that one could hear the sound of a leaf falling to the ground. All eyes were fixed upon the three elders in the middle of the plaza. Even their breathing has grown anxious. Though there was no way they could join the pill refinement process, they were lucky enough to have the opportunity to witness the birth of a pill. This was something that every doctor on the mainland has been yearning to see for over 10,000 years. Gao Lin, give me the medicinal herb. Bai Jungshan, I want you to do as I say. Elder Feng's eyes were filled with a serious air as he delegated the tasks in a low voice. After giving those orders, he began to refine the pill as the crowd watched. Chapter 951, Supreme Mystery Pill 2. It was sunset and the glow of the setting sun illuminated the entire plaza. Elder Feng's elderly features were drenched in sweat as he ignited a flame beneath the medicine cauldron at the center of the plaza. Eldest lady, the holy doctor and the medicine sect master don't seem to be of much help. Even Elder Feng looks a little worried. May I ask why did you not take this pill formula back to Wind Valley so that all the doctors in Wind Valley could investigate this together? An elder, who was standing behind Feng Xiaoxiao, frowned as he asked this question. He simply could not understand her intentions. Based on Wind Valley's power, she only needs to ask and she would be able to take the pill formula from the medicine sect. Presumably, Galin would not dare to reject them. No, Feng Xiaoxiao shook her head. If anyone from the First City were to find out about Wind Valley's movements outside of the First City, it would spark great dissatisfaction towards Wind Valley. I can't take that risk. Besides, I believe in Elder Feng's power. Based on his abilities, he would certainly be able to refine the pill successfully even if it was the first time he has come into contact with pills. As she spoke, her refined and beautiful eyes turned towards Elder Feng who was now dripping with sweat. Her peerless face lit up with a smile. Elder Feng, I hope that you won't disappoint me. I also hope that the many years of cultivation at Wind Valley will come to fruition today. To the outside world's knowledge, pillmasters have been extinct for over 10,000 years. Then again, what kind of place was the First City? It was the hub for the most powerful cultivators on the mainland. Everyone knows that the higher one's cultivation level was, the longer their life would be. By the time someone reaches the rank of a Martial Supreme, they would be graced with a 300-year lifespan. What about Martial Saints? They would certainly be able to live for much, much longer. Besides, in the First City, the rank of Martial Saint was only the beginning. It was also the very bottom of the barrel. Hence, most of the powerful cultivators in the First City were thousand-year-old elderly monsters. To these old monsters, a few thousand years was enough for them to uncover the secrets behind pill refinement. Of course, this had nothing to do with Wind Valley but as luck would have it, not too long ago, a rival organization had managed to refine a pill. Even though that pill was only an average pill which helps one to restore spiritual energy. However, in the middle of a fight between two opponents of the same level, if one side had been completely depleted of spiritual energy and another produces a pill to restore their energy, the result of the fight would have been determined then. This was why Feng Xiaoxiao was so anxious for Elder Feng to successfully refine a pill. The elder was about to say something else but when he saw the determined look on Feng Xiaoxiao's face, he kept his thoughts to himself. As an elder from Wind Valley, how could he not know the urgency in Feng Xiaoxiao's heart? If they were still unable to refine a pill, Wind Valley would be overrun by that organization sooner or later. By then, her painstaking efforts for such a long time would come to nothing. Sister. Chia Linyu walked towards Gu Ruan without any regard towards anyone around him. He furrowed his delicate brows and asked in a clear and lively voice, do you think he'll succeed? Gu Ruan shook her head and calmly replied, he has indeed touched the threshold of the art of pill refinement but, unfortunately, he has merely touched the threshold. Of course, he might succeed in another 2 to 3 years. Gu Ruan's heart was filled with surprise as she spoke. After all, the art of pill refinement had been completely extinct on this mainland. She had been lucky enough to receive the ancient divine pagoda and it was because of this that she has managed to learn the art of pill refinement. She never thought that anyone else would be able to touch the threshold of pill refinement on their own. Chapter 952, Supreme Mystery Pill 3. Is this the might of a powerful cultivator from the First City? Gu Ruan gently stroked her chin. This was the first time that she has ever felt so much curiosity towards the First City. Perhaps that was where she was supposed to go. Only at that place where powerful cultivators were at every corner could she truly experience growth. Chia Linyu has complete faith in Gu Ruan's abilities. Others may not be aware of it but he knows very well that Gu Ruan was a pill master. However, when everyone else overheard the conversation between these two, they snorted with disdain as their faces filled with ridicule. Even though Gu Ruan's abilities have surprised them, one cannot become a pill master based on talent alone. Even though she was the holy doctor's disciple. However, if she thinks that she has the right to dole out a point-by-point commentary simply because of her master, she would be sorely mistaken. Even the holy doctor did not dare to proclaim that Elder Feng would be unsuccessful in refining a pill. What confidence does she have to say such a thing? Just then, Elder Feng, who had placed his full attention on the medicine cauldron, spoke up. Bai Junction, come and help me. Elder Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he instructed Bai Junction. Bai Junction was stunned before he murmured a question, what should I do? Lend me your mental energy. My powers are insufficient at the moment and I can't control the enormous flames during the pill refinement process. If I'm unable to control the pill, this medicine cauldron will explode. For the safety of so many people, I can only put in more effort. Elder Feng never thought that the pill refinement process would be so difficult. Unfortunately, Wind Valley's physicians had not come with them so he could only ask Bai Junction and Gaolin for help. If Wind Valley's physicians were in their place, perhaps he would have already refined the pill successfully. He shook his head at the thought and sighed, physicians in the outside world aren't powerful enough. If this were a member of Wind Valley instead, would they even need to be instructed? I don't even know what I'm doing. Now, I can only settle for second best. I wonder if I'll succeed this time. What he meant was that if it had been one of Wind Valley's doctors in their place, he would most definitely have successfully refined the pill. If he were to fail in the end, it would all be due to the holy doctor and Gaolin's lack of ability and would have nothing to do with him one. These words that shirk Elder Feng's responsibility carved a cold smile on Gu Ruan's face. A true pill master would never push their failure in refining a pill onto others. All right. Bai Junction was clearly unhappy but he could not ignore the big picture. He then instantly released his mental energy. If you increase the fire, I can guarantee that the medicine cauldron will explode in less than 3 minutes. Gu Ruan laughed icily as she stared at Elder Feng and spoke in a light voice. Her voice was crystal clear in the silent plaza and fell into the ears of everyone present. Elder Feng furrowed his brows unhappily before he glanced at her and said, "Don't disturb me while I'm refining a pill. Can you shoulder the responsibility if I should fail?" Hearing this, the crowd was also filled with dissatisfaction. Their faces were filled with contempt as they said, "Miss Gu, the art of pill refinement is not the same as cultivation. While we recognize that you may be a genius, when it comes to medicine, us old folks are much more capable. You should stop butting in." "That's right, so what if you're the holy doctor's disciple? In most cases, the older the doctor, the more abundant his experiences. Even we cannot tell if Elder Feng's methods are correct, yet you insist on saying these things. Could it be that you feel unsatisfied at the sight of your master stealing the spotlight?" Chapter 953, Supreme Mystery Pill 4. She should get lost. A child shouldn't create more trouble for their elders. We still want to witness the production process of a pill. If the pill refinement process fails because of you, can you shoulder that responsibility? No one believed in Gu Ruan's words. After all, from what they could tell, Elder Feng was much more experienced when compared to this little girl. If there was anyone here who stands a chance to successfully refine a pill, it would be Elder Feng. Who does she think she is to criticize and give orders to Elder Feng with such audacity? If she really causes Elder Feng to fail, she would become a criminal of the mainland. "Master," Gu Ruan glanced at Elder Feng, who looked indifferent and calmly said, "Remember to put up your defenses to avoid getting hurt. Don't worry about anyone else." Bai Junxian immediately raised his shields and, at the same time, Yao Lin did not hesitate to order everyone else in the medicine sect to raise their shields as well. Even he does not know why he trusts Gu Ruan so much. Simply a bunch of idiots. The little vermilion bird pursed her adorable little lips and stared disdainfully over at the old men who were flaunting their seniority. She raised an elegant brow and said, "Don't blame my master for not advising you, it was you who had refused to listen to her words. Should an injury occur, don't blame anyone else but yourselves." Boom. Just as the little vermilion bird spoke, a loud and powerful blast suddenly exploded from the center of the plaza. The aftermath of the explosion was scattered everywhere. It had even caused the plaza's ground to rise and fall, turning the whole place into a ruin in an instant. This. Whoosh. Fang Xixiao suddenly rose to her feet as her beautiful eyes stared in shock at the wreckage in front of her. Her gorgeous gaze pierced through the thick smoke and turned towards a flash of green robes which were steadfast like a bamboo tree, while her pretty hand tightly gripped the edge of her chair. It had exploded. Elder Fang's pill refining process has actually generated an explosion. How was this woman so certain that the pill would explode when Elder Fang increased the flames? The entire plaza reverted back to silence after the explosion. After a long pause, the smoky plaza erupted with loud chatters. Everyone had an unmasked sense of shock in their voice. It exploded. It had really exploded. How could this be? Elder Fang has such great power, yet how could that little girl have predicted the outcome so accurately? I feel as if my thighs have been paralyzed from the explosion. This is the extent of the power within a pill that even I, a martial honor, could end up sustaining such a heavy injury. Hee, it's a good thing that I had the foresight to raise my shield so my injuries aren't too severe. As the smoke cleared, the ruined plaza slowly came into view. Due to the magnitude of the explosion, most of the cultivators who had not utilized the shields had received heavy injuries. Of course, aside from the ones Gu Ruan had helped, only the cultivators from the medicine sect and Wind Valley had remained unscathed. The medicine sect's members had raised the shields due to Gao Lin's orders. As for Wind Valley, their powers were simply far too great. The magnitude of an explosion like this was not enough to harm a cultivator at the rank of a martial saint and above. However, everyone else was not so lucky. Some of the more severe cases had their limbs blasted from their bodies. When Gao Lin became aware of this, he immediately ordered the medicine sect's doctors to send the casualties away to receive treatment. This was the consequences of the disbelief towards Gu Ruan's words. Impossible. This is impossible. Elder Fang stared foolishly at the shattered medicine cauldron. His eyes filled with disbelief and he could not understand it. I had clearly done everything according to order, so how could I have failed in the refinement process? Chapter 954, Supreme Mystery Pill 5. Elder Fang, what is the meaning of this? Fang Xiaoxiao glanced at the dazed Elder Fang as she asked. Her clear and light voice was emotionless. Similarly, her peerless face did not show any emotion either as she questioned, how could you have failed? Prior to their arrival, Fang Xiaoxiao had absolute confidence in Elder Fang and she never expected that he would fail. Eldest lady, I've let you down. Elder Fang returned to his senses and he turned towards Fang Xiaoxiao, joined his fists and bowed. An apologetic look appeared on his elderly features as he said, if Wind Valley's doctors had been here, perhaps I might have been able to refine this pill successfully. Unfortunately, Bai Junxian and Gao Lin's mental energies were too weak. Furthermore, at the most crucial point, Bai Junxian had abandoned the pill refinement process and released his shield, causing the explosion. 1. He had resolutely believed that they could not have failed based on his powers, yet they had still failed in the end. Upon closer inspection, the reason for the failure was that his two helpers were far too useless. If Wind Valley's doctors had been in their place, the outcome would have been completely different. It was you who had failed to refine the pill, yet you're now pushing the blame onto others. Is this the way of the mighty Wind Valley cultivators? Gu Ruan swept her gaze towards Elder Fang as her light voice carried a thick sense of disdain. Elder Fang's expression changed several times and his eyes turned gloomy. Miss Gu, I recognize that you may be a genius and that you've grown at an exceptional speed in the outside world. However, you have absolutely no knowledge in pill refinement, yet you continue to criticize me. Earlier on, if you had not asked Bai Junxian to raise his shield, this pill refinement process would have been a success. Gu Ruan smiled calmly. While it's true that I may not be very knowledgeable about the pill refinement process, I'm a little bit more knowledgeable than you. Chatter. The silenced crowd erupted into an enormous commotion when they heard these words. No one would dare to believe that anyone could fake it to this level. Is she saying that her knowledge of pill refinement surpasses Elder Fang's? The crowd thought in unison. What kind of a joke is this? What kind of a place is the First City? Wind Valley is placed at the middle tier of power in the First City, yet she still dares to act like a pretentious prick in front of Elder Fang. Is she not afraid of being struck by lightning? Goo Girl, Gao Lin's expression changed a little and his eyes filled with anxiety. From his point of view, despite how powerful Gu Ruan's spiritual beast was, it could not be compared to a cultivator from the First City, so she would do well not to offend them. He hurriedly shot Bai Jungshan a look and tried to get the Holy Doctor to stop Gu Ruan. However, Bai Jungshan did not seem to see it that way at all. His elderly face was full of smiles as he stared proudly at the green figure who was illuminated by the setting sun. Gao Lin laughed bitterly. How could I forget? This old fellow, Bai Jungshan, has never been afraid. Even if the Heavenly Emperor himself were to appear, he would cover it up as much as possible. Why should he speak up and stop Gu Ruan just because of a threat from Wind Valley's cultivators? Hee hee. Elder Fang chuckled. His smile was an ugly sight to behold and carried a hint of malice. Gu Girl, you seem to be rather confident in your abilities. Since that's the case, I wonder if you'll succeed in refining the pill. PFFT. Hearing this, everyone present could not help but laugh. Even the elders who were standing behind Fang Xiaoxiao could not stop themselves from speaking. Elder Fang, why are you being so calculative towards a little girl? Since she says that you can't be compared to her, let her be. You won't lose out on much anyways. In contrast, haggling over every ounce will only make others believe that you, an elder, are bullying someone younger than you. Wind Valley would never stand up for such a thing. Chapter 955, Supreme Mystery Pill, 6. That's right, you only need to think a little deeper to realize that she can't possibly have any knowledge of the pill refining process. Why do you still continue to hang on to this? Unless it's because you've really failed in your pill refinement and you wanted to humiliate others as well. The person who had spoken was an elder who never really got along with Elder Fang in Wind Valley. Naturally, he would not let this opportunity to ridicule Elder Fang go to waste. It was really Elder Fang's fault for being haughty and arrogant to the other elders because of the trust he had received from the Valley Lord. He had even bragged that he would be able to refine a pill someday. In the end, had he not failed? We shall see what excuse he will utilize to rain tyrannical abuse over Wind Valley next time. Elder Fang looked extremely gloomy as he restrained the melancholic feeling welling up from his heart. He could not let it out at all. The two elders who had spoken up were right. Even if Gu Ruan had really caused his pill refinement to fail, Elder Fang would still be considered as someone who would use his superiority to bully others. Hence, regardless of the ending, it would still spell trouble for him. Elder Fang took a deep breath at the thought of this. He then turned to face Gu Ruan's delicate and pretty face and spoke slowly. Since Wind Valley's elders have interceded for your sake, I'll let you off. As long as you apologize and admit your mistakes to me, we'll let bygones be bygones. All right. Sister. Chia Linyu anxiously gripped Gu Ruan's sleeve when he heard Elder Fang's words. His limpid eyes were filled with a thick sense of anxiety. He was not worried about whether Gu Ruan would fail to refine a pill. Instead, he was afraid that this old geezer would fly into a rage out of humiliation if his sister was successful in refining a pill. When Gu Ruan saw that Chia Linyu was about to speak, she raised her hand and stopped him. Her dark pupils were smiling faintly as she turned to Elder Fang. She lifted the corners of her lips and said, "Now, I will show you what refining a pill actually looks like." Boom. After the previous shocker, Gu Ruan's words were like a stroke of lightning on a clear day that struck from the sky, causing everyone present to become stunned. Eldest lady, I think you may need to retract your high esteem for her. The elder who had previously stood up for Gu Ruan shook his head and said in an exasperated voice, "This little girl is not as outstanding as you say. She's too brash and brainless. She even has a liking for talking big. Generally speaking, someone like her won't be a danger to Wind Valley." Fang Xiaoxiao did not comment. She narrowed her pretty eyes slightly as her gaze landed lightly upon the figure in green robes. An almost undetectable glint then flashed across her eyes. She does not know why, but she could somehow sense that this woman was not as simple as she looks on the surface. Since she's speaking with such confidence, perhaps she really has the ability to refine pills. Fang Xiaoxiao laughed mockingly at herself at the thought of this. How can this be possible? This woman is far too young and she's not even a disciple from an organization in the First City. It's hard enough for her to reach the martial supreme level in the secular world. How could she possibly know how to refine pills as well? Elder Li, since she wishes to refine the pill, let us wait and see. I myself would like to know if she's truly able to do it. Fang Xiaoxiao slowly returned to her senses and smiled gently. Her tone was crisp and clear as she spoke. The elder who had been addressed as Elder Li was standing behind her. There were two other elders who were standing next to him as well. One of them was the elder who had sided with Elder Li to mock Elder Fang. The other elder had remained silent the entire time and has not said a single word. These three elders were unlike Elder Fang. Elder Fang took his orders from Wind Valley's Valley Lord, whereas these three were Fang Xiaoxiao's trusted aides. However, they had some other responsibilities to take care of and had not arrived at the medicine sect with Fang Xiaoxiao. They had only managed to rush over the night before. Chapter 956, Supreme Mystery Pill, 7. Yes, eldest lady. Elder Li joined his fists and bowed with reverence. His eyes then turned to look at Gu Ruan, who was heading towards the middle of the plaza. Little girl, are you certain that you want to refine the pill? Elder Fang squinted his eyes. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't cause hardships for yourself. Even I had needed others to help me in the pill refining process. Based on your powers, you won't be able to succeed at all. When that time comes and you embarrass yourself in front of this large audience, don't blame me for not bringing it up earlier. Gu Ruan paused in her steps and turned towards Elder Fang. She smiled as she said, embarrass myself. Had you not done exactly that just moments ago? Oh, right, I've forgotten. You had pushed the reason for your failure in the refining process onto my master. You then absolved yourself from the blame. This is why I want you to understand that your failure was really due to your own inability and had nothing to do with my master at all. Gu Ruan had never intended to refine the pill in the beginning. However, she has no other choice but to do so now. She knows that if she does not do this, her master's reputation will be dragged through the mud. Many would then push the blame for the failed pill refinement process onto her master's head. Even though her master was not too concerned about this, she refused to allow anyone to humiliate him. HMPH. Elder Feng scoffed icily and spoke in a voice filled with ridicule. I'd like to see if you can succeed. If you succeed, not only will I no longer ask you to be my disciple in the future, I'll even ask you to be my master. She won't be successful anyway. Therefore, my promise does not count for much. Under a shady tree not too far away, a man dressed in peach blossom pink robes gently fanned himself with his impish features raised into a smile. His eyes twinkled with a peculiar light just like a peach blossom. Elder Feng is far too savage. He then shook his head as his smile became even more impish until it was unimaginably beautiful. He has already lost by making that vow in front of Xiao Yunsa. Refining pills. This may be something which was particularly difficult for others, but for Gu Ruan, it was just as simple as eating a bowl of rice or drinking water. One could compete against her in almost anything except for two things: spiritual beasts, and refining pills. Otherwise, it would only result in angering oneself to death. Gu girl. Gao Lin nearly spouted careless words at the sight of Gu Ruan, who was walking towards the center of the plaza. In the end, he had swallowed those words and was left with, if you need any assistance, I'll do everything I can to help you. Gu Ruan gently stroked her chin as she glanced at the medicine cauldron which had been blown to smithereens. She then replied calmly, you don't need to do anything else, just prepare the medicine cauldron for me. All right, I'll send someone to do that. The result of a failed pill refinement process was an exploded medicine cauldron. Therefore, prior to this, Gao Lin had already prepared a few other medicine cauldrons. He then issued the order and, very soon, a medicine sect disciple brought a new medicine cauldron over and placed it in front of Gu Ruan. Little girl, can you do it? Bai Junshan moved closer to Gu Ruan and spoke softly to her, if it's not possible, we should just concede now. Many have already failed on the mainland, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about if you fail. Gu Ruan did not respond to Bai Junshan. Instead, she only smiled at him before she turned away and took the pill formula from Gao Lin's hand. This is. However, once she read the contents of the pill formula, Gu Ruan became stunned. Chapter 957, Supreme Mystery Pill 8. A Supreme Mystery Pill. It goes without saying that Gao Lin had been considerably lucky to casually pick up a pill formula which turned out to be a Supreme Mystery Pill. The Supreme Mystery Pill, as the name suggests, can only be used when one was at the rank of a Martial Supreme. However, this pill was very different from the other pills which can be used when one was at the Martial Supreme rank. It can allow a high-level Martial Supreme to break through to the rank of a Martial Saint. An immediate breakthrough to become a Martial Saint, it was unimaginable. If news of this pill were to get out, it would certainly attract a lot of looters. Thought Gu Ruan, it's a good thing that this pill formula had landed in the medicine sect's hands. Based on my survey of the entire mainland, not a lot of organizations can go up against the medicine sect. Nevertheless, the first city was an exception. After all, the first city does not count as a force on the mainland and was a whole other mysterious world altogether. What do you think? Will you succeed? Bai Junshan became anxious when he saw the astonished look on Gu Ruan's face. His elderly gaze continued to stare at her unblinkingly. Gu Ruan took a deep breath, returned to her senses and held the pill formula in her hands before smiling gently. I'm not too sure myself. I've only managed to look through a few books at one point and I've not actually managed to refine a pill before, so I can't guarantee that I would succeed. Naturally, she had said all of this for everyone in the plaza to hear. If they ever found out that she has the ability to refine pills, they would definitely be able to guess that she has a few pills on hand. If the first city's members were to find out about this, she would never have a moment's peace in the future. So, she has never refined a pill before. She had spoken with such confidence that I actually thought she was a pill master. Pill master, how can this be? It's not like we don't know the Holy Doctor's abilities. This little girl is his disciple. That is also to say, he would have taught her everything that she knows. However, I have never heard of the Holy Doctor becoming a pill master. Hehe, do all of you still not understand the situation? This little girl was happy that Elder Feng had pushed the blame onto the Holy Doctor, so she has stepped out to give it a try. However, she does not have 100% certainty that she would actually be able to refine the pill. Besides, so what if she fails? This is something that not even Elder Feng was able to do. If she fails, no one would laugh at her. Amongst the crowd, many doctors began discussing amongst themselves. However, their eyes never left the figure who was standing in the middle of the plaza. Even though they do not believe in Gu Ruan's abilities, they still hoped the miracle would happen. If she was successful, it would raise an enormous commotion on the mainland. Even the Holy Doctor's position would become even stronger than before, and the first city would try to curry favor with her as well. Bai Junshan's eyes remained full of suspicion. However, he did not say anything more and only instructed her, you must take care of your own safety. If you really find that it's impossible, give up. Nothing is more important than your life. Don't worry. Gu Ruan smiled, if anything goes wrong, I'll stop the process. Bai Junshan stepped back after he heard her reassurance. However, the anxiety in his eyes remained. He refused to turn his gaze away from Gu Ruan and his entire heart was on full alert. Gu Ruan, however, no longer looked at him. She focused her eyes upon the medicine cauldron and slowly exhaled, Supreme Mystery Pill. Based on my current level of power, refining this pill wouldn't be a problem. However, I don't know if this medicine cauldron can withstand the power generated from the Supreme Mystery Pill. If I could take the medicine cauldron from the ancient divine pagoda out instead, my chances of success would become 100%. Unfortunately, I most definitely can't allow the ancient divine pagoda to appear before the eyes of the world. Hence, I have no choice but to use this medicine cauldron. However, if I do manage to refine this supreme mystery pill, Master will be able to break through to the rank of a martial saint. Gu Ruan's eyes sparkled slightly at the thought of this. Chapter 958, Supreme Mystery Pill 9. Elder Feng, do you think that she'll manage to refine a pill? Feng Xiaoxiao smiled mildly as she sending a lukewarm gaze at Gu Ruan's direction. No one could really tell what she was thinking. Hearing this, Elder Feng sneered and spoke rather scornfully. My lady, please forgive me for being straightforward, but I don't think that she has the ability to do so. Forget about Elder Feng, even Feng Xiaoxiao does not think that it would be possible for Gu Ruan to refine the pill successfully. As for Gu Ruan's previous prediction of how the medicine cauldron would explode, perhaps that had been only a mere coincidence. At the center of the plaza, the figure in green was like a bamboo tree as she stood tall in front of the medicine cauldron. The woman did not seem to hear the surrounding chatter. Her delicate features were absolutely calm as a clear and cold light reflected in her black eyes like moonlight. However, Elder Feng unconsciously shook at the sight of her familiar movements and he mildly wrinkled his brows. At this moment, he absent-mindedly thought that this young woman actually had a chance of refining the pill, but how could this be possible? Aside from those rich and famous forces in the first city, no one in the outside would possibly know the art of pill refinement. Elder Feng laughed at himself at the thought of this. He then calmed himself down and watched Gu Ruan's every move. It's finished. Elder Li shook his head and his eyes filled with pity as he stared at Gu Ruan. Eldest lady, there's nothing more to see from here on. Should we leave? There's nothing more to say. This woman is certainly very intelligent. She has managed to pick up a bit of the pill refinement process after watching Elder Feng's actions. However, does she think that she would be able to refine a pill successfully just like that? That's too much of a joke. Elder Li was not the only one who thought this way about Ruan. Everyone in the plaza had exactly the same opinion. In their point of view, Gu Ruan had merely learned a few methods from Elder Feng after watching his pill refinement process. While everyone admired Gu Ruan's talent, they also felt disdain as well. Had she not seen how Elder Feng had failed despite being assisted by the Holy Doctor and Gao Lin? So what if she had managed to sneakily pick up Elder Feng's pill refinement skills? She will also fail as well. Nevertheless, she still made arrogant claims about how she was on a higher level than Elder Feng. At the end of the day, was she not merely copying Elder Feng's method of pill refinement? This had been based on the observations of those who were unfamiliar with the art of pill refinement. Only Elder Feng was becoming even more surprised while the expression on his elderly features changed and changed again. Furthermore, he did not even dare to blink as he watched Gu Ruan fixedly. Perhaps a spectator would think that the pill refining method between the both of them was almost identical, but Elder Feng understood perfectly that if he was a pill refining apprentice, Gu Ruan was a master. Be it the proficiency in her movements and the level of control in her mental energy, his abilities were a far cry from hers. Besides, the sequence that she used in placing the medicinal herbs was not in accordance with the pill formula. Perhaps, in the eyes of a spectator, this would not make much of a difference, but Elder Feng knew that the sequence determined whether one would be able to refine the pill successfully. Could it be that this little girl actually has pill refining abilities? He wondered. Elder Feng's eyes sank and he took a deep breath. He ignored the noise around him and paid very close attention to Gu Ruan's movements the entire time. Let's go. Feng Xiaoxiao shook her head as her expression displayed a sense of pity. Honestly speaking, I rather admired Gu Ruan. Even her egotistical attitude resembled that person. Then again, Feng Xiaoxiao also understood that Gu Ruan could not possibly refine this pill successfully. Just as she was about to leave, a loud blast exploded from the center of the plaza. Chapter 959, Supreme Mystery Pill 10. This explosion was much smaller than the previous explosion and did not end up spreading throughout the people in the plaza. However, it had been enough to silence the entire plaza. Feng Xiaoxiao paused in her steps and turned towards the smoke-filled center of the plaza. She then frowned and sighed gently. It looks like she had failed at the end. Only a failure would lead to an explosion in the medicine cauldron. Everyone knows this. Hee. Elder Feng laughed as his elderly face displayed his initial arrogance and gloomy pallor once again. However, it goes without saying that a twinge of sympathy appeared in the corner of his eye. It seems that I had been wrong. This little girl does not know how to refine pills. She's also worse than me. Even the magnitude of her explosion is much smaller than mine. Everyone knows that any failure in the pill refinement process would result in an explosion. If the pill has an abundance of spiritual energy, the blast would be even more powerful. Of course, explosions which lack magnitude like Gu Ruan's proves that the pill she was refining, even if she had been successful, could not be considered as an actual pill. It could only be considered as an average medicinal pill. Bai Junxian was momentarily dazed before he rushed towards the center of the plaza as if seized by a bout of madness. His bloodshot eyes looked ready to gobble a person whole as he bellowed furiously, "All of you, get out of my way." When they saw the maddened look in the old geezer's eyes, those standing at the front did not dare get in his way and quickly split into two sides, carving a wide path for him. Of course, those who had not been able to move quickly enough were kicked out of the way by the old geezer. Soon after, he rushed towards the center of the plaza at top speed under the eyes of the crowd, close to tears but unable to weep. "Damned girl, I had warned you not to show off. You effing get your SS out here this instant." The center of the plaza was riddled with smoke and dust. Bai Junxian gritted his teeth as his bloodshot eyes scanned his surroundings. Even though he was yelling at Gu Ruan angrily, his expression looked very close to tears and his entire face was filled with anxiety. Based on Gu Ruan's level of power, if she had not put up any defenses during the blast, the consequences would be unthinkable. The old man's eyes filled with even more anxiety at the thought as he searched frantically for Gu Ruan's figure amongst the smoke and dust. Just as he was stumbling and staggering about, someone giggled softly behind him. "Master, what on earth have I done to provoke you this time that has caused you to behave like this? You look like you're ready to tear me to pieces." The old man's legs trembled and his back stiffened. He turned around as if he did not dare to believe his ears. A faintly discernible figure in green appeared before his eyes. At that moment, the old man's vision clouded over and he quickly rubbed the tears from his eyes as he fiercely replied, I've told you before, failing in refining the pill is not considered an embarrassment, yet you had insisted on ignoring my advice. This old man is your master. You must abide by everything I say. Instead, you. At this moment, when Bai Junction remembered the explosion, his heart trembled unconsciously. He has been living all on his own in lonely bitterness without the need of relying on anyone all these years. This disciple was the only person that he has ever cared about. Previously, when he thought that she had passed on, his only goal in life was to avenge her death. Now, however, who said that I failed? As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, the scene began to emerge. At the center of the plaza, Guruan's face displayed a small smile followed by this one question which fell into everyone's ear. Chapter 960, Supreme Mystery Pill, 11. Who said that I failed? Everyone was instantly stunned and were unsure what Guruan's actually means. Though the medicine cauldron had exploded, could the pill refinement process not be a failure after all? Very soon, Bai Junction asked the question which was on everyone's mind, didn't you blow up the medicine cauldron during the pill refinement process? The medicine cauldron, you say? Guruan rubbed her nose and shrugged her shoulders, that was because that medicine cauldron's quality was much too appalling. It could not withstand the power generated from a successfully refined pill. Naturally, it had then exploded. It was a good thing that I managed to refine the pill before that happened. She opened the palm of her hand as she said this. 3 emerald green pills emitted a sparkling and translucent light along with an abundance of spiritual energy as they rested in her jade-like palm. Everyone in the area felt as if their spiritual energy had increased a little just by looking at those pills. Even that mild increase was like a lightning strike on a clear day which blasted fiercely into the crowd. Pills, are those really pills? How could this be? This little girl was actually able to refine pills. This was something that even Elder Fang had failed in, yet she had succeeded. Furthermore, she had not required any help. This isn't just talent, this is simply an abnormality. I can confirm that those are indeed pills. When she had produced those pills, I only had a whiff of aura from within the pills and the spiritual energy within my body has increased a few times over. If I swallowed these pills, I might actually have a breakthrough on the spot. Boom. Everyone in the plaza was plunged into confusion from this knowledge. Every eye was staring at Guruan's palm and one could actually hear the gulping sound of saliva in the plaza. After all, these are pills. Today, they had all been fortunate enough to witness the birth of pills. How great of an honor was that? Even if they were to leave the medicine sect without achieving anything, they had gained enough boasting rights. Fang Xiaoxiao had her gaze locked on Guruan the entire time. An unreadable light flashed in her pretty eyes and no one could tell what she was thinking. However, no one in this plaza was more shocked than Elder Fang. It was also at this very moment when he suddenly remembered Guruan's words to him. Instantly, his usually arrogant-looking features were awash with humiliation along with a deep excitement. I did tell you, Guruan looked at Elder Fang and spoke serenely, your failure in refining the pill was because you lacked the ability. It had nothing to do with my master. He was only your temporary helper, but that does not mean that you can push all the blame on him. I will never let anyone slander my master either. Elder Fang looked absolutely ashamed and he rubbed his palm in embarrassment. This. After saying so much for half a day, in the end, he was unable to say anything else aside from the word, this. Master. Guruan turned towards Bai Junction and smiled, your disciple has succeeded in the assignment, I finally managed to refine successfully. At this moment, aside from a sense of surprise towards his own disciple, Bai Junction mostly felt a sense of pride. She was his disciple. The greater his disciple's achievements, the more he, as her master, would feel proud. However, Bai Junction chuckled and replied fawningly, good disciple, can you teach me the art of pill refinement? I'd like to refine pills on my own as well. Chapter 961, Supreme Mystery Pill, 12. Guruan nodded, if you wish to learn, I can teach you. Hearing this, the crowd could no longer contain themselves. After all, the Holy Doctor was Guruan's master. They had assumed that the Holy Doctor had taught Guruan everything she knows. Based on the current observation, it would seem that it was not as they believed. Fang Xiaoxiao's eyes darted back and forth. She then spoke in a light voice, Miss Gu, there is one thing that I can't understand, who had taught you the art of pill refinement? Could it be that, aside from the Holy Doctor, you have another master? Aside from those terrifyingly powerful forces from the first city, Fang Xiaoxiao simply could not understand it. Who else would have the ability to nurture such an excellent genius? Hence, she really wants to find out about Guruan's true identity. Guruan smiled and said, my only master is the Holy Doctor. I had managed to obtain an ancient book by a stroke of luck. That book had contained records. However, today was the first time that I have truly managed to refine a pill. You all know as well as I that pills are more valuable than ancient books. Therefore, I had not been 100% certain that I could actually successfully refine this pill. Fang Xiaoxiao believed her every word. It was just as she said, pills were particularly valuable and ancient textbooks which contained explanations on pill refinement were scarce. However, there were still a few of them in the hands of those forces in the first city. As for pills, that would depend entirely on one's luck. Even Wind Valley has only just heard news of pills for the first time. Since that's the case, Miss Gu, I wonder if you would be interested to join Wind Valley as the chief pill master. A light flashed in Fang Xiaoxiao's eyes and her face lit up with a smile once again. As long as you're willing to become Wind Valley's chief pill master, your position would be second only to the Valley Lord and you would be on the same level as me. Furthermore, I will give you the best benefits so that you can refine pills without worrying about the future. In the beginning, Fang Xiaoxiao had no intentions of recruiting Guruan. After all, she understood that this woman was not the kind of person who could be controlled. One sip up could send Wind Valley into eternal damnation. However, at this moment, she needs to do everything she could to recruit her. If Gu Ruan insists on rejecting the offer, Fang Xiaoxiao would even consider using alternative methods of persuasion to bring positive effects to Wind Valley. It was really her fault for becoming a pill master. Wind Valley's current focus was to defeat the opposing force, so they desperately needed a pill master. Otherwise, if that organization grows stronger with each passing day, all that waits for Wind Valley was death and destruction. Because of this, she had to try. Elder Fang was stunned. He turned towards Fang Xiaoxiao and was unable to comprehend the situation. Previously, when he had wanted to recruit Gu Ruan, the eldest lady had not been willing to make this decision. However, why would she say such a thing now? Could this be because this little girl was proficient in refining pills? Wind Valley's elder had already invited me twice and I had rejected him. Gu Ruan smiled faintly. Her eyes were abnormally clear and cold as she continued. So now, let me say this one more time, my answer is still no. Fang Xiaoxiao was not the least bit annoyed with her answer. She retained her light smile as she replied, Miss Gu, why reject the offer immediately? Perhaps you could think it over. As long as you are willing to take up the position of Wind Valley's Chief Pill Master, I won't refuse any of your conditions. Chief Pill Master. What a great opportunity this is. In Wind Valley, she would hold a position where she would only have one over her and millions under her. If we were in her place, we would definitely agree to it immediately. However, this girl refuses to see what's good for her and had rejected the offer. At that moment, the crowd shook their heads and sighed as they stared at Gu Ruan, unable to comprehend her thought process. Chapter 962, Elder Fang's Plea 1. The first city was every cultivator's dream destination on this mainland. The saying goes that when one enters the first city, one would experience an even greater improvement in their powers. Besides, the first city is filled with martial saints. One could only imagine how great the power of the mid-tier Wind Valley was in the first city. Why should she hesitate any further when there's such a powerful force is willing to be her backbone? Apologies, I'm much too used to my unconstrained life. I don't wish to be tied down by anything or anyone, so while I do appreciate your kindness, I have to turn your offer down. Gu Ruan shook her head and replied with a clear, breezy voice as if she had not noticed the looks of envy around her. Fang Xiaoxiao mildly raised her brows when she heard this and a severe light flashed in her warm gaze. However, before she could speak, a jovial and teasing voice spoke up behind her. TSK, TSK. I never expected Wind Valley to stoop this low. They have rejected your invitation 3 times but you still refuse to give up. Fang Xiaoxiao, I had the impression that you are an intelligent person but I never thought that you would behave so foolishly. What, could it be that the great Wind Valley wishes to use their might and force a weak little girl? Gu Ruan turned around when she heard the evil voice. In that instant, a flashy and enticing figure in peach blossom pink appeared before her eyes under the light from the setting sun. The man's face was lit up with a brilliant smile. This time, he was not seated on the palanquin carried by gorgeous handmaidens. He stood with his hands folded behind his head and his stance was indolent and impish. He looked around lazily as if he had just woken up from a nap. However, his narrowed peach blossom eyes were filled with a bantering smile and his peerlessly handsome face was like a peach blossom, extremely splendid. He glanced at Gu Ruan's gaze and gently curled the corner of his lips before speaking in an indolent manner. Xiao Yunsa, why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that you've missed me so much after being away from me for just a few days? Since that's the case, my arms are wide open for you. Come and give me a hug. As he spoke, he opened his arms and that evil smile grew even deeper. The corners of Gu Ruan's mouth twitched a little. She paid no attention to the flashy and enticing evildoer and turned her attention back to Fang Xiaoxiao. Though Zhao Shangchen had been ignored so easily, he did not feel embarrassed at all. He freely put his hands down then turned his peach blossom gaze towards Fang Xiaoxiao as well. Despite his indolent manner, his eyes were still flashing with a sharp, cold light. Fang Xiaoxiao has recovered from her initial shock as her expression changed several times. After a long pause, the sharpness in her eyes subsided and the gentle warmth in her gaze returned. The great young master Zhao, I didn't expect you to be here. You've certainly given me a fright. Hearing this, a light flashed in Gu Ruan's eyes. That light then disappeared in a flash and was virtually undetectable. Nevertheless, Zhao Shangchen, who was standing nearest to Gu Ruan, managed to catch the quick flash of light in her eyes. He could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. I've tried to conceal this for so long yet, in the end, she had still managed to find out about this. I didn't have much of a choice either. If I don't step out, Fang Xiaoxiao would never let her leave so easily. Fang Xiaoxiao, you've always been very intelligent. You should be aware of what you should and shouldn't do. Zhao Shangchen laughed but that laughter carried the hint of a threat. Gu Ruan belongs to me one. If you wish to make her join Wind Valley, I'm afraid I don't agree with that. Chapter 963, Elder Fang's Plea 2. Fang Xiaoxiao's expression slowly sank but she quickly recovered her composure. Her face lifted with a gentle smile while her voice was like a gentle breeze. Since she is a member of the Dark Yin Palace, I won't quibble with you. I'll take my leave now. Fang Xiaoxiao joined her fists and bowed before turning towards the group next to her and gave the order, we're leaving. Yes, eldest lady. The group hurriedly responded and followed Fang Xiaoxiao as she left. Elder Fang had taken one last look at Gu Ruan before he left and he looked as if he has had to swallow the words on the tip of his tongue. However, he had kept quiet in the end and said nothing before he left the plaza. Xiao Yunsa, had you done this on purpose? Zhao Shangchen smiled exasperatedly. Had you purposely done this to expose my true identity? You're overanalyzing things. Hearing this, Gu Ruan glanced at Zhao Shangchen's impish features and lifted the corners of her lips. I refined that pill simply to help restore my master's good name. I don't wish for him to be wrongly accused. As for digging out your true identity, that had been a complete accident. Actually, even if Zhao Shangchen had refused to admit it, she could still confirm his identity. Otherwise, he would never have come here at all and his powers could not have possibly grown to such a tremendous degree. As for refining the pill in public, she had absolute confidence in her ability to do so. Even though Wind Valley wished to have her in their ranks, they would not attack so openly in public. Otherwise, based on the First City's rules, Wind Valley would be severely punished. Hence, they would only dare to operate on the sly. Since they would only be making small movements in the dark, she has nothing to fear. An enchanting and evil smile was hanging on Zhao Shangchen's face once again. He threw a coquettish glance at Gu Ruan as he said, "Xiao Yunsa, if you let me give you a hug, I will shoulder the difficult burden of becoming your bodyguard. What do you say?" As he said this, the impish man had prepared himself for rejection because this little girl would never even come near him. However, just as he was about to continue speaking, a flash of green robes suddenly appeared in front of him, reached out her arms and gently pulled him into a hug. Zhao Shangchen was in shock. He widened his mouth but the words would not come. A clear and faint voice rang in his ear. "Thank you." She had hugged him not because she wanted his protection but because she wanted to thank him. Even though this man had protected her for her brother's sake, one cannot criticize the fact that he has indeed helped her out many times. Simply based on these few occasions where he had extended his help, she must be grateful to him. "Evildoer, even though I had not really needed your help this time, you had still ended up offending Wind Valley for my sake. So, in the future, if there's anything that you need, just say the word. I'll rush right over to help you even if I was 1,000 miles away." Gu Ruan released him from her hug as a smile hung upon her delicate and pretty features. Her eyes were like stars in the night sky, so beautiful that one could not turn away. Zhao Shangchen felt a warm feeling enveloping his heart as he stared at the woman's delicate features. Though he was the fourth prince of Vermilion Bird Country, due to the fact that he had been brought up in the imperial harem, he had lacked a sense of security ever since he was a child. If his master had not saved him and helped in him his breakthroughs, he would have probably ended up dying in the vicious and greedy imperial harem. It was only when he had met Gu Shangsha that he began to understand what warmth feels like. It was also due to this very reason that he had chosen to make the journey to Azure Dragon Country and protect Gu Shangsha's beloved sister. However, he was no longer only protecting her for Gu Shangsha's sake now but because she has touched his heart as well. Chapter 964, Elder Feng's Plea 3. Even if he has to give up everything including his life, he would do so to protect these two siblings. However, of all the times, a voice that dampened one's spirit suddenly rang out at this moment. "Father, father, what's happened to you? Who was the one who had injured my father and left him in such a state? Who did this?" That voice was so loud that its source seems to be shouting herself hoarse and instantly drew everyone's attention. All the crowd saw was Wang Fifei who was lying on top of Elder Wang's body as her bloodshot gaze darted all over her surroundings before finally resting upon Gu Ruan. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Was it you? Were you the one responsible for hurting my father? I'm going to kill you." Wang Fifei rose to her feet immediately and charged like a madwoman towards Gu Ruan. Her hair was in disarray as if she has lost her sanity. Smack. However, before Wang Fifei could reach Gu Ruan, a swift and sharp-eyed medicine sect disciple slapped her. Soon after that, the disciple stared adoringly at Gu Ruan and looked absolutely pleased with his achievement. "Lin Yi, you dare to raise your hand against me? Did you forget how you had once tried to get into my good graces? Besides, you had promised me that you would help me in my plot against this Gu Ruan woman." Wang Fifei was thoroughly maddened. She never thought that Lin Yi, who had once tried to curry favor from her, would end up protecting this woman and had slapped her out of the way. However, since Wang Fifei has been crippled and had lost her powers, she does not have the right to join the general meeting. Hence, she was not aware of what had happened earlier on. She had only just managed to find a gap and slipped in, intending to sneak a peek at how her own father would tyrannize Gu Ruan. However, she did not think that she would end up seeing her father, who was close to death, lying on the plaza. What angered her the most was that no one in the medicine sect had bothered to treat her father. They had just left him lying there. Wang Fifei then lost all sense of rationality and had charged right out from the crowd. "Wang Fifei, what bullshit are you spouting?" Lin Yi grew anxious when he heard Wang Fifei's claims and roared crudely, "How could I possibly have tried to curry favor from you? You dare to slander me by saying that I had plotted against Grandmaster Gu. Who do you think you are? You're only a good-for-nothing now. Without Elder Huang as your backbone, your madness is for sh*t. In order to prove his resolution, Lin Yi walked up to Wang Fifei and spat on her as he said these words. Wang Fifei quickly raised her hand to block the spittle but could do nothing stop the stink from his saliva. His bad breath nearly made her faint. She stared at Lin Yi hatefully while her face flushed red as if she had been completely humiliated. Everyone else finally returned to their senses and quickly turned towards Wang Fifei. After all, this was a good opportunity for them to display their loyalty to Gu Ruan. If they made her happy, perhaps they would be able to break through with any of her pills. What are all of you going to do?" As Wang Fifei stared at those unscrupulous eyes, she could no longer care about the unconscious Elder Huang who was lying on the ground. She crawled to her feet and tried to run but the way out was now blocked by someone else. She was completely surrounded. "I'm telling you, my father is a member of Wind Valley. This time, a physician has arrived from Wind Valley and the physician is the only one with the ability to refine pills. If you all plan on crossing me now, the consequences will be unthinkable. Wind Valley will never spare any of you." "Ah, right, where's Wind Valley?" At the mention of these words, Wang Fifei suddenly came to her senses. Why have the members of Wind Valley mysteriously vanished and had left my father lying on the ground so close to death? Chapter 965, Elder Feng's Plea 4. What on earth has happened? Wind Valley. Haha, Wang Fifei, are you unaware that Wind Valley has abandoned your father? Are you still hoping that they would stand up for your father now? One disciple burst into laughter and spoke in a voice dripping with disdain. In the medicine sect, Elder Wang's era is over. You, Wang Fifei, are no longer the eldest lady of the medicine sect. Only the Lord Sect Master has the power to make decisions and you want to cause harm to Grandmaster Gu. That's right, what kind of person is Grandmaster Gu that an idiot like you can shout at her in such a manner? Huang Fifei, go back to the urinal and take a good look at your reflection. Perhaps if you saw how you look like right now, you'd have the urge to pound your own head to death. You want to revenge Elder Huang? That's fine. Let me tell you this, each one of us in the medicine sect should have beaten Elder Huang up. Not only has he offended Grandmaster Gu, he had even tried to usurp the sect master's position. We won't kill him so easily just yet, we'll let him live for now so we can slowly torture him. Wait a minute. Grandmaster Gu. Suddenly, Huang Fifei caught on to the phrase and responded sluggishly, what, Grandmaster Gu? I've never met this Grandmaster Gu. I've never offended him, have you all made a mistake? Hee. Lin Yi sneered and replied with contempt, Gu Ruan is Grandmaster Gu. Oh, that's right, I forgot that the sect master had not allowed you to join the general meeting at all, so you aren't aware of the situation. Gu Ruan is Grandmaster Gu. Elder Fang of Wind Valley had failed to refine the pill, but Grandmaster Gu had managed to successfully refine it instead. Furthermore, Elder Fang had previously made a promise that if Grandmaster Gu was actually able to refine the pill, he would ask her to be his master instead. Eldest Lady Fang Xiaoxiao has even invited Grandmaster Gu to become the chief pill master of Wind Valley. Do you really think that Wind Valley is going to stand up for you two now? Stop joking around. Slam. These words were like a flash of lightning on a clear day and struck Huang Fifei into a daze. Elder Fang had failed to refine the pill, yet Gu Ruan had succeeded instead. No. That's impossible. I won't believe this. This woman can't possibly have this kind of talent. It's a lie, these people are trying to trick me. Huang Fifei screamed maniacally, Lin Yi, this woman must have seduced you, which is why you're now helping her. Haha, how could she possibly have the ability to refine pills? Stop lying to me, I don't believe your words. Thud. Lin Yi kicked Huang Fifei once again and fiercely knocked her a few steps back. He then sneered, Huang Fifei, is Grandmaster Gu someone that you can humiliate? If you don't believe me, you can ask everyone else here. All of us can serve as witnesses. Huang Fifei was shaken. She stared at the look of disdain on every face in the crowd and staggered back before landing with her butt down on the ground. Her heart felt as if it was being torn to shreds at this moment. She glared fiercely at Gu Ruan with her bloodshot eyes as if she wanted to carve a few bloody cavities on her body. I really can't understand how this woman has managed to run into such good luck to actually manage to refine a pill in such a timely manner. Otherwise, those people from Wind Valley would never treat my father this way. All of this is her fault. Even now, Huang Fifei still refuses to face her own sins and continued to push all of the blame onto Gu Ruan's head. Especially since the impish yet beautiful man that she has fallen for was now standing right next to Gu Ruan. This made her feel even more dissatisfied. If only her father had managed to successfully gain the position to become the medicine sect master, this man would be kissing her feet by now. Chapter 966, Elder Fang's Plea, 5. What a madwoman. As Huang Fifei was tottering at the brink of collapse, that evil-sounding voice was the last straw and caused her face to change from its initial shade of red to white. She stared hopelessly and weakly at the face which could topple a nation. The man did not seem to notice her extreme depth of sorrow as a mildly frosty smile hung on his enticing red lips. It seems that this is all there is to the medicine sect by allowing a madwoman like her to attain such a high level. These words made Gao Lin flush red. His elderly face automatically sank. Guards, take Huang Fifei away. Our medicine sect is not the place for any random folk. Even though Gao Lin was not aware of Zhao Shangchen's identity, he could tell based on his conversation with the eldest lady of Wind Valley that he must be from the first city as well. Cultivators from the first city are not people whom he could afford to offend. Besides, he certainly does not plan on sparing Huang Fifei and her father. No. As she watched the two medicine sect disciples approaching her, Huang Fifei finally returned to her senses and cried out maniacally. She slowly transferred her hateful glare from Gu Ruan's face onto Zhao Shangchen as if he was a fickle husband who had cast his son and wife away. You beastard, you dare to treat me in this manner. My father had previously gone to discuss marriage with you, yet you had felt inferior and believed that you weren't good enough for me, so you had rejected the offer. I didn't think that you would set your sights upon this woman so quickly. Aren't you simply basing this on her stroke of luck in successfully refining the pill? If she had not managed to become a pill master, would you have tried to curry favor with her? A selfish man like you will never meet with a good end either. As she said these words, Huang Fifei did not seem to notice the peculiar stares from the people around her. After all, the previous scene has been completely mapped into the eyes of many. Hence, even if the crowd was still uncertain of Zhao Shangchen's identity, they do know that he was from the first city. Yet, Huang Fifei was actually crying out and claiming that a cultivator of the first city was not good enough for her. She has too high of an opinion of herself. Hee. Just then, a disciple sneered and spoke in a disdainful voice, Huang Fifei, we've forgotten to inform you about another thing. Earlier on, that elder from Wind Valley had tried to entice Grandmaster Gu over and over again, but Grandmaster Gu had rejected him. Initially, the eldest lady of Wind Valley was about to create difficulties, but when this evildoer of a man had appeared, he had stopped the eldest lady with only his words. Yet you were somehow under the impression that he had rejected you simply because he felt inferior to you. I reckon that he's never even liked you. Ha ha ha. What? Huang Fifei widened her eyes in shock and stared at the man's peerless features in disbelief. Did they just say that the eldest lady of Wind Valley, Fang Xiaoxiao, had been sent away by this man? This means that his status is greater than Fang Xiaoxiao's, but didn't father tell me previously that this man had rejected me because he had felt far too inferior? Hurry up, take her away and send her to be punished immediately. Gao Lin carefully glanced at Zhao Shangchen's gloomy yet peerless features and quickly barked the order fiercely. The medicine sect disciples, ignoring Huang Fifei's vexed raging curses, stiffly hauled her away. The conclusion that awaited Huang Fifei would be a tragic one, but no one pitied her at all. She has reaped what she had sown. Had she not constantly relied on her status as Elder Wang's daughter to rain tyrannical abuse, would she have ended up kicking a hornet's nest? Chapter 967, Elder Feng's Plea, 6. However, Gu Ruan did not show much of a reaction to the medicine sect disciple's actions. Her clear and cool eyes were turned towards Bai Junction next to her as she gently raised the corner of her lips. Master, you say you want to learn the art of pill refinement. How about this? I have some time off later, I can teach you then. Hearing this, a smile bloomed on Bai Junction's face like a magnificent chrysanthemum. He then rubbed his hands gleefully. This is simply too good to be true, precious disciple. Let's go to the room now to research the art of pill refinement. Gao Lin, who had caught sight of this, was immediately filled with envy. He could not help but feel jealous over Bai Junction's good luck. Why is it that I have not been able to receive such an abnormal disciple? Oh, that's right. Gu Ruan seems to have remembered something as she paused and turned towards Gao Lin. Sect Master, since this pill formula had been provided by the medicine sect and I have caused quite a bit of disturbance over the past few days, please consider this pill as my gift to you. You can use it now if you wish. However, it would be best if you consume it after you've broken through to the rank of a high-level Marshal Supreme. As she spoke, Gu Ruan tossed the pill at Gao Lin. Gao Lin had gone into a mild daze before he quickly caught the pill. His expression was full of excitement. He simply had not expected Gu Ruan to gift the pill to him. After all, this was an actual pill and not even 100 pill formulas could be exchanged for one genuine pill. After all, if one was unable to refine the pill, that pill formula was equivalent to a scrap piece of paper. This cannot be compared at all. Xiao Yunse, you're certainly biased. Zhao Shangchen curled his lips and looked absolutely hurt. Come on, I've helped you out a great deal, so why haven't you gifted me with a few pills yet? Gu Ruan rolled her eyes. This pill isn't really of much use to you. Hee. Zhao Shangchen chuckled as he stared seductively at Gu Ruan. Xiao Yunse, if it's a pill that you've refined with your own hands, I can at least consume it like a piece of candy even if it's of no use to me. Candy. Hearing this, the crowd twitched their mouths fiercely. Treating a precious pill as candy. Perhaps only a cultivator from the first city would dare to say such a thing. After all, pill masters are extinct in the secular world. Forget about even mentioning about pills. Fourth Prince, you are certainly extravagant. Gu Ruan glanced at him and smiled faintly. However, I can't fulfill your insatiable appetite. Let's go, Master. Bai Junction was mildly dazed as he turned towards Gu Ruan with a sense of uncertainty. Little girl, this kid is from the first city after all and he had helped you to chase the cultivators of Wind Valley away. Is it wise to treat him like this? It's fine, he's used to it. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders and replied in a nonchalant manner. Used to it. Hearing this, Bai Junction's forehead throbbed. He could not help but pity Zhao Shangchen. However, little girl, why is he helping you so much? Is he interested in you? But, don't you have a fiancé? Bai Junction took another look at Zhao Shangchen then turned back to Gu Ruan, questioning her in a curious manner. Fiancé. When Gu Ruan heard that word, she could not help but think of the silver-haired and peerless-looking man in crimson robes. The expression on her face softened as well. After a long pause, she replied, Master, that evildoer is only protecting me from my older brother Sake. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot hide his innate homosexual nature. Chapter 968, Elder Feng's Plea, 7. Innate homosexual nature. That's right, he's deeply in love with my older brother, Gu Shangxiao. Bai Junction gaped in shock. He found it difficult to imagine that this man, whose face could cause the downfall of cities, would turn out to like men exclusively. If word of this were to get out, I wonder how many women would end up heartbroken because of this. Those who had attended the medicine sect's general meeting were all well-known physicians on the mainland. Hence, within the span of 3 short days, news of everything which had transpired in the medicine sect had spread like wildfire on the mainland. Of course, in contrast to the Huang father and daughter pair, what shocked everyone the most was that the holy doctor's disciple, that woman Gu Ruan, had managed to successfully refine a pill. That was an actual pill, an item which had been extinct from the mainland for such a long time. No one had expected a 20-year-old girl to have her ability to refine a pill. However, compared to the noise in world outside, the medicine sect has been particularly quiet. This was because Gao Lin had ordered that no one should disturb Gu Ruan at all. Hence, during the past 3 days, Gu Ruan and Bai Junction had been able to single-mindedly hide away in the room and refine pills. As for Qie Linyu, he stood aside and acted as their assistant. It was a good thing that Bai Junction was gifted and intelligent. Even though he was already in his 50s, he had been able to easily pick up on the steps of refining pills. Of course, refining pill requires a step-by-step progress. During the past 3 days, Gu Ruan had not allowed him to refine the Supreme Mystery Pill. Instead, she had started him off with the basic level spread gathering pill. After all, if a person who has never refined a pill before were to challenge themselves with the Supreme Mystery Pill right off the bat, this was equivalent to someone who had just entered the cultivation world wanting to battle with the Marshal Supreme. This was simply impossible. Furthermore, the reason Elder Feng had failed had not been simply because he had only skimmed the surface of his knowledge in pill refinement. It had been mostly because of that fact that had been his first time to refine a pill and the level of challenge he had faced with was simply too great. This had then led to his ultimate failure. Ha ha ha, at last, I've successfully refined a pill. A maniacal laugh suddenly burst out from the room. Bai Junction held the pill in his hand as his eyes sparkled with excitement. His disheveled hair had become even messier at this moment. His gaze then fell upon Gu Ruan as he furrowed his brows and asked, By the way, little girl, why is this pill which I've just refined different from the one you had refined in the plaza? Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders. The pill I had refined is called the Supreme Mystery Pill. Based on your current level of power, you would not be able to successfully refine it yet. Therefore, I've started you off with refining an entry-level pill. This strength gathering pill would not be of any use to you, but it can multiply the cultivation speed of a cultivator at the rank of a marshal general and below by 3 to 4 times. Oh, so that's why. Bai Junction nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to come to his senses and instantly gripped Gu Ruan's shoulder. That's not right. Little girl, didn't you say that the Supreme Mystery Pill was the first pill you've refined and that you've never come into contact with any other pills prior to that? Then what is this strength-gathering pill? You would believe everything that I say. Guruan rolled her eyes at him. When have you become so naive? At that time, she had said those things on purpose for the others to hear. Otherwise, the cultivators of Wind Valley would have guessed that she has other pills on hand. By then, Wind Valley may not even care about the First City's rules and would try to snatch all of her pills. You damned girl. Bai Junction rolled his eyes irritably, fully intending to chastise this little girl, but he could not do it. All he could do was to restrain himself from blowing up. Chapter 969, Elder Feng's Plea 8. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Grandmaster Gu, Wind Valley's Elder Feng is here for a visit. Wind Valley's Elder Feng. Gu Ruan raised an eyebrow. The members of Wind Valley are still around. I don't know. Bai Junction shook his head as his eyes filled with vigilance. This old fellow's visit does not bode well. No, we shan't meet him. What a joke. Why should I allow this old fart from Wind Valley to meet my disciple? I've certainly not forgotten that this old geezer had previously tried to steal my precious disciple. Master, since he's already here, let's see what he wants, Guruan said as she gently curled the corners of her lips. A light then flashed in her eyes. I understand your concern, but regardless of how bold Wind Valley may be, they wouldn't possibly attack in broad daylight. Therefore, I should be in no danger. Bai Junction hesitated for a moment before he finally nodded. All right, I'd like to find out what kind of wicked plan this old geezer has in store. Guruan turned to face the tightly shut room door and replied in a light voice, let him in. Yes, Grandmaster Gu. As soon as the medicine sect's disciple had finished speaking, the door was pushed open and a white-robed Elder Feng entered the room. He hesitated a little at the threshold before he walked forward at a more determined pace towards Guruan with his back straight. One doesn't visit a temple without a cause. Speak, what is your business here? Bai Junction scoffed. He does not have any fondness for Wind Valley's members. He never forgot how they had helped Elder Huang and Huang Fifei to oppress his beloved disciple. Elder Feng instantly looked extremely guilty. He was about to fly into a rage, but he managed to hold it in for some unknown reason. He then turned his clear and bright eyes towards Guruan and slowly said, I am here to honor my promise. Promise? What promise? Guruan was mildly dazed as she stared at Elder Feng suspiciously. I had previously said that if you were to successfully refine a pill, I will then pay my respects to you as my master. I am now honoring my promise to you. Elder Feng's reply seemed to have sapped all the strength from him. His expression was no longer arrogant. In fact, he seems to look very much humbled. Elder Feng's sudden change surprised Guruan and Bai Junction. After all, this old fellow had not seemed like the type of person who would willingly keep his promises. He was able to honor his promise and pay his respects to Guruan as his master. Guruan shrugged her shoulders at the thought and smiled in a nonchalant manner. I've long forgotten about that matter, so there's no need for you to remember it so clearly, Elder Feng. I can consider it as though you haven't mentioned a thing. No, I must keep my promise. Elder Feng seemed very determined. He then fixed his gaze on Guruan. I know that I had been far too brash in the beginning and I had treated you with disdain. Now, I have been thoroughly subdued by your powers. Hence, this is why I want to pay respect to you as my master. Why? Guruan smiled as she asked. However, her smile held a sense of contempt. You had previously tried to force me to become your disciple and now you want to force me to take you as my apprentice. Is this the style of conduct befitting a cultivator from Wind Valley? Elder Feng looked absolutely destitute when he heard this. He then replied in embarrassment, Miss Gu, I have indeed recognized my mistakes. Don't worry, I'm not forcing you nor will I allow Wind Valley to force you either. You are a powerful cultivator and you deserve to command respect. Even if you aren't willing to accept me as your disciple at this moment, you will forever be my master in my heart. After saying these words, he did not give Guruan a chance to reply as he immediately turned around to head out of the room. His figure soon disappeared under the brilliant rays of the afternoon sun. Has this fellow taken the wrong medication? What is he doing? Bai Junction asked as he stared at Elder Feng incredulously. He simply could not understand what that old man had been playing at. He does not believe that Elder Feng was the type of person who would keep his promises. Also, Elder Feng definitely was not an open and candid person. This must be a crafty plot from Wind Valley. Chapter 970, Holy Doctor, Marshal Saint 1. Perhaps there's someone who can answer our questions. Guruan had suddenly caught sight of a magnificent peach blossom figure and she smiled slightly. Bai Junction shivered when he heard this. He then followed Guruan's line of sight and turned around. An indolent and evil-looking figure instantly appeared before his eyes. Bai Junction then remembered what Guruan's statement and was suddenly enlightened. Seo Yunsa, a day away from you can really feel like 3 long years to me. We haven't seen each other for 3 days now and it feels as long as an entire century, Zhao Shangchen said as his peerlessly beautiful features lifted into an impish smile. The corners of his mouth were curled into an enticing angle as he slowly walked into the room. He then softly batted his beautiful peach blossom eyes and teased her. Do you not feel moved by my words? If that's the case, come and give me a hug, alright. Guruan's mouth twitched slightly. She stared at him and was completely at a loss for words. I'm only curious as to why you're here. Could it be that the Dark Yin Palace's young master has nothing to do every day? Besides, I still don't know why you've come to the medicine sect. Guruan had emphasized the words, Dark Yin Palace, on purpose. 3 black lines immediately appeared on Zhao Shangchen's forehead when he heard this, but he quickly returned to his indolent and impish stance. The smile on his face became even more pronounced. If I told you that I've come here for the sake of the pill formula, would you believe me? Not in the least. Guruan did not believe Zhao Shangchen's explanation at all. She knows very clearly that this evil man's trip to the medicine sect had not been simply for the sake of the pill formula. He must have other business here, but since she could see that this impish man would not tell her anything more, she let go of the need to get to the bottom of things. she knows that this impish man would never do anything to hurt her no matter what. Zhao Shangchen smiled. His smile no longer held his usual evil and charming air, it was a comforting smile. Do you want to know the reason why Elder Feng had come to meet you? Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders and replied nonchalantly, regardless of what he plans to do, I won't possibly do as he wishes. It doesn't really matter to me if I find out about his actual purpose in asking to become my apprentice or not. Since she does not have any plans to fulfill Elder Feng's request, how could his schemes relate to her in any way? She would never give him a chance at all. Zhao Shangchen glanced at Gu Ruan's delicate and pretty features before he lifted the corners of his lips and said, Elder Feng of Wind Valley certainly does not have good morals, you can tell that from his relationship with Huang Xuan. However, he does have a few good attributes and one of them is sincerity. He then paused before continuing, Elder Feng is Wind Valley's chief physician and his powers aren't too shabby either. Don't judge him simply because he stays by Feng Xiaoxiao's side. In truth, he had followed Feng Xiaoxiao not because of her name but because of her ability. He has always pursued anyone who has the power to control the entire medicine sect. Gu Ruan raised her brow. So what this evildoer is saying is that Elder Feng would listen to the orders of the medicine sect's young sect master. Of course, there was nothing wrong with this manner of thinking, it simply shows the tendencies of a social climber. Zhao Shangchen managed to see right through Gu Ruan's thoughts in one glance and his smile carried a sense of evil. I know that you've had a bad impression of Elder Feng and I despise him as well. However, his loyalty is not to Feng Xiaoxiao but the Valley Lord of Wind Valley. He has only ever listened to orders from Wind Valley's Valley Lord. Since Feng Xiaoxiao is the young Valley Lord of Wind Valley, he was responsible to protect her. If the title of young Valley Lord was to fall to another person, he would do the same for the new young Valley Lord. Chapter 971, Holy Doctor, Martial Saint 2. As for his other virtue, he would set aside all his arrogance for anyone who is more powerful than him and hold that person in the highest esteem. He had previously treated you in that arrogant manner simply because you had only been a gifted genius and not a cultivator that he could look up to. Now that you've successfully refined a pill, it would be logical that he would want to acknowledge you as his master. Zhao Shangchen smiled. Of course, he does have selfish motives for making you his master. His selfish motives are for Wind Valley's sake. It goes without saying this Elder Feng is indeed extremely loyal to Wind Valley. He knows that it's useless to be too forceful with you at this moment, so he had decided to humble himself. If you do take him as your disciple, I anticipate that you would not be able to sit idly by should Wind Valley encounter any dangers. That is Elder Feng's one and only selfish motive. Gu Ruan chuckled softly before she replied with a clear and cold gaze, I have no interest in him nor do I have any intentions of taking him as my disciple. However, do tell me the situation in Wind Valley. You can start with the fire-strip beasts for example. This was the information that the little vermilion bird wanted to find out. After all, she has just taken in a little brother but this little brother's clan had been imprisoned by Wind Valley. As the older sister, she would naturally want to revenge her little brother. Besides, Gu Ruan has a feeling that once she enters First City, she would certainly encounter members from Wind Valley. Since that was the case, it would be best for her to know more about Wind Valley. The Valley Lord of Wind Valley is truly a powerful cultivator and his strength is not only confined to the aspect of power but in many other aspects as well. Zhao Shangchen may not have a favorable impression of Wind Valley, he cannot help but admire the Valley Lord of Wind Valley's power. However, Wind Valley is barren of male successors. The Valley Lord has only one son and one daughter. The young master of Wind Valley had exceptionally impressive natural talent and is also the true young Valley Lord of Wind Valley. However, a powerful unnamed cultivator had plotted against him and crippled him of his powers. Even his life had been on the brink of imminent peril. In order to save him, the Valley Lord of Wind Valley had given everything he had which resulted in the regression of his own powers as well. Gu Ruan did not say a thing as she listened to Zhao Shangchen's account with utmost seriousness. Her clear and cold pupils were like the still waters of an ancient well, no one could tell what she was thinking. During that period of time, Wind Valley was in turmoil. It was also at that moment that Feng Xiaoxiao had stepped out and single-handedly pacified the chaos in Wind Valley. She was also able to show her abilities to the Valley Lord and gained the position of young Valley Lord. Now, the world is under the impression that it was Feng Xiaoxiao's outstanding talent which had allowed her to usurp her brother's position. However, they aren't aware of the fact that the young master of Wind Valley had been crippled of his powers and no longer has the ability to assume the position of young Valley Lord. Gu Ruan fell silent for a moment before she raised her head to look at Zhao Shangchen. The fact that the young master of Wind Valley is actually a good-for-nothing must be a secret in First City. How did you find out about this? Zhao Shangchen smiled. Xiao Yun sir, have you forgotten the Dark Yin Palace's role in West Strip Mainland? There's nothing in this world that can escape my knowledge. Besides, there's one more thing you should know. Feng Xiaoxiao and the young master of Wind Valley have the same father but have different mothers. Gu Ruan shook and stared at Zhao Shangchen in astonishment. Why are you telling me this? Are you trying to imply that Feng Xiaoxiao had something to do with the young master of Wind Valley's crippled powers? I am only making a guess. Zhao Shangchen shrugged his shoulders. After all, Feng Xiaoxiao had the motive to do so. Chapter 972, Holy Doctor, Martial Saint 3. Besides, during the time when the Valley Lord's wife had been unable to conceive, Feng Xiaoxiao's mother, who was a servant at that time, took advantage of the situation and devised a plot towards the Valley Lord. She then successfully became pregnant with Feng Xiaoxiao. However, the Valley Lord was deeply in love with his wife and had initially planned to execute the lowly servant. The Valley Lord's wife took pity on the child in her belly, so they had decided to execute her after she had given birth to the child. Hence, Feng Xiaoxiao was born, but to the outside world, it was the Valley Lord's wife who had given birth to Feng Xiaoxiao. Later on, the Valley Lord's wife's infertility was cured and the young master of Wind Valley was born. Hearing this, Gu Ruan's gaze flickered as she slowly raised the corners of her lips. It looks like Feng Xiaoxiao may not be what she seems. However, Gu Ruan could not help but admire the fact that Feng Xiaoxiao was indeed very intelligent. She was far more intelligent than the other women she has met. If it had not been for Zhao Shangchen's words, she would never have guessed that Feng Xiaoxiao would have done such a thing for the sake of usurping the position of young Valley Lord. All right, I've said all that needs to be said. Zhao Shangchen mildly raised the corners of his lips and smiled. If you're making the trip to the first city, don't forget to come and find me at the Dark Yin Palace. Also, once you've reached the rank of a martial saint, I'll tell you about the world beyond the martial saint rank. Zhao Shangchen glanced at Gu Ruoan, who had plunged into deep thought before he turned and walked out the door. Just as he stepped out of the room, his impish features sank in a split second as a hint of anguish appeared in his peach blossom gaze. Young master. A gorgeous maidservant who had been waiting for him further up front walked towards him. She then joined her fists and bowed respectfully. Still no news of Gu Shangxiao. Zhao Shangchen pursed his red lips. His eyes were filled with anxiety. The gorgeous maidservant lowered her head, joined her fists and bowed in reply, reporting to young master. According to the information gathered from members of Dark Yin Palace, we have not managed to find Sir Gu at all. Young master, is it really true that we can't let Lady Gu find out about this at all? Xiao Yunsa can't know about this matter at all. Zhao Shangchen shook his head, suppressing the anxiety he felt in his heart. He then steadied his breathing and continued, if she ever finds out about Gu Shangxiao's disappearance, she would fly into madness. Besides, I still have no clue as to where Gu Shangxiao's whereabouts could be. It won't hurt for us to tell her after the Dark Yin Palace has made a thorough investigation. Xiao Yunsa needs to grow right now, so I believe that Shangxiao would not be comfortable with causing his younger sister to worry. Zhao Shangchen's heart would throb fiercely whenever he remembers the news which he had received from the West Street mainland a few days ago. His hands would ball into tight fists by his side and his impish features would fill with a thick sense of bloodlust. Shangxiao, I will find you even if I have to journey to the end of the world. If I ever find out who's responsible for taking you away, I will give everything that I have to save you. Zhao Shangchen took a deep breath and the seductive charm in the space between his brows vanished and was replaced by a sense of determination. He knows very well that even if Gu Ruoan were to find out about Gu Shangxiao's disappearance, she would not be able to do anything about it. Instead, it would delay her pace. Coincidentally, this was not something that Gu Shangxiao would want to see. Hence, Zhao Shangchen has to find his whereabouts alone. Send out an order that no one is to let Xiao Yunsa know about this. Anyone who violates this order will be killed. When he finished his last syllable, an austere aura exploded from him like the sharp blade of a sword, piercing through the skies. 173. Holy Doctor, Martial Saint 4. The gorgeous maidservant shuddered before she hurriedly responded with extreme deference, this subordinate shall honor your order. The woman's beautiful image then transformed into a ray of light and disappeared from Zhao Shangchen's eyes. Zhao Shangchen turned to look at Gu Ruoan's location before turning away again almost immediately. He murmured to himself, Shangxiao, don't worry. I will take good care of Xiao Yunsa and I will find you as well. Gu Ruoan had been completely unaware of this. There was no way that she would find out about this at all. Hence, once Zhao Shangchen has left, her gaze fell upon Bai Junxian once again. She gently raised her brow and asked, Master, aren't you planning on consuming that pill? Oh, I nearly forgot. Bai Junxian suddenly remembered about the pill which Gu Ruoan had given to him 3 days ago. He then swallowed it without another word. Gu Ruoan was dumbstruck when she saw his actions. I had only reminded him so that he would not forget to take the pill, but I didn't think that he would swallow it now. After all, a Martial Supreme's breakthrough will create quite a powerful sensation. Without any preparation, this entire room might actually be blown to pieces. Soon, Gu Ruoan's prediction came true. As soon as Bai Junxian had swallowed the pill, the power from within his body began to drain immediately. The entire guest room then exploded with a loud bang, exposing the both of them to the clear, bright sky. Boom. Boom, boom. The sound of continuous explosions could be heard as an endless amount of power began to spread out freely, destroying all the trees in the vicinity. The entire sky then turned dark and a powerful storm appeared above Bai Junxian's head. It almost looked like an enormous black hole had appeared and they would all be sucked into it. This is. Gao Lin, who had been discussing some matters with Lin Yang in the study, suddenly sensed the powerful storm. He immediately stood up and widened his eyes at the sight of the dark grey sky. This is the type of storm which will only appear during a martial saint's breakthrough. Could the Holy Doctor have had another breakthrough? How could this be? I remember that this old fellow had only just broken through to the rank of a high-level Martial Supreme not too long ago. He can't possibly rise to become a martial saint so quickly. No, this won't do. I must go and ask this fellow and find out what kind of luck he's run into. Whoosh. Once Gao Lin finished speaking, he hurriedly rushed out the door. He did not even have the time to give Lin Yang an explanation as he flew towards the storm's direction. The storm continued for quite a while before it gradually dissipated. At this moment, countless elders and disciples have gathered at the courtyard where Bai Junxian was standing and were all staring at him in admiration. After all, this was a martial saint. It was an existence that they all looked up to. No one thought that they would have the opportunity to witness the rare phenomenon of a martial saint's birth. They would have the right to boast about it now. After all, not everybody would have the chance to witness someone's martial saint breakthrough. It took Bai Junxian some time to come out from his daze after the storm has completely disappeared. His elderly eyes stared foolishly at Gu Ruoan as he asked dazedly, Little girl, what is the meaning of this? I had only swallowed a pill, why did I have a breakthrough after that? Could it be? Bai Junxian thought of something and his entire body quivered. Could it be that this pill has the ability to allow a high-level Martial Supreme to break through to the level of a Martial Saint immediately? Heavens, this was an existence that defies the heavens. A Martial Saint was exceptionally powerful, yet this pill had the ability to cause a high-level Martial Supreme to break through to the Martial Saint rank. If word of this were to get out, Wind Valley would definitely not let Gu Ruoan slip away ever again. Chapter 974, The Flesh and Bone Regeneration Pill, 1. Haha, Bai Junxian, our powers had been on par in the past. I never thought I would actually end up lagging behind you, but I must still congratulate you on your achievement. An elderly figure had suddenly appeared out of thin air before Gao Lin's features then gradually came into view. He smiled as he stared at the old man who was standing on the ground as he spoke sincerely. Hee. Bai Zhongshan slowly came to his senses and chuckled, luck, it's really just luck. He would never admit the pill's effect in broad daylight. Otherwise, it would cause his precious disciple a lot of trouble. Luck, Gao Lin laughed, I certainly don't believe that luck has anything to do with the Martial Saint breakthrough. Also, Holy Doctor, are you aware that once you've broken through to the Martial Saint rank, cultivators from the First City will most definitely come and extend an invitation to you to enter the First City. You must make the necessary preparations. Hearing this, Bai Zhongshan became silent. After a long pause, his elderly features then lit up with a smile. The First City, hee. I'm certainly interested in the First City. Besides, that is also the place where most cultivators have yearned for in the dreams. Only when one is there could one achieve even greater breakthroughs. If I could have that opportunity, what's wrong with going on an adventure? Bai Zhongshan's eyes were filled with self-admiration while his tone of voice was filled with pride. He believes that his precious disciple would step into that place soon. Since that was the case, as her master, he has the responsibility to survey that place first. Naturally, Gu Ruan was aware of what Bai Zhongshan was thinking. She smiled lightly and turned to face Gao Lin who was standing next to her. Sect Master Gao, my arrival in the medicine sect has caused a disturbance during the past few days. I intend on leaving tomorrow, so. Gao Lin was shaken as he managed to detect the meaning behind Gu Ruan's words. He then laughed softly as he replied, Gu girl, since you've successfully refined a pill, I, Gao Lin, shall honor my promise. The Northern Bloc territory is now yours. However, I need to remind you about one thing. Even though the Northern Bloc territory is a land that belongs to the medicine sect, there are a few powerful forces who refuse to admit to this fact. When that time comes, I'm afraid that you'll have to find a way to make them submit on your own. Of course, if you should require help in any aspect, the medicine sect will offer you our strongest support. Your promise, Sect Master Gao, is enough, Gu Ruan nodded. Shall we commence with the territory transition now? All right, Gu girl, come with me to the study. Gao Lin smiled gently. Even though the Northern Bloc territory had brought many great benefits to the medicine sect, they were nothing compared to pills. Thus, even though he has given that territory away, he does not feel the pinch at all. The territory transition happened very quickly. Gao Lin only needed to produce an agreement, signed his name and stamped his fingerprint on it before handing it to Gu Ruan. Upon receiving the agreement, Gu Ruan did not delay any longer and walked out immediately. When the figure in green has left their side, Gao Lin turned to Bai Zhongshan and asked, Holy Doctor, we've been friends for so many years now, so don't lie to me. You've only just had your high-level Martial Supreme breakthrough not too long ago. How were you able to become a Martial Saint so soon? Tell me what really happened. Bai Zhongshan chuckled, a Martial Saint. I expect that you'll have your breakthrough soon enough. That's nonsense, Gao Lin frowned as he glanced at Bai Zhongshan. Bai Zhongshan rolled his eyes when he heard this. Didn't that precious disciple of mine give you a pill as well? Swallow it once you've attained the rank of a high-level Martial Supreme and you'll immediately reach the Martial Saint rank. Chapter 975, The Flesh and Bone Regeneration Pill, 2. Gao Lin was speechless. He was stunned as he stared foolishly at Bai Zhongshan. Unable to comprehend the situation, he asked, what did you just say? Gao Lin, when have you become so stupid? I said it very clearly. This pill is known as the Supreme Mystery Pill and it can create a breakthrough for a Martial Supreme to the next level. Even though you can consume it now, it would be better for you to wait and swallow it only after you've reached the rank of a high-level Martial Supreme. Bai Zhongshan rolled his eyes as he stared disdainfully at the dazed and foolish-looking Gao Lin. Bai Zhongshan trusts Gao Lin deeply. After all, they have many years of camaraderie, so he was very clear about this old geezer's personality. Besides, Gu Ruan has already given Gao Lin a Supreme Mystery Pill. He would find out about the effects of the Supreme Mystery Pill sooner or later. Boom. Gao Lin's brain has exploded into smithereens and his eyes were in a daze. Clearly, Bai Zhongshan's words have shocked him into a stupor. A pill which allows a high-level Martial Supreme to break through to the rank of a Martial Saint. Is this an act of defiance against the heavens? Hence, long after Bai Zhongshan have left Gao Lin's line of sight, he still had not recovered from his shock at all. A ray of red light cast a contrasting scene within the ancient divine pagoda. Gu Ruan was standing within the ancient divine pagoda as she stared at the great door which was wide open. She then lifted the corners of her lips slightly as she mused, due to the influx of events, I had been unable to get a good look at the gifts in the 5th level of the ancient divine pagoda. Since I'm leaving the medicine sect tomorrow, I'm going to take the opportunity to enter the 5th level. Each time Gu Ruan had broken through 2 ranks, the ancient divine pagoda would reward her. There has been a long gap since the previous reward. She was only able to unlock the 5th level in the ancient divine pagoda after she managed to break through to the Martial Supreme rank. After reeling from her train of thought, Gu Ruan slowly entered the room. This room was absolutely empty and only a table appeared before her eyes. There was a yellowed piece of paper on the tabletop and Gu Ruan could not help but step towards it. This is. Gu Ruan picked up the yellowed paper on the table. A look of shock then appeared on her features when she read the contents of the paper, the Flesh and Bone Regeneration Pill. This pill has the ability to instantly restore the limb of a handicapped person. Furthermore, it would have no repercussions. The Flesh and Bone Regenerating Pill. This is precisely what I need. That was why Zixi had told me that if I wanted to restore Qiulinyu's arm, I must break through to the rank of Martial Supreme first. As it turns out, after I've reached the rank of a Martial Supreme, the ancient divine pagoda had bestowed me with the Flesh and Bone Regeneration Pill. I don't know if it's my own misconception, but I keep getting the feeling that the ancient divine pagoda seems to be able to predict what may happen in the future. It had been able to arrange everything according to what I've encountered. Otherwise, the reward on the 5th level wouldn't have been the Flesh and Bone Regeneration Pill. However, the Flesh and Bone Regeneration Pill may not be on par with the previous rewards she had received from the ancient divine pagoda. After all, it would be of no help when it comes to increasing her powers. However, it was something that she needed the most now. Hence, this was why Gu Ruan had a feeling as though her fate has been arranged by someone else. She took a deep breath at that thought and clutched the pill formula in her hand tightly. However, her clear and cold eyes were leaping with joy. Regardless, I can restore Yu's arm with the flesh and bone regeneration pill. Even though Chia Linyu had never mentioned it, Gu Ruan could sense the feeling of inferiority deep within his heart. He had once been considered a genius, so how could he endure such a blow? She would do anything to help him overcome his handicap. Chapter 976, The Flesh and Bone Regeneration Pill, 3. However, the medicinal herbs required to refine the flesh and bone regeneration pill are quite expensive. The imperial spirit of celestial fortune herb, the purple cloud ginseng, or the ice crystal star anise blossom are all priceless treasures. Anyone who wishes to find these herbs would need to try their luck in the Northern Bloc territory. Since that's the case, I'll have to leave by tonight. I won't wait for tomorrow. Perhaps leaving a day earlier would mean that Chia Linyu would be healed a day earlier as well. Besides, the Northern Bloc territory was located quite a distance away from the medicine sect. Now that she has the pill formula, she has to try her luck. Gu Ruan did not hesitate any longer at the thought of this. After leaving the ancient divine pagoda, she quickly met up with Bai Junction to say her goodbyes. While Bai Junction was rather curious as to why Gu Ruan was so anxious to leave, he did not say very much and only gave her a few warnings before sending her down the mountain. As for Chia Linyu, he has naturally stayed by Gu Ruan's side. After all, based on her current level of power, she would be able to guarantee his safety as long as she does not bump into anyone from the first city. The Northern Bloc territory was located in the northern area of the mainland. It was near the icy snowfields where Gu Ruan had first met Grand Lord Hong Lian back then. Hence, there were many powerful cultivators in the Northern Bloc territory. If those powerful organizations were to join forces, not even the medicine sect would be able to stand up against them. Nevertheless, that would require the few great powers of Northern Bloc territory to actually join forces first of all. As the great forces were constantly locked in conflict, they could never possibly become allies. That was the reason why they had remained second to the medicine sect in terms of power. At this moment, the gates of Cloudy Wind City, which was situated within the Northern Bloc territory, was constantly in a restless state. Everyone was whispering to one another, but no one could tell what their subject of discussion was about. Two guards were standing tall by the city gates. They were unmovable and steadfast like mountains as they stared icily at the restless crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cloudy Wind City has received a letter of challenge from the Snow Jade Bandits. We will be engaging in battle with the Snow Jade Bandits over the next few days. Our governor has issued an order that anyone who wishes to enter Cloudy Wind City must join our battle against the Snow Jade Bandits. Everyone else must leave if they don't wish for their lives to be in danger. Russell. The crowd exploded into a cacophony of discussion when they heard this. However, their faces no longer displayed the previous anxiety. In fact, it was now replaced by a sense of panic. Many had even tried to avoid eye contact with the guards, terrified of getting themselves involved. The Snow Jade Bandits. Gu Ruan furrowed her brows as she glanced at the tightly shut city gate. No one could tell what she was thinking. Just then, a young man noticed Gu Ruan who showed no signs of moving and kindly reminded her, "Miss, why are you still standing here? The Snow Jade Bandits' powers are extremely terrifying. If you don't escape in time, you might endanger your life." The Snow Jade Bandits. Gu Ruan raised an eyebrow and asked, unconvinced, "I wonder where these Snow Jade Bandits come from." "Miss, you've never heard of the Snow Jade Bandits?" The youth stared at Gu Ruan in astonishment as if he never expected to encounter someone in the Northern Bloc territory who was ignorant of the Snow Jade Bandits' existence. However, he soon explained kindly, "It is said that all three of the Snow Jade Bandits' leaders have already reached the rank of Marshal Supremes. People like us are no match for the Snow Jade Bandits, so it's best to hurry up and leave." The crease on Gu Ruan's brow deepened as she faintly replied, "I'm only passing by. Besides, I still need to hurry on my way. The dispute between Cloudy Wind City and the Snow Jade Bandits is none of my business." Chapter 977, The Flesh and Bone Regeneration Pill, 4. When one of the somber, mountain-like guards heard her statement, he took one look at her and spoke indifferently. "The members of the Snow Jade Bandits are already standing guard outside the other city gate. Anyone who goes out from there will be killed without a doubt. That's why the city governor has ordered me to relay the situation to all of you. If you are certain that you want to enter the Cloudy Wind City, you must prepare yourself for battle against the Snow Jade Bandits. Otherwise, it's best that you all leave right now. Even if you're in a rush on your journey, it's better than throwing your life away." Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders and replied with an exasperated look on her face, "Then I have no choice. I am in a huge hurry, so I must enter the Cloudy Wind City." "Miss, don't be rash. It's not worth it if you throw your life away." The kind youth continued to try and advise Gu Ruan. After all, the Snow Jade Bandits were quite cruel. If such a delicate and pretty girl was to fall into their hands, she would end up being beaten black and blue. That would be too unfortunate. "I truly appreciate your kindness, but I'm really pressed for time, so I must continue on and enter the Cloudy Wind City." Gu Ruan smiled. She really wants to restore Chia Linyu's arm as soon as possible. Hence, even though she was not entirely comfortable with attracting trouble like this, she had no other choice. Chia Linyu did not say much, but his delicate features lifted into a small smile. His clear, limpid pupils were fixed upon the woman next to him as if he would unconditionally support her in any decision she makes. Sigh. The kind youth stared sympathetically at Gu Ruan and Chia Linyu. He looked as if he wanted to say something more, but the words would not come. In the end, he had kept quiet and quickly went on his way. After all, the Snow Jade Bandit's power was far too horrifying. He certainly does not want to entice calamity. This is your decision, and the Cloudy Wind City will not block your way outside the gate. However, you must prepare yourself for the Snow Jade Bandit's attack. The guard spoke in an icy cold tone before he slowly opened the city gate. He did not spare Gu Ruoan a glance at all. Yue, let's go. I want to restore your arm as soon as possible. Gu Ruoan looked at the delicate youth next to her and smiled softly as she spoke. Her gaze was filled with determination and a mesmerizing light. The young man nodded and said with a bashful smile, "All right, I'll follow you." After he had spoken, the both of them stepped into the city gates as the crowd stared at them sympathetically. Soon, after the two had gone in, some who do not fear death or those who have enough power entered the Cloudy Wind City as well. The city gates were then slowly shut tight again. The city governor has arrived. Just as Gu Ruoan had stepped through the city gates, a voice suddenly sounded and caught her attention. Her clear, cold eyes stared as a figure was slowly escorted through the crowd. The man's features were bright and handsome while his eyes were like stars. His embroidered robes set off his aura beautifully as the sunlight cast a warm glow on his being. One could not help but feel attracted to that man. It could be assumed that the cultivators who have just entered the Cloudy Wind City never expected the city governor to turn out to be such a handsome and young man. The dazzlingly bright light from his body made it difficult for others to turn away. However, Gu Ruoan soon turned away and did not pay any further attention to the man. After all, with such a peerless man like Chanbei by her side, other men, no matter how handsome they would not be able to match even a fraction of him. Chapter 978, The Governor of Cloudy Wind City, 1. Greetings, Governor. Under the bright, scorching sun, everyone on the street behaved neatly and in a disciplined manner as if it was a common practice for them. The crowd, which had been in the midst of a noisy discussion, called out the greetings in a respectful and orderly manner when they noticed the young man walking towards them. Now that it has been mentioned, the governor of Cloudy Wind City could be considered as a myth in the Northern Bloc territory. Do not judge him based on his warm and handsome looks. In truth, he was decisive and firm in attacks and has a reputation for his ruthless strategies. It was said that the Cloudy Wind City's governor had once been an old man whose power was at the rank of a marshal supreme. However, this young governor had then got rid of the old man and took on the position of the governor himself. However, the most unexpected of all was that this governor was really that young. He does not look very much older than 20 years of age. These are the people who wish to enter the Cloudy Wind City and fight with us. Wen Yan's gaze fell upon the crowd who had entered the city gates. A gentle yet warm smile was hanging from the corners of his lips and it enveloped the hearts of those in the crowd like a ray of sunlight. Even hearing him speak was a pleasure. One of the guards stepped forward, joined his fists and bowed in reverence, reporting to the Lord Governor, "There are indeed people who are in a rush on their journey, so they will join the fight with Cloudy Wind City." Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Wen Yan nodded and spoke in a warm and gentle voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, there's no need to worry. I guarantee that you will be able to pass through Cloudy Wind City no matter what. As long as the Snow Jade bandits are destroyed, I will send my men to escort you on your way." "Thank you, Lord Governor." Hearing this, the numerous and idle cultivators who had crossed the city gates quickly joined their fists and bowed, replying with reverence. Gu Ruoan had remained quiet as her eyes fell upon Wen Yan's figure. A near undetectable light then flashed across her lucid and elegant eyes. "Uncle Dongfang Shao's, who was as warm as the breeze, has always given me a sincere sense of intimacy. His warmth comes straight from his heart, making it difficult for others to resist. However, the warm features of the man before me belies a cold heart. Don't judge him based on the smile he carries, he gives off an unapproachable feeling." However, she certainly has no plans to develop any form of deep friendship one with the young governor. Leaving Cloudy Wind City was of the utmost importance to her now. Wen Yan mildly wrinkled his brow as if he could sense a pair of eyes surveying him. He followed the line of sight and turned. His eyes instantly met with a pair of lucid and elegant pupils. However, after he discovered that he was being sized up by a young woman, he turned away as he smiled gently and spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen." He spoke in a voice which seems to have been bathed in a spring breeze. "The Snow Jade bandits should be close to breaking through the back gate of Cloudy Wind City now. Hence, I'd like to ask you all to fight with me." "We comply with your command, Lord Governor." High-spirited voices echoed throughout the streets, filled with a surge of hot passion. It was a very moving scene. Even Gu Ruoan could not help but admire this young governor. If he does not have such a great ability to rally his supporters, he would never have been able to persuade these idle cultivators to listen to his commands so quickly. "All right, let's be on our way then." Wen Yan smiled mildly as he stood bolt upright under the glaring sun, causing everyone around him to feel a great urge to stand up straight. At this moment, those people no longer looked like idle cultivators but resembled disciplined and well-trained soldiers instead. Cloudy Wind City has two city gates. One was the sliding door where Gu Ruoan and the rest had entered, while the other was the unavoidable road leading out of Cloudy Wind City. Chapter 979, The Governor of Cloudy Wind City, 2. Suddenly, a loud thump sounded from outside the city gate. The noise was like a giant who was waving his heavy fists and pounding against the iron sliding door from outside the city gates. The soldiers at the city gate could no longer guard against it any longer, but they had to hold on for the sake of the tens of thousands of ordinary people in the city. This was their duty and the Lord Governor's orders. However, no matter how much the soldiers wanted to hold on, with a final loud thumping noise, the solid gate was rammed wide open and countless bandits then charged into the city with swords and knives in hand. "Wen Yan, you brat, get your SS out here and face your death." A middle-aged man who was dressed in a mink fur waistcoat stepped out from the crowd. His brawny and brutish features fill one with dread. He was followed by another man and a woman. The other man has a long scar from a knife wound on his face. The scar stretched from the corner of his eye all the way down to his lower jaw, making him look sinister and terrifying. The woman was dressed in glamorous crimson robes and was holding a long whip which had been soaked in poison in her hand. The difference between her and the other two was that the woman in red was very slender. However, it would be a fatal mistake to assume that she was weak based on her stature, which was like a slim willow branch trembling in the wind. Even though the woman in red held the last position amongst the three leaders, she was, in fact, the most vicious and cruel of the three. She has a preference for women, but any beautiful woman who ever caught her attention would end up being tortured to within an inch of her life. Hee hee. Suddenly, someone laughed softly. The young governor, who has enjoyed such a famous reputation, slowly stepped towards them, followed a group of people. He had a warm smile on his face the entire time, but the smile did not reach his eyes at all, which were now filled with an icy chill. I never thought that the Snow Jade Bandits would look so highly upon me and mobilize your entire hive. Even the 3 leaders have arrived. I wonder if I should laugh or cry. Wen Yan, I'll give you 2 choices. Either I destroy the Cloudy Wind City today and let every single citizen accompany you in death, or you can hand over the dragon blood fruit. The middle-aged man in the mink waistcoat furrowed his brows as he barked impatiently. Big brother, why do we bother with such nonsensical banter? Kill him straight away and take the dragon blood fruit. That's all we need to do. It's this kid's fault for failing to recognize what's good for him, daring to fight with the Snow Jade Bandits for a herb which has caught our eyes. He's simply looking for death. The man with the scar glared at Wen Yan as he replied fiercely. The dragon blood fruit. Gu Ruoan shuddered as a sense of joy appeared in her clear and cold eyes. That dragon blood fruit happens to be one of the herbs that I need to refine the flesh and blood regeneration pill. I never expected that I would run into such good luck and find one of the herbs upon entering the Northern Bloc territory. Apologies, Wen Yan did not flare up over their rudeness. Instead, he replied amiably, I have my uses for this dragon blood fruit, so I can't give it to you. It's best that you all go back, please. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Snow Jade Bandits will cease to exist in this world. Wen Yan, you brat, you are far too arrogant. The woman in red, who was one of the 3 leaders, raised her brow as she spoke. Her eyes, like those of a poisonous snake's, landed upon Wen Yan's relaxed and handsome features. You plan on destroying the Snow Jade Bandits simply with the might of the Cloudy Wind City. She then sneered disdainfully, aren't you indulging a little too much in fantasies? You are only a low-level Marshal Supreme. Even though you've managed to kill the previous governor, you are no match for the 3 of us. Besides, my big brother is now already at the rank of a mid-level Marshal Supreme. Chapter 980, The Governor of Cloudy Wind City, 3. Wen Yan's gaze sank a little. He knows that this woman was speaking the truth. Even though he had been able to kill the previous governor, he was no match for the Snow Jade Bandits. However, he could not give the dragon blood fruit up no matter what. Wen Yan slowly returned to his senses and replied in a calm and collected manner, 3 leaders, if you all wish to fight, then I, Wen Yan, will keep you company to the end. However, the dragon blood fruit was a birthday gift that I had planned to give to the Jiang family's lord. Are you sure you want to take it from me? The Jiang family. The faces of the 3 leaders changed drastically when they heard these words. It was obvious that the Jiang family, which Wen Yan had mentioned, carries an earth-shattering power. Ha ha, big brother, 3rd sister, don't listen to that brat Wen Yan. So what if he had prepared it as a gift for the Jiang family? At least he hasn't sent it off yet. That also means that the dragon blood fruit does not belong to the Jiang family yet, so we won't incur any repercussions from the Jiang family. The members of the Jiang family wouldn't be that unreasonable. The man with the scar laughed as he stared disdainfully at Wen Yan. Besides, you may say that this herb is for the Jiang family's lord, but where's the proof? Don't think that you can excuse this to fool us. We don't believe that you're affiliated with anyone from the Jiang family. Brothers, attack. Kill this piece of *tea and bring me the dragon blood fruit. Wen Yan's gentle features finally disintegrated into an ugly sight when he saw the bandits begin their attack. He had indeed tried to scare these people off, but he never expected them to be so bold. This means that a battle was now inevitable. Everyone, hear my command. Wen Yan's face filled with an icy chill at the thought of this, and his eyes were as sharp as the blade of a sword. Since these bandits want the dragon blood fruit, we will make them bleed right here. I will never hand the dragon blood fruit over. I won't give in to them even if I have to sacrifice my own life. The sun was blazing hot and the thirst for blood was flourishing. Troops from both sides had charged into battle at the command from their respective leaders and were now fighting hand to hand. The citizens who reside in the Northern Bloc territory were not ordinary people either. Hence, those who had stayed nearby joined the battle as well. The red color of blood soon drenched the ground in a very short space of time. It almost looked like a dazzling and glamorous pile of roses had been scattered all over the dirt. Wen Yan, since you refuse to listen to my advice, I shall make you regret your own stubbornness immediately. The middle-aged man in the mink fur waistcoat stepped forward while the large machete in his hand gleamed coldly at an angle as it slashed towards Wen Yan's waist. That slashing motion was like the wind and pierced through the sky. It even caused the air to tremble. The man with the scar and the woman in red had stayed still. Their big brother alone was enough to defeat Wen Yan. Otherwise, they would look like cowards if all 3 of them were to attack one opponent at the same time. If word of this gets out, they would become the laughing stock. Wen Yan's eyes were somber. After all, the man before him was a mid-level Marshal Supreme. He would not underestimate him at all. Wen Yan quickly drew his sword from its hilt at his waist and blocked the powerful attack which could smash a bamboo tree with a crashing sound. The middle-aged man sneered. It goes without saying that Wen Yan was indeed deserving of the fame he received as the person who had killed the previous governor. He was actually able to block this sudden attack. Unfortunately, there was not much to compare between a mid-level Marshal Supreme and a low-level Marshal Supreme. He's simply looking for his own death by retaliating against me. Wen Yan, it goes without saying that you're indeed very talented. I admire you very much as well, but you pay no heed to what's good for you. Those who cross the Snow Jade Bandits will not meet with a happy end. Now, I'll send you to hell. Chapter 981, The Dragon Blood Fruit 1. Slash. A loud noise sounded as the middle-aged man raised his machete up high. His eyes were filled with a cruel chill as he slashed his weapon at Wen Yan. In a short moment, a hurricane arose and the energy from the sword came whirling towards Wen Yan like a savage wolf. The corners of the middle-aged man's lips curled into a sneer. He looked as if he was already staring at a dead man. Lord Governor, watch out. The faces of the Cloudy Wind City's soldiers around Wen Yan drained of color as they quickly rushed to protect the Lord Governor. However, before they could reach Wen Yan's side, they were flung out of the way by that savage wolf-like energy from the machete. It was a very upsetting sight. Under the wild winds, Wen Yan's face no longer displayed his previous gentleness. He stared emotionlessly at the blade which was cast down in front of him as his stern eyes filled with seriousness. Boom. At this critical moment, a ray of light shot out from Wen Yan's body and formed a protective shield around him. That light also flicked the middle-aged man's machete out of the way instantly. The bloodlust on the middle-aged man's face was frozen in place. He stared at Wen Yan fixedly and said, "You have a defense-class spiritual weapon." It makes sense. No wonder he had the courage to make an enemy of the Snow Jade Bandits. He holds a defense-class spiritual weapon. Unfortunately, defense-class spiritual weapons were naturally one level weaker than attack-class spiritual weapons. He would not be able to defeat us simply with this spiritual weapon alone. "Master, let me fight." When Wen Yan lowered his eyes, a voice echoed from within his soul. "No." Wen Yan shook his head and sighed. "Until the most critical moment arrives, I cannot let you out. Otherwise, it would bring disaster upon the Jiang family. I'm not willing to let this happen. But master, if this continues, they would take the dragon blood fruit away." The voice slowly became more anxious. However, aside from Wen Yan alone, no one else could hear the voice which echoed from within his soul. Nevertheless, Gu Ruan seems to have sensed something and she glanced over at Wen Yan. However, she soon turned away. "Let me handle this alone." Wen Yan raised his cold and sharp features as his eyes turned towards the Snow Jade Bandits mercenaries before him. "Big brother, this brat actually has a spiritual weapon on him," sneered the woman in red. She then sent a vicious and cruel glare towards Wen Yan. "How about the three of us attack together and take that spiritual weapon? Stop wasting our time with him." "All right." The middle-aged man had fallen silent for a while before he then nodded. A malicious light flashed through his eyes as he said, "Second brother, third sister. Let's attack this brat together. As for the rest of the people from Cloudy Wind City, we shall let the others handle them." As he spoke, the three leaders locked the bloodthirsty eyes upon Wen Yan who was standing in the crowd. Soon, an endless amount of murderous intent exploded from their beings, making the soldiers around them feel suffocated as well. It was very obvious that the three leaders were intent on killing Wen Yan. "Master, I'm hungry. Let Lingair come out and quickly destroy these ants." Just as the situation was becoming more exciting, a childish voice suddenly pierced through the skies, falling into the ears of everyone present. The three leaders could not help but look around, trying to follow that voice. They would certainly like to find out who would be so arrogant and have the gall to spout such words. However, when they saw the small figure behind Gu Ruan, they could not help but burst into laughter. Chapter 982, The Dragon Blood Fruit 2. Little sister, as a person, one should not be so arrogant. If you want my attention, wait for me to destroy Wen Yan first, then I'll have a good chat with you about life, the woman in red said as she smiled glamorously. However, that smile carried a hint of contempt as her eyes sized up the little vermilion bird with ridicule. Everyone knows that the third leader of the Snow Jade Bandits has a preference for women, though she was a woman herself. She loves beautiful women the most. Even if that person may be a child who was no older than the age of 10, she would never spare that girl at all. Especially since the little vermilion bird's features were like tender, polished, and beautifully carved jade. She was so adorable that one would be seized by the urge to fondle her admiringly. However, not a single person knew when this little girl had appeared. They had not noticed her before at all. The little vermilion bird pursed her lips and turned to the woman in green robes next to her with a miserable look on her face. "Master, I'm so very hungry. Let Lingair out and have him destroy her, then we'll go get something to eat, all right? Lingair is your little brother. You can tell him that yourself." Gu Ruan smiled as she stroked the little vermilion bird's head. This little girl isn't used being idle all the time. She had always been unwilling to stay in the ancient divine pagoda for too long, so this time she had come out without even waiting for my permission. "All right." The little vermilion bird flashed Gu Ruan an adorable smile. Her eyes, which were lit with a cluster of flames, turned towards the three leaders who were standing a short distance away. The corners of her lips then curled into an evil smile. "Lingair, destroy these ants. I certainly don't want these idiotic humans to stain my hands." Whoosh. As she spoke, a fiery red figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the little vermilion bird with a loud crash. It was a large firebird. Its wings were made of flames and emitted a scorching heat. Its eyes contained a merciless light which was cruel and vicious. In its eyes, the people standing before it were merely like ants. Wen Yan's brows furrowed slightly as he staring fixedly at the firebird which had descended from the skies. A peculiar light then flashed in his eyes. "Chan Chi, what do you make of the powers of this spiritual beast?" All was quiet within his soul. After a long pause, a clear voice echoed, "It's more powerful than mine. More powerful than hers." Wen Yan's gaze slowly turned rigid. Chan Chi's powers have already reached the rank of a high-level martial supreme. This spiritual beast's rank is above hers. Could it be that it was a martial saint? The spiritual beast named Chan Chi one seemed to hear Wen Yan's thoughts as she replied faintly, "No. Master, that spiritual beast not a martial saint. It's more likely that the spiritual beast had failed to break through to the martial saint rank. Hence, it's only a semi-saint." A semi-saint. A hint of disappointment appeared in Wen Yan's eyes. Others may not be aware of what reaching the rank of semi-saint entails, but he knows it very well. It is also to say, that this spiritual beast's power will forever be limited to this point and that it will no longer be able to have any more breakthroughs. A semi-saint. A hint of disappointment appeared in Wen Yan's eyes. Though others may not be aware of what reaching the rank of semi-saint entails, he knows it very well. Being a semi-saint means that the spiritual beast's power will forever be limited at this point and it will no longer be able to have any breakthroughs. Chan Chi, based on what you've told me, I'm afraid that it would be no match for you. Even though its power surpasses yours, it will no longer have any more breakthroughs. Based on your level of ability, I believe that you will definitely avoid this mistake. Your breakthrough to a martial saint will come sooner or later. It's unfortunate to see this though. Initially, I had thought of recruiting her when I saw how this lady had brought out such a powerful spiritual beast. Now that I see that the spiritual beast has already lost its ability for further breakthroughs, I'm afraid that I'll have to pass on this. Wen Yan's expression slowly sank, yet his eyes were filled with sympathy. Master. Tianqi fell silent for a moment before she continued to speak. I can sense that the little girl next to the lady in green robes is also a spiritual beast. Furthermore, I can't accurately pinpoint her powers at all. This means that her abilities have far surpassed mine. I'm afraid that the only kind of spiritual beast who would have this sort of power is a holy beast. Chapter 983, The Dragon Blood Fruit 3. Wen Yan shuddered as his astonished gaze fell upon the little girl's tender little face. His heart was filled with shock. This little girl is a spiritual beast as well. Furthermore, her powers have far surpassed Tianqi's. Wen Yan's gaze slowly returned to its usual indifference at the thought of this. His cold and calm gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on Gu Ruan's delicate and pretty face. Master, regardless of that, with this fire spiritual beast around, there's no need for me to emerge and help you this time. Besides, I have another feeling. The blood coursing through that little girl's veins is very powerful. I only glanced at her once and I can already feel the pressure from her blood. Hearing these words, Wen Yan's thoughts deepened. Tianqi was a spiritual beast from the Fire Phoenix clan. Her bloodline was far superior compared to most spiritual beasts. One should not judge this situation based on the fact that this fire spiritual beast's current power was greater than hers. In less than half a year's time, Tianqi would surpass it by a large margin. By then, breaking through to the rank of a martial saint would not be a difficult feat for her. However, she has just informed him that she could sense the pressure from the little 5-year-old girl's blood vessels. To be able to make her feel this way, this means that this little girl holds the bloodline of a divine beast. A divine beast. Even in the first city, one could count the number of divine beasts on their fingers. Ha ha. At the city gates, when the Snow Jade bandits saw the fire spiritual beast which had been summoned by Gu Ruan, they could not contain themselves from laughing out loud. Do my eyes deceive me? Is this firebird going to destroy the Snow Jade bandits all on its own? Little girl, have you been overindulging in fantasies? Or should we say that your parents have never given you a good lesson on humility? This little girl is only a small child. Why are you telling her these things? I'm sure that she doesn't know anything and thought that she could claim dominance simply because she has managed to obtain a spiritual beast by a stroke of luck. It's true that spiritual beasts are very valuable. It's even more difficult to make a spiritual beast submit to a human. However, we should take into account what kind of spiritual beast it is as well. Since this spiritual beast is actually listening to the commands of a little girl, I'm assuming that it hasn't even reached the rank of a martial king. A martial king. TSK. What good is a martial king spiritual beast? Our leaders don't even need to bother themselves with this spiritual beast. My finger is enough to grind it into dust. I mean, come on, I'm a martial emperor. The Snow Jade bandits all burst into laughter after recovering from the short days. Some had even laughed until they cried. However, no one noticed how the faces of the three leaders, who had been standing at the forefront, immediately sank. They stared soberly at Fire Spiritual Beast whose eyes were now spitting fire. They may not be able to sense the Firebird's exact level of power, but a spiritual beast which was able to release such great power would be a martial supreme at the very least. Where had this little girl come from to be able to bring out a martial supreme level Fire Spiritual Beast? When had someone like this made an appearance in the Northern Bloc territory? A cold smile appeared on the little vermilion bird's face when she heard those disdainful words. Her expression no longer displayed her initially innocence and lively demeanor. It was now replaced by a domineering sense of command. Linger, kill them all. Leave none alive. Roar. As she spoke, the Firebird roared loudly before flapping its fiery wings. It then charged towards the Snow Jade bandits. The martial emperor who had previously claimed that one finger of his would have been enough to crush it charged quickly towards the Firebird in a bid to prove his abilities to the three leaders. He cried out, "Today, I will have fowl for dinner." Hold it. The woman in red cried out, trying to stop the martial emperor. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 984, The Dragon Blood Fruit 4. Whoosh. The Firebird spat out a mouthful of flames. Before the martial emperor could react, he had already been roasted and completely blackened. Both his insides and outer skin were completely charred. Aya, the little vermilion bird stared at the man on the ground as she spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. You've gone overboard with the roasting. I prefer it done medium well. Remember, don't grill too much. It won't be tasty that way. Her words were like a stroke of lightning on a clear day and sent everyone into a daze. No one had ever thought that this adorable little Lolita before them would be capable of saying such cruel things. Medium well. It feels as though the dinner she was about to have is the members of the Snow Jade bandits. This is too terrifying. The Firebird nodded when it heard the little vermilion bird's command. It then turned its bloodthirsty and cruel gaze towards the rest of the Snow Jade bandits. At this moment, the Snow Jade bandits no longer displayed their initially smug and arrogant demeanor. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them and even their hearts were now frozen. Those who had received the Firebird's glare could not help but take a few steps back as their eyes filled with terror. They were only bandits and they were not soldiers. When faced with such a frightening existence, their hearts would naturally ache to retreat. Bunch of useless things. The woman in red sneered. Her venomous eyes pierced through the Fire Spiritual Beast and landed on Gu Ruan. Miss, does this Fire Spiritual Beast belong to you? That's right. Gu Ruan nodded as she calmly replied. Since that's the case, miss, perhaps you could leave the Snow Jade bandits with some dignity. I know that you're only a passerby, so I can grant you a chance to leave. As for everything else, you need not trouble yourself, miss. I'm only carrying a grudge towards the Cloudy Wind City. If the woman in red had said these words at the beginning, Gu Ruan would have just left immediately. After all, she wasn't so kind-hearted that she would stick her head into others' troubles. However, after finding out about Wen Yan's dragon blood fruit, she no longer plans on leaving without it. Nothing was more important than recovering Chia Linyu's arm. Besides, the reason why she had made the journey to the Northern Bloc territory was for the sake of obtaining these valuable herbs. My apologies, Guruan shrugged her shoulders as she smiled faintly. This little girl next to me is hungry, so I have no choice but to trouble you all into becoming her dinner. The little vermilion bird's eyes sparkled as she stared at the snow jade bandits unblinkingly. It was normal for spiritual beasts to consume humans just like how humans can eat spiritual beasts as well. The laws of the jungle have always been the principle of this world. However, the spiritual beasts on Guruan's side have never done anything like this before. Still, just because they have not eaten humans before does not mean they do not like it. Now that the little vermilion bird has received Guruan's permission, she was nearly drooling. Miss, don't be greedy. The woman in red's expression sank. She then spoke with a malicious look on her face. I'm giving you a chance, yet you aren't willing to leave, so don't blame me for my discourtesy in the end. Honestly, the spiritual beast by your side is very powerful indeed. It should be at the rank of a mid-level martial supreme at the very least. However, if we all truly join forces, the three of us won't lose. If you don't believe me, we can give it a try. You should know that if you were to lose, this spiritual beast would become another item in our bag. Even your life will end here. The woman in red glanced at the little vermilion bird as she spoke. She then smiled as she licked her red lips. As for this little girl, she's so delicate and delicious that I expect her to taste very good. Chapter 985, The Dragon Blood Fruit 5. The woman in red's smile was extremely poisonous. Her eyes were like those of a venomous snake's, filled with viciousness and cruelty. It was a very unsettling sight. You want to eat me? The little vermilion bird smiled as she asked. Her large, sparkly eyes displayed an innocent light. However, the words she spoke after that were extremely cruel. Then I shall make you understand who shall become a meal for someone else. Linger, annihilate these humans. The little vermilion bird waved her tender little hand and issued her command mercilessly. One would be mistaken to think that the little vermilion bird was an innocent and kind little girl simply because she looks like a young child. Even though she was very naive and can be easily misled by others, she was not a kind and gentle person. In the spiritual beast's world, the laws of the jungle were clearly abided by all. How could the little vermilion bird, who had grown up under such circumstances, have a merciful heart? In her heart, there will only ever be two kinds of people. One was a comrade that she would give her life to protect, the other was her enemy. As soon as the little vermilion bird had given the order, the firebird roared loudly before its body turned into a ball of flames and charged swiftly towards the woman in red. In that instant, the flames on its body burned even brighter and fiercer, casting a red hue in the entire sky. Third sister, look out. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly rushed to pull the woman in red to his side. He then charged headlong to meet the great firebird. The machete in his hand slashed sharply with a powerful force that seems as if it could slice the sky into two. Thwack! A muffled noise sounded from the void. The snow jade bandits, who had been previously frightened by the firebird's instant killing power and had not even dared to look at the fight, looked absolutely joyful when they heard that noise. They then quickly turned the gaze towards the flaming red sky. To them, that muffled noise was clearly the sound of the great leader's machete piercing through the firebird's brain. So what if this firebird had been very powerful? Has it not just fallen by the hand of their leader? However, when they saw the scene unfold in the void, everyone was stunned. All they could see was an enormous claw which had pierced through the great leader's chest. Fresh blood had completely drenched his mink fur waistcoat red. More blood continued to gush out and slowly dripped down from the sky as if it was raining blood. The middle-aged man looked at his chest and then looked at the huge firebird. He tried to speak but could only feel a wave of fatigue take over his being. His body seemed to lose all its strength suddenly and crumpled down from the sky. Big brother. The man with the scar and the woman in red flew into a rage instantly at this sight and screamed in agony. Thunk. The middle-aged man's body slammed heavily on the ground. Blood had long dyed the ground beneath the man crimson. He opened and closed his mouth several times as he turned to face the two who were rushing towards him. He then seemed to muster all of his strength to say a single word to the maddened pair. Run. That one word took his last bit of strength. He stared reluctantly at the snow jade bandits which he had single-handedly established before he slowly closed his eyes and lay lifeless in the pool of blood. No. The woman in red's eyes turned bloodshot. She let out a heartbreaking shriek before turning her bloodshot eyes towards the little vermilion bird and charged at her like a maniac. I'm going to kill you and avenge my big brother. The little vermilion bird stirred. She certainly never expected to find out that these humans were not thoroughly evil. At least they displayed a sufficient amount of emotion towards their peers. After all, if this had been anyone else, how could they possibly think of revenge after witnessing the fire spiritual beast's power? Chapter 986, The Dragon Blood Fruit 6. They do not even have time to run away. Besides, before the great leader had died, he had warned his friends to run. Still, the little vermilion bird has never had felt any mercy and she would never spare anyone who has attacked her. She returned to her senses at this thought and glared coldly at the woman in red who was rushing towards her. The corners of her lips then curled into a cruel smile. Third leader, kill this little SLT and avenge our great leader. That's right, kill her. Only with her death can the great leader be at peace. The snow jade bandits were mourning the great leader's death. Their eyes sparkled when they saw the woman in red's actions. From what they could tell, no matter how powerful the fire spiritual beast may be, the little girl who looks to be around 5 years of age would not have much power to retaliate. By then, the snow jade bandits would be the ones to dictate who lives or dies. Actually, they were not doing this only to avenge the great leader. It was to survive. The fire spiritual beast would have to be very powerful to be able to kill the great leader in one blow. How many of the bandits would be able to escape if it were to hunt him down? However, if they could kidnap this little girl, the outcome would be different. By using the little girl as a means to threaten it, the Snow Jade bandits would be able to avoid the danger today. Obviously, the woman in red had the same idea. She would not risk her life solely for the sake of the great leader. Instead, for the chance of survival, she would boldly risk her life. She no longer cared too much now. Her cries for avenging the great leader was only a reason that she had given herself. Quick, we need to protect the little lady. How could the people of Cloudy Wind City fail to notice the Snow Jade bandit scheme? Once the woman in red captures the little vermilion bird, they would not stand any chance of running the Snow Jade bandits to ground. By then, the bandits would attack once again, and all that awaits the citizens of Cloudy Wind City was a single bout of ransacking. Hence, the soldiers forgot about their own safety and rushed to protect the little vermilion bird without even waiting for the governor's order. However, based on their level of power, how could these people withstand the woman in red who was a marshal supreme? The woman in red soon arrived in front of the little vermilion bird. She then stretched out her hand and attempted to grab the little girl's shoulder. Little SLT, today, for the sake of avenging my big brother and to ensure our smooth escape from the Cloudy Wind City, we have no choice but to take you with us. A hint of viciousness flashed across the woman in red's lovely eyes. Her bloodshot eyes also contained a sense of madness as a sneer hung on her face. The little vermilion bird shook her head in disappointment. She had really thought that this woman was truly charging towards her for the sake of avenging the death of the great leader. Instead, she only wanted to use her as a means to escape the Cloudy Wind City. As it turns out, not every human would willingly sacrifice themselves for the sake of their friends. You want to take me with you? I'm afraid you don't have that kind of power. The little vermilion bird lifted her eyes, which were now clouded with flames, and laughed softly. A wave of energy then slammed onto the woman in red's chest. It caused the woman in red's body, which had been high up in the sky, to fall towards the ground as if she had been crushed by a rock. She felt as if her chest had been blocked and gasped for breath. She raised her pretty eyes in astonishment and stared in shock at the cute and tender face before her. Chapter 987, The Dragon Blood Fruit 7. What is the third leader doing? Why did she not kill that girl and avenge the great leader? Could it be that the third leader has taken pity on her? The crowd began to burst into a lively discussion as their eyes filled with suspicion. The man with the scar furrowed his brows. His bloodshot eyes were filled with dissatisfaction as he scolded angrily, "Third sister, what are you doing? Don't you know that your compassion will result in the destruction of the Snow Jade bandits?" Everyone knows that the third leader has a fondness for pretty little girls. This was the basis for the scarred man's accusation. However, at this moment, no one could see the perilous situation brewing in the woman in red's heart. Impossible, this is impossible. The woman in red's expression was one of complete defeat. She shook her head as her eyes filled with astonishment and shock. I have only ever once encountered a power like this little girl's on one other cultivator completely by accident. However, that cultivator had been a martial saint. A martial saint. How could this be? This little girl was only 5 years old. A 5-year-old martial saint. Even if she had started cultivating in her mother's womb, she wouldn't be able to reach that level so quickly. Master. The little vermilion bird grinned at Guruan. Can I eat her now? Boom. The woman in red staggered as if lightning had just struck on a clear day. She bit her lips, slowly moving her gaze from the little vermilion bird onto Guruan. It was only now that she noticed the way the little girl had addressed the woman in green. Master. Generally speaking, only spiritual beasts would address the person they were contracted to as their master. This means that this 5-year-old little Lolita is this woman's contracted holy beast. Who on earth is she? How could she hold such a powerful existence? Could it be that she's from the first city? You, who on earth are? Before she could ask any further, a powerful coercion erupted from the little vermilion bird's body and forced her words back down her throat. The enormous fire spiritual beast then suddenly appeared behind her, staring down at her in a commanding manner. Stupid human, don't you know that there are some people whom you simply can't offend? Since you've chosen to offend them, you must experience death. Boom. The fire spiritual beast stirred its wings. Instantly, a scorching flame came charging out from behind it. No, the woman in red screamed before she lost her life in the flames. Linger, I'll leave these guys to you. Don't let any of them escape. The little vermilion bird yawned as she lazily ordered the firebird. Yes, leader. The firebird responded reverently. It then charged towards the throng of Snow Jade bandits who were scattered about. Within a short period of time, the entire street was filled with gruesome wails and howls. Some were even cursing the woman in red's ancestors up until the 18th generation. If their third leader had not hesitated to strike at the last moment, they would not be faced with such a situation. Miss, I truly thank you for this. Once everything had been settled, when Yan approached Guruan with a warm smile on his handsome features. If it had not been for you, I'm afraid that the Cloudy Wind City would be faced with our first and last disaster. There's no need to thank me. Guruan shook her head as her eyes darted back and forth. She smiled as she said, I believe that many people who have witnessed this sort of thing would be compelled to help. Of course, this definitely did not include her. Chapter 988, The Dragon Blood Fruit 8. After all, if it had not been for the dragon blood fruit's existence, she would have left them to their own devices. Regardless, I'd still like to thank you. To celebrate the Snow Jade bandits' destruction, I've decided to hold a banquet tonight. I wonder if you would be interested to join us, miss. A banquet. Guruan stroked her chin. Under normal circumstances, she certainly would not be interested at all. However, if the dragon blood fruit was here, that would be a completely different situation. All right. Guruan smiled and nodded. Suddenly, her gaze shifted as she asked, by the way, I had overheard the Snow Jade bandits talking about the dragon blood fruit. They had actually come here for the sake of obtaining it. May I ask if this dragon blood fruit Miss, you know of the dragon blood fruit as well. Wen Yan smiled as he replied gently, actually, this dragon blood fruit isn't really of much use to the Snow Jade Bandits. They were only looking for an excuse to pick a fight with the Cloudy Wind City. However, this dragon blood fruit is of great use to me. An elder in my family is greatly ill and needs this dragon blood fruit as a cure. Hence, I could not give this up to the Snow Jade Bandits no matter what. Gu Ruoan simply nodded and did not say much. No one could tell what she was thinking. All right, miss, it's getting late now. If you have nowhere to stay, perhaps you could come with me to the governor's palace. Wen Yan smiled mildly. His smile has retained its usual gentleness. Gu Ruoan nodded. All right, then I'll have to trouble you, governor. If you had not reached out and helped today, I would not have won so easily. Therefore, I've got to do what I've got to do. When he had said his piece, Wen Yan's gaze turned somber as he ordered, servant, escort Miss Gu to the governor's palace. Yes, my lord. The eyes of the governor's palace's guards lit up. After all, this woman was a benefactor who had saved Cloudy Wind City. She even has a powerful spiritual beast on hand. Such a great opportunity to network with her has been presented to them. How could they let it go? Hence, within a short amount of time, the guards of the governor's palace have become extremely friendly as they quickly escorted Gu Ruoan to the governor's palace. When the crowd had dispersed, a figure appeared next to Wen Yan. It was a delicate-looking woman. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall and she had handsome brows and a snub nose. Her lips were a natural vermilion shade. She certainly looks like a well-brought-up daughter from a noble family. Master, I can tell that this woman seems to have an interest in the dragon blood fruit. The woman's voice was pleasant to the ears and was as clear and moving like a black-napped oriole. To hear her speak was a sort of enjoyment. As she stood by Wen Yan's side, the both of them looked absolutely spectacular. Sadly, no one was there to admire this picture-perfect scene. The dragon blood fruit. Wen Yan shuddered as he laughed bitterly. She saved the Cloudy Wind City. I can give her whatever she wants but this dragon blood fruit. After all, the dragon blood fruit is connected to maternal grandfather's name. For my maternal grandfather's sake, I have made painstaking efforts to obtain this dragon blood fruit. I will never let anyone else have it, so I had no choice but to utilize other ways to thank her. The woman smiled mildly. It was a sweet-tempered and dignified smile. Ah, that's right. Tianqi, it looks like maternal grandfather will come for a visit tonight. Wen Yan smiled before he continued. When that time comes, I will refer this woman to him. I can estimate that this woman's future will be limitless in the days to come. Since maternal grandfather treasures geniuses so much, they will definitely find a kindred spirit in each other. Chapter 989, The Mysterious Woman in White 1. It was a quiet mountain ravine touched by small slips of clouds and mist. The place was as mesmerizing as a fairyland. At this moment, one could just about make out a faintly discernible flash of white robes in the midst of the white, misty atmosphere. That figure stood out like a fairy from a painting, making the scene so beautiful that it was almost unreal. However, upon closer examination, one would notice that the woman's features were strikingly similar to Gu Ruoan's. However, she does not emit a cool and calm aura. Instead, she was proud and aloof like a snow plum flower in the cold winds, creating an absolutely stunning silhouette. Roar! A dragon growled in the sky. A large, white dragon then spiraled and descended out of the cloudy sky before landing in front of the woman who was dressed in white. It's been over 20 years. The woman in white lowered her head and looked at the white dragon before her. She smiled gently as her soft hand began to gently stroke the white dragon's body. She murmured, as if speaking to herself, I never thought that over 20 years could have passed in the blink of an eye. There's only one more year left to go now. After next year, I can leave this place and go look for him. Her eyes carried a hint of absent-mindedness as well as a sense of longing. When she talked about that man, her eyes would fill with a warm glow. Her stunningly beautiful features looked almost unreal in the misty clouds. Roar! The white dragon seems to understand the woman in white's words and let out a low growl. At this moment, it was not a proud member of the dragon clan. Instead, it looked more like a little puppy as it leaned fawningly over in front of the woman in white and stuck out its tongue to gently lick the back of her hand. The Cloudy Wind City. An old man entered the room in the governor's palace, followed by the clear and bright sound of laughter. The old man was dressed in flax-colored robes. He was lively and full of enthusiasm with a gaze like a flaming torch and a figure full of dignity. One could feel a powerful suppression coming from him from a distance away. A young man in green robes was following closely behind him. This young man has fair skin and delicate, pretty features. His eyes were as clear as still pools of water with a mirror-like surface which could reflect one's reflection. Maternal grandfather. Wen Yan noticed the old man immediately and a shining light flashed across his warm and gentle eyes. He quickly rushed to greet him. Maternal grandfather, you've finally arrived. Haha, I had heard the news on my way here. Did the Snow Jade Bandits come to cause you trouble? The old man laughed as he asked. A glint of murderous intent had flashed in his eyes during the last sentence. My maternal grandson has endured far too many hardships. In order to escape that matter, he had no choice but to hide in the Cloudy Wind City. I never expected that so many other people still wished to cause trouble for him as soon as he arrived. Do they consider him to be a good victim for bullying? It's fine now. Wen Yan shook his head. Oh, that's right. Maternal grandfather, I'd like to introduce someone to you. This lady, Gu Ruoan, is my savior. Without her help, I fear that it would have been extremely difficult for me to escape the bandits. I would still have been able to escape with my life. However, Tianqi would certainly be forced to expose her presence to the eyes of the world. Those people would then be able to locate our whereabouts easily. Oh. The old man was stunned. His eyes then turned to look at the serene figure in the study. A sense of surprise flashed in his eyes. Gu Ruoan. Is your name Gu Ruoan? Based on my knowledge, not too long ago, a young woman had managed to successfully refine a pill. Her name was Gu Ruoan. May I ask if you're related to her? The old man narrowed his eyes slightly as he spoke and a radiant light flashed across his eyes. Gu Ruoan rubbed her nose and shrugged her shoulders exasperatedly. I think. That person you're talking about is me. She never expected that the news of her actions in the medicine sect's general meeting would spread so quickly. It has even reached the ears of those residing in the Northern Bloc territory. Chapter 990, The Mysterious Woman in White 2. What? Wen Yan was felt dazed and his astonished gaze fell upon Gu Ruan. If I am hearing this right, maternal grandfather is implying that this lady has the ability to refine pills. It looks like there's more than meets the eye. The delicate youth who had followed closely behind the old man also stared at Gu Ruan with astonishment. A curious light then flashed through his delicate and pretty eyes. Ha ha. The old man suddenly burst into bright and clear laughter. He stared admiringly at Gu Ruan as he said, "This is honestly a case of the youth playing the hero. I have never admired youngsters, even those who are considered as geniuses in the Northern Bloc territory. In my eyes, they're not even worth mentioning. You, on the other hand, are someone that I admire the most in my life. This grandson of mine is pretty talented as well, but, unfortunately, you have far surpassed him." The old man had not held back on his praises. He had even belittled his grandson by a large margin. Hearing this, Gu Ruan automatically glanced at the delicate youth. However, she then turned away after taking one look at him. Nevertheless, that one look was enough to cause the youth to turn very red in the face. He lowered his head in embarrassment and no longer dared to take another look at Gu Ruan. This lady is indeed very beautiful. I've never seen anyone with such exquisite features. Most importantly, based on what grandfather had just said, it seems that she's very powerful as well. After all, this was the first time I've ever seen grandfather use such glowing praises for any genius. You flatter me. Gu Ruan joined her fists. The light in her eyes glimmered as she said, "I've heard the governor mention that he has an elder who is plagued by an ailment and needs the dragon blood fruit as a cure. May I ask if you are the elder he had mentioned?" Ha ha, actually, it's not that big of a problem. I had once sustained an injury which caused me to be unable to increase my powers after that. You should understand as well that as long as a human doesn't become a god, their life will have certain limits. He's just worried that I'm nearing my limits, so he had made painstaking efforts to obtain a dragon blood fruit. I, however, am more accepting of this matter. I only need to wait until my grandchild has grown to his peak before I can leave peacefully. The old man waved his hand as he explained the situation with a smile. Based on his expression, one could tell that he was really not too bothered by that matter. However, he still felt rather moved by the filial piety of his younger generation. The dragon blood fruit does indeed have rather powerful medicinal properties. You can chance it, but it may not work, so. Gu Ruan's eyes darted back and forth. May I try? If she could use this method to obtain the dragon blood fruit, she would not need to utilize other methods to steal it. After all, be it Wen Yan or this easygoing old man, she felt a great fondness for them both. Obviously, she does not wish to snatch the herb from their hands. However, Chia Linyu was still of utmost importance in her heart. She does not mind playing the villain if there was no other choice she could make. Still, that would only be her last resort. At this point, she clearly has other options. However, unbeknownst to Gu Ruan, this old man was not as easygoing as she believes him to be. The reason why he had not put on any airs in front of Gu Ruan was entirely due to her talent and abilities. If she had been anyone else, she would have seen an entirely different behavior from the old man. "Miss Gu, do you truly have another way?" Wen Yan's eyes lit up and a sense of hope appeared on his warm features. Prior to this, he might not have believed in Gu Ruan's words. However, once he had found out that this woman was able to refine pills, the flames of hope were ignited within his heart once again. Chapter 991, The Mysterious Woman in White 3. I feel that there's about. Gu Ruan paused before continuing, an 80% chance of success. She may not have confirmed the chances of success entirely, but this 80% chance alone was enough to excite Wen Yan. Even the old man's calm heart leaped. Actually, when it comes to power, the old man still has some form of expectations. However, that dragon blood fruit could only provide him with a 20% guarantee. The hope in this was far too minuscule, so he would rather not concern himself too much about it. As for the reason behind his visit to the Cloudy Wind City, he had come because he does not want his maternal grandson's efforts to go to waste. "Miss Gu, can you really help my grandfather?" The delicate youth's eyes sparkled as he quickly grabbed Gu Ruan's hand. His voice trembled with excitement as he spoke. "As long as you're willing to help my grandfather, I'll do anything." "Due." The old man let out a dry cough and stared at the delicate youth. "Don't be rude to Miss Gu." Ding. Jiang Moju went red in the face as he quickly loosened his grip on Gu Ruan's hand. He then lowered his head and muttered as he blushed furiously, Sorry, I didn't mean it." He carefully glanced over at Gu Ruan as he said these words, completely terrified that this lady would be enraged by his actions. If that happens and she refuses to save grandfather, he would become a fugitive of the Jiang family. "Miss, this grandson of mine is impatient and careless. Please do not lower yourself to his level." "Ah, that's right. I haven't introduced myself to you. My surname is Jiang. Everyone in the Northern Bloc territory knows me as Old Man Jiang. However, you may call me Grandfather Jiang. This is my grandson, Jiang Moju. I hope that you can help me in educating my grandson in the future." Old Man Jiang sighed with emotion. There was a reason why he had said these words. "She's such an outstanding girl. If only she was my granddaughter, but this was an impossibility. That's why I wanted to cast my grandson to her so that he can learn from her." Old Man Jiang. Gu Ruan smiled as she greeted him. "If you can provide me with a few medicinal herbs, I can start to heal you now. The herbs that I need are rather common, so I'm sure that the governor's palace should have them readily available." When he heard Gu Ruan address him in that manner, Old Man Jiang felt somewhat disappointed. However, when he heard her words, his eyes immediately lit up and his breathing quickened. "You mean to say that we can start the treatment now?" "That's right," Gu Ruan nodded. "Your old injury had been caused by being poisoned. Because the toxins had not been thoroughly cleared out, it has accumulated in your veins. However, I cannot clean it all for you in one day, so you must be ready. All right. Old man Jiang smiled. I'll have to trouble you then, Miss Gu. Only, may I ask, how many days will it take for it to be completely cleaned off? 3 days. 3 days, that was the minimum time she needed to fully clear the toxins from his system. The toxins were far too stubborn, which was how it had been able to accumulate in his body for such a long time. If she had not broken through to the rank of Marshal Supreme at this point, she might have been powerless to do anything this time. Regardless, Cloudy Wind City was quite a formidable force in the Northern Bloc territory. Hence, the governor's palace held a rather impressive collection of medicinal herbs. The ingredients that Gu Ruan needed were soon sent over by Wen Yan's dispatched parties. Upon receiving the medicinal herbs, Gu Ruan then asked everyone to leave and began to detoxify old man Jiang's body. Within the entire detoxification process, Wen Yan and Jiang Mozhu had waited outside the room without leaving even for a moment. Just as they had grown increasingly anxious from the wait, the tightly shut door was opened from the inside. Chapter 992, The Mysterious Woman in White 4. The first person to step out was dressed in green robes and carried her usual air of indifference. Her dark eyes were calm and not a single sign of emotion could be seen in them. Wen Yan's heart thumped anxiously when he saw the look on her face, and he hurriedly rushed into the room. Maternal grandfather, are you all right? He saw the old man who was sitting cross-legged and noticed the emotionless look on his face as well. His heart raced fiercely as he spoke. Maternal grandfather, was it a failure? It's all right. Even so, we still have the dragon blood fruit on hand. I will ensure that the dragon blood fruit will display its best effects. At this moment, Wen Yan was under the impression that old man Jiang had been unable to accept the shock and had been rendered speechless. He hurriedly tried to console him, but his brows remained tightly furrowed and no one could tell what he was thinking at all. Idiot boy. Just as Wen Yan had gone into a complete state of anxiety, the old man finally responded, what are you standing around for? I'm getting stiff, why aren't you helping me up? Wen Yan was mildly dazed before he quickly followed old man Jiang's orders and helped him to his feet. Maternal grandfather, Wen Yan spoke in an anxious voice, what's wrong? Even if Miss Gu had failed, it's not a huge issue. After all, many doctors who have tried to treat you have failed, so don't blame her for this. Besides, didn't she mention that she wouldn't be able to clear the toxins in only one day? It's only been a day after all. We still have 2 more days to try again. Regardless, Gu Ruan had already helped everyone in Cloudy Wind City, and Wen Yan does not want his maternal grandfather to blame her in any way. Old man Jiang took a deep breath before glaring at Wen Yan, who told you that it had been a failure. I'm only feeling a bit numb. Let me tell you this, ever since I had been poisoned, this was the first time I've ever felt so relaxed, as if my very bones have been cleansed. 3 days. Old man Jiang believes that he might be able to return to his former glory tomorrow without the need to wait for 3 more days to pass. He could not help but feel excited when he thought about that and spoke with a radiant look on his face. Yansa, I have a feeling that this little girl is no mere weed in the pond. She will grow even stronger one day. When that time comes, perhaps the geniuses of the first city can only look up to her existence. Wen Yan was completely dazed when he heard this. Gu Ruan was indeed very powerful. Even he admits to this. Otherwise, that holy beast would never have followed her so willingly. However, even the peerless geniuses of the first city could not be compared to her. Is this even possible? The first city was not like any place in the secular world. A countless number of geniuses lived there, and some were unmatched in existence. However, he never thought that his maternal grandfather would place Gu Ruan in such high esteem. Due, old man Jiang glanced at Jiang Mozhu, who was standing at the door. He then raised his brows and said, it's worth it for you to start a relationship with this little girl. Besides, you can learn well from her. I believe that her appearance will bring great change to the Northern Bloc territory's landscape. Perhaps we might even become unified. Wen Yan, who still had not regained his senses, became dazed once again when he heard these words. Her appearance will bring great change to the Northern Bloc territory's landscape. Wen Yan wrinkled his brows, but he did not respond to old man Jiang's words. However, he never thought that old man Jiang's words would come to fruition one day, and that the Northern Bloc territory would indeed be greatly changed by Gu Ruan's appearance, creating a full-blown carnage. Grandfather, I understand, Jiang Mozhu smiled as he replied. His smile was as brilliant as a ray of sunlight shining into one's heart. Just then, a delicate and serene figure appeared in his mind's eye, causing him to blush red. I won't let you down. Chapter 993, Gu Ruan, Imposter, 1. Ultimately, Gu Ruan chose not to attend Cloudy Wind City's banquet. She gathered all the things that she needed after healing old man Jiang and left without any further delay. The delicate-looking youth, who had tagged along with old man Jiang, tried to speak to her several times but could not find the words. Finally, he approached Gu Ruan and mumbled coyly with a very red face, I hope that we'll meet again someday. After he had spoken, he then hurriedly turned and walked away as Gu Ruan stared in confusion at him. Chia Linyu seems to have noticed something, but he did not say a thing. Instead, he turned around and looked at the woman in green next to him before smiling and saying, Sister, let's go. All right. Gu Ruan nodded with a small smile as a light flashed across her eyes. The matter at hand is most urgent at the moment, so we need to rush towards the main city where the medicine sect's mansion is located. Of course, if we do manage to find some of the herbs along the way, that would be even better. Chia Linyu smiled delicately. He had really never placed any hope into recovering his severed arm from the very beginning. Now, however, hope has been reignited in his heart. He does not wish to drag his sister down just like he did during his past life. He wants to utilize his own abilities to protect the person he loves the most in this lifetime. The Northern Bloc territory is like a country with extremely vast territories. In the Northern Bloc territory, there lies an abundance of famous herbs. Hence, Gu Ruan had managed to collect a lot of precious medicinal herbs along the way. Unfortunately, none of the herbs that she had picked up were the herbs that she actually needed to restore Chia Linyu's arm. The Nemesis Forest. Even though it was not the most fearsome place in the Northern Bloc territory, the Nemesis Forest was known to contain countless danger zones and labyrinths. If someone who was unfamiliar with the Nemesis Forest's terrain and boldly set foot into this area, all that awaits them was an eternity of bitterness. Even if one was familiar with the landscape, the innumerable succession of danger zones and powerful spiritual beasts would give one a severe headache. Hence, not many would willingly set foot in the Nemesis Forest. At this time, a group of men was cutting their way through thistles and thorns on a quiet little path in the Nemesis Forest as they forged their way forward. A handsome man dressed in flax-colored robes was leading the way. His skin displayed a healthy wheat-hued tone, clearly due to encountering many frequent battles. There was a scar on the corner of his forehead, but his good looks were unaffected by it. Instead, that scar added an extra sense of heroism to his handsome features. A dainty and exquisite young woman was following closely behind him. This young woman has extremely sweet and beautiful features. Her big, vivid eyes were bright and full of expression. She looked out of place as she walked beside the rough and brawny man next to her. Leader, we've been in the Nemesis Forest for over a month now, yet we've still not been able to get out. Are we going to be trapped here forever? A middle-aged man could not help but complain. Heaven knows that they have almost nearly been driven to madness after being trapped in the Nemesis Forest for over a month. If it had not been for this bunch of idiots, they would never have been forced into this state. The man in flax-colored robes, who had been addressed as the leader, knitted his sharp brows into a tight knot. The expression on his face was not a pretty sight, but, in the end, he could only sigh softly. I know another path in the Nemesis Forest, but the path is guarded by a mid-level martial supreme spiritual beast. That spiritual beast is also the king of Nemesis Forest. Hence, we cannot use that path. We have no choice but to find another way at this moment. Chapter 994, Guruan, Imposter. 2. As soon as the man had finished speaking, the dainty, exquisite, sweet little woman suddenly exclaimed, Leader, come look, there are other people in the Nemesis Forest. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They then turned to look in the direction that the young woman had pointed towards. Soon, two figures stepped out from within the grassy field. It was a man and a woman. They could tell that the woman was around 20 years of age. Her green robe set off her features beautifully. Her eyes were clear and cool like pools of water, while her fine hair fluttered gently against the night breeze. The man in flax-colored robes was not a lecher. Regardless of how beautiful a woman was, it was as transient as a fleeting cloud to him, and all that beauty will ultimately return to dust upon death. What had made him unable to turn his gaze away was the terrifying aura emanating from that woman's body. He found it hard to believe that such a young woman would carry the aura of a supreme ruler. She was a powerful cultivator. He frowned mildly at the thought of this and quickly turned away. Tagging along next to the woman was a crippled young man. This young man's features were rather delicate as well. His skin was fair and white, and he looked rather shy. His eyes were not as clear and cool as the woman's, but were fair and limpid like water. If the woman was stunning to behold, this young man gave off a rather comforting feeling instead. How unfortunate. The sweet and pretty woman noticed Chia Linyu's empty, fluttering sleeve and shook her head sympathetically. Her eyes filled with pity as she commented, how truly unfortunate for such a beautiful young man to be handicapped. This world is truly unfair. Lancer. The handsome man's expression changed immediately, and he hurriedly stopped Gulan before she could finish speaking. He then exclaimed with a stern face, Don't be disrespectful. Gulan returned to her senses, and an embarrassed look appeared on her sweet face. After all, that young man must feel very hurt deep down because of his handicap. Yet, she had opened the wound right in front of him. If his temper was a little quicker, he probably would have cast away all sense of courtesy long ago. It's fine. Chia Linyu glanced at the apologetic Gulan as he waved his hand and smiled. I'm used to it now, so I don't mind. Gulan felt even more embarrassed when she saw how the youth was not calculative over her mistake. She blushed furiously as she spoke. My apologies, it was not my intention to purposely pour more salt onto your wound. Please accept my sincere apologies. Ah, that's right, what are the both of you doing in the Nemesis Forest? Chia Linyu smiled. My sister and I were rushing through this place after leaving the Cloudy Wind City and are on our way to the main city. The only way to the main city is through the Nemesis Forest, but we've been here for nearly 10 days now. We don't have a map, so we haven't been able to find our way out yet. Gulan's eyes lit up. Little sir, we are lost in the Nemesis Forest as well. May I ask if you are heading in the same direction? There is strength in numbers. Perhaps we may find the way out a little sooner if we stick together. This. Chia Linyu shook his head and turned towards Gu Ruan, who was standing next to him. He then asked slowly, Sister, what do you think? I'll follow your decision. Gu Ruan fell silent for a moment before turning her gaze towards the crowd before her. How long have all of you been trapped here? How much do you know of the Nemesis Forest? The silent and handsome man finally spoke up. We're being hunted by an enemy, so we had been forced to enter the Nemesis Forest. We're not too familiar with the place, and I only know one way out of here. Unfortunately, a very powerful spiritual beast lives at the end of that road. We can't hope to pass by unscathed. Chapter 995, Gu Ruan, Imposter. 3. Gu Ruan's eyes flickered. She then stroked her chin and asked, Can you take me to the road which is guarded by this powerful spiritual beast? The Nemesis Forest is a labyrinth. No matter how powerful Gu Ruan was at this moment, she would still need to spend some time in order to find an exit through the Nemesis Forest's maze. She does not wish to waste her time on that. Hence, these people could show her the way out. As for that powerful spiritual beast who was guarding the way out, it would not be too big of an issue for her to handle. The handsome one was stunned, and he asked hesitatingly, Miss, that spiritual beast is a mid-level martial supreme. If we go there, we will most definitely be met with peril. That's the reason why we've never used that road during the past month. Gu Ruan stared calmly at the handsome man and replied serenely, You only need to take me there. You won't need to do anything else after that. I'll take care of it all. The handsome man frowned and was about to speak again when the mercenaries behind him chimed in. Leader, these two are strangers, we shouldn't trust them too easily. Who knows if they're trying to lead us there on purpose, especially since these are two youngsters. We reckon that the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries has sent them here to spy on us. As it turns out, the person who had said those words was the middle-aged man who had complained in the beginning. He simply could not believe that there would be anyone else in the Nemesis Forest. Especially two young people. He guessed that they were enemies sent by the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries to beguile them. I don't think that they're bad people, Gulan replied weakly. What do you know? The middle-aged man glared at Gulan and replied irritably, the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries have always been treacherous. These two are fairly good-looking. Are you under the impression that the mainland is filled with handsome men and pretty women until you can bump into two of them at any moment? Women, you still judge a person's character by their looks. I can't shake this feeling that their appearance here was no coincidence. Gulan stuck out her tongue. Indeed, she does believe that all good-looking people would not be villains. 1. However, she did not have the gall to admit to this. Her crescent-shaped eyes continued to stare curiously at Gu Ruan and her brother. Uncle Ying, the handsome man said before he paused. He then slowly spoke again, I feel that we should give it a try. If we continue to stay here, we'll lose our lives one day, so why don't we take the risk? Besides, I don't see anything wrong with Lance's opinion. They really don't look like bad guys. Leader. Uncle Ying exclaimed bitterly and hatefully. He really never expected his leader to have such an opinion. Only an idiot would determine a person's character based purely on their looks. Of course, what he does not know was that his leader does not share Gulan's opinion. To the leader, he had concluded that Gu Ruan and her brother did not have any bad intentions based on the power he had sensed from the woman in green. To her, annihilating them would not be such a difficult feat. Hence, there was simply no need for her to lead them to the spiritual beast. Since the leader has already made the decision, as a subordinate, I would naturally have nothing more to say, sighed the middle-aged man. He then continued, however, if anything bad does happen in the end, let us be the one to shield you from all danger. When that time comes, you must run, leader. As long as the green hills are there, one need not worry about firewood. As long as you're still alive, leader, even if our entire troop was destroyed, we still have hopes for revival. Uncle Ying did not forget to send Gu Ruan a warning look as he said these words. If they truly do commence their evil plans, I will drag them both to hell even if I have to sacrifice my own life. Chapter 996, Gu Ruan, Imposter. 4. By the way, my name is Yi Ying and I'm the leader of the World Destruction Mercenaries. This is Gu Lan. May I ask who you are? Yi Ying asked as he looked at Gu Ruan. He had lifted the corners of his lips into a dashing angle and had spoken in a magnetic voice. My name is Gu Ruan. This is my younger brother, Chia Linyu. She rubbed her nose and raised her head to face the group before her. However, she clearly noticed a strange look in their eyes when she turned to look at them. She was shocked by their reaction. Is there something wrong with my name? She wondered. Miss, your name is Gu Ruan. Yi Ying stared at her with a strange look in his eyes as he asked. Gu Ruan blinked. He's asking to clarify if this is my name. That's right, my name is Gu Ruan. Is there a problem? The members of the World Destruction Mercenaries looked at each other when they heard this. The strange look on their faces increased in intensity as they stared disdainfully at Gu Ruan. Ha ha, Yi Ying laughed and patted Gu Ruan's shoulder as he said, actually, it's nothing much. It's just that you share the same name with the famous figure, so I had repeated the question out of curiosity. Do I share the same name with the famous figure? How am I not aware of a famous figure who also has the same name as me? May I ask, this famous figure you've mentioned is? Are you not aware? Yi Ying was flabbergasted. He was clearly shocked that Gu Ruan was actually ignorant of this matter. 2 months ago, something happened during the medicine sect's general meeting. They said that the Holy Doctor's disciple, Gu Ruan, had managed to successfully refine a pill. At that time, a physician from the Northern Bloc territory had also been present at the general meeting. When that physician returned, everyone in the Northern Bloc territory knows of this name. Fine. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders and looked exasperated. When on earth did I become so famous? I wasn't surprised that old man Jiang had known of this. After all, he holds a rather high position, so he would need to have some clear understanding of the news outside the Northern Bloc territory. However, I never expected everyone in the Northern Bloc territory to know my name now. Furthermore, ever since the world knows about Gu Ruan's name, many in the Northern Bloc territory have started to use that name to swindle others. My enemies, the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries, had been once fooled as well. It has caused them to go into a rage at the very mention of that name. Yi Ying laughed before continuing, however, I do believe that this is really your name. I can also see that you have no idea of the incident in the medicine sect's general meeting. Yi Ying did not think that the Gu Ruan standing before him and the rising star was the same person. After all, what possible reason would the Holy Doctor's disciple have to make an appearance in the Nemesis Forest all on her own? With her current reputation, she only needs to say the word and many would send her an escort. Hence, it was more likely to him that the woman in green before him merely shares the same name with that celebrity. Gu Ruan blinked and looked rather astonished. Not only has my name shocked the whole of Northern Bloc territory, there are many people impersonating me as well. This. Unconsciously, Gu Ruan felt a chill. Suddenly, she felt the need to change her name in the Northern Bloc territory. Otherwise, forget about finding the herbs for Chia Linyu, all sorts of other trouble would come her way. Chapter 997, Gu Ruan, Imposter. 5. The Nemesis Forest was vast and endless. To this day, no one knows the full extent of the Nemesis Forest. However, if Gu Ruan wants to head to the main city from Cloudy Wind City, Nemesis Forest was clearly the fastest route. If she had followed any other way, she would have to make a much longer journey and it might be difficult for her to reach the main city within half a year's time. At this moment, under the night sky in Nemesis Forest, a group of people were seated around a bonfire. The red flames glowed like a bright light within the dark night. Aside from Uncle Ying, who was still suspicious of them, the rest of the mercenaries had put aside the vigilance after interacting with them for a short period of time and had asked Chia Linyu and his sister to drink with them. However, Chia Linyu, who had never interacted with bold and uninhibited brutes before, only looked very awkward and wished that he could reject their offer but was unsure of how to do it. Ignore them. Such is their morality and conduct. Even in battle, they can't be separated from their alcohol. Just as Chia Linyu was staring at Gu Ruan and silently pleading for help, a sweet voice sounded from another direction. He shivered. When he turned around, he came face to face with a pair of large, vivid eyes. It seems almost as if the young woman's eyes could speak. They were nimble and touching as a sweet smile hung on her face. She has two dimples which also added even more lovely charm to her already good-looking features. Even her voice sounds as though it has been dipped in honey. Chia Linyu could not help but feel absolutely dazzled. Still, he managed to quickly return to his senses and a clear and small smile appeared on his face as he said, "Miss Gu." Gu Lan giggled. "We can be considered as peers now, so you can call me Lancer just like the leader does. Older brother Yu, older sister Gu, what business do you have in the main city? Coincidentally, I have an acquaintance in the main city as well. If there's anything that you need, I can help you." Chia Linyu looked even more awkward now. He never expected Gu Lan to act in such a friendly manner and found himself unsure of how to proceed. "There's no need." Gu Ruan shook her head and smiled serenely as she said, "We're heading to the main city for an important matter. There's no need for your assistance. However, if we are truly in need of aid, I'll definitely ask you then." Initially, Gu Lan had felt a little bit disappointed. However, when she heard the next part of Gu Ruan's response, her eyes sparkled and curved upwards like two crescents. It was a sweet and moving smile. Just as she was about to say something more, a peculiar movement suddenly appeared from somewhere up front as if thousands of soldiers on horseback were charging towards the group. "What's happening?" Yi Ying quickly rose to his feet and his eyes darkened as he turned to look towards the noise. Not too long after that, he was able to clearly discern the scene in front of him and his expression changed. Countless spiritual beasts were trampling through the dust. They were like the waves of the ocean under the night sky, making it all even more terrifying. Uncle Ying took a deep breath as a stern look flashed across his face. "We've been in the Nemesis Forest for nearly a month now and we've never encountered any herds of spiritual beasts. Why is it that once these two have joined our group, we're faced with this situation? Leader, I've told you before that these two do not harbor good intentions, yet you have refused to listen." He then turned towards Gu Ruan and Chia Linyu with a very ugly look on his face. Now, he asked with a fierce look in his eyes, "What do you two have to say for yourselves?" Chapter 998, Gu Ruan, Imposter, 6. Hee. Chia Linyu laughed icily as he slowly stood up in front of the bonfire. His delicate features no longer displayed his previously shy and youthful expression, it has now been replaced by a twinge of frost. "Just because you've never encountered a herd of spiritual beasts doesn't mean that they don't exist," he said as he looked Uncle Ying. His limpid eyes filled with disdain as he continued, "If you have the time to accuse and suspect others, why not use it to think of ways to retaliate against these spiritual beasts instead?" He knows that Gu Ruan has never been bothered by the whispers of others, but that does not mean that he could ignore it. He could endure any form of doubts, but he could never tolerate others provoking Gu Ruan over and over again. "You." Uncle Ying's face was ashen as he spoke. He clenched his fist until a gurgling sound could be heard. Just as he was about to make his accusations again, Yi Ying's voice chimed in, "I believe that he's right. Our time shouldn't be spent by pushing the blame onto others. Instead, we should all think of ways to get ourselves out of this situation." When he heard this, Uncle Ying swallowed the words in his mouth and glared furiously at Gu Ruan and her brother before he turned away. He would never let anyone harm the world destruction mercenaries. "If the leader refuses to listen to me, I'll use other means to prove that I'm right." Roar. The herd of spiritual beasts roared loudly as they charged towards them. The spiritual beasts soon pounced fiercely towards the group. They're martial honor spiritual beasts. Heavens, these spiritual beasts are all martial honors. Furthermore, there are also a few of them with unknown yet powerful auras. Unless my guess is wrong, those have already reached the rank of martial supremes. At this moment, the mercenaries could finally sense the spiritual beasts' unmasked auras. Their faces drained of color as they stared fearfully at the spiritual beasts charging towards them. Yi Ying's handsome features became even more severe. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and spoke with determination, "Everyone, listen to my order. I want all of you to draw your weapons and prepare for battle." "Yes, leader." The world destruction mercenaries immediately drew their weapons, prepared to fight the spiritual beasts to the death. However, a calm voice chimed in at this moment and resounded very clearly in every ear under the night sky's chaotic noise. "If all of you don't wish to die, then retaliate." HMPH. Uncle Ying coughed coldly and sent Gu Ruan an icy glare. "Has your fox's tail finally showed itself? Are you asking us not to retaliate? Isn't that just waiting for us to send ourselves to our deaths? Do you really think that we're that stupid?" His laughter was full of disdain and his eyes were filled with contempt. Yi Ying glanced at Gu Ruan and muttered to himself for a while. He then asked, "Are you certain that if we don't fight, we'll survive this?" There were too many of these spiritual beasts. In addition, all of them were very powerful. Even if all the mercenaries were to rush towards them, their chances of survival were slim. "If you trust me, then do as I say," said Gu Ruan. She did not say much else as she raised her clear and cold eyes and fixed them upon Yi Ying. As he watched the spiritual beasts draw closer and closer, Yi Ying fell silent once again. Finally, he lifted his handsome face, waved his hands and ordered, "Put your weapons away. We will not fight." "Leader." "That's an order." Yi Ying's expression sank as he barked the order out in a sharp voice. Chapter 999, Gu Ruan, Imposter, 7. There were many of them who did not agree with that order. However, they put their weapons away and stared worriedly at the fearsome spiritual beasts which were charging towards them. Leader, it seems that you've truly been possessed by a ghost. Uncle Ying laughed bitterly and shook his head in disappointment. I don't know what kind of bewitching elixir this woman has administered to you which has made you trust her so blindly. You would even use the mercenaries as a gambling chip. However, since this is your order, we have no choice but to obey. Thud. Uncle Ying then threw the knife in his hand to the ground and lamented in agony. I only hope that you don't regret your decision, leader. Yi Ying gently pursed his lips. Regardless of how calm he looked, his clenched fist betrayed his true feelings. Those spiritual beasts were drawing closer and closer to them. At the same time, he clenched his fist tighter and tighter. However, he knew that he had no other way. If they stepped out to fight, they would surely die. Nevertheless, if it all goes according to Gu Ruan's words, perhaps they have a sliver of hope. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. A huge amount of spiritual beasts came charging towards them and their roaring shook the land. A few other spiritual beasts hovered in the sky as they all headed towards the same direction. The world destruction mercenaries could not help but shrink away from the sight. Even though they have experienced countless battles, they could not help but feel uncertainty and their legs were almost about to give way. Some were even shaking with fear. This is it. We're finished. The spiritual beasts are right in front of us now. Besides, these spiritual beasts are so fearsome that there's a high chance that we will become their meal tonight. However, even if we retaliate, we might not be able to defeat them anyway. It now looks like though we've been able to successfully escape from the clutches of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries, we will still ultimately lose our lives in the Nemesis Forest. The spiritual beasts at the forefront of the herd have arrived in front of the world destruction mercenaries. Those who were a little less courageous immediately shut their eyes, terrified of witnessing the bloodbath. However, they felt no pain. All they could feel was the piercing of a wild wind and nothing else. Uncle Ying had initially decided to follow his leader's orders. However, once the spiritual beasts have arrived in front of him, he had regretted his decision. He was aware that his chances of victory were extremely slim if he fought against these spiritual beasts but, regardless, he needed to give it a try. For the world destruction mercenary's dory. Just as he bent down to pick up his large knife, he saw the fearsome spiritual beasts charging right past him. They kicked up a cloud of dust and did not even stop for a moment, as if enticed by some sort of treasure in front of them. Uncle Ying was in shock. His finger paused at the hilt of his knife as he stared in astonishment at the herd of spiritual beasts. His brain was unable to comprehend the situation. What's the meaning of this? These spiritual beasts aren't here because of us. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, all eyes turned to look at Gu Ruan's cool and calm features. The shock in their eyes perfectly described their questions. Didn't you hear it? Gu Ruan said as she shrugged her shoulders and smiled calmly. A while ago, I had heard a soft growling sound from not too far ahead. That noise had called out to these spiritual beasts. They're merely on their way to meet it. This also means that there was an even more powerful spiritual beast up ahead. It had issued a command and summoned the spiritual beasts at the rank of martial honors and above from the Nemesis Forest towards it. Chapter 1000, Gu Ruan, Imposter, 8. If my guess is correct, that spiritual beast further ahead of us is the ruling beast who guards the exit of Nemesis Forest. Of course, what Gu Ruan did not know was that she had been able to pick up on the sound because she was the ancient divine pagoda's master. Hence, her hearing abilities surpassed that of an average person. Similarly speaking, the world destruction mercenaries had not heard the ruling beast's growl at all. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Uncle Ying's face. He had assumed Gu Ruan had hatched some sort of wicked plan and had somehow caused the spiritual beast's appearance all for the sake of attacking them. However, he never expected it to turn out that the spiritual beasts had not appeared because of them. However, that does not mean that he believes Gu Ruan had appeared with no ulterior motives. If my guess is right, the place that we're headed to is over there. Yi Ying was clearly thinking this over even more. Upon hearing Gu Ruan's explanation, he had fallen silent and took a while before returning to his senses. He then said with a serious look on his face, still, we don't know what has happened over there which had caused those spiritual beasts to surge over. Gu Ruan mulled it over for a moment before she slowly replied, you've mentioned before that your road that leads out of the Nemesis Forest but a mid-level martial supreme spiritual beast guards the way, so you had been unable to use that route. However, I now think that the spiritual beast isn't a mid-level martial supreme but a high-level martial supreme instead. Hiss. Hearing this, the crowd could not help but gasp. Amongst all of them, only their leader was the most powerful and has now only reached the rank of a low-level martial supreme. However, with the concept of both mid-level and low-level martial supremes, even with the addition of the other mercenaries, they could not possibly overcome a mid-level martial supreme. However, they never expected the mid-level martial supreme spiritual beast to actually turn out to be a high-level martial supreme. In that sense, defeating that spiritual beast would be even more difficult now. Yi Ying's expression was an extremely ugly sight to behold. He turned towards Gu Ruan and asked, you're certain that the spiritual beast is already at the rank of high-level martial supreme? I'm not too sure. Gu Ruan shook her head as she calmly replied. When he heard this, Yi Ying had initially heaved a sigh of relief. However, the next part of Gu Ruan's statement drained his handsome face of color and he now looked as pale as a ghost. For hundreds of spiritual beasts to make such a pilgrimage, only a holy beast's breakthrough would cause a situation like this. Therefore, I myself am not too certain at the moment whether it is a high-level martial supreme or it has broken through to the state of a holy beast. A holy beast? How can this be? Uncle Ying did not wait for Yi Ying to respond and hurriedly barged into the conversation. Obviously, he does not have a very pretty look on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, it has broken through to become a holy beast. How could we possibly have come face to face with such a thing? I don't believe it. Quit deluding the crowd with your lies. This spiritual beast is the beast king of Nemesis Forest. Summoning the other spiritual beasts is to be expected. That does not mean that it has broken through to the state of a holy beast. Gu Ruan smiled faintly and said nothing else. She then turned her gaze to look at a spot in the sky not too far away from him as the corners of her lips curled into an angle. Regardless of the state of its breakthrough, I still need to go there and rush ahead. Besides, a newly minted holy beast's aura is unstable at the initial state, and that is also an opportunity for us. Gu Ruan's eyes held a clear and cold light as she spoke with a calm air. The reason why Gu Ruan was so confident was entirely due to the fact that she holds a trump card in her hand, the vermilion bird. Under normal circumstances, she would have exposed the vermilion bird's presence so willingly, but at this point in time, if they had no other choice, she will have to send the vermilion bird into the attack. Chapter 1001, The Trembling Holy Beast 1. Miss Gu, should we continue moving forward, or find another way out? Yi Ying's brows furrowed closely together. He took a deep breath and asked the question with a worried look on his face. After all, that was the mythical holy beast, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Even if they all attacked together, they were no bigger than the gaps between its teeth. So, for the first time, Yi Ying felt the urge to retreat. Gu Ruan mildly inclined her head and turned her gaze towards the direction of the deep growl. She replied in a lukewarm voice, "If you wish to leave, I won't stop you. It's only that, I don't have time to stay on here any longer. So, let's go." "All right." Chia Linyu smiled lightly and followed closely behind Gu Ruan. Gu Lan opened her mouth, in an attempt to speak. However, when she saw the young man's delicate and slim figure against the gentle breeze, she felt a surge of heat at the tip of her nose, especially at the sight of his bare sleeve. Her heart throbbed. "Leader." Her voice was pleading, and her large, vivid eyes turned towards Yi Ying. "We. Lancer, have you taken a liking to that kid?" Uncle Ying glared impatiently at Lancer and scoffed. "You know that a powerful holy beast resides in that area. If our world destruction mercenaries follows her there, we'd most certainly be hit with severe injuries and might even lose the entire army." Gu Lan went into a daze. She shook her head and said, "I only pity him. Such a young and beautiful youth, he should be enjoying his wonderful years, and yet, he's crippled. Although this young man is always smiling, I know that he must feel very bitter within himself. Besides, if I were in his place, and I lost an arm, I'd much rather die." To a cultivator, an arm was similar to their power. Without power, was there any more reason to live? Yet he has endured it all with determination. Gu Lan could tell that the reason why he was determined to continue living was only for the sake of the woman by his side. "Leader, we've already been here for almost a month and food will run out soon. The Nemesis Forest is crawling with spiritual beasts, but it's difficult for us to hunt them down. At that time, how much longer can we endure without the support of food?" Gu Lan's large, vivid eyes blinked. Her usual sweet smile disappeared from her lovable face, replaced by a sense of determination. "So, why don't we give it everything we've got? Besides, didn't that spiritual beast only just achieve its breakthrough? When a spiritual beast achieves its breakthrough, it cannot fight back. Otherwise, it'll have no choice but to give up on the chance for this breakthrough. So, we can take this opportunity and slip right past it. As long as we use our time wisely, we can leave this place." Yi Ying became momentarily silent. Then, he lifted his handsome face, as if he had made up his mind. "Lancer is right, our responsibility is to leave Nemesis Forest, not to fight spiritual beasts. However, there is one aspect that we must pay attention to. All the powerful spiritual beasts of Nemesis Forest have gone on a pilgrimage to the Holy Beast. Even if we do not need to fight the Holy Beast, it would be difficult to go up against these spiritual beasts." Then, he paused and continued. "However, we must give it a try. You must all be on alert. Do not be blinded by the battle, immediately carve a bloody way out and run." Uncle Ying sighed and shook his head in exasperation. Chapter 1002, The Trembling Holy Beast 2. The leader really is acting with too much haste. Then again, he didn't have any other way. Once this fellow has made up his mind, no one can change it. However, if you asked him to leave the world destruction mercenaries and live out an ignoble existence, he could not do it either. "Leader, we will support you in whatever decisions you make. We only hope that you'd put the mercenaries' needs into consideration as well. I do not wish for my comrades, some whom I've known for many years, to lose their lives in a commanding mistake." This was the last piece of advice that he could give him. Yi Ying did not reply, except, his grey eyes held a sense of determination. After a long pause, he raised his hand, placed it up high before putting it down. "Hear my order, world destruction mercenaries, we will continue on our journey. This day is our chance to leave this Nemesis Forest." Nemesis Forest, under the scorching heat of the setting sun. Chia Linyu seemed to sense the footsteps coming from behind him, and gently raised his brow. "Sister, I think they're following us." Hearing this, Gu Ruan was also stunned. She never thought that Yi Ying would have the guts to make such a decision. However, it was very obvious that this decision was no mistake. "Let's not concern ourselves with them for now. We'll be reaching the Beast King's lair soon. When that time comes, you stay away for a bit. Leave the Beast King to me." Gu Ruan smiled mildly, her gaze fixed upon the enormous power that came from ahead the entire time. Her brows wrinkled. As they drew deeper and deeper, the power she sensed grew even greater. That power was so strong that it was suffocating. Chia Linyu turned slightly pale. Just as he felt that he could no longer take it, a gentle hand clasped tightly around his hand. Threads of gentle spiritual energy entered his body through the palm of his hand, which also alleviated the discomfort in his body. When he was finally able to breathe again, he turned towards Gu Ruan and flashed a sunny smile. "Thank you, sister. Don't talk, let's continue walking." Gu Ruan's expression grew even more severe. If she did not have the vermilion bird on hand, she would not have any way of defeating this spiritual beast. At that moment, she personally did not have enough power. Roar! A loud roar was heard, and the horizon trembled. Even the mountain range beneath Gu Ruan's feet trembled. The roar was mixed with agony and joy, as if it needed to let it all out as fiercely as possible. This was the foreshadowing of a holy beast's breakthrough. "Watch out!" Gu Ruan's eyes sharpened, and she quickly pulled Chia Linyu behind her. It was also at this moment that countless spiritual beasts charged out from within the forest ahead. Their fangs were bared and their claws brandished as they charged toward Gu Ruan and the rest. At the sight of such fearsome spiritual beasts, the world destruction mercenaries were so frightened that their legs nearly gave way. Gu, Miss Gu, what do these spiritual beasts want this time? A mercenary asked as he trembled. Despite having encountered numerous battles, they've never been faced with anything like this before. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders. This time, they're aiming at us. So you've better put up your defenses, quickly. Spiritual beasts have keen senses. They could sense them from the moment the group had set foot into this lair. They would never allow for anyone to disturb the Beast King during the crucial moment of his breakthrough. Sure. Hearing this, the mercenaries quickly drew their weapons. However, when faced with such fearsome spiritual beasts, a human's power would decrease by an obvious degree. Under the attack of spiritual beasts, they would not even have the ability to protect themselves. Chapter 1003, The Trembling Holy Beast 3. I've told you, leader, that if we do choose this route, we would drag the whole army down with us. What bright ideas you've all got, taking advantage of the holy beast during the crux of its breakthrough to slip away. However, did you ever wonder if the spiritual beasts of Nemesis Forest would let us pass? Uncle Ying blocked an eagle's talons with his sword, his expression filled with anxiety. He could not help but blame Yi Ying. Yi Ying remained silent the entire time, yet his expression sunk simultaneously along with the increasing amount of spiritual beasts. His powers were of the highest level among everyone present. He had already reached the rank of a low-level martial supreme. Hence, he was highly competent in facing these spiritual beasts. However, there was no lack of weak cultivators among his band of mercenaries. They were no match for the spiritual beasts. Besides, he would be met with a moment of depletion in spiritual energy. When that time comes, that would signal the death. However, Yi Ying lifted his head towards the flash of green robes against the gentle wind, and hope flashed in his eyes. Even he himself did not know why he would place all of his hopes onto this woman. Amidst the gentle breeze, the flash of a green robe shuttled among the spiritual beasts. When she raised her sword, brains would spill out and fall to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Gu Ruan did not summon any of her spiritual beasts to battle. This was because it was her first time facing so many enemies in battle, ever since she had broken through to the rank of Martial Supreme. How could she give up on such a great opportunity to increase her power? However, some spiritual beasts were aware that they were no match for Gu Ruan, so they attempted to attack Chia Linyu, who was next to her. However, even spiritual beasts who were able to make schemes like this had their heads lopped off by Gu Ruan's sword before they could even get anywhere near Chia Linyu. Otherwise, their bodies would be sliced into two. This. The mercenaries gradually felt dumbfounded at the sight of this. Our leader is considered to be rather powerful now, right? However, even our leader could not possibly be able to kill such powerful spiritual beasts easily. Besides, there were also a few martial supremes among them. Yet this woman, not only was she able to kill her opponent instantly, she was able to take care of the crippled young man by her side as well. To do two things at once, how did she manage that? Uncle Ying's expression changed from his initial anger to one of shock. In the end, his entire face was filled with embarrassment. From the beginning, he had thought that Gu Ruan held unlawful intentions towards them, and tried to lure the world destruction mercenaries to this place so that the spiritual beasts of Nemesis Forest could take care of them. Yet the thought of how powerful this young woman actually was never crossed his mind. She had such outstanding ability, so why would she need to waste her efforts in luring them to the Beast King? Wouldn't it have been easier to just handle it on her own? 1. It was also at this very moment when Uncle Ying finally believed that Gu Ruan was truly not a spy from the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. She actually happened to arrive in Nemesis Forest by coincidence and happened to bump into them. Sure. Suddenly, Gu Ruan raised her longsword. A sharp wind from the sword's blade pierced across the air and charged straight towards Uncle Ying. Uncle Ying went into a momentary daze, unable to comprehend what was going on. However, he heard a thump right next to him and saw a silver wolf inches away from him, its claw dangerously close to slashing his neck. However, the energy from Gu Ruan's sword happened to hit the silver wolf's claw. Instantly, a wolf's claw dropped, and fresh blood came splattering out into all directions, staining his robes in a blood-red hue. Uncle Ying's body stiffened, the shame on his face grew even thicker, and he felt as if a lump was in his throat. He could not speak at all. She had been paying close attention to the mercenary's situation, disregarded the previous enmity, and saved his life. If it were not for her, perhaps he would have been dead by the silver wolf's sharp claw. Yet he had questioned her so much in the past. Chapter 1004, The Trembling Holy Beast 4. Of course, Gu Ruan was not aware of his thoughts at all. The reason why she had saved Uncle Ying was entirely due to the fact that he never did anything to harm her, although he had been suspicious of her from the very beginning. However, the actual reason why Gu Ruan helped was because she had been observing the situation of the rest of the mercenaries. Hence, she managed to pick up on the embarrassed look on Uncle Ying's face. Seeing that he was already aware of his mistake, there was nothing wrong with saving him this time. If he did not feel any embarrassment, perhaps Gu Ruan would merely fold her arms and watch from the sides. Perhaps Uncle Ying was not aware that it was the humiliation on his face that had saved his life. Hong. Just as the battle had slowly become easier due to Gu Ruan, a growl was heard further ahead in the forest. At the same time, a powerful force pierced through the skies. With a loud whoosh, it turned into numerous rays of white light and spread out everywhere. At that moment, the spiritual beasts, which had been locked in a fierce battle, stopped whatever they were doing and collapsed to the ground and knelt to the ground, worshipping toward the direction of the source of power. Their eyes filled with fierceness and reverence. Hundreds of beasts making a pilgrimage. That is also to say, that spiritual beast had successfully broken through to the state of a holy beast. With that knowledge in mind, every face of the world destruction mercenaries turned into an ugly shade. They never thought that this spiritual beast would have achieved its breakthrough so quickly. A holy beast. Even 100 high-level martial supreme would not possibly be able to defeat a holy beast. What more if it came down to them? Finished, we're most definitely finished this time. Run, perhaps we can still get away. Even dying of hunger in Nemesis Forest is a better option. I don't want to die by the teeth and claws of a holy beast. Prior to this, we still had some hope of escaping this place. However, once this Beast King has had its breakthrough, we would be goners for sure. The crowd glanced at each other, then ran in the direction behind them instantly. Do battle with a holy beast. That's just an act of digging your own grave. They would not be so foolish as to strike a stone with an egg. However, just as they turned around to try and escape, they heard footsteps coming from inside of the forest. The footsteps were like stones weighing 1,000 kati, slamming onto the ground, causing the entire ground to shake. At that moment, the crowd who had initially planned on running away came to an abrupt realization. They felt as if the feeling in their legs had completely disappeared. They did not even have the strength to move their legs, and could only stare in shock at the trembling forest. Ha ha ha. A wave of laughter that was rather smug and egotistical filled the air, coming from the direction of the sound of the footsteps. It echoed throughout the entire forest, causing everything to shake, a terrifying sight indeed. Which little bastard is digging his own grave, setting foot into your grandfather Holy Beast's land, and even has the audacity to cause harm onto grandfather Holy Beast's slaves? As the saying goes, pay regard to the status of its master before beating a dog. You've harmed my servants, hence, you shall pay for it with your lives. The smug voice created a look of absolute terror on everyone's face. They trembled as they stared at the middle-aged man who stepped out from the deep end of the forest. The man was rather chubby, as if he were filled with a ton of fat meat. He wore a torn and tattered sackcloth, simply draped over his body, looking poor and haggard like a beggar. However, if you underestimated him based on his exterior, you would be sorely mistaken. The man emitted an extremely sharp aura from within. You only needed to look at him once, and you would be filled with complete dread. If all guests were right, the middle-aged man before them, who had addressed himself as Grandfather Holy Beast, was the Beast King himself. Oh, there are actually two little ladies, they're quite pretty. Haha, it seems that things will not be so boring from now on. The middle-aged man burst into laughter a few times. His voice slammed into the whole of Nemesis Forest like a bolt of lightning. Servants, leave the women. Kill all the men. Just as he gave the order, his eyes stopped at Guruan. He looked shocked. Then, a sense of astonishment appeared in his gaze. He then asked, seeking confirmation, is your name Guruan? Chapter 1005, The Trembling Holy Beast 5. Just as the Holy Beast spoke, forget everyone else, even Guruan herself was in shock. You know me. She was a little astonished. Has my name gotten so famous, that even spiritual beasts are aware of my existence? Her answer had undoubtedly meant that she admitted to her identity. The Beast King's initial shock had turned into fear. The fat on his body trembled, like a ball shivering from the cold. It was as if Guruan was some horrifying monster to him. The crowd was dumbstruck. What on earth is going on? When did the Beast King, who had acted with such majesty just a while ago, become so cowardly all of a sudden? Furthermore, all of this was because of this woman. This. Everyone watched as the Beast King finally steadied the fear welling up from within his heart. However, his body remained trembling against the gentle breeze. His fat-filled face broke into a flattering smile as he asked flatteringly, a misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. I'm a good person. That's not right. I'm a sincere, kind-hearted, and good spiritual beast. I have the friendliest relationship with humans. I was only joking with you a while ago. Hee, you can all leave now. As he spoke, he glared fiercely at his surviving subordinates next to him, and growled angrily, are you not aware that we spiritual beasts are friends with humans? Who allowed you to harm our guests, who have come from afar? All of you, get out of my sight and receive punishment. Damn it, taking advantage of my breakthrough and attacking humans. Are you all effing tired of living? Sensing the fiery anger from within the Beast King, the spiritual beasts were so frightened that they threw themselves onto the ground and lay trembling on their stomachs, chirping pitifully. The Beast King felt a little better at the sight of the spiritual beasts' trembling bodies. Whose fault is it that he himself had been scared witless as well? However, he never expected Guruan to make an appearance here. If that person were to find out that I had delusional thoughts of forcibly containing his woman, the whole of Nemesis Forest might cease to exist. Guruan mildly squinted her eyes and took one step towards the Beast King. A peculiar light flashed in her eyes. You recognize me? The Beast King dug out a handkerchief out of nowhere, wiped the cold sweat off his brow. Then wiped it across his head as if he were rowing a boat against the waves. Nope, definitely not. That lord did not wish for Guruan to find out about the instructions he had once left me with, so we mustn't tell her anything at all. Otherwise, if we end up provoking him, we would truly be done for. You really don't recognize me? Guruan raised her brow. She could guarantee with 100% confidence that this Beast King recognized me. Really, even more real than pearls. The Beast King nodded as if he were pounding garlic with his chin, his face filled with flattery as he spoke. Do not judge me simply because I guard Nemesis Forest from day to night. I am also very well informed on the news in the secular world. I've merely heard of your name, oh great Guruan, so I deeply admire you as well. I really didn't mean to offend you. I ask that you forgive me, my lord. The Beast King sniveled as he spoke and his eyes filled with tears. He nearly threw himself, kneeling on the ground to beg her. Guruan smiled. If you don't wish to tell me, I won't force you, but I'll find out sooner or later. I have some business to attend to at the moment, so I won't stay here. Let's go. Chielinu nodded, glanced at the Beast King, who was sniveling uncontrollably, then turned towards the woman ahead of him. Chapter 1006, The Trembling Holy Beast 6. Up to this moment, the world destruction mercenaries had yet to return to their senses. They stared, completely tongue-tied, widening their eyes in astonishment. What's going on? How is the Beast King's attitude so vastly different from how it was before? He was even screaming bloody murder so fiercely a while ago, yet he switched to acting so petty and lowly in an instant. Besides, no one thought that this Beast King would actually recognize Gu Ruan, and acted so fearfully towards her. Where on earth did this woman come from? Uncle Ying's gaze was a mess of complication. He really never expected that the woman whom he had suspected would be the one who ultimately helped the world destruction mercenaries to escape this place. Servants, escort Lord Gu Ruan and the rest on their way out of Nemesis Forest. The Beast King finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Gu Ruan would force him into telling her the truth. At the same time, he had made preparations to die before submitting to her wishes. In the end, she let him off just like that. Hence, his eyes were filled with gratitude, aside from fear. Actually, what he did not know was that Gu Ruan already had an answer in her heart. That was the reason why she did not force him to provide her with an answer. Aside from that man, who else would silently help her in this way? Even if he were not by her side, he would still be concerned over her safety. To have him keep her company in this lifetime, what more could she ask for? Let's go. Yi Ying returned to his senses, saw Gu Ruan and Xie Linyu who were now at a far-off distance, and quickly chased after them as well. Standing behind them, the spiritual beasts that had previously besieged them, were now like docile little cats following behind, escorting them out of Nemesis Forest. Lord Gu Ruan, have a pleasant journey. If you have the time, do not forget to come back to my Nemesis Forest as a guest. The spiritual beasts of Nemesis Forest are very friendly and have always had a very good relationship with humans. When that time comes, I'll raise the banners to welcome your arrival. The Beast King remained standing in the same spot, waving his pink handkerchief, looking completely broken-hearted at her departure as if he were extremely reluctant for them to leave. Pu Tong. The mercenaries nearly fell somersaulting onto the ground when they heard the Beast King's words. Friendly. We certainly haven't seen the aspect of friendliness in these spiritual beasts. Let's not forget that a while ago, all of these spiritual beasts wanted to fiercely rip us to shreds. If it were not for Gu Ruan, we might all actually be dead by now. Also, this guy actually carries a pink handkerchief around with him. Can you imagine a scene with a 150-kilogram fatty waving a pink handkerchief? Every time it crossed their minds, they would feel an urge to puke. FCK, the humans have finally left. Once every shadow had disappeared from sight, the Beast King could not help but hit himself on the chest in an attempt to steady his terrified heart. I hope they never come again. Otherwise, with Nemesis Forest being so vast, I'm not the only Beast King around here. What if some blind little bastard ends up killing Lord Gu Ruan? By then, all the spiritual beasts of Nemesis Forest would not be enough for that person's melting pot. The Beast King could not help but shiver at the thought. Then, he decided to have his little brothers carry a portrait of Gu Ruan, in order to avoid offending her. In the outskirts of Nemesis Forest, Yi Ying paused in his steps, then joined his fists and bowed towards the spiritual beasts that had escorted them. Thank you very much for escorting us over the past few days. He exclaimed with gratitude. Now, we've reached the outskirts of Nemesis Forest and will be able to leave this place very soon, so you can leave us here now. Please return to your homes. Chapter 1007, The Trembling Holy Beast 7. After departing from the Beast King's lair, they still had to travel for a few more days before reaching the outskirts of Nemesis Forest. However, do not make assumptions simply because both sides had started off in a hostile state. They even felt a great urge to rip each other to shreds. The humans have killed numerous spiritual beasts as well. However, after having interacted with each other along the way, a deep friendship had been established between the humans and the spiritual beasts. Roar. The spiritual beasts let out a deep roar, and charged towards the direction where they had come from. Except, they glanced reluctantly over at the humans behind them before they left. In contrast with the Beast King's hypocrisy, they truly felt reluctant to part with them. Gulan's face was filled with tears. She turned towards a fiery red lion and waved her hands, gesturing farewell, crying too hard that she looked so pitiful. Little lion, I'll come back and visit you again. However, when that time comes, don't end up attacking me after forgetting about me. Lancer. Yi Ying stroked Gulan's head, smiled and said, Lancer, don't worry. I'll take you back to Nemesis Forest when we have a chance in the future. After this experience, it should be much easier to get out in the future. Of course, this was also because of Miss Gu, lending her light. Sob. Gulan threw herself into Yi Ying's arms and burst into tears. The reason why humans and the spiritual beasts have always existed as enemies were because they were unable to befriend one another. However, once they shed their vigilance, they could become very good friends. Just as Gulan began to cover her head and bawl, the flaming lion glanced at her, then lowered its head, communicating incoherently with the spiritual beast next to it, then ran wildly towards Gulan. Lancer, don't cry. The flaming lion is back. Yi Ying lifted his head and saw the flaming lion rushing towards Gulan. He went into a mild daze and hurriedly pacified Gulan. As if sensing the boiling heat coming from behind her, Gulan turned around in disbelief. When she saw that the flaming lion had indeed returned, tears streamed down her face once again. Flaming lion, you're not going to leave. The flaming lion nodded his head, licked Gulan's hand and replied in a hoarse voice, I've asked my friend to inform the king that I'll stay here. I think the king will agree. As he spoke, he looked at Gu Ruan. Even though he could not understand what had happened between this woman and the king, he did understand that the king would not stop him from staying by their side. But, we've killed so many of your friends, don't you mind? Gulan still felt a little worried. Even though they got along very well with the spiritual beasts along the way, and were even reluctant to part with them, the world destruction mercenaries had killed off many spiritual beasts after all. It might not be that easy for the flaming lion to tag along with her. The flaming lion shook his head, puffed out a mouthful of his scorching breath, and replied in his hoarse voice, the weak are prey to the strong. This has always been the way of survival in this world. We may all be subordinates of the king, but we exist struggling hand to hand as well. Besides, we were the ones who attacked you first, I do not blame you. Sob. Gulan sobbed profusely and threw herself towards the flaming lion's body. The boiling temperature on the flaming lion's body changed into a gentle caress when Gulan pounced on him. It did not burn the young woman's tender and lovely body at all. It's getting dark soon. Let's keep going. Gu Ruan observed Gulan, who was crying tears of joy, and a thought blossomed from within her heart. I'm not the only one who is able to form a contract between human and spiritual beast. As long as the spiritual beast is willing to serve, a contract can be made. So, shouldn't I be searching for a powerful spiritual beast to act as Yusa's escort and protector, in case any carelessness should appear on my end and end up causing him harm? Chapter 1008, The Trembling Holy Beast 8. Miss Gu, may I ask you a question? Yi Ying turned his attention away from Gulan and onto Gu Ruan. This was a question that he had been wanting to ask over the past few days, but could not. Go ahead. Gu Ruan raised her brow and replied in a succinct manner. I'd like to know, are you Gu Ruan, the genius woman whose name has spread far and wide since the medicine sect's general meeting? In the beginning, perhaps Yi Ying would not have considered this. However, ever since the Beast King had changed his demeanor, he felt the need to ask her the question on a few occasions. After all, he simply couldn't figure it out. Aside from that abnormality, who else would have the power to drive a holy beast into fear? If it were actually her, it would explain all of the freakish events that had unfolded before them. Sure. Instantly, the entire forest fell silent. All eyes turned towards Gu Ruan, waiting for her answer. Silence. The entire forest was so quiet that you could only hear the sound of a soft breeze. Just as anticipation had begun to build up the crowd's hearts, the woman chuckled lightly. Her laughter echoed throughout the forest. That's right, I am. Hong. It was like a huge bolt of lightning had slammed fiercely into everyone's hearts. Some were so shocked that they were unable to speak, their eyes fixed squarely upon her austere and dusty face. So it really is you. Yi Ying laughed bitterly. Who else would possess such great power, aside from you? You are not only a legendary pill master but a peerless genius in cultivation. It's fine if someone were only a powerful genius, but she was a legendary pill master. She's already been having such rapid breakthroughs, where would she find the time to research pill refinement? Yet she had also managed to become a pill master alongside her rapid cultivation speed. Yi Ying seriously wanted to know how she managed to achieve this. He, on the other hand, had put all of his time into cultivation and still could not be compared to this woman. Indeed, it was infuriating when people compete with each other. You're a pill master. Gulan finally returned to her senses. Her large vivid eyes stared delightedly at Gu Ruan. She smiled sweetly. Leader, we've really uncovered a treasure this time. I never thought that we'd actually run into the real Gu Ruan, and not one of those imposters. Previously, the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries leader had boasted in front of them, saying that Gu Ruan had joined their Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries and would help him in refining pills. In the end, the imposter swindled their food and drinks for an entire month and disappeared. From then on, anyone who so much as mentioned Gu Ruan's name would be dreadfully beaten up by his men. However, that guy would never have guessed that the World Destruction Mercenaries would have been so lucky as to have been given the opportunity to interact with the real Gu Ruan for so many days. Miss Gu, you're on your way to the main city, so you'll pass by our Green Maple City along the way. In the next few days, Green Maple City will be organizing a large auction, and many people from far and wide will be in attendance. I wonder if you'd be interested, Miss Gu. Yi Ying smiled as he asked in a magnetic voice. Auction. Gu Ruan gently stroked her chin and fell silent. I've made the journey to Northern Block territory for the sake of medicinal herbs. I wonder if I'd find what I need in that auction. All right. Gu Ruan nodded. Then I'll stay in Green Maple City for a few days. I'll leave after the auction. Miss Gu, you've helped us so much. Once the auction has ended, we'll escort you to the main city. Yi Ying laughed as he replied. Obviously, he was in a pretty good mood. Chapter 1009, Gulan's Identity 1. Green Maple City. Due to its close proximity with Nemesis Forest, wild spiritual beasts would come out at any time to attack the humans as it was situated in the central area of Northern Block territory. The entire city looked backward and archaic at first glance, and could not be compared to those extravagant cities. However, if you assumed the Green Maple City did not have much power, simply because of its archaic appearance, you would be very wrong. Numerous cultivators lived in Green Maple City, not for any other reason, but because the most famous black market in Northern Block territory was located in Green Maple City. If you planned on going to the black market, you would need to utilize your observation skills. If you were lucky enough, perhaps you'd find a treasure. If you happened to be unlucky, you might even end up being swindled to the point of losing your family's fortune. At this time, outside Green Maple City, a sturdy figure slowly paused in his steps. His flax-colored robes gently fluttered against the wind. A smile hung on the man's lips, and the scar on the corner of his eyes made his dashing features all the more fascinating. Miss Gu, this is Green Maple City. If you don't mind, you can follow us back to the mercenaries' territory. What do you think? Gu Ruan smiled calmly. Then I shall have to trouble you. Ha ha. Yi Ying burst into laughter. You could hear the joy in his laughter. I never thought that I, Yi Ying, would be able to return alive. Now, it's time for those scumbags from Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries to pay the price. Every time he remembered the things they had done to them, Yi Ying would gnash his teeth in anger. If they had not managed to escape in time, they would have fallen prey into the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries' plot. Except, even so, they were still forced to escape into Nemesis Forest. If they had not run into Gu Ruan, they would have most likely ended up losing their lives in the forest. Miss Gu, allow me to explain the landscape of Green Maple City. Yi Ying smiled as he stared at the familiar streets ahead. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Green Maple City is divided between our World Destruction Mercenaries and the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries. One in the east, and the other in the west. Of course, we have always wanted to swallow each other but to no avail. This has been an internal grief in our Green Maple City, but who would have thought that the scumbags from Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries would have allied themselves with an external power and ambushed our World Destruction Mercenaries in the middle of the road. We ended up heavily outnumbered, and were forced to flee for our lives. Following Yi Ying's explanation, the world destruction mercenaries began to emit the hatred from within their hearts, rubbing their fists and hands as they felt a great urge to have it all out with their enemies. Leader, seeing as we've returned, then let's make those scumbags pay, right now. That's right, if we do not avenge ourselves, we're not fit to be considered as humans. Yi Ying raised his hand, and stopped the world destruction mercenaries from their rash actions. An icy chill enveloped his handsome features. His eyes were like the blade of a knife, cold and frigid. We will most definitely have our revenge, but this is not the time. Actually, the reason why Yi Ying had decided to explain the landscape of Green Maple City to Gu Ruan was not because he wanted her help. Instead, he wanted to explain how he ended up in Nemesis Forest in the first place. As for revenge, he would never let the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries get away with it. Except, Gu Ruan has arrived in Green Maple City as the guest. How could they affect her mood with other matters? They could make the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries pay after she left. It still wouldn't be too late anyway. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders and did not say very much. She was not too interested in the matters between Yi Ying's camp and the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. Right now, her concern remained in gathering the medicinal herbs for the fleshbone regeneration pill. Chapter 1010, Gulan's Identity, 2. Miss Gu, it's still pretty early. Perhaps I can escort you both to have a look at Green Maple City's black market. Yi Ying suddenly remembered something, and turned towards Gu Ruan. Black market. Gu Ruan shook and stared at Yi Ying in astonishment. That's right, Yi Ying nodded. The black market of Green Maple City has always attracted many powerful cultivators and many strange oddities up for barter. If you're lucky enough, perhaps you might even find a spiritual weapon. I believe, with your power, and the addition of a spiritual weapon, anyone below the rank of Martial Saint would be no match for you. Spiritual weapon, this was the item of dreams for many cultivators. However, Yi Ying was only shooting the breeze. After all, spiritual weapons are very valuable. Even with the many exotic oddities in the black market, it would be difficult to come across a spiritual weapon. However, his words caught Gu Ruan's attention. You say that there are many exotic oddities in the black market. Then, what about medicinal herbs? Gu Ruan gently stroked her chin, a bright light flashed in her eyes. Yi Ying shook, then suddenly remembered who Gu Ruan was. He laughed involuntarily. Miss Gu, that goes without saying. There are indeed many medicinal herbs available in this black market. It all depends on your observation skills. Of course, I believe that as a pill master, this wouldn't be a problem for you. Alright, then let's go treasure hunting at the black market. It's only that, my brother is a little tired. Please send someone to escort him to get some rest. Gu Ruan raised her brow and said, as she had noticed that Chia was looking a little fatigued. Sister, I'm fine, you go get some rest. I'll be back soon. During this period of time, Chia had not managed to get a good rest, and because she had already broken through to the rank of Martial Supreme, she did not really feel all that tired, but he was different. At the moment, he was not strong enough, so he really needed to maintain his energy. Alright. Chia sighed. He knew that after days of such a difficult journey, his body would not be able to stand much longer. Except, he did not wish to push everything onto his sister. Lancer, Yi Ying hurriedly shot Gulan a look, after hearing Chia reply. Take Sir Chia back to the mercenary unit to get some rest. Take good care of him. An ambiguous smile hung on the corner of his lips. His grey eyes surveyed Gulan and Chia. Except, the two did not seem to pick up on anything inappropriate. Gulan giggled and stepped forward, her bright eyes that were not unlike the moon displayed a splendid light. Brother Chia, let's go. I'll escort you back to get some rest, and show you around that world destruction mercenary unit. Chia nodded, then took one last look at Gu Ruan and left with Gulan. Miss Gu, we should be on our way too. Yi Ying turned away and smiled at Gu Ruan. You're trying to matchmake Gulan with Yue. Gu Ruan smiled and raised her brows. She saw right through Yi Ying's plans at first glance. Yi Ying smiled uneasily. Gulan has been a part of our world destruction mercenaries for nearly a year now, but this is the first time she's ever shown any interest in a man. So I want to give them the chance to have a deeper understanding. Would you have any objections, Miss Gu? Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders. Chia may be my younger brother, but I will not restrict him. Anyone he likes will be my relative. Except, Yue is shouldering too much at the moment, and he has been feeling much too inferior at the moment. If you plan on matchmaking him, I'm afraid that it would be an extremely difficult feat. In their past lives, both Yue and I have suffered too much pain. Chapter 1011, Gulan's Identity, 3. While we've already exacted the great revenge, our relatives will never be able to come back to us. Hence, Gu Ruan really hoped that someone could help disintegrate the agony in his heart. After all, if it were not for Xiao Yi, she would never have been able to step out from her pain so soon. While I plan on matchmaking him, there's one thing that I'd need to inform you first. Yi Ying smiled as a profound glint flashed in his eyes. To this day, I do not know who Gulan really is. I only managed to save her 1 year ago completely by coincidence. I saw how she had nowhere to go, so I took her in. Only, after interacting with her for a long time, have I come to realize that she carries a spiritual weapon. A spiritual weapon. Gu Ruan raised her brow and turned towards Yi Ying's profound features. That's right, Yi Ying nodded. Miss Gu, as a cultivator, you are aware that there are different classes of spiritual weapons. It's not that there aren't any spiritual weapons in Northern Bloc territory, it's just that those spiritual weapons are mainly owned by a few great organizations. Furthermore, she's mentioned about having acquaintances in the main city. I can make a rough guess, that she must be a great young lady from one of the great powers in the main city. Gu Ruan fell silent. Prior to her journey here, she had a rough understanding of the powers in Northern Bloc territory. So naturally, she knew which organizations Yi Ying had been talking about. If they really do fall in love with each other, then it shouldn't matter who Gulan really is. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders complacently. Of course, that would require for them to actually fall in love first. Yi Ying laughed loftily. How could I have forgotten? You're not only a pill master, you're the true master of Northern Bloc territory. I believe that with your power, uniting Northern Bloc territory wouldn't be much of a problem for you. Then Gulan's identity wouldn't change anything. Actually, I'm only telling you these things because I want to remind you that while I want to matchmake them, I don't want Gulan's identity to become a barrier in the end. He glanced at Gu Ruan as he spoke, and lifted the corner of his lips. However, I think that as his sister, you will definitely be able to help your brother. So I can rest assured. Gu Ruan smiled faintly. If you really does develop feelings for Gulan, I would be delighted. As for Gulan's identity, that wasn't a big issue. Ever since Yi Ying and the rest had returned to Green Maple City, a few eagle-eyed citizens managed to recognize their shadows. Then, they hurriedly reported this to the leader of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. At this moment, in the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries' territory, a middle-aged man picked up a random cup next to him and fiercely threw it onto the ground with a loud crash. His fierce features looked absolutely twisted from his rage, his eyes filled with malice. What did you say? That bastard Yi Ying didn't actually die in Nemesis Forest, and he's actually escaped. Leader, this is the truth. I actually did see them return, and they've even brought back a pair of strangers. A short man knelt before the middle-aged man's right-hand seat and spoke with excellent voice and expression. Leader, this Yi Ying really doesn't know what's good for him. He was defeated by our Heavenly Wolf mercenaries, and yet he still has the audacity to return. Should we go loot his home and destroy him? The middle-aged man's entire face was full of malice. His eyes were like a venomous snake, filled with poison. It was difficult to even look at him. Where did he go after his return? Reporting to you, leader. Yi Ying took the rest to the black market. Only Gulan and a crippled young man returned to the World Destruction Mercenaries unit. Are we going to meet with Yi Ying at the black market now? Chapter 10:12, Gulan's Identity 4. The middle-aged man fell silent. After a long pause, his vicious eyes stared at the shorty who knelt before him. You say that Gulan went ahead and returned to the World Destruction Mercenaries unit with a young man. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. Since that's the case, then we'll go to the World Destruction Mercenaries unit instead. The middle-aged man sneered. The corners of his lips curled into an eerie angle. His ferocious features grew even more sinister and terrifying, making one tremble with fear. The short man was in a daze. He asked confusedly, Leader, only Gulan and the young man are in the World Destruction Mercenaries unit. Why go to war over these two? There's simply no need for that. Idiot. The middle-aged man glared at the short man with eyes full of loathing. He replied icily, why does an idiot like you exist in our Heavenly Wolf mercenaries? That kid, Yi Ying, is quite powerful. He's not even 30 years old and he's already a low-level Marshal Supreme. If I go up against him, I might not be able to defeat him. It might even end in disaster. The reason why I had been able to ambush him previously was entirely because I had the Zhang family's help. Now, those members of the Zhang family have left Green Maple City, would I still brainlessly walk into a bloodbath with Yi Ying? Actually, based on his power, he might not lose against the young Yi Ying. Except, there hasn't actually been a lack of powerful cultivators in Green Maple City aside from both their organizations. If he were to end up seriously hurt for the sake of killing Yi Ying, many would find it very easy to take advantage of the opportunity. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Anyone could understand the logic behind that. It was due to that very reason that both parties have been able to live in harmony for so many years. But, if our Heavenly Wolf mercenaries aren't going to fight the World Destruction mercenaries, why disturb Gulan? The short man still could not understand the reason behind his leader's plan. You really are a fucking idiot. Can't you use your brain? Yi Ying is a man who greatly values friendship. If we take Gulan away, would he remain nonchalant? The middle-aged man laughed icily, as he spoke with a malicious look on his face. Of course, I didn't want it to come this. Yi Ying forced my hand. So, I'm determined to be the only decision-maker in Green Maple City. He's nothing but a child. What right does he have to divide my territory? In the middle-aged man's point of view, Green Maple City belonged to him. Yi Ying had the gall to divide his land for so many years, so he must prepare to be swallowed whole. The middle-aged man's eyes darkened at the thought. He laughed coldly. However, this girl Gulan seems to have some power as well. In order to cut the battle short, I'll take care of this, personally. As long as we capture this girl, I believe that Yi Ying would no longer have the gall to retaliate against me. As for the young man that the girl, Gulan has escorted back. He paused. A murderous intent flashed across his vicious eyes. Kill him. The black market is situated at the heart of Green Maple City. The staff here are noisy, and you would hear a loud announcement on sales at any time. Gu Ruan swept her gaze across each and every stall, but could not find the things that she had been looking for. She shook her head and sighed. Yi Ying, are these the only stalls in the black market? Are there other sections? After all, the items here are certainly not considered to be valuable treasures. Furthermore, the black market of Green Maple City's prestige could not possibly amount to this. Indeed, after hearing her question, Yi Ying nodded. This is only the most common section of the black market. While there may be leaks from time to time, it happens very rarely. I was afraid that we would overlook something, so I brought you here to have a look. Since the treasures you are looking for aren't here, then I'll take you to the underground black market. Chapter 10:13, Gulan's Identity 5. The stalls were much quieter in the underground black market compared to the stalls Gu Ruan had seen earlier on. No one was yelling either. Every stall owner was completely quiet, sitting silently inside his own stall. Occasionally, a few of them would explain their wares to a customer. Gu Ruan swept her gaze across every single stall, but none held her attention. It goes without saying that Green Maple City's black market certainly lives up to its reputation. She only needed one sweeping glance to find many treasures that would cause a sensation in the secular world. Only, based on her current level in power and her stash, these items were of no interest to her any longer. What is it? Is there nothing you like? Yi Ying noticed Gu Ruoan's furrowed brow and smiled gently as he asked. Gu Ruoan shook her head. Just as she turned away, her gaze instantly froze at one particular stall. The owner of the stall was a young man dressed in blue robes. He was tall and slim, with very fair skin, especially those blue eyes of his. It was as if one could sink into them, unable to get out. Unfortunately, he had one area of imperfection. The man had an ugly, dark freckle on his face. It was also due to the existence of that freckle, that spoiled soft and beautiful feeling. Yi Ying noticed that Gu Ruoan had fixed her attention on the man in blue robes. Mildly astonished, he explained. That's Lan Ji. Everyone in Green Maple City is aware of his situation. The master of the Lan family in the main city happens to be his uncle. Except, Lan Ji's existence is unclear. He's brought bad luck to his father and mother, which resulted in his banishment from the Lan family. After that, he arrived in Green Maple City. He paused, then continued to speak. This Lan Ji is a marvel as well. He brought a bunch of sweets to sell at the black market, claiming them to be pills. However, who would dare purchase his pills? Perhaps eating them would end up giving you diarrhea. Yi Ying laughed. This Lan Ji isn't some pill master either, yet he claims that these playthings are pills. Who could believe him? Poison is more like it. Gu Ruoan did not seem to hear Yi Ying's words at all. She automatically walked towards Lan Ji, as if she did not mind the pills on display in his stall. These pills, did you refine them yourself? She asked. Seeing how someone had finally made an inquiry at his stall, Lan Ji's blue eyes lit up. He smiled and nodded. Yes, I refined them myself. His voice was melodious, rather pleasing to the ear. If it were not for that dark freckle on his face, this man would undoubtedly be considered a peerlessly beautiful man. Hearing this, Gu Ruoan's eyes flicked, but she did not say very much, only carefully surveying the pills in his stall. Can you tell me what kind of pills these are? Lan Ji smiled gently and replied Gu Ruoan's question very patiently. Actually, due to the absence of a pill formula, my pills are not very valuable. However, these pills can rapidly cure a few colds. It wouldn't be a problem there. The corners of Gu Ruoan's lips curled in a shallow angle. She picked up a pill from the stall, placed it in her mouth and chewed on it. Then, the smile on her face grew more pronounced. The flavor is actually pretty good, except there are a few errors in your refinement technique. If you could place the mugwort leaf in front of the heavenly moon flower, perhaps the end result would be even more effective. Chapter 10:14, Gu Lan's Identity 6. Initially, Lan Ji had assumed that Gu Ruoan had denied him and was acting out in anger. However, when he heard the next part of her explanation, his blue eyes revealed a glittering light, just like a precious stone. He stared at Gu Ruoan unblinkingly. You're a pill master. A pill master. The surrounding stall owners had initially been staring curiously at Lan Ji's stall. They snorted disdainfully upon hearing his exclamation. This fellow, Lan Ji, thinks that just because he's casually pinched a few sweets, he can claim to be a pill master. Just how valuable are pill masters? Aside from Gu Ruoan, who rose to fame during the medicine sect's general meeting not too long ago, no other pill masters have appeared. He has the gall to reward himself with such a large cap. Only Yi Ying remained silent. His gaze turned from one of surprise to one of shock. He could tell that Miss Gu was actually guiding Lan Ji. Could it be that Lan Ji is actually capable of refining pills? How unfortunate. Gu Ruoan shook her head and smiled gently. The taste is pretty good, but the force is not strong enough. It can only cure the mild illnesses of an average person. If it were a wounded cultivator, it would not be able to cure him at all. Lan Ji turned very red in the face. I don't have a pill formula, he quipped with embarrassment. If you gave me a pill formula, I can definitely refine a pill based on the formula. No. Gu Ruoan remained smiling. She spoke in a light voice. Even if I gave you a pill formula, you might not be able to refine the pill so soon. However, if you're willing to become my disciple, I'm willing to teach you. It goes without saying, this man is truly a genius. He managed to refine a pill without a pill formula. Talent like this far surpasses the average. If I could teach him, his future achievements would shock the mainland. Besides, another thing that concerned Gu Ruoan was the other layer of the fellow's identity. A light flashed across Gu Ruoan's eyes at the thought of this. If my guess is right, Lan Ji is not completely human. He's a demi-beast human. He holds the blood of a spiritual beast in his veins, except that it's not entirely pure. Hence, Lan Ji's mother must be a spiritual beast. She never expected to reap such profitable gains during her first visit to the black market. Lan Ji, who holds all the qualities of both man and a spiritual beast, would have a rapid increase in cultivation. If he used the right methods. You're a pill master, and you're willing to take me in as your disciple. Lan Ji was filled with excitement. This woman only needed to swallow my refined pills, and she managed to guess the medicinal herbs I've used to refine them. She must be a true pill master, no doubts about it. Gu Ruoan smiled gently. Let's go. There's nothing more to see in this black market. Let's go home. Yi Ying was a little shocked. Miss Gu, are you not interested in the treasures hidden in the black market at all? He asked, turning towards Gu Ruoan. If there's anything you like, Yi Ying will purchase it for you as a gift. Consider it my way of thanking you for saving our world destruction mercenaries. Hearing this, Gu Ruoan shook her head. I've already claimed the greatest treasure in the black market. There are many other treasures, but they're not what I need. She's already claimed the greatest treasure in the black market. Liquid mist gathered in Yi Ying's head. He simply could not understand what Gu Ruoan had meant. During his hesitation, Gu Ruoan had already stepped out of the black market. Even Lan Ji had begun to close his stall and chased after the woman ahead. Chapter 10:15, Gu Lan's Identity 7. The World Destruction Mercenaries unit was situated in the northern area of Green Maple City. It was more withered and decayed when compared with the hustle and bustle of the eastern area. At this moment, in the World Destruction Mercenaries territory, Gu Lan was leading Chia Linyu to the room to get some rest when suddenly, a noise was heard from outside the door. Scumbags of the World Destruction Mercenaries, get your asses out here. The voice was clear and crisp, echoing throughout the World Destruction Mercenaries unit and through the skies. Gulan mildly raised her attractive brows as a bite of impatience flashed in her eyes. She turned towards the young man in front of her and said, Brother Chia, the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries have arrived. The person who just made the announcement was Junshi of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries. You go get some rest, I'll stop them. The Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries. Chia Linyu furrowed his brows as a thought-provoking air flitted across his clear gaze. You mean the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries who had forced you into Nemesis Forest? Gulan nodded. The very same. They must have heard the news once the World Destruction Mercenaries had stepped into Green Maple City. I never thought that they would take advantage of our leader's absence and launch an attack. Brother Chia, don't worry, I'll protect you. Besides, these Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries are here for us. You're only a guest, so they shouldn't hurt you. Protect me. Chia Linyu laughed bitterly. When have I been reduced to such a weakling that I would need a woman to protect me? It's the same with Big Sister and this little girl. Gulan did not wait for Chia Linyu's response. Instead, she turned around and went out the door. Her pink robes flashed across the young man's limpid gaze and soon disappeared from his sight. At the grand door, a group of gruff brutes had surrounded the front yard. When they saw the young woman walking out from inside, they immediately burst into laughter. Haha, I never thought that the World Destruction Mercenaries would have the guts to come back. If I were you and had managed to survive with great difficulty, I would definitely hide away and live an ignoble purpose. You, on the other hand, chose to return to Green Maple City. The Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries have tolerated you long enough. Since we've shared all pretense of cordiality, there's no need for us to be nice to you scumbags. Gulan, surrender if you know what's good for you. Don't waste your breath. Why are you alone? Where's that little fair-faced boy that you've brought back? I see that he's lost an arm. I wonder if he's crippled down there too. Why don't you come with me? I promise that I'll treat you to delicious food and drink hard liquor. Can that crippled, fair-faced boy satisfy you at all? The crude words they spoke caused Gulan's pale, pinkish face to flush red. Two flames flickered within her large, vivid eyes. Suddenly, she burst into an icy laugh. The smile on her sweet and lovable face was a delight to the eye. Amongst the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries, some began to salivate as they stared lustfully at Gulan's body from top to toe. Not a single inch was spared. And I was wondering who you were. Gulan laughed icily as she continued, you're all just a bunch of spineless cowards. Spineless cowards? Who are you calling spineless cowards? A mercenary scowled at Gulan icily. If it had not been for the fact that his leader has yet to issue an order, he would have pressed the damned girl beneath him long ago and ravaged her. Let's see if she would still have the guts to speak to him in such a manner then. Why, taking advantage of my leader's absence and coming here to bully a weak little woman like me. If you have the skills, come at us when our leader has returned. Gulan sneered as she spoke, I wonder if you have the guts. Chapter 10:16, Gulan's Identity 8. Gulan's words angered the mercenaries so much that their faces turned ashen. Just as they were about to teach the damned girl a lesson, their leader, a middle-aged man, raised his hand and stopped them from acting rashly. Gulan. The middle-aged man looked at Gulan before continuing with a serious look on his face, you think too highly of that kid, Yi Ying. I won't ever lose to him if we were to fight one-on-one. However, I don't want to give other organizations an opportunity, so I'm choosing the method that will create the least casualties. Hence, I'll have to trouble you to come back with us to the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries unit. As for the fair-faced boy who had come back with you. The middle-aged man paused before he lifted the corners of his lips into a creepy angle. We can only blame it on his association with the World Destruction Mercenaries. His meaning was, he would not spare the young man who had returned with Gulan. He would never spare anyone who has any connections with the World Destruction Mercenaries. If one does not remove the roots, cut grass will regrow in the future. Gulan never expected the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries to not spare Chia Linyu. Her heart filled with anger as the cold smile on her face deepened. Brother Chia is only the World Destruction Mercenaries' guest, but I never thought that the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries would turn out to be deranged to such a degree. I only wish to leave you with a piece of advice. There are some people in this world that you should never offend. Don't invite a greater calamity onto yourselves. At this moment, Gulan no longer displayed her sweet and lovable appearance. Instead, she was emitting a terrifying aura which was different from most of the mercenaries. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed maniacally. His laughter was arrogant and smug. He then said, Gulan, you are young yet you enjoy spouting such wild banter. To this day, the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries have never heard of anyone that we should never offend aside from those few great families. Are you telling me that this young man is a member of one of those families? His face was filled with disdain as he stared at Gulan contemptuously. He isn't from any of those families. Gulan laughed icily as she replied. Obviously, Brother Chia is not from any of those great families, but I am connected to those forces. If the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries were to kill me, I believe that they won't be alive for very much longer. Once those people have received word of my death, they will avenge me. Since he isn't from any of those families, the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries can afford to offend him. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed in his pupils. Guards, take Gulan away. Kill every other idle person. I'd like to see if any of you has the audacity to try. Gulan's expression changed greatly and she hurriedly blocked the way with her body. An anxious air appeared on her sweet and pretty face as she glared fiercely over at the group before her. At this moment, she was filled with regret. She regretted having brought Gu Ruoan and Chia Linyu back to Green Maple City. Initially, they had intended to thank them for saving them and had only thought of bringing them back as the guests. However, she never thought that the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries would take advantage of the leader's absence and launch a killing spree. If she had known this earlier on, she would never have brought Chia Linyu back to the World Destruction Mercenaries territory. Unfortunately, there was no cure for regret in this world. All she could do now was to bar the enemy's way in and prevent anyone from entering the door. Little lion, come out and help me. Gulan gritted her teeth and cried out loudly. Soon, a loud roar sounded from inside the great door. A lion covered in flames charged from the gates before their eyes and bared his fangs as he glared at the intruders. Little lion, we mustn't let anyone harm Brother Chia no matter what. You must help me to delay them, at least until the leader and the others have returned. This was all she could do for now. Gulan's gaze shot towards a patch of the sky not too far away. Her large, vivid eyes gradually clouded over with grief. Leader, you must hurry back. Otherwise, I'm not sure how long I can hold on. Chapter 10:17, Gulan's Identity 9. The pale yellow light of the setting sun enveloped the entire sky. At this moment, a flaming lion was roaring angrily outside the World Destruction Mercenaries' gate. He then turned his ferocious glare towards the humans before him as his nostrils flared and produced a scorching breath. A spiritual beast. The Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries leader had jumped in fright when the flaming lion had suddenly appeared. A radiant light then flashed in his slightly sharpened eyes. He sneered and said, "No wonder you had the guts to rush out like that. You've been lucky enough to obtain a spiritual beast. However, you are overanalyzing this. A high-level martial general spiritual beast like this might not even have the ability to defeat my trusted advisor, yet you want to use it to stop us. You certainly enjoy indulging in wild fantasies. Guards, I want this lion alive." Roar. The flaming lion roared angrily before he turned into a gigantic ball of fire and slammed right into the humans, one charging towards it. The people at the forefront were unable to stop themselves as the lion crashed into them and were struck with fear. Their entire bodies then vanished within the lion's flames. Anyone who dares to take one step forward will die without mercy. His voice was hoarse and aggressive, filled with a power that one would find difficult to resist. It made the humans who had been charging towards him involuntarily tighten the grip on their weapons. They stumbled back and stared at him in complete terror. The Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries leader laughed icily as he declared arrogantly, "Trusted advisor, subdue this spiritual beast. There's no need for me to handle a high-level martial general spiritual beast personally." Even though his trusted advisor was only a high-level martial general, he practices a special method of cultivation which made it so that neither humans nor spiritual beasts who were at the same rank would be of any match to him. Dealing with this insignificant high-level martial general flaming lion would be too easy. Remember, finish this off quickly. Do not give them any chance to sprawl further. Yes, leader. The trusted advisor joined his fists and bowed. His figure, which was dressed in green robes, emerged from behind the leader. He then raised his hand gently and a long sword appeared in his grasp from out of thin air. Little lion. Gulan was nervous as she said, "You must be careful, this trusted advisor is very powerful. Generally speaking, most martial generals would be no match for him." "Don't worry." As if he could sense the worry in Gulan's heart, the flaming lion softened his voice and stared comfortingly at the young woman behind him. His fiery red eyes no longer held its initial fierceness as he said, "I won't let anyone near you." His voice was just as hoarse as it has always been. However, it could make one unconsciously feel assured. He gave one the impression that as long as he said these words, he would not forget to honor his promise, no matter what and without the shadow of a doubt. Even if it meant his death. Human. The flaming lion's eyes moved away from Gulan and turned towards the trusted advisor before him. His eyes have returned to their cruel glare once again as he spoke with malevolence. "Today, as long as I, the flaming lion, am here, I won't let anyone harm Lancer or Sir Chia. Flaming lion, you have a decent level of power. If you're willing to serve me and become my mount, perhaps I'll spare your life." The trusted advisor paid no attention to the flaming lion's warning and spoke in a mystifying yet disdainful manner. His words infuriated the naturally volatile flaming lion. He roared loudly immediately and charged towards the trusted advisor. "This damned human, he dares to humiliate me in this manner. He even said that he wants to use me as his mount. If that's not an insult, what is?" Chapter 10:18, Gulan's Identity 10. Yi Ying, who was not too far away, seemed to sense something and paused in his steps. A cold light then flashed across his handsome features. "Miss Gu, I just sensed battle aura coming from the World Destruction Mercenaries unit. Gulan and Sir Chia must be in danger." Besides, those battle auras had clearly come from the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries' trusted advisor and the Flaming Lion. He never expected the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries to knock on the door so soon. Especially while he was absent. "Let's go." Gu Ruoan slowly raised her clear pupils which were flashing with murderous intent. "I had not planned to meddle regardless of who the World Destruction Mercenaries carry a grudge against. However, if Yuer is hurt, I won't spare them no matter who it is." The sun was setting in the west and every corner of Green Maple City basked in its afterglow. Some time had passed and at this moment, a loud crash sounded at the World Destruction Mercenaries gate as the trusted advisor was sent stumbling back by the Flaming Lion's attack. A cold sweat had appeared on his forehead. This trusted advisor had held an invincible existence compared to other high-level martial generals due to his special cultivation techniques. However, he never expected to waste so much time fighting against a mere spiritual beast. The leader of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries was clearly unhappy. His face has turned vicious and terrifying. "Trusted advisor, you've lost your touch. Since that's the case, step away. Let me fight and finish this quickly. If we drag this on any longer, that kid Yi Ying would have returned any time now." The trusted advisor was stunned. He then put his long sword away and stepped to the side, looking utterly humiliated. Just as he had retreated, the leader of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries made his move. Zoom. His movements were very swift and he appeared by the Flaming Lion's side in an instant. Almost immediately, a large sword fashioned from thin air came slicing down as if nothing could stand in its way. The look in the Flaming Lion's eyes finally changed. Even his breathing has quickened. He raised his claws and shielded himself against the large sword's attack. However, the power from within the sword transmitted directly through his claws into his internal organs, causing his large body to instantly fall fiercely onto the ground. Fresh blood began to drip from his claws. The amount gradually increased, turning into a river. "Lancer, I'll hold them off. Take Sir Chia and run. Go find Lord Ruoan, hurry." Despite his heavy wounds, the Flaming Lion stubbornly rose to his feet and stared determinedly at the sinister man before him. Overly confident little clown. The man cackled icily before he raised his hand and forcefully slammed it towards the flaming lion's head. At that moment, it was as if a heavy force had come down upon the flaming lion, preventing him from evading the attack. The slap caused his body to tremble several times. However, he still stood determinedly in front of the gate and yelled at the dazed Gulan once again, "You two, run. Hurry up and leave this place. Run." Gulan bit her lip as her eyes filled with anxiety. The flaming lion was her friend. How could she leave and abandon her friend? When the flaming lion turned around and saw how Gulan was unwilling to leave, his gaze filled with anxiety. "Lancer, don't worry, I'm your contracted beast. Ever since you've left Nemesis Forest, I vowed to protect you for the rest of your life so I won't die. You should run, now. Little lion, I." Gulan gently closed her eyes as tears streamed down her face. Chapter 1019, Gulan's Identity, 11. Her finger gently brushed against the emerald green jade bracelet on her wrist as her eyes filled with a sense of struggle. Should I lift the seal now? If I lift this seal, my family members would then be able to find me. When that time comes, I must return to my family and accept their marriage alliance. I must serve my family for the rest of my life. If I don't do this, the flaming lion and Brother Chia will die. There's no way we can hold on until our leader returns. Gulan took a deep breath at the thought of this and opened her watery eyes. If anyone were paying close attention to her, they would notice an almost indiscernible layer of white slowly emerging from her body, followed by a force of energy. Isn't it a little irrational for so many of you to bully a young lady? That voice was as tender as a young man's, but it was exceptionally moving. Gulan paused the finger which she had placed on the jade bracelet. She then turned around to see that the delicate youth had emerged from the doors. Her eyes reddened as she said, "Brother Chia, what are you doing out here? I'm sorry, it's my fault. I've dragged you down." Chia Linyu smiled gently and shook his head. His gaze then fell upon the crowd in front of him as the smile on his delicate features deepened. "If you're really that desperate, you should look for the men of the World Destruction Mercenaries. Why gang up together on a young lady? HMPH. The leader of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries scoffed icily. His face sank as he spoke in an eerie voice. "Are you the little fair-faced one that Gulan had brought back? Actually, you're quite good looking. You're much better looking than the people that we've killed all those years before. Still, it's a pity that you want to save the damsel in distress. I'm afraid that you won't have the chance now. Trusted advisor, I'll give you one last chance. Kill this brat." The trusted advisor had been feeling rather downcast over being placed downwind in his fight against the flaming lion. Now, after he heard the leader of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries' words, his eyes lit up as he sneered, "Don't worry, leader. I might not have been able to get rid of the flaming lion, but it won't be a problem for me to take care of this weak and crippled young man. I will only need one strike to kill him instantly." As he spoke, the trusted advisor was already charging towards Chia Linyu. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and his lips curled into a smile that indicated his determination for victory. To him, killing Chia Linyu would be far too easy. Just as he swung the sword in his hand, a loud clang was heard. A layer of protection seemed to have appeared from out of nowhere. His sword was only a few millimeters away from Chia Linyu's body, yet he was unable to reach him no matter how hard he tried. "Trusted advisor, what on earth are you doing? Can it be that you can't bear to strike the fair-faced boy?" The Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries felt a wave of skepticism when they saw the trusted advisor's actions. Upon hearing their skeptical voices, the trusted advisor's face flushed red as he swung his sword once again. Clang. The sound was clear and crisp, but it was not very obvious. Only the trusted advisor, who was very close by, could hear it. At that moment, the crowd could only see the trusted advisor waving his sword in the air willy-nilly without landing a single strike on Chia Linyu. "Trusted advisor, are you dancing? Even if you want to celebrate, you should wait until after we've vanquished the World Destruction Mercenaries." The crowd was getting impatient. What is this trusted advisor doing? He has only been tasked with killing a useless cripple, yet he requires such a long process. When the trusted advisor saw that the Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries leader was starting to look thoroughly unsatisfied as well, he immediately turned around with a reddened face. "Leader, I don't know what's going on either. It feels as if a wall has formed here, separating me from him. My sword can't go through at all." Chapter 1020, Gulan's Identity, 12. A wall. Haha, trusted advisor, are you teasing me? Why can't I see a wall anywhere? Have you gone soft so you're using this excuse to trick us? TSK, TSK. No wonder this trusted advisor hasn't had a woman in so many years. He's a homosexual. However, we have things we need to do today and it involves the entire Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries. Trusted advisor, aren't you being a little irresponsible? The trusted advisor felt even more anxious from the humiliation after hearing the disdainful jeers. However, there really was a protective shield that separated the two of them. The Heavenly Wolf Mercenaries leader had a sinister look on his face all the while and had not spoken a single word. His eyes were fixed upon Chia Linyu, but no one could read his thoughts at all. "Brother Chia." Gulan finally regained her senses from her initial shock and stared in astonishment at Chia Linyu. "What have you done? Why does he think that there's a wall between us?" Chia Linyu smiled. "I had constructed a formation while you and the Flaming Lion were stalling for time. That was also the reason why I had not come out to help you. It's a good thing that I've finally succeeded." "A formation?" Gulan's face filled with joy. "Brother Chia, you know how to construct a formation?" My sister taught me," said Chia Linyu as his expression softened. She was worried that I might fall into danger during her absence, so she had taught me a series of formations which could protect my life. This is one of them. Hearing this, the admiration on Gulan's face increased. Her eyes flickered with a magnificent light. Sister Gu is really awesome. Not only is she powerful and a pill master, she even knows how to create formations. There's nothing in this world that she cannot do. However, the young girl's bright eyes gradually darkened again and she laughed bitterly. "If only I were as powerful as her. That way, my family wouldn't force me into a marriage alliance." The hand that Gulan had placed on the jade bracelet slowly broke away at the thought of this, but her heart heaved a sigh of relief. Lifting the seal would require some time. Hence, she had not managed to successfully lift the seal earlier on. Now that Brother Chia has stopped the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries in their tracks, she no longer needed to risk being discovered by her family. What on earth have you done? Unlike the other mercenaries, the leader of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries believed the trusted advisor's words. He understood that the trusted advisor was not the type of person who would make nonsensical remarks, nor was he a homosexual. He could not possibly have gotten soft over this young man. Hence, there was only one possibility. There really was a shapeless wall surrounding them. The leader of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries had not managed to listen in on Chia Linyu and Gulan's conversation, so he was not aware of the truth behind the matter. Chia Linyu did not reply to his question. He then walked towards the flaming lion and frowned as he asked, "Are you all right?" At that moment, the flaming lion's body finally relaxed and collapsed onto the ground with a loud thud. He gulped and gasped as he replied, I'm all right. I won't be dying anytime soon. You hang in there. Wait for my sister's return. She can heal your wounds." Chia Linyu knit his brows even more and a sense of disturbance flickered in his clear gaze. His supply of healing pills has long been depleted. These days, he was usually by Gu Ruan's side, so he had not needed to worry about the lack of pills. Had he known that something like this would happen, he would have asked Gu Ruan for more pills for self-defense. The leader of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries' eyes became more sinister. He then glared fiercely over at the trusted advisor. If it wasn't for this beastard, we would have succeeded long ago. However, I never expected Chia Linyu to have this ability. Chapter 1021, Lan Ge, the Demi-Beast Human, 1. Damned brat, you've offended the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. One day, you will regret everything you've done today. Let's go. When he saw how Chia Linyu had ignored his question, the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries leader looked extremely ugly in the face. However, if this were to drag on any longer, Yi Ying and the others would have returned. He has to leave before that happens. As for the remaining world destruction mercenaries, it wouldn't hurt for the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries to join forces with the Zhang family and hunt them down once again. Trying to escape now, don't you think that it's a little too late? Chia Linyu said as he turned to look at several figures who were heading towards them from not too far away. A small smile formed on his delicate face as he exclaimed gracefully. The leader of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries was stunned. He then sensed a murderous intent from behind him. He turned around and when he saw the furious yet handsome face, he frowned as he exclaimed, "That brat Yi Ying has returned so quickly." "I never thought that the leader of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries would do something like this," said Yi Ying. He laughed icily and spoke in a disdainful voice, "Taking advantage of my absence to bully a weak woman and a feeble young man. Aren't you afraid of this leaking out and influencing your reputation in the Northern Bloc territory?" The leader of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries burst into laughter and spoke in a domineering manner. "Losers are always in the wrong. This is a reality which has never changed on this mainland. Besides, history is written by the victors. So what if I were to bend the rules for the sake of unifying Green Maple City? In the eyes of everyone else, I'm merely displaying formidable will. What's wrong with that?" Yi Ying, he's quite right. Losers are always in the wrong. This has indeed been a reality on this mainland. As Yi Ying was about to retort, a clear and cool voice spoke up from his side, causing him to swallow his words. "Ha ha." The leader of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries burst into laughter. He narrowed his pupils and turned his attention to the elegant but dusty-looking woman in the crowd. He gently lifted the corners of his lips as you said, "Yi Ying, can't you see? Even someone on your side has verified my words. Do you still believe that I am in the wrong?" Yi Ying laughed icily as if he had not heard the leader of Heavenly Wolf mercenaries disdain. He knows that Gu Ruan has her reasons for saying these words. True enough, just as the leader of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries had spoken, Gu Ruan laughed once again. Her laughter was indifferent and no one could see any clear emotion on her face. "So," she paused before continuing, "the history of Green Maple City shall be rewritten by the World Destruction mercenaries. You, on the other hand, will become a stepping stone for the World Destruction mercenaries in their unification of Green Maple City." The leader of Heavenly Wolf mercenaries' expression changed drastically. How could he possibly not understand what Gu Ruan had meant? This fellow is actually saying that the World Destruction mercenaries are the kings while I'm the foe. Ha ha, this is simply too arrogant, too egotistical. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries are the ones who will be the victors to rewrite Green Maple City's history. The World Destruction mercenaries must serve beneath my feet and forever look up towards me. Miss, it is not a crime to be wild in your youth. Unfortunately, you have no sense of when you should be wild and when you should keep your mouth shut. You seem to be under the impression that the World Destruction mercenaries are very powerful, so you're trying to hold onto their legs. However, the legs you are holding onto are not steady at all and cannot shield you, a person who sprouts such conceited nonsense," said the leader of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries as he laughed icily. Based on his point of view, this little girl was clearly here to cruise onto their fame. Yi Ying had not even spoken yet this little girl had dared to spit such conceited words. How was this any different from digging one's own grave? Chapter 1022, Lan Ge, the Demi-Beast Human, 2. Sister. Chia Linyu glanced at the leader of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries first before he turned his gaze towards Gu Ruan and said, "The Flaming Lion has suffered serious injuries because of him. Can you have a look at him first?" "All right." Gu Ruan gently nodded. Her eyes pierced through the crowd before her and landed on the Flaming Lion's body, which was drenched in blood. She frowned mildly but did not say much. She then ignored the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries as she headed towards the Flaming Lion. The Flaming Lion growled and tried to speak but could not find the strength to form the words. He lay weakly on the ground and no longer carried his previously majestic air. "Eat this." Gu Ruan placed a pill in front of the Flaming Lion and ordered in a deep voice. The Flaming Lion did not hesitate. He used his tongue to lap up the pill and pulled it into his mouth. As soon as he had swallowed the pill, he felt as if a gentle hand was stroking the pain from his body and no longer felt his initial agony. "Your wounds are very serious. They won't heal so soon, so you should lie down and get some rest first. Gulan, take care of him." Gu Ruan then rose to her feet and headed back towards Yi Ying and the others. HMPH. The leader of Heavenly Wolf mercenaries saw what Gu Ruan had done but did not think too much of it. Based on his observations, that flaming lion would not be alive very much longer and would die from severe blood loss very soon. Even the rich and famous physicians of the Northern Bloc territory would not be able to save him. Young lady, did you hear anything I have just said? He raised his head as he stared domineeringly down at Gu Ruan, who was heading towards him. Chan Lang, shut your mouth. This time, Yi Ying did not give him any chance to speak. As he instantly bellowed and cut him off, do you have any idea who she is? Yet you dare to humiliate her in this manner. Her power is far greater than the both of us. You can only act with arrogance in front of her in your ignorance. Leader Chan Lang shuddered. He knitted his brows tightly and stared skeptically at Gu Ruan. Could it be that this little girl comes from substantial origins? Otherwise, why would Yi Ying say such things? Once he thought of this, Leader Chan Lang no longer displayed his previously insulting manner to her. However, the viciousness on his face only deepened as he asked curtly, who is she? Yi Ying had merely intended to stop Leader Chan Lang and had not thought this through thoroughly. He fell silent when he heard Chan Lang's question. After all, Gu Ruan's name alone would attract too much attention on this mainland. He, on the other hand, had not received the latter's approval and had pretty much revealed her identity. This was a taboo for every cultivator. You want to know my name? Gu Ruan stepped towards Leader Chan Lang and came face to face with him. She then slowly paused in her steps. Her fine hair was dancing in the gentle breeze while she had a dusty and indifferent smile on her face. Her green robes made her look like a bamboo tree which was standing loftily and boldly upright. It was an unconsciously dazzling sight. All right, I'll tell you then. My name is Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan. Boom. That name was like a sudden bolt of lightning which crashed onto the ground and exploded into everyone's ear. Aside from the world destruction mercenaries, everyone else went into a temporary daze for a few seconds before they then roared with laughter. Some even clutched their stomachs as they laughed until they had teared up. This is too funny. She actually claims to be Gu Ruan. She thinks that the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries are so easily fooled to actually impersonate Great Master Gu. Just what kind of a person is Great Master Gu? She's a young and peerless genius. She's also a true pull master. Who does this woman think she is? Does she think that wearing a green robe would prove that she's Gu Ruan? Oh, damn it. Why are there so many idiots in this world? Chapter 1023. Lan Ge, the Demi-Beast Human, 3. That's right, they think that they can just impersonate whoever they want. If Great Master Gu were to hear about how her identity is being impersonated by so many people, she would most definitely fly into a rage and kill each and every one of you. Generally speaking, geniuses and powerful cultivators have very bad tempers. They're the type of person who could kill someone without batting an eye. At the moment, it was perfectly acceptable for someone to be unaware of the great organizations in the Northern Bloc territory. It was also understandable if they were ignorant of the identities of the city governors. Nevertheless, every single person alive knows of Gu Ruan's name. Just who was Gu Ruan? She was a true pull master. This was an existence which has not appeared for over 10,000 years. Therefore, when this peerless genius had emerged, it immediately caused a huge sensation in the entire mainland. This was especially so due to the fact that she had participated in the medicine sect's general meeting which was attended by some of the best physicians on the mainland. Once they spread the news, it was difficult for the world to remain ignorant of Gu Ruan's good name. Besides, even Wind Valley from the first city had tried to entice her to become their chief pull master. Ultimately, there were those who still had the audacity to impersonate someone as great as Gu Ruan. If you had claimed to be from one of those great families in the main city, perhaps I would have believed you, said Leader Chan Lang as he laughed icily. His eyes then filled with scorn as he glared at Gu Ruan contemptuously. Yet you dare claim to be Gu Ruan. Hee, do you think that I would be so foolish as to believe in your words? He would never forget how he had been swindled by a woman who had posed as Gu Ruan just a month ago. In fact, he had welcomed her into the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries with great joy and served her great food and drink. Who would have thought that after swindling them for free food and drinks for half a year, the woman would then leave and steal his treasures as well? Even though he had managed to capture that woman, it was still not enough to quell his anger. Hence, he has developed a hatred towards any woman who impersonated Gu Ruan. Now, after hearing how this woman had also claimed to be Gu Ruan, his anger flared up once again and a murderous intent exploded from his body. I'm only telling you my name. Whether you choose to believe me or not is entirely up to you. Gu Ruan smiled faintly and replied in a voice that was reminiscent of a fresh breeze on a clear day. Boom. Leader Chan Lang completely exploded. He swung his fist fiercely like the wind at Gu Ruan's face. His bloodshot eyes clearly displayed the fury in his heart. Any woman who impersonates Gu Ruan's name must die. He hated her. He hated the impersonator who had once tricked him. After all, he had developed good feelings towards the impersonator at that time. He had believed that he would be prosperous both in family and purse, but who would have thought that she was a faker? Most important of all, that fellow was actually a man who had dressed up as a woman. That was right. The person who had fooled him was, in fact, a man. Initially, after he had captured the impersonator, he had intended to humiliate her. However, when he pulled off the pants, he discovered that the fellow was actually a man. At that time, he had felt like an utter fool. When he thought back to how he had almost raped a man, he could not help but feel the urge to vomit. Slam! Just as Leader Chan Lang was charging towards Gu Ruan, a fiery red light suddenly flashed behind him before slamming fiercely into Leader Chan Lang's body. Leader Chan Lang, who was maddened with rage, had not been able to raise his defenses in time and stumbled back. His astonished gaze then landed upon the huge figure before him. Roar! The flaming lion let out an angry roar and his huge body trembled. His ferocious eyes stared boldly down at the man. Foolish human, you're digging your own grave. Chapter 1024, Lan Ge, the Demi-Beast Human, 4. BZZT. Leader Chan Lang's brain had temporarily shut off. His pupils widened and he seems to be muttering to himself. How could this be? I've hit you with severe wounds. How could you possibly have recovered so quickly? Could it be? Suddenly, Leader Chan Lang seemed to remember that Gu Ruan had fed something to the flaming lion. His body then trembled greatly as the shock in his eyes deepened. Only one item could heal a dying spiritual beast who had suffered such a severe loss of blood with such rapid speed. That was a legendary pill. Is this little girl really Gu Ruan, whose reputation had risen since the medicine sect's general meeting? Leader Chan Lang's body trembled even more when he thought of this possibility. He then shook his head vigorously, trying to force himself away from believing this fact. Human, you're really dumb. One day, you'll end up dead and you won't even know how it had happened. The flaming lion scoffed and paced haughtily as he spoke in a hoarse voice. If these guys ever heard Lord Gu Ruan, my king would immediately lead every spiritual animal from Nemesis Forest and hunt them down to revenge her. At the end of the day, they might not even be aware of their own cause of death. I've told you, she isn't the kind of person whom you should humiliate. Yi Ying shook his head and sighed when he saw the look on his rival of many years' face. It was a good thing that he had met Gu Ruan first. Otherwise, he might be the one in shock instead. Yi Ying, said Gu Ruan as she slowly turned. She then calmly continued, the issues surrounding the world destruction mercenaries have nothing to do with me, nor am I willing to step into the grudge between the two of you. However, my brother has been dragged into your business today, so I can't just sit idly by. Yi Ying looked absolutely ashamed. My apologies, Miss Gu. I didn't know that this would happen. Don't worry, I'll destroy the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries one day. Gu Ruan smiled as she said, I had not wanted to get involved, but I will send someone to help you. This will be considered as the price they'll have to pay for crossing new air. She paused before she continued to speak. Lan Ge, if you want to be my disciple, it won't be that easy. I still want to put you through a test first. The first test will require you to lead the world destruction mercenaries and defeat the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries in one day. Lan Ge. Yi Ying's face filled with astonishment. Lan Ge is the help that Gu Ruan is sending to me. Lan Ge was mildly shocked. His eyes blinked gently, but he did not reply. Gu Lan had continued to observe Gu Ruan and Lan Ge with a very curious look on her face. She could not understand what was happening. Why is Lan Ge coming with us to destroy the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries? You are. After Gu Ruan had given her order, she then turned her attention towards Chia Linyu. Her expression softened as she smiled gently. You're tired as well. Let's go get some rest first. She did not need to do anything for whatever happens next. With Lan Ge around, destroying the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries would not be a problem. All right. Chia Linyu smiled gently and glanced at Gu Lan before he followed Gu Ruan into the courtyard. Gu Lan did not know why, but when she had accidentally locked eyes with Chia Linyu, she felt a jolt in her heart which soon steadied. She gently rubbed her chest as her sweet and beautiful features filled with confusion. What was that feeling? Could it be due to my attempt to lift the seal earlier on which has caused an issue to happen in my body? It seems that I'll need to have a good rest after we destroy the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. Chapter 1025, Lan Ge, the Demi-Beast Human, 5. A powerful hurricane enveloped the whole of Green Maple City. Everyone knows that the two great mercenaries of Green Maple City were like fire and water. Not too long ago, the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries had joined hands with an external force to drive the world destruction mercenaries into the Nemesis Forest. However, on this day, the circumstances have suddenly changed. In one day, the once formidable Heavenly Wolf mercenaries, which had once been considered to be on par with the world destruction mercenaries as one of the two great authorities of Green Maple City, was thoroughly eliminated. Not a single one of them had remained. From then onwards, there were no longer two great authorities. The world destruction mercenaries had unified Green Maple City. In the world destruction mercenaries territory, Lan Ge stared at the woman in green in front of him as he opened and closed his mouth several times. Yet, due to some unknown reason, he still swallowed his words. If you have something to say, just say it. Gu Ruan raised her brows as she looked at the man in front of her. Oh, that's right. You can now wash that mole off your face. Lan Ge was shocked as his blue, sapphire eyes filled with astonishment. She had known. She had actually known that I had applied this mole onto my own face with medicinal herbs. How did you know? You're trying to ask how I had known that this mole was a fake. Or do you want to ask how I also know that you have great power? Gu Ruan smiled gently. Her smiling eyes looked as if she could see through everything clearly. Lan Ge pondered for a bit, nodding and asking, I thought that I had hidden it very well, but I never expected you to detect it. It's true that I really want to know how you've managed to understand me so well. Not even the Lan family knew about this. Don't forget, I'm a pill master. When I first saw you, I could smell the medicinal herbs on your mole. I could even discern the type of medicinal herb you've used. As for your powers, she paused as the smile on her face grew more pronounced. Can you tell me why you've been living under a disguise? Lan Ge laughed bitterly. I'm a demi-beast human. Gu Ruan was shaken. She had known about Lan Ge's identity as a demi-beast human from the start, but she never expected him to reveal it so easily. My mother was a spiritual beast and a princess from the Dragon Clan too. My father, however, is a human. A union between human and spiritual beast has long been an intolerable matter. I only need to strike once and others would find out about my identity as a demi-beast human. When that happens, neither humans nor the Dragon Clan would shelter me. Hence, before my mother passed away, she had told me to never let anyone find out about my powers. Otherwise, there will be self-righteous people who would hunt and kill demi-beast humans like me. Lan Ge's eyes darkened as he spoke. His features then filled with bitterness. I had once stumbled upon a fellow demi-beast human, a young woman. Due to having similar backgrounds, we became best friends. However, she had died in the end. At this moment, even as an outsider, Gu Ruan could sense the thick sorrow which had welled up within Lan Ge. She could imagine how he must have felt. If her own friends were to pass away someday, she would be just as desolate. Was she murdered by humans? Connecting the dots between Lan Ji's words, Guruan soon understood the cause behind the demi-beast human girl's death. Chapter 1026, Lan Ji, the demi-beast human, 6. Lan Ji replied sorrowfully, that's right, she was murdered by humans. She had unwittingly let her identity as a demi-beast human slip. In the end, a group of self-righteous humans had murdered her with the excuse of killing off traitorous demons. She had been innocent. Why is the union between human and spiritual beasts so intolerable? Should all demi-beast humans be damned? Demi-beast humans do exist on this mainland, but their numbers were few and far in between. After all, it was rare for humans and spiritual beasts to fall in love. However, Guruan never expected that there would be another reason behind the rare number of demi-beast humans. It was due to the existence of self-righteous men. They always held the mindset that with all of the benefits a demi-human beast would receive from a union between human and spiritual beast, they would have terrifying power upon adulthood. Besides, demi-beast humans were known to have explosive tempers. If left alone, they would bring calamity upon mankind. You had still fought today. Guruan stared right at Lan Ji as she spoke evenly. Lan Ji shook as he said, perhaps I believe that you have the power to help me. No, Guruan shook her head. The one with the power to help you isn't me, it's only you. Only I have the power to change myself. Lan Ji stared at Guruan in confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind her words. Being righteous, what exactly constitutes as being righteous? Guruan laughed icily as she continued, righteousness is determined by the victors. Do you think that those people had attacked demi-beast humans purely because they wanted to stop demi-beast humans from hurting humans? No, they were only doing it for themselves. Their ostensible purpose in hunting them is really to force demi-beast humans into servitude. If the demi-beast humans refuses, they would then kill them. Lan Ji shook and he lowered his head. He knew that Guruan was speaking the truth. After the young woman revealed her identity as a demi-beast human, people had come to look for her and asked her to vow her loyalty and devotion to them. It was because of her rejections that brought about her death in the end. Unfortunately, at that time, he had not been by her side and was unable to protect her. By the time he had managed to rush over, he was met with her extremely cruel death. Her body had been completely cleaned out. Even her beasts had been taken away by the humans. Every drop of blood from her body had been drained. Her eyes, fingers, internal organs, everything else had been cut out and taken away. Could you imagine how horrifying her death was? To top it off, it was those self-righteous humans who had committed this act. Lan Ji, I'll only ask you this, do you want to be a coward or a formidable force, acknowledged by all? A coward, or to be formidable? Lan Ji's eyes displayed absolute determination. I want to become formidable, I want to revenge her as well. Alright, I'll give you the chance. Guruan smiled calmly, however, you'd still need to work on it yourself. Next, I will give you your second assignment. I want you to build an organization in the shortest time possible. There's no need for you to give me a report on the progress, but I want to see the results. During this period of time, I can supply you with medicine and spiritual weapons. I can even conceal your demi-beast human aura. Medicine and spiritual weapons. Lan Ji's eyes displayed a sense of shock. He then asked, aren't you afraid that I'd betray you after supplying me with these things? Then why had you revealed your identity as a demi-beast human to me? Aren't you afraid that I'd sell you out? Guruan calmly replied. Hearing this, Lan Ji laughed in spite of his solemn air. That's right. Since as I had the courage to tell her about my identity as a demi-beast human, her reasons for granting me medicines and spiritual weapons are self-explanatory. Chapter 1027, Lan Ji, the demi-beast human, 7. I won't let you down. This was his promise to her. This promise will also last a lifetime. Even Guruan had not expected that not too long after, a powerful organization would emerge from the mainland and cover the sky. However, no one knows the identity of its leader. All they knew was that all businesses within the organization were managed by someone named General Lan. By the way, Lan Ji seemed to have recalled something and said, I've destroyed the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries, but I've taken one person captive. That person has asked to see you. Who is it? Guruan shook as she asked. Lan Ji laughed exasperatedly. Go have a look and you'll find out. We don't know what to do with that fellow. Besides, he's been insisting that he wants to see you. Otherwise, he won't let the matter go. Yi Ying is nearing the edge of his sanity due to his vexing. He has tried to chase him away, but this fellow absolutely refused to leave. Each time Lan Ji thought of the man who has the appearance of a girl, he would feel a sense of absolute horror and could not help but shiver. Yi Ying is nearing the edge of his sanity. Guruan was very surprised. A grim and masculine man like Yi Ying could also be rendered helpless by one person. Furthermore, he's nearing the brink of insanity. She rose to her feet at the thought of this and said, take me to him, I'll have a look. In a luxurious bedchamber, a fair-skinned, slim and feminine-looking young man was sweeping up the food on the table like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. He was holding pig trotters in one hand and roasted duck in the other. His mouth was stuffed with food as he spoke with a lisp. The meals served by the world destruction mercenaries are far beneath what I've had to eat from the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. Especially this red braised pork, it's as hard as a rock. I've never eaten anything quite so foul-tasting. Yi Ying's expression was completely ashen. He stared at the young man who was in the midst of devouring his food ravenously and spat icily. If that's the case, I'll send you back to the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries then. No, no, no. Those Heavenly Wolf mercenaries are no longer around, so why should I go back? Besides, at that time, I had only stolen one thing. In the end, those bastards from the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries had chased me and made me run for over 1,000 miles. They even captured me and starved me for so many days. I've only just managed to wedge myself out of that wolf's cave to get some food with such difficulty. While these meals are a little foul-tasting, I'm willing to put up with it for a while. He had really only stolen one item. It was merely a ring that the leader of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries had hoarded. Are you leaving or not? Yi Ying was so enraged that he has nearly gone insane. What on earth has gotten into him to actually invite this ancestor back home? At the time, he had only thought to bring this damned kid who had the audacity to dress up as a woman and pose as Miss Gu and hand him over to Miss Gu herself. Who would have thought that it would be easier to call up the Buddha than to allay it? It has only been a day and he has already made the chickens fly and dogs jump in the world destruction mercenaries. Didn't you want to hand me over to Gu Ruan? The young man stared at Yi Ying as if he was looking at an idiot. So why do you want me to leave? Don't you know that humans should follow things through? What kind of man are you to give up halfway just like that? Since as you had previously wanted to hand me over to Gu Ruan, you have to do it. So. He wiped his oil-stained lips, crossed his legs and spoke in a leisurely manner. In order to prevent you from becoming a man who gives up halfway, I'll be staying. The arrogant look on the young man's face conveyed this one message. I'm staying for your own good, so hurry up and thank me. Yi Ying was really about to burst into madness now. He was nearly overcome with the urge to slap this damned kid to death. I'm asking you to leave because I'm afraid that your intonation will nauseate Miss Gu. As a man, he was unable to endure this fellow's antics. One could imagine the kind of mental torture Gu Ruan would have to endure if he passed this fellow over to her. Chapter 1028. Who's the real deceiver? 1. Upon entering the room, Gu Ruan had immediately noticed the frivolous-looking man who was sitting cross-legged and the sour-faced Yi Ying right next to him. At this moment, Yi Ying was already dangling at the edge of tolerance and his initially sharp eyes were now spitting fire as he fixed his glare upon the man. However, when Gu Ruan's eyes landed upon the gentle yet reserved man's handsome face, her eyes flickered as the corners of her lips curled into a small smile. That's him, she mused. Miss Gu, you're here. Yi Ying laughed bitterly before sighing. I didn't think that it would turn out this way either. Gu Ruan waved her hand and stopped Yi Ying from continuing his speech. Yi Ying, leave this matter to me. All right. Yi Ying fell silent and gently nodded. This fellow really was driving him to the brink of insanity. First, he had turned the entire world destruction mercenaries unit upside down. He then said that as long as they feed him with a full meal, he would leave. In the end, this fellow was clearly well fed now, but he would not leave at all, now more so than ever. I heard that you're looking for me. Gu Ruan raised an eyebrow as she looked at the young man with a smile which did not reach her eyes. A frivolous smile remained on the young man's handsome face as he said, Gu Ruan, no matter how you say it, we can only be considered to be tied together by fate. I only wanted to have a talk with you. That's right, just to have a chat. One. Fate. Gu Ruan chuckled softly. From what I know, we don't know each other. How could we be fated? The young man's eyes flickered. You see, out of so many people on this mainland, I had chosen to impersonate you. If that isn't destiny, then what is? Yi Ying was dumbstruck. This was the first time he has ever met someone who has impersonated another and could still act so bold, confident, and self-righteous about their own actions. He reckons that, aside from this guy, no one else would possibly act so shamelessly. Oh, Gu Ruan's smile grew more pronounced. So, according to you, your choice in impersonating me means that we're tied together by fate. The young man nodded. That's right, we're tied by fate. Hee, since as we're fated, how about I follow you around? Only now did Yi Ying understand this fellow's intentions. As it turns out, he was considering Gu Ruan as a replacement for the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. Now he wants to freeload off her for food and drink. You want to follow me? No. I only want to help you. The young man refuted Gu Ruan's statement. Follow her. That's a grade lower than others. How could I rank beneath others? What, you want to discuss conditions with me? Since that's the case, let me tell you about the consequences of impersonating me. The smile on Gu Ruan's face was unreadable. She then turned towards the beautiful and handsome young man, smiled brightly and said, You've used my name to freeload food and drink off others and to also steal from them. How shall we settle this bill? The young man's eyes were darting back and forth. He then replied flatteringly, Gu Ruan, no, great master Gu. As a great and powerful pillmaster of the mainland, you shouldn't be so petty, right? I have merely impersonated you, so I didn't do anything wrong. At most, I had only swindled those asterisk S-holes from the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. Besides, didn't you have a grudge against them? Gu Ruan chuckled softly. Apologies, I really am that petty. As for the grudge between the world destruction mercenaries and the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries, what does that have to do with me? Do you really think you have the right to barter with me? At that point, she paused and looked around. On account of the fact that you haven't done anything to harm me, I will spare you for now. Hearing this, the young man heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1029. Who's the real deceiver? 2. He had initially wanted to meet Gu Ruan so that he could freeload off her. He never thought that he would put his entire foot in. However, just as the young man was sighing with relief, Gu Ruan's voice rang out once again. I've only spared your life, I never intended to clear you of your debt. As a consequence of impersonating me, you shall follow Lan Ji from now on and listen to his orders and commands. Gu Ruan pointed at Lan Ji who was standing behind her and smiled brightly at the young man. The young man did not reply, but his eyes were darting back and forth again. He knew that it would not be easy to make Gu Ruan let him off. Besides, this woman was far too clever. He did regret his rash actions, but if he really were to follow her, she might even swallow him whole. As for the blue-eyed man behind her, he seems to be a bit more feeble-minded. Much easier to fool when compared to this woman. It looks that you agree with my decision. Gu Ruan, who had been observing the young man the entire time, noticed his obvious sigh of relief and smiled as she said, However, before you head off with Lan Ji, I want you to swallow this pill. What's this? The young man looked at the pill in the palm of Gu Ruan's hand as his eyes filled with caution. He simply did not believe that Gu Ruan would be so kind as to grant him a pill. This thing in the girl's hand must not be anything good. Poison. Gu Ruan gently moved her lips and replied. You. Just as the young man opened his mouth to yell at her, Gu Ruan flicked her fingers and turned the pill into a glowing ray of light which then flew straight into the man's throat. He was forced to swallow it immediately. The young man was deeply in shock. He quickly reached a finger into his throat and attempted to dig the pill out. Unfortunately, while he did manage to throw up all the food which he had consumed today, he had not been able to expel the pill. What kind of poison did you put into me? The young man wiped the bits of vomit from the corners of his lips as he glared fiercely at Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders. In order to avoid having traitorous thoughts from rising within you, I've used this pill to bind you. Don't worry, as long as you are obedient, you won't die for now. I'll send the antidote to Lan Ji every 3 months. As long as you consume one antidote every 3 months, all will be as if you've never swallowed the poison. Of course, if you try to escape or betray us, your entire body will rot and you will die. The young man was trembling with rage. What was he thinking? He had actually thought that he could come to this woman and freeload off her. Now, not only had he lost his freedom, he has been subjected to a lifetime of servitude. The young man felt the urge to cry at the thought of this. Liu Yue, from now on, you must truthfully obey Lan Ji in all matters. If you should ever disobey him, you know the consequences. Lan Ji, let's go. Once she had said her piece, Gu Ruan then turned around and headed out the door. The young man was in a daze. Had I mentioned my name at all? How had she known that my name was Liu Yue? Could it be that I've accidentally let it slip? Amidst the rustling autumn wind, a rich and diverse array of leaves were falling onto the ground. In the courtyard, Gu Ruan paused in her footsteps before she smiled gently and addressed Lan Ji, who had been following closely behind her. She spoke without turning her head. Lan Ji, are you curious why I've allowed this fellow to tag along with you? Lan Ji nodded. When he realized that Gu Ruan could not see his reaction, he then slowly replied, I do wish to understand this matter. He isn't very powerful and there's not much use to let him tag along with me. Chapter 1030, Who's the Real Deceiver? 3. Gu Ruan smiled as she said, You're wrong. While he does indeed lack in power and that causes him to go out of his way to cheat and swindle, he has a rather agile brain. With both of you put together, one will be the brains and the other will be the warrior. Perhaps an unexpected outcome will emerge from this combination. Lan Ji was in shock. You seem to know him very well. That's right. Gu Ruan smiled. A hint of absent-mindedness then flashed in her eyes as she stared up into the sky before saying, We've met once before so you can say that we're acquainted. However, that was a matter which had happened in her past life. At that time, both she and Supreme Jin had heard of an emergence of the ancient ruins in a mountain range. They had stayed together for the journey. However, because they had attracted the attention of countless other cultivators, both of them had only managed with great difficulty to loot a few treasures for themselves. What they never expected was that amidst this struggle in the ruins, there was one who had emerged as the ultimate victor. That person was this young man, Liu Yue. That was when they had got to know about each other. This fellow was adept at cheating and swindling but was also very intelligent. Many cultivators had fallen into his trap. However, that was the first time they had met and the last time they had seen each other. This was because after Gu Ruan had emerged from that place, she had been hunted down and murdered by the Chia family before being reincarnated. Perhaps, after so many years have passed, this fellow has forgotten their frank and assured conversation under the moonlight that time. By the way, Lan Ji, Gu Ruan seems to recall something and turned towards the blue-eyed man behind her before saying, Every 3 months, you can just casually refine a great restoration pill for him to consume. Lan Ji shook before he stared suspiciously at Gu Ruan. You mean? Liu Yue is very clever so you cannot subdue him on your own. If I had not used this little lie, he wouldn't have listened to your orders at all. So, to avoid him from discovering this matter, just casually refine a pill for his consumption. The pill that Gu Ruan had given Liu Yue was not really poison. Whenever she thought back on the past conversation under the moonlight, she did not really wish to do this to him. However, in order to make this fellow serve Lan Ji, she had no choice but to lie to him. The corners of Lan Ji's lips twitched a little. This woman is really the true deceiver. Perhaps Liu Yue would never have thought that he, who has always cheated and swindled his way, would have been lied to in the end. If he ever finds out the truth, would he cry out in agony? I understand, Lan Ji said before he smiled. A light then flashed in his blue eyes as he turned towards Gu Ruan. He said, I hear that you're headed for the main city. Gu Ruan nodded. You know who I am. The medicine sect's official lodging is awaiting me in the main city so I'd like to make my way to there soon. Also, Lan Ji, I believe you haven't told me about the situation in your family. Hearing this, Lan Ji's eyes darkened. A bitterness hung on the corners of his lips as he replied, The Lan family members have never accepted me because I have been born with blue eyes. At the time, my father had held some prestige in the Lan family so they had not dared to overstep. My parents had then passed away later on. Everyone said that I had jinxed them to their deaths. In fact, only I know that the Chu family had arrived to carry out a vendetta against them and they had died in the Chu family's hands. When he mentioned the Chu family who had been responsible for his parents' deaths, Lan Ji unconsciously tightened his fists and a murderous intent flashed through his eyes. After my parents' death, the Lan family could no longer tolerate my existence. My uncle, the master, then chased me out of the Lan family. Fortunately, I came here and that was how I had met you. Chapter 1031, Who's the Real Deceiver? 4. Lan Ji's gaze fell upon Gu Ruan. The murderous intent slowly faded away from his eyes and his expression soon returned to their initial steadiness. I believe that you will change my life. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders. I've said this before as well, only you can change yourself. Only I can change myself. Lan Ji fell silent for a while as he diligently looked into the meaning behind Gu Ruan's words. After a while, he came to a sense of understanding and his fair face which was marked with a dark mole displayed a small smile. I understand. By the way, there's something that I need to tell you. Gu Lan, I know her. Who is she? Actually, Gu Ruan has some guesses towards Gu Lan's identity as well, but she was not too sure of her assumptions. She's a member of the 4 great families from the main city and the eldest lady of the Gu family. I heard that the Gu family had intended to use her to form a marriage alliance with the Jiang family's young master. She had run away to escape this political marriage. The Gu family has been searching for her whereabouts ever since. The surname, Gu, was quite common in the Northern Bloc territory. Hence, despite having interacted with the World Destruction mercenaries for a year, no one had thought that Gu Lan was actually the missing young lady of the Gu family. Yi Ying had begun to suspect her identity after he had unwittingly caught sight of the spiritual weapon in her hands. All right, I understand. Gu Ruan nodded as she replied, Lan Ji, I'm going to leave this place with you tomorrow. I hope that when we meet the next time, you'll be waiting for me with good news. You're leaving? Lan Ji was shocked. A sense of reluctance then welled up within him. How will I find you then? Go to main city, you'll find me there. Gu Ruan did not give Lan Ji the chance to reply as she headed towards the courtyard. Lan Ji silently watched her back as she left while his blue eyes gradually filled with determination. Don't worry, I won't let you down, master. The next day. At first light. In the front area of the World Destruction mercenaries' courtyard, the mercenaries standing there were staring reluctantly at the 2 figures in front of them. Only Lu Yue was seated leisurely in a pavilion as he stared disdainfully at the sincere outpouring of feelings amongst the brutish mercenaries. To him, goodbyes were a very normal matter. These men were acting like women and looked so reluctant as if they were about to be separated in life and death. Miss Gu, won't you join the auction? Yi Ying had wanted to say more but, in the end, this was the only thing he could articulate. Gu Ruan shook her head as she replied, there's nothing I need from this auction. I won't be staying any longer now. Generally speaking, the auction would distribute the list of items in the auction one day before the auction itself so that those who wished to join the auction would have enough time to prepare. Gu Ruan chose to leave after she had seen the list. There was nothing that she needed from the auction. Then how about if we escorted you to main city instead? There's no need. Gu Ruan shook her head before slowly turning her gaze towards Gu Lan's lovable and sweet features. She then slowly approached her. Gu Lan, she said, if you don't wish to be restricted or remain a victim, you must grow stronger. Only when you've grown strong enough will you be able to stop others from forcing you into doing things that you don't want to do. A dazed look appeared on Gu Lan's face as she stared back at Gu Ruan in astonishment. I must grow strong enough if I don't wish to be restricted. She fell silent for a moment as she carefully replayed Gu Ruan's words in her mind. As Gu Lan was deep in thought, Gu Ruan was already standing back in front of Chia Linyu. She smiled gently and said, Yue, let's go. At that moment, Gu Ruan never thought that her words would have such a great impact upon Gu Lan. One could say that her words have molded Gu Lan into who she would become in the future. Chapter 1032, An Unforeseen Event in the Ancient Divine Pagoda, 1. Just as Gu Ruan was about to turn around and leave, a brilliant light flashed across her eyes and illuminated her vision. At this moment, it was as if the heavens and earth had lost its color due to that man's appearance. Gu Lan was in utter shock. She stared in astonishment at the thoroughly perfect and flawlessly handsome face as she asked sluggishly, this fellow is Lan Ji. Lan Ji did not seem to hear the gasps from all around him. His deep blue eyes were staring determinedly at Gu Ruan. Give me 3 years. I will find you by the 3rd year at the very latest. To him, 3 years would be enough. After 3 years, he will gift her with a huge organization. Gu Ruan nodded. All right, I'll wait for you. After 3 years, I'm sure you'll be able to find me easily even if I'm no longer around the Northern Bloc territory. However, you do look rather beautiful after washing off that mole. Lan Ji's face turned very red. This peerless face of his has brought countless disasters ever since he was little. Hence, he had used the mole to cover up his features. This could be considered as the first time he has ever shown his true face in Green Maple City. So the mole on Lan Ji's face was a fake. Gu Lan blinked. I've never been able to see through it even after such a long time. Though Lan Ji was from the Lan family, because his existence has been considered to be unlucky, the Lan family had him hidden away. Therefore, even Gu Lan, who was also a member of the 4 great families in of main city, had never met Lan Ji at all. However, while Lan Ji has peerlessly beautiful features, he simply was not her type in terms of admiration. Gu Lan's gaze unwittingly glided towards Chia Linyu at the thought of this. Her bright eyes then darkened. After this separation, I don't know how much longer it will be until we meet again. Take care, everyone. Gu Ruan joined her fists and bowed. She then gently raised the corners of her lips as she said, if fate is kind, we'll meet again. I'll be leaving now. Without lingering any further, she then turned around and headed out of the courtyard. Not too long after, the 2 figures have disappeared from the eyes of the crowd. Lancer. Yi Ying patted Gu Lan's shoulder and murmured soothingly, we are aware of where Miss Gu is headed to. If we should ever have the chance in the future, we can go visit her. So. Gu Lan quickly put the gloominess in her heart away and flashed a sweet and pretty smile. Leader, I understand what you mean. I'm feeling a little tired, I'll be heading off for some rest now. After saying her piece, she took one last look at the 2 disappearing figures and quickly headed towards the rear courtyard. At this moment, the remainder of the World Destruction mercenaries who were still deeply in agony over Gu Ruan's departure were completely unaware of the decision in Gu Lan's heart. The next day, at dawn. Yi Ying was in the middle of a discussion with Uncle Ying in the study when an anxious voice rang through the room, Leader, something bad has happened. A man clutching a letter had immediately rushed right in. Yi Ying frowned when he saw the anxious look on the man's face. What happened? It's Gu Lan. Gu Lan has left the letter and she has run away. What? Yi Ying's expression changed. Quickly, give the letter to me, he exclaimed quickly. Yes, leader. The man handed the letter over to Yi Ying and left the room. Yi Ying took a deep breath and opened the letter. His gaze slowly sank as well. Leader, what's up with that little girl, Gu Lan, again? Uncle Ying sighed as he spoke exasperatedly. How can this little girl be so thoughtless to leave a letter and run away? Where has she gone on her own? What if she gets into trouble? How do we solve it then? Chapter 1033, An Unforeseen Event in the Ancient Divine Pagoda, 2. Yi Ying laughed bitterly and said, Lancer says that she can't grow if she would remain in the World Destruction Mercenaries. She wants to go out and learn through experience. She'll return once she has grown stronger. Since this was her choice, let her be. Lancer is very intelligent. Even if she was faced with danger, she'll find a way to escape. Actually, Yi Ying has always understood that Gulan would leave this place someday. However, he never thought that this day would arrive so soon. Uncle Ying, even Lancer is motivated to advance herself now. We can't fall behind either. Yi Ying's gaze slowly grew serious as he spoke. I want to open up a devil's drill for everyone in the mercenaries unit. On this mainland, if one does not grow stronger, one can only become a stepping stone for others. Leader, your objective is? Yi Ying smiled and his grim features filled with determination. I want to turn the neighboring cities around Green Maple City into the World Destruction Mercenaries territory. He wants to turn the neighboring cities around Green Maple City into the World Destruction Mercenaries territory. Uncle Ying was a little surprised. This girl seems somewhat challenging. A woman was resting under a large, old tree. Faint traces of light were filtering down from the lush tree branches, enveloping her bamboo green robes. It's been 2 days since we've left Green Maple City. I don't know how much further it will be to Main City. Yue, do you still have the map that Yi Ying had given us? The woman turned towards the crippled young man and quirked the corners of her lips. It's with me. The young man smiled shyly. His features were extremely delicate and his limpid eyes were like pools of water which could reflect one's figure. The only unfortunate thing was that such a perfect young man had lost an arm. His entire left sleeve flapped emptily in the wind. It seems that Main City is still pretty far away. Gu Ruoan smiled gently as she accepted the map which the young man had handed to her. It's all right, we don't need to rush to Main City so soon. After all, perhaps I'll find what I need along the way. Based on Gu Ruoan's current level of strength, if she wishes to hurry on towards Main City, she could just take to the skies and fly right over. However, she had not made the journey for the sake of Main City alone. Her main purpose was to find the medicinal herbs needed for refining the fleshbone regeneration pill to help Chia Linyu. Suddenly, Gu Ruoan sensed tremors coming from the ancient divine pagoda within her body and was surprised. What's happening to the ancient divine pagoda? No, I must go in and have a look. Just as her stride was about to enter the ancient divine pagoda, a ray of light flashed in front of her and smacked her mental energy away. It was as if a protective screen had appeared between her mental energy and the ancient divine pagoda, preventing her from entering its threshold. All of you, tell me what's going on inside the ancient divine pagoda. She frowned as she asked. Her voice carried a sense of anxiety. The ancient divine pagoda was more than just her protective charm. Most important of all, her friends were still inside. After a long pause, Yunya's graceful voice rang out from within her soul. Master, don't worry, it's Zixi, he's going through a breakthrough. During this breakthrough, he shouldn't be disturbed by anything from the outside world, not even a single sound. Otherwise, this breakthrough will fail. The ancient divine pagoda had understood Zixi's situation and automatically placed a protective screen between the outside world and itself. That means that you, Master, won't be able to communicate with the ancient divine pagoda nor can you enter it. Even though Zixi was in a coma, due to the existence of their contract, he could sense Gu Ruoan's every action one. This time, however, he must not be disturbed at all. Hence, the ancient divine pagoda had automatically put up a protective shield between him and all forms of communication. Chapter 1034, An Unforeseen Event in the Ancient Divine Pagoda, 3. Zixi is having a breakthrough. Gu Ruoan was mildly shaken. A sense of joy then flashed across her face. Last time, I had to help him to seal off his power source as it was much too strong. I had only been able to seal it all up slowly. I never thought that he would be able to lift the seal from one of the power sources so soon. I wonder how powerful Zixi's breakthrough will be after he has absorbed the power source. Yunya was momentarily silent before she slowly replied, Master, I can't place a guarantee on how powerful Lord Zixi's breakthrough will be. I can only tell you that he would definitely grow far more powerful than the vermilion bird. Furthermore, as the ancient divine pagoda has shielded itself from the world outside, we cannot come out and help you despite our contract. You must be careful on the road ahead. All right, I understand. Gu Ruoan gently nodded. The news of Zixi's breakthrough has put her in a very good mood now. A breakthrough, this means that Zixi will awaken soon. Sister, what's happening? Just as Gu Ruoan was reveling with this good news, a young man's puzzled voice sounded beside her ear. You looked a bit pale a while ago, why do you look so happy all of a sudden? Earlier on, Gu Ruoan had been communicating with Yunya through soul telepathy, so Chia Linyu, who had been right next to her, was not aware of what had transpired. Gu Ruoan gave it a thought before replying, Yue, an unforeseen event has happened in the ancient divine pagoda. If any trouble comes our way, the vermilion bird and the spiritual beasts would not be able to come to our aid, so I'm afraid that I won't be able to protect you at all times. Hence, I'd like for you to go into Siohei to accompany the ghost doctor and the others. The divine weapon, Siohei, was a box which Gu Ruoan had obtained in the vanished lands. The box was laden with all sorts of elements which allows a cultivator to grow exponentially in their cultivation. Hence, the ghost doctor and others have remained inside the divine weapon. Unfortunately, as Siohei's master, Gu Ruoan was unable to enter and use it for cultivation. Otherwise, she would have broken through to the rank of a martial supreme long ago. All right. Chia Linyu fell momentarily silent before he agreed to Gu Ruoan's decision in the end. He knows that based on his current level of power, not only would he be of no help to Gu Ruoan if he had stayed by her side, he would become a burden to her. Let's continue on our journey then. Once she had finished speaking, Gu Ruoan rose to her feet. It was also at this moment that the young man who had been right next to her disappeared into the air. It was as if he had turned into thin air and not even his shadow could be seen. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Guruan was about to leave, she was suddenly attacked by countless murderous auras. Wild winds immediately rose throughout the entire forest, which was now so quiet that only the sound of wind could be heard. Why, at a time like this? Her face sank along with the rise of the powerful murderous auras. An unforeseen event had just occurred in the ancient divine pagoda, and now someone has arrived to cause trouble for me. It seems that I won't be able to utilize my final protective charm this time. Ha! Guruan was in the middle of her thoughts when countless figures in the form of sharp rays of light shot towards her and quickly surrounded her from every angle. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man. His sharp and cold eyes fell upon Guruan as he asked, "You're Guruan, Grand Lord Honglian's daughter?" Guruan's expression sank even more. Her clear, cold gaze was fixed squarely upon the group surrounding her. She did not respond to his question. Instead, she asked another question in return, "Members of the First City?" "That's right." The middle-aged man laughed icily. He did not deny Guruan's statement. After all, to him, this woman does not pose too much of a threat. To prod her into death would be as easy as prodding an ant to death. Chapter 1035, An Unforeseen Event in the Ancient Divine Pagoda, 4. "Let me guess, are you guys from Wind Valley or the Lin family?" Guruan gently stroked her chin and laughed icily as she said, "If my guess is correct, you're from the Lin family. The eldest lady of Wind Valley would not be so stupid to send people to capture me here. However, it goes without saying that you're far more composed compared to the last time. You've even sent martial saints along as well. The Lin family from First City were the ones who had plotted to capture my elder brother and caused my parents' separation. They're also the reason why father has been working so hard." "Guruan, how dare you?" The middle-aged man scoffed icily as he stared domineeringly down at her. "Previously, the members of the Lin family had extended an invitation to you as a guest in our Lin household. Instead, you had collaborated with Grand Lord Honglian and murdered the Lin family members. This is a debt that the Lin family shall collect from you sooner or later. However, the Lin family has always practiced returning good for evil. We will give you a chance to atone for your sins. As long as you follow us back to the Lin family home, we'll spare your life." Guruan laughed. Her smile was filled with an icy chill, and it further enraged the middle-aged man. "You want me to follow you back to the Lin family home?" Guruan smirked as replied. Her eyes were clear and cold as she continued, "Then what? Use me as a means to threaten my father? Do you think that I do as you say? Besides, it seems that First City has its own set of rules. Cultivators of the rank of Martial Saint and above aren't allowed to leave First City without permission. Aren't you afraid that those people from First City would punish the Lin family for shirking the rules like that?" The middle-aged man's face was ashen. The Lin family had to do this was because they had no other way. Grand Lord Honglian's power was growing far too quickly. If they want to eliminate him now, they would need to send out half of the Lin family's powerful cultivators. However, if they really were to mobilize that many Lin family cultivators, it was likely that they would be stopped even before they could step out from First City. Hence, he had to represent the cultivators of the Lin family and capture Grand Lord Honglian's daughter. However, upon leaving First City, he never thought that he would hear a rumor about how this woman was a pill master. If that was the case, the Lin family seriously needs to get rid of the father and daughter pair more than ever now. Otherwise, the Lin family's doomsday would arrive very soon. "Little girl, let me offer a bit of advice, don't retaliate unnecessarily. That troublemaking father of yours has constantly antagonized the Lin family. The Lin family had always shown mercy by allowing him to drag out an ignoble existence for so many years. We've already shown him so much benevolence. After this, don't blame us for being discourteous. Showing mercy, drag out an ignoble existence. Are you certain that you're talking about the Lin family and my old man?" Guruan replied as she chuckled softly. Her smile was extremely calm, but when her voice rang in everyone's ears, they could clearly hear her disdain. "Based on what I do know, the Lin family has been trying to eliminate my father for many years now. However, it was to no avail as they were simply too weak. Not only had they allowed my father to escape, they've let him grow to the rank that he is today. If it wasn't for the fact that you can't do anything about my father, you wouldn't have needed to come and look for me. Only, it's just too bad. I, Guruan, may not be able to go up against so many of you, but if I want to escape, there hasn't been anyone who's been able to intercept me." "Ha ha ha." The middle-aged man burst into laughter and exclaimed with a scornful look on his face, "Little girl, as humans, it's best not to act with such savagery. With so many of the Lin family members surrounding you, do you really think that you can escape? If we do let you get away, we won't have the right to stay in First City anymore." Chapter 1036, An Unforeseen Event in the Ancient Divine Pagoda, 5. That was right. This time, for safety's sake, the Lin family had deliberately sent him, a martial saint. Though little girl's powers were pretty substantial, in his hands, she would be nothing more than an insect. Trying to escape. Dream on. All of you, attack. Take this girl alive. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and bellowed an order. The aura within the group of Lin family members whirled suddenly before charging towards Guruan, who was surrounded by them. Bang. At the same time, a powerful aura also exploded from Guruan's body. The powerful aura was so strong that it caused the group to stumble back unconsciously before they stopped and looked at her with astonishment. The middle-aged man's eyes landed upon Guruan's hand. He then lightly raised the corners of his lips as he exclaimed disdainfully, "A spiritual weapon. I never thought that you would have a spiritual weapon in your hands. No wonder you're so confident. If the people here today were ranked below martial saints, you might have been able to get away. Unfortunately, the gap between a martial saint and a martial supreme is no small distance, but actually the size of an entire gulf. You'll never be able to touch it, ha ha ha." He burst into laughter as a torrential wind rose piercingly around him. The surrounding trees were sucked into the sky, and the middle-aged man, who was standing in the middle of the hurricane, curled his lips into a sneer. He then moved as fast as lightning and soon appeared in front of Guruan. Master, run. Yunyao and the rest anxiously cried out from within her soul. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Just as Gu Ruan had pulled out her sword and was holding it in front of her chest, the middle-aged man's power slammed fiercely onto her body with a loud bang. The spiritual weapon in her hand was also hit by the destructive force from the energy blast and split into two right in front of her with a crack. Is this the extent of a martial saint's power? Regardless of how powerful she has become, she was as insignificant as an insect when faced with a martial saint. Gu Ruan stumbled backward and her mouth was dripping with blood. Her delicate and pretty features were drained of color. She felt as if her internal organs were under heavy attack and the pain was excruciating. Roar! 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 The white pale dragon which resides in the spiritual weapon as its weapon strut also roared in agony due to the damage sustained by the spiritual weapon. Its voice was like a spell and caused Gu Ruan's heart to clench violently. Even though the white dragon was previously defeated by Gu Ruan's and had chosen to become her weapon sprite for the sake of survival, after many years of fighting side by side, she has long come to consider it as her friend. Now, hearing her friend's agonized roar, how could she not feel anxious? I'm sorry that I'm too weak. I wasn't able to protect you. Gu Ruan bent down and picked up the two halves of the spiritual weapon before putting it into the divine weapon, Xiao Hei. She then turned her clear and cold gaze towards the middle-aged man once again, staring at him unfeelingly. Spiritual weapons are indeed precious. Unfortunately, when a spiritual weapon, no matter how precious it is contracted to a piece of trash, it will become trash as well. The power of trash is far too inferior, so how can a spiritual weapon showcase its greatest potential? I, Lin Fei, on the other hand, do not require the use of a weapon when faced with trash like you. I can make you kneel before me and call me your grandfather even when I am unarmed and defenseless. Lin Fei lifted his chin arrogantly as he stared down dominantly at Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan gently closed her eyes. At this moment, her heart was filled with extreme determination. A martial saint's power is so powerful, and I will enter this world sooner or later. When that time comes, everyone who has ever heard me or my friends will pay a bitter price. Chapter 1037, An Unforeseen Event in the Ancient Divine Pagoda, 6. The Lin Family. She then slowly opened her eyes and laughed icily. Her clear and cold eyes were fixed squarely upon Lin Fei's arrogant face. She spoke slowly, enunciating every word. Wait until I've left. You can go back and report to the Lin family's master that in 2 years, I will make my way to the Lin household and find him on my own. Heaven watches over the actions of men. One day, someone will seek him out and serve him with revenge for everything he's ever done. 2 years. I've given myself 2 years. After 2 years, I will go to the Lin household and look for him. While I'm there, I'll seek justice from him. After saying her piece, Gu Ruan released the aura from her body once again and charged towards the nearest Lin family cultivator. Before the cultivator could react, an icy cold hand had already landed on his neck. Without any warning, her hand twisted his neck downwards and fresh blood began spurting out, dyeing the entire forest in a bloody red hue. She wants to escape. Lin Fei finally returned to his senses and bellowed sharply, "Stop her." At the same time, his body charged directly towards Gu Ruan. As a martial saint, Lin Fei was naturally substantially faster than Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan immediately grabbed the cultivator at random and threw him directly at Lin Fei. With the absence of two people surrounding her, their formation naturally disintegrated. Hence, Gu Ruan did not hesitate at all and hurriedly flew off to the distance. Lin Fei's fist smacked the figure who had been flung towards him out of the way. He turned to look at Gu Ruan's retreating figure as his smile grew even creepier and filled with a fiery rage. Gu Ruan, are you trying to get away? You're underestimating me. If you had obediently surrendered, perhaps you wouldn't be subjected to any torture. Yet, you insist on struggling at the brink of death's door. Since that's the case, don't blame the members of the Lin family for lacking care towards the fairer sex. Lin Fei then waved his hand as he ordered coldly, after her. A figure was zipping through the trees at top speed in the middle of a dense forest. Blood had stained her robes red, yet she did not seem to sense her pain. Instead, she gave everything she had as she continued to run. Lin Fei's punch has indeed caused her serious injuries, but she could not stop. If she were to stop, all that awaited her was death. This can't go on. I must find somewhere to hide. Gu Ruan randomly picked up a bunch of pills and jammed them into her mouth. Once she had swallowed the pills, the pain in her body subsided by a good degree. However, the powerful aura behind her was growing stronger and stronger, causing her heart to race. She was already exhausting all of her energy and had utilized the pills in order to escape as fast as she could, but she never thought that the group behind her would catch up to her so quickly. The power of a martial saint should never be underestimated. Gu Ruan, I'd like to see where you'd be able to run after this time. A cold and arrogant voice sounded from behind Gu Ruan, causing her expression to change greatly. As she was lost in thought, the group was already right behind her. Suddenly, Gu Ruan sensed a sudden movement from the ancient divine pagoda in her body. The ground beneath her suddenly loosened, becoming as soft as sand. She then lost all consciousness. The last thing she could feel was her body continuously sinking downwards. By the time Lin Fei had managed to rush over, all he could see was Gu Ruan's figure vanishing into thin air. His expression changed drastically and his eyes were like the keen end of a long sword slashing towards an imaginary person. Find her, he ordered with a dark voice. I don't care what tactic she had used to leave this place, you will find her. No one escapes from the clutches of the Lin family. Chapter 1038, My name is 9Yi 1. A red light glowed in a mountain cave. The light was as red as a halo of blood and was eerily beautiful. At this moment, a woman dressed in green robes was lying on the ground in the mountain cave. She was bathed in the blood-red light, illuminating her figure. She was currently unconscious, so she did not hear the muffled voices in the mountain cave. Hey, I had sensed the ancient divine pagoda's aura a while ago. Could it be that this woman is the ancient divine pagoda's master? There can be no mistake about it. No one else but the master of the ancient divine pagoda can enter this place, so this woman should be that person. Since that's the case, it's about time we return these things to their rightful owner after being guarding them all this time. The whispers faded away as the red light within the cave glowed brilliantly. Suddenly, a sword drenched with blood red light flew over from a distance away. It then entered Gu Ruan's mind. The ninth emperor has recognized its master. We should send her out of this place now. The muffled voice sounded once again before everything grew quiet. A hurricane then rose from within the cave and carried Gu Ruan's body up. It hurts. Gu Ruan felt as if her head had exploded and she was in extreme agony. The searing pain made her knit her brows together before she slowly opened her eyes. An old, thatched hut came into her sight. The house had simple furnishings and she was lying on a bed made of grass. Her initially blood-drenched robes have been changed into a set of clean but patched robes. This surprised her and the frown on her face deepened. Where am I? I had sustained injuries on my chest so why does my head hurt instead? Also, I feel as if my entire body has lost all its strength. The feeling of weakness made Gu Ruan feel utterly powerless. Logically speaking, since I've taken some pills, my body should have been healed after such a long period of time. How did this happen? Just as Gu Ruan was rubbing her temple with her fingers, she suddenly realized that there was an additional sword in her head. The sword was completely red in color and 9 awe-inspiring dragons were carved onto its blade. Gu Ruan only needed one look to sense the majestic air that shone from within the sword. It was like a king which stood tall in the world. Anyone who stands before it must obey. The divine weapon, ninth emperor. These words suddenly appeared in Gu Ruan's mind, creating shockwaves throughout her entire being. Divine weapon. Is this sword a divine weapon? That makes sense. What other kinds of weapon, aside from a divine weapon, would have the power to shock anyone in such a manner? However, what I don't understand is when this divine weapon had appeared in my head. Master, the white dragon's voice rang out from within her soul, the spiritual weapon has been destroyed and I am severely injured. Initially, I had intended to enter the divine weapon in your mind but that divine weapon already contains a weapon spirit. That weapon spirit has great power and has denied me access so I was unable to enter the divine weapon. Though the white dragon may only be a spirit, because he had become a weapon spirit in a spiritual weapon, he would also suffer severe injuries if the spiritual weapon was damaged. It was a good thing that the damage on the spiritual weapon was not too severe. Otherwise, he would have vanished with a puff of smoke along with the spiritual weapon. I'm sorry, I had underestimated the power of a martial saint. Gu Ruan sighed, go enter another spiritual weapon and recuperate first. You can come back once I've repaired this spiritual weapon. Chapter 1039. My name is 9Yi, 2. Gu Ruan has the ability to nurture an average weapon into a spiritual weapon so she has a lot of spiritual weapons on hand. Naturally, the white dragon could find a place for it to recuperate. Yes, master. The white dragon replied softly. To him, recuperating his soul was at the highest priority. Just then, a small hand pushed the door open and a little maiden with 2 braids walked in, carrying a pot of water. When she the Gu Ruan had woken up, she approached her joyfully. You're awake. Big brother was out hunting in the mountains when he found your unconscious body on the ground. He was afraid that you would run into fearsome spiritual beasts so he had brought you back. Naturally, she was referring to regular wild animals with no spiritual consciousness when she said that her brother was out hunting. Normal beasts exist just like regular humans on the mainland. Thank you. Gu Ruan held her forehead and tried to get out of bed. However, she was not as strong as she thought she was and staggered a little before she sat right back on the bed again. It seems that she has to endure many repercussions after unwittingly forming a contract with this divine weapon. She would not be able to help you to search for medicinal herbs for the time being. Be careful. When she saw what Gu Ruan had tried to do, the little maiden hurriedly put the wooden basin down and quickly rushed over to support her. You are already so badly injured, you should get a proper rest, she chided Gu Ruan with slight impatience. For the time being, it's best that you stay put. Gu Ruan frowned. She then turned towards the little maiden who was making her way towards the wooden basin once again. What is this place? Also, who are you? The little maiden held a handkerchief up and walked back towards Gu Ruan. She grinned and the freckles on her face complemented splendidly along with her smile. You may call me Cou, just like Big Brother. This is Windfall Village. My mother and father were both killed by bandits so it's just me and my brother now. By the way, what's your name? My name. Gu Ruan paused and fell silent for a moment before she slowly replied. My name is 9Yi. 9Yi. The little maiden cocked her head and murmured, what a strange name. If your name is 9Yi, who are you missing one? Gu Ruan smiled delicately but did not answer her question. It was a good thing that the little maiden did not prod her any further. She glanced at the sky outside the house and exclaimed in a good-natured manner, the sun is setting soon, Big Brother should be on his way back now. It was easy to see that the little maiden misses her older brother dearly. As soon as she had spoken, a noise sounded from outside the door. A man who was holding a large bow in his hand then slowly walked into the house. He was dressed in a tiger skin waistcoat which set off his tan complexion. Miss, are you all right now? The man had noticed that Gu Ruan, who was lying on the bed, was awake. He scratched the back of his head amicably and chuckled. It was my sister who had helped you out of your clothes. However, there aren't any decent clothes in the house so we'll have to inconvenience you for now. I hope you don't mind. It's fine, I don't mind. It would be reasonable to say that I should be the one to thank you both for saving my life. Gu Ruan smiled and replied nonchalantly. When he heard her words, the man heaved a sigh of relief. Even though this lady was drenched in blood when he had found her, he could tell from her aura that she was definitely not from an average organization. He had been really afraid that she would take offense. Miss, I don't know what you had encountered which had resulted in someone trying to hunt you down. However, you can recuperate here in peace. The Windfall Village folk are a simple and honest bunch. You need not worry about your enemies finding you here. Chapter 1040. My name is 9Yi, 3. The man's gaze was sincere as he looked at Gu Ruan and spoke in a hoarse voice. A sense of fondness emerged in Gu Ruoan's heart when she saw his sincerity and honesty. She smiled as she replied, "Thank you. Please recuperate your wounds in peace, miss. Let me know if there's anything that you need. I'll help you as long as it's within my power." The man could not help but blush when he saw her smile. He has never seen such a good-looking woman before. Even though she was dressed in such plain and simple clothes, it could not hide her lucid, elegant, and noble air. She definitely stood out from the crowd. Of course, his blushing face does not mean that he has any intentions towards Gu Ruoan. It was a reaction like when most people lay their eyes on a handsome man or a beautiful woman. They would not be able to help themselves from wanting to take a second glance at them. This was only limited to feelings of admiration and not because they had felt their hearts move. He had saved her and brought her back was not because he had been moved by her delicate and pretty features. It was simply because he would not stand idly by while someone was lying injured on the ground. "Brother, I'm hungry. Let's go get dinner ready, okay?" The little maiden stuck her tongue out in a charming manner and linked arms with the man in a coquettish and lovable way. She then snuggled up to him and placed her head on his body. "All right," the man stroked the little maiden's head as his eyes filled with indulgence. As Gu Ruoan observed the loving pair of siblings, her mind unconsciously thought of Gu Shangshao and her gaze sank. "I've been away from the West Spirit mainland for such a long time now, I wonder how Big Brother is doing." However, knowing him, he wouldn't be satisfied with staying in West Spirit mainland for the rest of his life. One day, he will make the journey to this place as well. Before that time arrives, I will conquer the world. By then, I'll have the power to ensure my big brother's safety. In the following days, Gu Ruoan made no further attempts to go look for the medicinal herbs. Instead, she relaxed and recuperated in the little village. It goes without saying that being away from the splendor of the mundane world, this plain and simple little village was very suitable for cultivation, especially with only simple and honest village folk around. Not only did they include Gu Ruoan despite her unknown origins, every household had even brought out their stockpile of food and sent them over for fear of neglecting the guest who had journeyed from far away. Gu Ruoan knows very well that to these regular people, that stockpile of food was more important than anything else. However, they had brought him over for the sake of a stranger like her. It would be difficult for her to forget about their kindness. She even had the thought that once she had found both her parents, it would not be a bad idea to move here and retire for the rest of their lives. At least there would not be much strife and there would not be too many competitive massacres either. At this moment, in a tiny and shabby storage room, Gu Ruoan was staring at a pile of medicinal herbs in a corner with mild surprise. Her gaze then fell upon the little maiden next to her and she asked, "Xiao, are you a doctor?" "I'm studying medicine," the little lady smiled shyly as she replied. "But I'm still not good enough. Ah, by the way, I had rapier wound up for you. If my medicinal skills were good enough, you wouldn't need to wait half a month to fully recuperate." Gu Ruoan smiled. The injuries on her body have healed long ago. The reason why she had not made a full recovery was due to the repercussions from forming a contract with the divine weapon, the Ninth Emperor. "Nine Yi, do you know, my dream is to become a great doctor. I want to heal the sick and wounded. I even want to be able to snatch the life of a dying person from the clutches of the King of Hell." The little maiden's eyes sparkled and the freckles on her face grew more comely along with the light in her eyes. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and the light in her eyes darkened. Chapter 1041, My Name is 9 4. That year, my parents had been badly hurt by bandits. They initially had a chance at survival but, unfortunately, we couldn't save them because we didn't manage to get to the doctors in time. The little maiden had begun to weep as her memories of that incident came flooding back. If only I had understood medicine at that time, I could have saved my parents. It was also from that moment on that I vowed to teach myself medicine. I will never let any other family experience separation in death. This was her dream. It was also a goal that she has been working towards all this time. Gu Ruoan smiled as she said, "I'll be leaving this place in 2 days. Once I'm finished with my tasks, I can teach you medicine. What do you think?" "Nine Yi, you know medicine?" asked the little maiden as she inclined her head. Her two braids made her look very cute as she blinked her sparkling eyes with curiosity. "I know a little about medicine. Before anything else, I'd like to ask you where you got these red flowers from." Gu Ruoan picked out a small, red flower from the pile of medicinal herbs. A glint then flashed through her eyes. She had noticed the little flower immediately when she had entered the storage room. She never thought that she would find the second medicine herb that she needed in a place like Windfall Village. This was the blood moon blossom. Most of these flowers exist in areas with blistering heat. Besides, it was an accompanying herb to the dragon phoenix fruit. This dragon phoenix fruit was a medicinal herb which happens to be an ingredient in the fleshbone regeneration pill. "Oh, you mean this little flower?" The little maiden looked very curious. She thought for a bit before replying. "My brother had found it during one of his hunts a while ago. He had stumbled upon a blazing cave and retrieved this little flower from there." "All right, I understand." Gu Ruoan put the blood moon blossom down and smiled. "Come on, let's go out. She needs the dragon phoenix fruit." This blood moon blossom was not of any use to her. Perhaps I should shift my departure to an earlier date. At this moment, a group of thugs carrying knives and spears had suddenly charged into the village. Instantly, the entire village flew into chaos and the villagers began screaming bloody murder. However, they were no match for the bandits in the end. They then tied the men and women up and dragged them into the village square. Gu Ruoan and Xiao had just stepped out from the storage room when a group of thugs burst in through the door. Those thugs immediately stepped towards them in an attempt to seize the two without any explanation. Xiao jumped in fright and quickly hid behind Gu Ruoan, peeking out with timid eyes and staring at the bandits in terror. "Stop, what are you trying to do?" Just as the group was about to approach Gu Ruoan, someone yelled loudly from outside. They then saw the tanned man striding in. "You band of bandits," he cried out angrily, "the Windfall Village has respectfully given you half of our harvest each year. Why are you going back on your word now and causing trouble for the villagers of Windfall Village? You can blame it on the fact that the food you've contributed isn't enough for the space between our teeth. Chin Hao, will you come with us willingly or do we have to use force? The two bandits also made a move to capture Gu Ruan and the little maiden behind her as they spoke. Chin Hao was so enraged that his face turned ashen. His tanned features were filled with anger as he replied furiously, "You dare lay a finger on them with your dirty claws? Just try. Ha ha, a little kid like you dares to threaten us. Have you forgotten how your parents have died?" The group of bandits burst into laughter and spoke with ridicule. At that moment, they did not notice the increasingly chilly look in the girl in green's eyes. Chapter 1042, My name is Nine Yi, 5. Nine Yi. The little maiden trembled violently behind Gu Ruan. Her bright eyes were filled with terror as she said, "The culprits behind our parents' deaths." That year, these bandits had occupied Black Cliff Mountain, which is not too far from Windfall Village, and had committed all sorts of wicked deeds around it. Because of this, all the villagers including Windfall Village then joined forces to go against these bandits. It was to no avail and many were either injured or killed disastrously. My mother and father had both lost their lives at that time. In the end, every village agreed to contribute half of their food and money in order for them to spare the rest. Nine Yi, I'm so scared. Sensing the shivers from the person behind her, a murderous intent flashed in Gu Ruan's eyes. She suddenly lifted the corners of her lips and smiled as she said, "Since they want us to leave with them, what's wrong with taking a walk?" Nine Yi. Chi Hao was mildly surprised. He never expected Gu Ruan to agree to the bandits' demands. However, if he allowed her to fall into these bandits' hands, she would be swallowed whole. "No, you are only a guest of the Windfall Village." Chi Hao furrowed his brows and glared at the ruthless bandits. "This woman is not a villager of Windfall Village," he exclaimed. "The matters of Windfall Village have nothing to do with her. Can't you let her go? Chi Hao, you dare to bring up conditions with us. I don't care who she is, everyone in Windfall Village will have to come with us. However, compared to you, this lady is clearly more aware of the situation. She knows that we, the Black Cliff Mountain bandits, cannot be defeated, so she has decided to follow us obediently." The bandit burst into an arrogant laugh, but his vulgar eyes continued to size Gu Ruan up. "It goes without saying that with such a beautiful woman in the Windfall Village, it's been quite a profit for us to have made the trip." "You." Chi Hao clenched his fist tightly, feeling a great urge to land it on the bandit. However, he was only a normal person. How could he possibly stand a chance in a fight against a cultivator? Gu Ruan looked at Chi Hao, but she kept quiet. She slowly walked out of the door and spoke indifferently. "Didn't you say that you wanted to take us away? Lead the way then. I'm a bit pressed for time here, so don't hinder me from conducting other matters." The bandits were in shock when they heard her words. What does she mean? Why does she make it sound like we, as bandits, have become people who would lead the way? Besides, she says that she's pressed for time, that we should not waste her time on her business. After all, we are strong bandits. Is this woman not afraid of us at all? Big brother, I'm scared. Xiaoyu crept towards Chi Hao and tugged his sleeve as her freckled face filled with fear. Will they treat us the same way as how they had treated mother and father? Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. Chi Hao pulled Xiaoyu into his arms and patted her back soothingly. Big brother will protect you, he replied softly. I won't let anyone hurt you. Mother and father are dead. My sister is my only family. Today, I will protect her no matter what. All the villagers had been restrained and pushed into the center of the square outside the village. They were surrounded by the bandits who were wielding knives and spears. When they looked into the bandits' fearsome eyes, they were so terrified that they did not dare utter a word. Those who were timid have even wet the pants. Instantly, the smell of urine filled the air around the square. A brawny, middle-aged brute was sitting on a chair at the foremost of the bandits. The fierce look on his face gave off a very sinister air. Coupled with the murderous bloodlust from his body, one could tell at first glance that he was the type of person who could kill a man without even batting an eye. Chapter 1043, The Bandit's Punishment 1. Nine Yi, why have you been captured as well? An older woman, who was dressed in short robes with a floral pattern, noticed Gu Ruan immediately as she entered the square and looked mildly shocked. She then cried out angrily, these bandits simply have no humanity. They wouldn't even spare a maiden. Furthermore, she's only a passerby, yet this time, she has been dragged down by the Windfall Village. Gu Ruan smiled gently as she asked, Auntie Hua, are these bandits very powerful? Of course they are, sighed Auntie Hua. Apparently, the leader of these bandits is a martial king. To us common folk, a martial king is simply invincible. It looks that the Windfall Village is finished this time. A martial king. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders. There were numerous martial kings in the Northern Bloc territory, so they were not considered to be particularly outstanding. However, how could they have possibly been reduced to looting from villages? After all, generally speaking, cultivators were a very proud bunch. They have always viewed anyone attacking the common folk with disdain. Hence, even though common folk exist on the mainland, they have always lived peaceful and untouched lives. Nine Yi, if you get the chance, just run. Don't worry about us. These bandits have never blinked whenever it comes to murder, so no good can come from falling into their hands. Under these circumstances, some of the simple villagers were still worried about Gu Ruan's safety. It made her feel rather touched. Don't worry, just leave this matter to me. Gu Ruan smiled and turned her gaze towards the bandit at the foremost of the group. Leave it to you. Auntie Hua was stunned and she could not understand the meaning behind Gu Ruan's words. Nine Yi, I know that you're not an average person, so perhaps you're a cultivator too. However, these bandits' powers aren't like anyone else's. If you rush towards them, you'll lose out. These villagers have never left Windfall Village all their life, so they do not really understand the world outside. Therefore, when it comes to the insignificant martial kings who were not even worth mentioning, they were like gods in the villagers' eyes. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders and carried a nonchalant smile on her face as if she had not heard Auntie Hua's exclamation. When Auntie Hua noticed that Gu Ruan had paid no notice to her warning, she became anxious. 9 Yi, I see that you're still very young, and even if you do have pretty good talent, you must only be at the rank of a marshal general now. You're no match for those bandits. The Black Mountain Cliff bandits have always mentioned that their leader has great power, and martial kings at their leader's age were too few to count. Hence, to the villagers, regardless of how talented she was, Guruan's young age could only mean that she must be a martial general. However, the guileless Auntie Hua was not aware that there was such a thing called bragging in this world. It looks like everyone is here now. The head of the bandits stood up from his chair and swept his fearsome gaze across the villagers cowering beneath him. His face carried a cruel sneer as he said, "Today, I'm going to make an announcement. The Windfall villagers shall contribute 1 woman to the Black Cliff Mountain bandits every month. If you miss out on 1 month, I'll come down to the Windfall village and kill 2 people. What? Hearing this, the men of Windfall village exploded with rage. You want us to use our women in exchange for us to drag out an ignoble existence? We won't do this. This is a complete damage to our honor as men. That's right, brothers, we're not going to listen to these bandits anymore. We can deal with the fact that he's making us contribute a big half of our food every year, but now he's making grand designs over our wives and daughter. A real man would never allow anyone to tarnish our wives. I'd rather die than allow anyone to abuse my family." Chapter 1044, The Bandit's Punishment 2. The leader of the bandits' expression gradually became frosty. A bandit next to him noticed the dissatisfaction on his face and hurriedly stepped out. "How dare you?" he reprimanded angrily. "It's a privilege that our leader has taken a fancy to your wives and daughters. Countless people have been trying to curry favor from our leader. You now have the opportunity, yet you don't appreciate this boon. Could it be that you've forgotten that our leader is a martial king? Do you have any idea what martial kings are? There are only 5 in existence on the entire mainland." The bandit held out 5 fingers as he exclaimed complacently, "My leader is one of the 5 most powerful cultivators. As for those at the rank of martial king and above, let me tell you this, they've been extinct for hundreds of years. I can see that you're indeed a group of country bumpkins who've never seen the world, yet you dare to act so arrogantly towards someone of my leader's station. Do you know how to write the word death?" Guruan crossed her arms over her chest as she stared smilingly at the bandit who was bragging vigorously. "There are only 5 martial kings on the mainland. The leader of these bandits is actually one of the most powerful cultivators. Besides, cultivators at the rank of martial king and above haven't emerged for over a few hundred years. How has he managed to survive for so long with all this bragging? Why haven't the powerful cultivators of the mainland come to destroy him yet?" Nevertheless, Guruan knows very well that even if the powerful cultivators had heard about his bragging, they would probably consider him as a bouncing little clown and would be too lazy to care about him. On the other hand, he only had the ability to bully a few villagers who have never seen the world. The leader of the bandits is that powerful. Auntie Hua clearly believed in these words and sighed. 9 Yi, she urged, don't be hasty. You won't be of any match to him, he's one of the most powerful cultivators on the mainland. We'll try to beg him for mercy later so that he'll let you leave. Besides, you're not a villager of the Windfall village, so you'll be fine if you leave. I've said to leave this matter to me. Guruan chuckled softly. Her clear and cold gaze remained fixed upon the bandits who were acting like bouncing little clowns. The smile on her face has grown even more pronounced as she challenged. You say that the most powerful cultivators on the mainland are martial kings. And that martial emperors and the rest no longer exists. Her voice was clear and bright as it resounded through the silent crowd, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Of course. The bandit glared at Guruan and continued to brag. I'm telling you this, our leader isn't just one of the most powerful cultivators on the mainland, he's the youngest martial king too. The other martial kings are nearing the cemetery now, and only our leader was the only one who has managed to reach this rank in his middle age. Our leader is the most talented person on the mainland. He's the only one, there's no other. Perhaps he would even break through to become the first martial emperor the world has seen in a few hundred years. Think about it, how powerful is a martial emperor? Shouldn't you feel honored to have the privilege to give your women to such a powerful man? Guruan raised her brows and responded with a smile that did not reach her eyes. How was I not aware that the most powerful person on the mainland has become a martial king? However, those martial emperors, martial honors and martial supremes, where have they gone? Auntie Hua hurriedly tugged Guruan's sleeve when she saw that Guruan was provoking the leader of the bandits. She was attempting to signal her against speaking any further so that she would avoid angering these merciless beings. If that were to happen, she could forget about leaving the village. 9 Yi. The little maiden was a little worried as well. Her freckled face carried a sense of anxiety. You'd better stop talking. These people are very scary. They'll hurt you. Chapter 1045, The Bandit's Punishment 3. The little maiden has taken a liking towards Guruan. Furthermore, the latter had promised to teach her medicine, so the little maiden certainly does not wish for anything to happen to her. Guruan gently patted the little maiden's arm but did not console her. She then turned with a half smile in her eyes towards the leader of the bandits. No one had sensed the accumulation of murderous intent in her eyes. HMPH, the leader of the bandits scoffed icily. His entire face hardened fiercely as he said, what would a bumpkin like you know about today's world? Martial kings are now at the top of the food chain in our world. Those ranks that you've just mentioned are in the past now. Do you think that after reading a few books, you can understand how the few cultivators on the mainland are ranked outside of the village? What a joke. If it hadn't been for the fact that I do not want to live my life being fawned over, I would never have come to a place like this. My reputation on this mainland is something that none of you could ever imagine. I only need to show myself before the eyes of the world, and those who wish to be my apprentices would cling onto me and refuse to let go. Many on this mainland are cracking their heads to find ways to become my disciple. It's just that I've yet to be impressed by anyone, so I haven't accepted anyone as my disciple. Guruan could not help but admire this bandit leader for his ability to play pretend up to this degree. This was a form of technique too. What, are you too shocked to reply? The bandit leader scoffed complacently at the sight of the flabbergasted Guruan, who was at a loss for words. To him, anyone who has heard of his high prestige would be so shocked that they would pee in their pants. They would then worship him like a deity. This was how he had managed to trick his little henchman. Of course, the reason why he had been made bandit leader was largely due to his powers as a martial king. No, Gu Ruan said as she shook her head. I was merely admiring your imagination and your eloquence in talking non-stop. How could the bandit leader fail to hear the disdain in her words? His expression changed instantly and he glared at her fiercely. Little girl, are you refusing to comply with my words? All right then, step forward, I'll give you a taste of a martial king's powers. Gu Ruan curled her lips into a small smile and was just about to step forward when a hand reached out from behind her and held her in a tight grip. Nine Yi. Qin Hao's honest and good-natured face showed a sense of anxiety, even the tone of his voice has changed. Don't go over there, he really does have great power, you're no match for him. Gu Ruan patted Qin Hao's hand and smiled gently. The resolution in her clear and cold eyes was solid and unyielding like a rock. The Windfall City has taken care of me for such a long time, she replied in a deep voice. This time, it's my turn to repay you for your kindness. After saying her piece, she pushed Qin Hao's large, coarse hand away with one swift move. She then turned to face the bandit leader. Nine Yi. Qin Hao was shocked as he stared dazedly at Gu Ruan who was approaching the bandit leader. However, his gaze soon slowly filled with determination. Nine Yi is a guest of the Windfall village. No matter what, I cannot let any harm befall my guest. At that moment, he only has one thing on his mind. The hands which he had once used to wrestle a wild beast slowly clenched unconsciously. His masculine features gradually filled with resolve. I'm here. Gu Ruan looked at the bandit leader and smiled. So, can you now give me a taste of a martial king's power? Honestly speaking, I haven't felt the extent of a martial king's power for a long time now. She was telling the truth when she said that. Chapter 1046, The Bandit's Punishment 4. Ever since Gu Ruan had left the Westsprit mainland, she has constantly faced powerful cultivators. Even her weakest opponents had been martial emperors at the least. Hence, she has really not experienced the power of a martial king for a long time. However, when the bandit leader heard these words, he thought that Gu Ruan had been flattering him. He decided that he would lessen her agony later on because of her flattery. HMPH, since you're so eager to know the power of a martial king, let me grant your wish. Sneered the bandit leader. He then reappeared in front of Gu Ruan in a flash. His eyes were like extremely sharp knives. The sinister look on his fierce features was a rather terrifying sight. Leader, give this damned girl the taste of a martial king's power. That's right, she actually had the audacity to question our leader's power. How is this any different from digging your own grave? The bandits cried out when they saw that their leader was about to make his move. After all, they had never seen their leader attack anyone else despite having followed him for a very long time. Everyone in this vicinity would immediately tremble with fear at the very mention of their leader's name. Only this little girl would act so recklessly and dare to challenge their leader. That's it. Auntie Hua could not help but close her eyes and sigh softly. Cou, if you see a chance, run away immediately. Qin Hao clenched his fist tightly as he spoke with determination. Run as far as you can and don't come back to Windfall Village. The little maiden seems to understand what Qin Hao was trying to say and she held her small body tightly. She then tugged Qin Hao's robe pitifully as she tearfully replied, Brother, our parents are gone. You're the only family I have left. I don't want to become an orphan, Cou, I don't want to live under these bandits' tyranny for the rest of my life, so I will draw my weapons like mother and father did. Besides, Nine Yi is innocent. She's only an injured person that I have brought back to the village. If I had not brought her here, she would not have been dragged down along with us. Qin Hao lowered his eyelids and spoke resolutely. However, I'm still worried about you. If a fight breaks out, run and don't turn back. Do you understand me? The little maiden fell silent for a moment but nodded in the end. Don't you die on me, big brother. You must live on for my sake. Otherwise, I will truly become an orphan. All right. Qin Hao stroked the little maiden's head as his grey eyes filled with love and reluctance. Big brother promises you that I'll make it out alive and look for you after this. Qin Hao then lifted his head after saying his piece. His eyes shot keenly towards the bandit leader in front of Gu Ruan as he spoke in a hoarse and low voice. You bandits, isn't it enough that you've hurt my family? Now, not only do you want to force Windfall Village to give your wives and daughters to you, you'd even bully a lady like Nine Yi. This time, the villagers of Windfall Village will no longer live under your threat. Fellow villagers and elders, if you no longer wish to live under this tyranny, let us draw our weapons and fight back. Otherwise, we will die by the hands of these bandits one day. Qin Hao is right, we can't tolerate this any longer. Brothers, let us draw our weapons and protect our wives and daughters. There were a few people in the square who did not have their hands bound. Since those people had never retaliated or tried to escape, the bandits had felt that it would be unnecessary to tie them up. Hence, once Qin Hao had spoken, the men in the group whose hands were unbound immediately rose to their feet. They then took out the small knives which they had been carrying and cut the ropes from the hands of their fellow villagers. Chapter 1047, The Bandits' Punishment 5. This time, the bandits had miscalculated. They thought that these people would never dare to retaliate under the tyranny of a martial king, so they had not searched the captive's body. However, how could villagers who lived at Windfall Village go around without bringing along a sharp weapon every day? Only the bandit leader seems to be unworried about the villagers' final struggle. He scoffed arrogantly as he declared disdainfully, You're just a bunch of ignorant villagers. Even people like you would dare to oppose me. You're all looking for your own deaths. However, I have no time to bother about you now. I'll play with you once I've given this woman a taste of this lesson. The martial king bandit leader saw no need to place any importance on these common folk. He could crush them with just one finger. Gu Ruan felt moved as she watched Qin Hao and the other villagers' actions. She did not say anything as her clear and cold gaze landed upon the bandit leader once again. I'm waiting, or should we say that you can't harness your martial king powers? You're digging your own grave. The bandit leader's expression changed and a warm yellow hue enveloped his fist as he slammed it fiercely towards Gu Ruan's chest. Bam! His strike landed on Gu Ruan's body without any warning but. The bandit leader's eyes, which had been initially complacent, filled with astonishment as he stared at the woman whose body had remained as unmoved as a stone. How can this be? I had gathered all of my might in that attack yet she had not moved at all. The entire square was now completely silent. The riled-up villagers stopped their ruckus as they stared unblinkingly at the drastic change on the bandit leader's face before they looked at the indifferent girl in green robes. Gu Ruan looked at the fist which had landed on her chest before turning her gaze towards the bandit king once again. She then exclaimed with a small smile, "Is this everything you've got?" "I think, that's not just it." The bandit leader's expression turned ashen. He could feel the disdainful stares surrounding him and even his henchmen were eyeing him with suspicion. How could the bandit leader, who has been a tyrant for so many years, possibly bear this? I was only using my average capacity earlier on. I certainly haven't displayed the full force of my martial king powers. This time, I won't throw the game. You can go to hell. Whoosh. The bandit leader yanked out his machete fiercely before slashing its sharp blade at Gu Ruan's shoulder. The murderous intent in his eyes has thickened. From his point of view, this knife would completely slice the woman's body in half. Qin Hao and the others had just regained their senses when they saw Gu Ruan under the machete's gleam. The look in their eyes immediately changed greatly. Some of them shut their eyes, unable to bring themselves to endure this. They did not wish to watch the delicate and pretty girl crumple into a pool of blood. Dang. Suddenly, a sharp and clear sound rang out. It sounded like a sharp weapon clashing against steel. Some of the ones who could not bear to watch opened their eyes once again. The woman's small smile looked absolutely engaging under the gentle breeze. A large, sharp knife was propped up against her slender shoulder but her expression has remained unchanged. A shallow smile had accumulated in her clear gaze. What, is that the full extent of your power? Gu Ruan's clear and cold voice brought the bandit leader back to his senses. Panic began to cloud over the initial ferocity in his eyes. The strong terror in his heart made him raise his machete and slash it fiercely towards Gu Ruan once again. You can go to hell. This woman must die. Otherwise, I will live in terror for the rest of my life. Chapter 1048, The Bandit's Punishment, 6. Dang. Dang, dang. The bandit leader's machete slashed at her over and over again yet it could only make a sharp and clear noise like it was striking against steel. Even his opponent's robes had remained untouched. No, that's impossible. The bandit leader was on the verge of a breakdown. He stumbled back and the machete in his hand fell to the ground. He then bellowed maniacally, "You're a monster, you must be a monster. How could a human remain unscathed from a knife wound? I don't believe it, I can't believe it." At that moment, forget about the bandits, even the villagers of Windfall Village were in shock. What is her flesh made of? Why is it that not even knives or swords can harm her? No wonder she had so much confidence, it's actually because her body is special. In the villagers' eyes, Gu Ruan's body must have something special. Otherwise, it would not be possible for her to remain unscathed from being slashed by a blade. Do you want to know why? Gu Ruan smiled as she walked towards the bandit leader. Her smile filled the bandit leader's eyes, causing his gaze to waver. You, who are you? Why are you impervious to swords and spears? No one in this world is actually impervious to swords and spears. As for the reason why you cannot hurt me, the answer is very simple. Boom. A powerful energy came whirling out from Gu Ruan's body. It covered the sky and earth before slamming towards the bandit leader's head. The immense pressure caused the bandit leader to feel as if a large rock was pressing against his body. The sheer force of it nearly caused him to throw up a mouthful of blood. This power was far too familiar to him. Only those at the rank of a martial emperor and above would possess such a powerful force. Why would a cultivator at the rank above a martial emperor make an appearance in this godforsaken mountain village? No. I do not believe that I'd have such horrible luck. However, after witnessing the scene before me, I have to believe it. Gu Ruan curled her lips and turned towards the horrified bandit leader with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Because the difference between your powers and mine isn't just by 1 or 2 levels, you can't even penetrate my defenses. Do you still think you can hurt me? The bandit leader began to tremble as his eyes filled with panic. He opened his mouth to speak but was unable to make a sound. The most powerful cultivators on the mainland now are only at the martial king rank. Gu Ruan laughed icily before she continued to speak. Why is it that in the world outside the village where I come from, we've never heard of having martial kings calling the shots? On the East Peak mainland, martial kings are considered to be at the bottom of the barrel. There are even a substantial number of martial supremes. However, it's unfortunate that I have met many martial supremes yet you, who holds the existence of the lowest of the low, are here bragging about your invincibility. Of course, no matter how much you brag, that's entirely your business. However, this time, you've made that mistake to me. Gu Ruan slowly raised her hand. The bandit leader could only stare in terror at her as a powerful force the scale of Mount Tai came slamming down above his head with a crash. This time, the bandit leader did not even have the time to beg for mercy. As soon as the Mount Tai level force slammed onto him, he was immediately flattened into a meat patty. The crowd was in shock. This was especially true for the villagers of Windfall Village. They never imagined that this fair, pretty, and ever-smiling maiden would possess such great power. They had not even managed to see her attack before the martial king bandit leader's life was sent into the Yellow Springs. Auntie Hua laughed bitterly. Nine Yi, you've concealed yourself very deeply. We were nearly shocked to death. It's a good thing you did not fall into any danger. Chapter 1049, The Bandit's Punishment, 7. Qin Hao was dumbstruck. He never thought that the woman he had rescued would turn out to be so terrifyingly powerful. Of course, if it had not been for his kindness at the time, perhaps Windfall Village would have been completely destroyed by these bandits today. The little maiden blinked her large eyes as her little freckled face stared at Gu Ruan with admiration. Nine Yi is really my idol. Not only is she knowledgeable about medicine, she even holds great power. If I could be as powerful as her one day, that would be great. Run. The rest of the bandits finally returned to their senses after witnessing their leader's demise. They looked at one another before they attempted to escape into the forest outside the village. Gu Ruan moved without even thinking. She did not even look back and kept her eyes on the villagers of Windfall Village the entire time. Qin Hao was just about to bring up the bandits' escape, but before he could speak, he was completely shocked by what had happened next. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Even the fleeing bandits did not know what had happened. Their bodies expanded like balloons before they exploded straight away. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere and screams of agony ensued. What does it mean when one could kill someone without touching them? Perhaps only powerful cultivators like her would have the ability to accomplish that. The villagers of Windfall Village have never witnessed such a bloody scene, and they were all obviously scared witless. Of course, not a single one of them felt any pity for the bandits. After all, these bandits have murdered countless innocent villagers that year. Many of their relatives have died by their hands. Therefore, the bandits' cruel deaths was a great sense of satisfaction for all the villagers. Qin Hao, Auntie Hua, and Xiao Yu, I've stayed here for much too long now. It's time for me to leave. Gu Ruan smiled as she turned her gaze towards the simple villagers. Before I leave, I'll make a trip to the Black Cliff Mountains and get rid of the remaining bandits. From now on, you won't ever have to worry about being hurt by them. Nine Yi, it's really all thanks to you now, Auntie Hua exclaimed gratefully. Otherwise, the Windfall Village would definitely have suffered persecution once again. I know that you don't come from simple origins, so Windfall Village is no place for you. Gu Ruan merely smiled when she heard Auntie Hua's words. She then slowly turned her gaze towards the little maiden's freckled face. You have pretty good ambition. I hope that you'll become a great doctor one day. The little maiden tugged at Gu Ruan's sleeve reluctantly and asked, Nine Yi, will you come back? Her eyes were filled with anticipation as she stared at Gu Ruan unblinkingly. Gu Ruan mulled it over before she nodded. I've promised you that I would teach you medicine. I'll definitely come back. Really? The little maiden's eyes lit up. Then let's pinky swear. You're not allowed to lie to me. All right. Gu Ruan smiled gently and linked her pinky with the little maiden's. I won't lie to you, she replied sincerely. Once I've finished my task, I'll come back and visit all of you and teach you medicine. Undoubtedly, during the course of her half-a-month stay in Windfall Village, Gu Ruan had enjoyed a sense of relaxation that she had never experienced before. Therefore, if she ever has the chance, she would definitely return to this place. Take care. Gu Ruan joined her fists and took one last look at their simple and honest features before she turned away and headed out of the village. However, Gu Ruan never would have thought that this farewell would actually turn out to be an eternal parting. When she returned to this place once again, she would be greeted by a blood-stained village. The little maiden's lifeless, freckled little face and all her acquaintances would be found lying in a pool of blood. The agony in her heart was unimaginable. Chapter 1050, Breakthrough, Mid-Level Martial Supreme, 1. This must be the blazing cave that Xiao Yu had mentioned. Gu Ruan paused outside a mountain cave. She could feel the scorching temperature from the cave and her gaze slowly became serious. She gently exhaled and murmured, the dragon phoenix fruit should be inside, but I also sense a powerful aura at the end of the cave. Nevertheless, for the sake of restoring Yu's arm, she did not care too much about it. She took a step forward at the thought of this and entered the cave. As she set foot into the cave, a wave of heat rose from the cave floor. Gu Ruan did not hesitate and quickly walked deeper into the cave. The blood moon blossom is a medicinal herb which accompanies the dragon phoenix fruit. Wherever there's a dragon phoenix fruit, there will be blood moon blossom as well. However, the land which contains blood moon blossom might not have any dragon phoenix fruit. Still, even if there is only a small sliver of hope, I must try. Not long after entering the cave, Gu Ruan stumbled upon the little blood moon blossoms. However, she could not see any dragon phoenix fruit in the area surrounding the blood-colored flowers. Gu Ruan guessed that Qin Hao must have picked the blood moon blossoms from the ones which were growing here. After all, based on his body, he would not be able to venture any deeper into the blazing cave. Master, something doesn't feel right in this place. Yunyao's voice rang out from within her soul. I know. Gu Ruan fell momentarily silent before she replied, for Yu's sake, I have to try. All right. Yunyao sighed gently as she reminded, Master, Lord Zixi is still undergoing his breakthrough and we're powerless to help you too. You must be very careful and be wary of your safety. I understand. Gu Ruan gently lifted her head. Her eyes were filled with determination. She has always greatly valued her life. If she were to ever lose her life, the people around her would be in grave danger. So, no matter what, she had to protect herself. The scorching temperature grew even hotter as she journeyed deeper into the cave. It was a good thing that Gu Ruan was already a martial supreme. Coupled with the specialties in her body, this was not much of a problem for her to endure. Suddenly, she paused and fixed her gaze straight ahead as a rush of joy slowly filled her clear and cold eyes. Right in front of her, a bright red fruit shaped like a dragon's head resting on fiery red leaves entered her line of sight. The red fruit was surrounded by clusters of little blood-colored flowers. The dragon phoenix fruit. It's shaped like the head of a dragon and has the color of blood. It seems that its name does indeed translate to reality. However, Gu Ruan furrowed her brows. As she stepped closer to the dragon phoenix fruit, the dangerous aura became closer as well, heightening her senses. She did not dare to relax at all. Master, watch out. An anxious cry rang out from within her soul. Suddenly, a fiery light came spiraling out from within the blazing cave, followed by a scorching temperature that could burn one's soul alive. A powerful red flame burst throughout the entire cave, casting a brilliant red light. Ha ha ha, this holy one has been waiting in this cave for many years now. I've finally found a satisfying body. Little girl, loan your flesh to me. Then I can leave this wretched place. As the wild laughter died down, the creature which had resided in the deep recesses of the cave finally showed his face. It was a gigantic flaming dragon. His entire body was made of flames, making it look dominant and unrivaled. That large body hovered within the blazing cave, giving off a powerful sense of oppression. However, Chapter 1051, Breakthrough, Mid-Level Martial Supreme, 2. The initially straight-faced Gu Ruan could not stop herself from bursting into laughter when she saw the flaming dragon which had appeared before her. A flaming dragon's spirit. If your body were here, perhaps I would have felt threatened. However, you are only a spirit. I need not worry about a spirit. Gu Ruan raised her brow and stared at the flaming dragon's transparent body as she slowly replied. HMPH, don't spout such wild words, little girl. The flaming dragon scoffed icily. I may be a spirit now, but I can still destroy you. This Holy One has been imprisoned here for so many years, and many humans had blundered in before. I had turned my back on their inferior talents, so I burned them into ashes. However, your talents aren't bad. As long as you give your physical body to me, I will spare your life. Hearing this, Gu Ruan smiled. Give my physical body to you. How is that any different from death? You. The flaming dragon glared at her. He then spoke arrogantly. That's still better than having your soul scattered into nothing. Besides, little girl, if you had left when you had just entered the blazing cave, perhaps you could have avoided this standoff. Yet you had insisted on entering deeper into the cave. Isn't this the same as presenting your physical body to me on a silver platter? You can't blame me for enjoying this. The flaming dragon had been imprisoned here, and he could only move around the area surrounding the dragon phoenix fruit. This was the reason why Qin Hao had been able to leave with his life. The flaming dragon could not possibly reach that area near the cave's entrance. Had he ventured any deeper, he might have ended up losing his life like everyone else without even leaving a corpse. If I refuse. Gu Ruan mildly lifted her gaze, and an icy chill slowly filled the smile on her lips. Ha ha ha. The flaming dragon laughed in spite of his rage. His red eyes looked as if they were spitting fire. If you won't do this the easy way, little human girl, we'll do it the hard way. Don't blame me for twisting your soul and scattering it into the air. Roar. As he finished talking, the flaming dragon roared angrily and swatted his long tail towards Gu Ruan. Slam. The flaming dragon's tail struck Gu Ruan's body, causing her to stumble a few steps back. A small trickle of blood began to drip down from the corner of her lips. Generally speaking, once any living thing loses its life, its spirit would turn into a being with no substance. Just like the white dragon. Even though he was a weapon spirit and was visible to the eye, one could not touch him physically. However, the person who had imprisoned the flaming dragon seems to have done something that provided his spirit with an essence. The tail which had hit Gu Ruan had nearly smashed her ribs. Human, this Holy One shall give you one last chance. Will you give me your physical body or not? The flaming dragon stared down at Gu Ruan, looking rather arrogant, as if the woman beneath him was as tiny as an insect. He, on the other hand, was like a deity sitting high above her. Even if you ask me 100 times, my answer will remain the same. I make the decisions over my own body. I will never give it to you. Gu Ruan wiped the trail of blood from the corner of her lips as she rose to her feet. HMPH, you are ignorant and arrogant. The flaming dragon no longer bothered to discuss bullshit with her. He held his dragon's breath from his mouth, aiming it towards Gu Ruan. Boom. The dragon's breath was like a flaming tornado as it slammed fiercely onto Gu Ruan's body. Gu Ruan was pushed several steps back. Her fine, black hair gently fluttered in the wind as an icy chill appeared within her clear and cold gaze. Chapter 1052, Breakthrough, Mid-Level Martial Supreme, 3. Human, you are rather stubborn, but this Holy One will take your body. The flaming dragon burst into derisive laughter. His large body was like a hurricane as it spiraled towards Gu Ruan. During this short period of time, Gu Ruan had already grasped the scale of power that the flaming dragon was capable of. Perhaps this dragon had been a martial saint during his golden age, but he has now been reduced to only a spirit. He no longer has the ability to release his true power. Even so, it would not be easy to defeat him. Slam. Slam, slam, slam. Perhaps the flaming dragon was afraid of harming Gu Ruan's body. Hence, he did not utilize his dragon breath against her anymore. Instead, he slammed his huge body continuously against Gu Ruan's chest, causing her bile to rise up from within her throat. However, she fiercely swallowed it. Damned reptile. The vermilion bird screamed with rage from within Gu Ruan's soul and shrieked furiously. If it wasn't for the fact that the ancient divine pagoda has been sealed at the moment, this reptile wouldn't dare act so arrogantly in front of me. Master, get out of this place first. Wait until I can come out and fight for you, then we can return and make him pay. Gu Ruan did not answer. Her eyes were turned towards the dragon phoenix fruit behind the flaming dragon. Determination filled her clear and cold gaze once again. You're only a spirit. I've said it before, if you were a complete flaming dragon, perhaps I would really be afraid. Unfortunately, the one thing that I, Gu Ruan, have never been afraid of is spirits. Zoom. Gu Ruan's body suddenly turned into a ray of light and charged towards the flaming dragon. The flaming dragon shocked. He never thought that not only does this little girl have no intentions of escaping, she would actually have the courage to attack him. Does she no longer wish to live? Gu Ruan quickly reappeared in front of the flaming dragon. She grabbed him in a tight grip, opened her mouth and bit the flaming dragon's spirit. Roar. Rip. The agony from being bitten caused the flaming dragon to let out a heartbreaking roar. His body thrashed fiercely as he tried to fling the woman, who was hanging onto him, off from his body. Master, have you gone mad? Yunyao and the rest cried out anxiously when they saw Gu Ruan's actions. She had risked a lot when she consumed Zixie's source of power, but they never thought that she would not even spare a flaming dragon. What if both their energies were to clash? She would most definitely explode and die. Gu Ruan ignored whatever Yunyao and the others were thinking as she opened her mouth once again and sank her teeth into the flaming dragon's spirit. In everyone's eyes, Gu Ruan has obviously gone mad now. However, only Gu Ruan herself understood what she was doing. She was not trying to dig her own grave by swallowing the powers of another. Instead, this was the divine weapon, the Ninth Emperor's demand. She could feel that the Ninth Emperor, which resides within her mind, was hungry and it was guiding her towards swallowing the flaming dragon's spirit. This was why Gu Ruan was acting in this manner. Roar! 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 The flaming dragon trembled in agony as the flames on his body burned brighter and brighter. At that moment, he no longer cared about the physical body that he had been vying for. All he could think of was to burn the woman hanging off his body into ashes. However, Gu Ruan does not seem to feel the scorching heat as she continued to gnaw the flaming dragon's spirit as if she was enjoying a delicious meal. Boom! A hurricane rose from the top of Gu Ruan's head, hovering around the entire blazing cave. Gu Ruan, who was now feeling very full, quickly crossed her legs and sat down. She then began to digest the power within her body. Chapter 1053, Breakthrough, Mid-Level Martial Supreme, 4. My lord, according to the soul tracking plate, Gu Ruan should be near this little village. A group of people were standing in midair outside Windfall Village. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man with a snobbish and indifferent expression. His eyes were cold and icy. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, a sneer appeared on his face as he ordered, "Move out. No matter where she runs to, she won't escape from the palm of my hand." If it had not been for a sudden issue in the soul tracking plate, we wouldn't have needed an entire month to find this place. Whoosh. Once he had said his piece, Lin Fen walked and reappeared in the village. At this time, everyone in the village was experiencing an auspicious and peaceful period. In the absence of the trouble-causing bandits, the men were tilling the farm and the women were weaving. It was peaceful and prosperous. However, the villagers of Windfall Village never thought that a group of uninvited guests would also destroy the auspiciousness and peace of the entire village on this very day. "Little maiden, have you seen the woman in this picture?" One of the Lin family's cultivators noticed a freckled-faced little maiden who was passing them by. He grabbed her hand immediately as he inquired in an icy voice. The little maiden clearly jumped in fright from the stranger's actions. Her eyes then moved timidly towards the portrait in the latter's hands. However, when she was stunned when she saw the woman in green in the picture. Isn't this Nine Yi? The little maiden bit her lips. Previously, Big Brother had taken the wounded Nine Yi in. These people are now searching for her whereabouts. Could it be that these bad people are looking to hurt her? To the naive little maiden, anyone who wishes to harm Nine Yi was a villain. The reason behind this was very simple. In her heart, Nine Yi was a great and kind person. Therefore, the people before her must be bad people. I don't know her. The little maiden replied in a timid voice. Her big, bright eyes filled with confusion as if she had never seen the woman in the painting in her life. My lord, she's lying. The Lin family cultivator who had grabbed the little maiden turned towards Lin Fen, joined his fists and remarked, "The soul tracking plate clearly states that Gu Ruan has been here before. This place still contains the aura that she's left behind even though she is no longer around. However, this country bumpkin had the audacity to lie to the Lin family members and withhold information about Gu Ruan's presence here. How should we deal with this?" Lin Fen was silent for a moment before he mildly lifted his head as his features filled with icy lines. "Spare no one. I want Gu Ruan to understand the price she has to pay for having the audacity to escape from the Lin family's clutches. That price would start from anyone who has ever had any connections with her." "As you command." The Lin family group joined their fists and replied in unison. Lin Fen laughed icily before he slowly turned around and walked out of the village. The sounds of combat and screams that came from behind him did nothing to make him stop. To forces like the Lin family, a bunch of villagers was about as significant as insects. Useless good-for-nothings like them would bring no consequences even if they were to kill tens of thousands of them. "Gu Ruan, even if you run to the ends of the earth, Lin Fen will catch you and make you experience the true meaning of despair." Lin Fen paused in his steps and stared at the sky not too far away. An eerily cold smile filled his face. At this moment, Gu Ruan, who was still in the middle of her breakthrough in the blazing cave, was unaware of the massacre in the little village. If she had known that the Lin family was not only able to trace her aura and act with such bloody cruelty, perhaps she would have chosen to not leave Windfall Village so soon. Chapter 1054, Breakthrough, Mid-Level Martial Supreme, 5. Phew. Gu Ruan exhaled and slowly opened her eyes. A small smile hung on her face. "I've finally broken through to the rank of a mid-level Martial Supreme. It certainly wasn't a waste of time coming here." Once she had said that, her gaze fell upon the trembling flaming dragon next to her. How could the flaming dragon still carry his previous splendor now? His eyes were filled with terror and resentment as well as a deep sense of grief. His body no longer displayed its initial bright and vigorous appearance. Instead, his body has become transparent and he looked as if a gust of wind could blow his spirit away. It seems that Gu Ruan's actions earlier has indeed brought a great deal of harm to his spirit. "I'm going to take the Dragon Phoenix fruit now. You have no objections, right?" Gu Ruan raised her brow as she asked. She would have loved to swallow this flaming dragon entirely if her body had not begun to feel saturated. Unfortunately, she could not contain such great power. The flaming dragon quickly nodded. "Would I dare to object? This little girl is a total lunatic. I've already ignited my lifetime's worth of flames, yet not only was it not enough to burn her to death, she had nearly eaten me alive." Upon remembering the woman's lunacy, the flaming dragon's heart began to feel limp. "Oh." Gu Ruan curled her lips. "Do you still want my body?" The flaming dragon quickly shook his head. How could he still have the courage to covet her physical body? All he wanted now is for this madwoman to leave this place as soon as possible. Even though his spirit had been imprisoned here and he has no freedom, it was better than having his spirit scattered and completely destroyed. After this madwoman had consumed part of him, his spirit has become particularly weak. It was likely that his current level of power was not even at the Martial Emperor rank. What powers would he have left to snatch this madwoman's physical body away? "Seeing as you have no further issues, I'm leaving." Gu Ruan rose to her feet. The flaming dragon watched as she walked towards the Dragon Phoenix fruit which was surrounded by the flowers and plucked it. She then carefully wrapped it in a cloth bag. I never thought that I would reap such great profits after coming to Windfall Village. Gu Ruan giggled softly. However, this is all because of Xiaoyu's hard work. Even though I don't have the time to teach her medicine right now, it wouldn't be a bad idea to gift her with a few books on medicine before I leave. This blazing cave was located in a mountain at the back of Windfall Village. Hence, Gu Ruan was not very far from Windfall Village. She could still go back for a short visit after leaving the cave. After that thought, Gu Ruan walked out of the cave without further delay. That madwoman has finally left. Once he saw that Gu Ruan has left the cave, the flaming dragon heaved a sigh of relief and lamented resentfully. She had consumed so much of my soul. How many years of recuperation would I need for a full recovery? I hope that I'll never see that madwoman again. It's too scary. Are humans these days that insane? The flaming dragon hurriedly shook his head. He has been imprisoned her for a few thousand years now and has not been in contact with the secular world for so long. If humans were just as insane as that woman nowadays, he would much rather stay here for the rest of his life. This was a far better fate than being made into dessert for those lunatics' consumption. Gu Ruan did not expect for her one inadvertent action to bring about a chain reaction. From that moment on, anyone who had unwittingly wandered into the blazing cave would be fortunate enough to leave with their lives. At Windfall Village. Gu Ruan paused in her footsteps outside the village as she looked at Windfall Village's plaque which was lying on the ground. Her lucid and elegant features sank as her clear gaze darkened. I've only been away for a few days. What has happened to Windfall Village? I don't know why, but I have a very bad feeling about this. Chapter 1055. Breakthrough, Mid-Level Martial Supreme, 6. Windfall Village, a once quiet and peaceful place, was now tainted with blood. The thick smell of death reeked throughout the entire village. This was what Gu Ruan saw the very moment she entered Windfall Village. The bodies of countless familiar-looking villagers were lying on the muddy ground. The earth beneath them was soaked in blood and the thick, metallic smell filled the air. These villagers had entertained her enthusiastically and full of vitality not so very long ago. However, she could no longer see their simple and honest smiles. All that was left in its place was the dull color of dead ashes. I've only been away for a few days. What on earth happened here? Who killed them? Gu Ruan stumbled and her voice trembled as she asked. She then noticed a small, deathly pale and freckled face in a pool of blood. However, that little face could no longer display her innocent and lively smile. All that remains was a pair of dull, wide-opened eyes as if she had died with an unresolved grievance. Gu Ruan reached out her hand and gently placed it on the little maiden's eyelids, closing them. Nine Yi, do you know that my dream is to become a great doctor? I want to heal the sick and wounded. I even want to be able to snatch the life of a dying person from the clutches of the King of Hell. Nine Yi, will you come back? Really? Then let's pinky swear. You're not allowed to lie to me. Gu Ruan slowly closed her eyes. After a long pause, she opened them again and turned towards the little maiden in the pool of blood. She murmured, Xiaoyu, I've returned. Unfortunately, I had been too late, but don't you worry. I won't let the culprits who had butchered the village get away with this no matter who they were. Nine Yi. Just as Gu Ruan was rising to her feet, a frail voice called out from behind her, causing her body to stiffen. She hurriedly tried to find the source of the voice amongst the bodies. Nine Yi. The frail voice cried out once again. Gu Ruan finally managed to locate the person who had been crying out to her. Auntie Hua. Gu Ruan rushed to Auntie Hua's side and helped her up. You're still alive, she exclaimed. I have medicine. Swallow this quickly. No. Auntie Hua shook her head. Her entire body was drenched in blood and her voice was weak as she continued. My body. I know it myself. There's no use. Only, I never thought that I'd be able to hold on until your return. Auntie Hua. Gu Ruan's heart trembled fiercely. She tried to speak but Auntie Hua cut her off. Nine Yi, those people had come here to find you. I think I heard something about some Lin family. Auntie Hua had to gasp for breath with every word that she spoke, yet she persisted. She was determined to finish what she needed to say. The Lin family. Boom. A fiery rage immediately ignited within Gu Ruan's heart. It was a raging flame that could destroy the heavens and earth. She never thought that the Lin family would be the ones responsible for destroying Windfall Village. Nine Yi. Auntie Hua saw the overflowing fury on Gu Ruan's face along with her guilt and remorse as she muttered weakly, You're a good person. We don't blame you. We only blame those cruel people. Previously, if it had not been for you, perhaps, we would not have been able to destroy those bandits and we wouldn't have enjoyed those few peaceful days. So, we don't blame you. Auntie Hua, eat this pill, perhaps you'll live. Really, there's really no need. Auntie Hua shook her head as her voice grew weaker and weaker as if it would disappear at any moment. My family, friends, and fellow villagers are all gone. Even if I can be saved, I don't want to be saved. Nine Yi, you're a good and kind child. We, the people of Windfall Village, don't blame you. Chapter 1056, A Second Breakthrough to a High-Level Martial Supreme, 1. A good person, kind. Those words filled Gu Ruan with an urge to burst into laughter. She has never been a kind person and has taken countless lives by her own hand. However, she has never hurt the innocent. The people that she had killed all deserved to die. However, she never thought that the Lin family would commit such a cruel massacre. They had shifted their anger onto a group of innocent villagers all because of the hatred between them. She vowed that she would never rest until she has destroyed the entire Lin family. Auntie Hua, don't worry, I will avenge you and the other villagers. When that time comes, I will bring the skulls of the Lin family members to your graves and get them to apologize to you. Auntie Hua's wrinkled face smiled in relief. Then, I can be at peace, she murmured weakly. Thud. Her hand slipped from Gu Ruan's grasp and fell onto the ground. She then slowly closed her eyes and stilled. Gu Ruan placed Auntie Hua's body onto the ground and slowly rose to her feet. She turned to look at the sky as her voice, filled with bloodlust and a maniacal laughter, echoed throughout Windfall Village. To the Lin family and Lin Fen, I, Gu Ruan, hereby swear that I won't rest until all of you are dead. From now on, the Lin family will no longer exist in this world. I will kill anyone who tries to stop me. Even if the cultivators of the first city were to send out the troops, they can forget about saving you from my hands. These villagers had been so kind, simple and honest. They had clearly been implicated because of her, yet even in death, they had never blamed her. The murderers responsible for the deaths must die. Wei Yi, all of you, help me bury these villagers. Gu Ruan released Wei Yi and the others from the divine weapon. The murderous intent in her distinctive eyes has not diminished. Instead, it has deepened. Once that is done, it's time for us to give the Lin family a painful lesson. A fresh breeze rippled through the forest. A woman dressed in green robes was sitting against a tree. Her lucid and elegant features were cold and detached while her clear and cool eyes held no signs of emotion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, numerous valiant-looking figures ricocheted towards her from a distance away. They then reappeared in front of Gu Ruan almost instantly. However, Gu Ruan never lifted her head to look at the cultivators at all. It was as if she had not noticed their arrival. Gu Ruan, we found you at last. Lin Fen laughed icily. Are you still going to try and escape from the Lin family's grasp? He asked with a disdainful sneer. You're dreaming. Why aren't you running now? Keep running if you think that you can. Ha ha ha. Run. Gu Ruan finally reacted and her lips curled into an indifferent angle. I've been waiting for you, so why should I run? Humph. Lin Fen's entire face filled with disdain as he stared down at Gu Ruan domineeringly. It looks like you're under the impression that you actually stand a chance at survival, so you want to stupidly give yourself up. Gu Ruan inclined her head and turned towards the middle-aged man standing in midair. I want to ask, how did you manage to track my aura? She had buried her name and lived incognito. Logically speaking, these people should not be aware of her connection with the villagers of Windfall Village. Ha ha, Lin Fen burst into laughter. Finding you is simply too easy. I hold a divine weapon which can track another soul. As long as your soul is not destroyed, I can find you even if you're buried 6 feet under. Is that so? Gu Ruan laughed. Her smile contains a frigid murderous intent. Her voice was icy when she spoke up once again. Did the Lin family members kill the villagers of Windfall Village? Chapter 1057, a second breakthrough to a high-level Martial Supreme 2. That's right. Lin Fen did not deny his actions. He then laughed icily as he replied, those villagers had dug their own graves by taking you in. Especially since they had dared to lie about not having information on you when we arrived. They simply had not placed any importance on the Lin family. Most importantly, you had once escaped from the Lin family's grasp, so you must be punished accordingly. We will punish you by killing all who are connected to you. How does it feel to see those who have helped you lying dead on the ground? Doesn't it feel unpleasant? Ha ha ha, this is exactly the result that I want. Gu Ruan slowly rose to her feet and replied indifferently, indeed, those villagers had taken care of me. However, they were only a group of common folk and were not even cultivators. The high and mighty Lin family wouldn't even spare a few commoners. Common folk, Lin Fen sniffed. So what? It doesn't matter who it is, as long as the Lin family wants them dead, they must die. This is a world where only the strong are kings. Those weak little commoners have no right to live. The weak have no right to live in this world. A cold smile appeared on Gu Ruan's face as her clear eyes stared at Lin Fen's arrogant face. I hope you remember everything that you've just said. HMPH. Lin Fen scoffed icily before he replied with absolute contempt, Gu Ruan, at the end of the day, you're to blame for those villagers' deaths. You are the real sinner here. It's not the Lin family's fault that they had to die. If you had not gone anywhere else, they wouldn't have lost their lives. Hence, once we've added all these factors together, you're actually the villain. If you truly do pity those villagers, you should go and apologize to them. In hell, ha ha, men, attack. Everything is permitted even if you were to cripple this woman, just as long as you don't kill her. Gu Ruan's greatest form of usefulness to them was to be used as a means to threaten the Grand Lord Hong Lian. Therefore, as long as she remains alive, there was not much of a limit to their actions even if they were to break her arms and legs. Rah. Once they heard Lin Fen's order, the cultivators of the Lin family immediately charged towards Gu Ruan. Her fine, silky hair was dancing in the wild winds. The woman curled her lips into a smile, but that smile did not have any trace of warmth at all. Her smile was so cold that it was frightening. Lin Fen, are you sure that you want to use these guys to deal with me? Gu Ruan, I've already destroyed your spiritual weapon. These Lin family members are more than enough to defeat you. There's no need for me to handle this personally. Lin Fen placed his hands behind his back as he stared scornfully at Gu Ruan, who was under the group's attack. There's no lack of high-level martial supremes amongst the Lin family members here, and she's only a low-level martial supreme. How could she possibly measure up against these guys? Hence, the conclusion is very obvious. Boom. At that moment, the aura from Gu Ruan's body began to overflow. Her quick and forceful gaze was like a sharp blade, invisible yet enough to kill a man. A mid-level martial supreme. Lin Fen was mildly shocked. This little girl had only been a low-level martial supreme a month ago. I never expected her to break through to the rank of a mid-level martial supreme, but so what? Even if she were a mid-level martial supreme, she can't possibly be able to defeat this many high-level martial supremes. Just as he was about to sneer disdainfully at her, he suddenly noticed that Gu Ruan had taken a pill out. That pill was the Supreme Mystery Pill which she had refined during the Medicine Sect's general meeting. Initially, she had intended to wait until she has reached the rank of a high-level Martial Supreme before consuming the Supreme Mystery Pill to break through to the Martial Saint rank straight away. However, she could not wait any longer. Chapter 1058, The Ninth Emperor Emerges, A Shift in the Realm, 1. Gu Ruan had not used the pill when she was first pursued by the Lin family because she was only a low-level martial supreme at that time. Even if she were to use the supreme mystery pill then, she would have only broken through to the rank of a mid-level martial supreme. That would not be much of an advantage to her in that battle. This time, however, it was different. Boom. The powerful force generated by the breakthrough flung the Lin family members who had been charging towards her out of the way. A great hurricane then appeared and hovered above her head, giving off a deeply suffocating feeling. A high-level martial supreme. A radiant light flashed across Lin Fen's eyes. This little girl actually has a pill that allows a mid-level martial supreme to break through to the rank of a high-level martial supreme. If we could obtain her pills, it would bring great benefit to the Lin family. Gu Ruan, needless to say, I admire you very much. You had broken through to the rank of a mid-level martial supreme in a short period of time and now you've used a pill to reach the rank of a high-level martial supreme. Nevertheless, I am someone who has already broken through to the martial saint rank. Do you think that your powers are any match for mine? The corners of Lin Fen's lips were curled disdainfully. He was not worried at all about Gu Ruan's new breakthrough. Gu Ruan slowly closed her eyes and whispered quietly from her heart, Ninth Emperor, even though I'm not sure of your connection with me nor do I understand why you've recognized me as your master, I know that you have a mind of your own. Are you willing to fight side by side with me now? Previously, the Ninth Emperor had quietly stayed in Gu Ruan's mind and had shown no signs of movement. However, when she had swallowed the flaming dragon's spirit in the blazing cave, she immediately felt a link form between the divine weapon, Ninth Emperor, and herself in more ways than one. After that, she understood that the more powerful she becomes, the easier it would be to communicate with the Ninth Emperor. Now, if she wishes for the Ninth Emperor's help in battle, she could directly ask it for a helping hand. Butst. A buzzing noise sounded within her mind. The Ninth Emperor, which had been residing quietly in her mind, finally made a move. Instantly, the skies turned dark and grey as lightning flashed and thunder crashed. The wind and rain intermingled to form a mighty storm. At that very moment, a ray of flaming red light shot out from Gu Ruan's body. It entered the heavens and tainted the initially grey and gloomy skies into a blooded hue. It was as if it had placed itself at the center of a sea of raging flames. The Ninth Emperor has emerged. It was a shift in the realm. The great cultivators in the northern block territory all seemed to sense the change. Every single one of them could not stop themselves from flying into the air and sending the gaze towards the direction where Gu Ruan was. A divine weapon has just been born. It looks like a slew of chaos will soon occur in the northern block territory. That's right, this divine weapon isn't like most other weapons either. It looks like it is ranked as the best of the best amongst the other divine weapons. At this time, Gu Ruan was completely unaware that because of the Ninth Emperor's emergence, scores of great forces in the northern block territory have fallen into a sensation. Furthermore, they were spurring their horses at full speed and were on their way towards her. What's that? Lin Fen was dazed as he stared in mild astonishment at the sword hovering in front of Gu Ruan. He does not know why but he could actually feel a faint sense of deep suppression. A divine weapon. That's right, only a divine weapon could give off this kind of feeling. Lin Fen licked the corners of his lips as his eyes filled with greed. Gu Ruan, you martial supreme level piece of trash, you can't even harness the full potential of a divine weapon. You should give that divine weapon to me. Perhaps I might even put in a good word about you to our master so that he won't torture you too much. Gu Ruan glanced at him indifferently as she clasped her hand tightly around the Ninth Emperor before her. The moment her hand touched the Ninth Emperor, it made a buzzing noise once again. Furthermore, there were 9 barely visible dragons of different colors roaming about on the sword's blade. Chapter 1059, The Ninth Emperor Emerges, A Shift in the Realm, 2. My lord, there's no need for us to make idle chatter with this woman. Let's just take the divine weapon from her by force. One of the high-level martial supremes from the Lin family noticed the greed on Lin Fen's face. He then disregarded all peril one and charged straight towards Gu Ruan for the sake of gaining their leader's favor. However, before he could even reach Gu Ruan, flames suddenly erupted from the Ninth Emperor. The flames were like countless blood-covered hands as they clawed at the high-level martial supreme. Arg. The Lin family's high-level martial supreme did not even have the time to cry for mercy as he was immediately dragged onto the sword's blade by the flaming blood-covered hands. All that was left of him was his endless screams. Everyone could see the high-level martial supreme screaming as he struggled ceaselessly on the brilliant, red-colored blade. Eventually, his entire body was swallowed by the flames. It was the divine weapon, the Ninth Emperor. It also has another name, the Devourer. It needs to devour the powers of other cultivators in order to grow. Gu Ruan had consumed the flaming dragon's spirit was also at the Ninth Emperor's urging. The crowd was in shock. They had never seen this type of divine weapon before. It can actually devour a human. This was too frightening. For a while, none of the Lin family members dared to step out. Everyone had shrank away and retreated. Bunch of useless things. Lin Fen furrowed his brows as he turned to face Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan, the more I look at this divine weapon in your hands, the more I like it. In order to obtain it, I must deal with you personally. A wave of murderous intent flashed in Lin Fen's eyes as the sneer on his face became even more pronounced. He dropped all idle chit-chat and turned into a strong hurricane before charging towards Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan raised the Ninth Emperor up high and slashed it across the vast expanse of the sky as Lin Fen charged towards her. The red-colored sword aimed at Lin Fen's chest struck down like a bolt of lightning with a loud whooshing sound. Clang! Lin Fen had raised his arm to block the attack but it was to no avail. The sword's light was much too sharp and that force sent his body back violently. Blood began to pour out from his arm, dyeing his robes bloody. The power of a divine weapon is indeed great, even a piece of trash like you could release such power. If it were in my hands, how powerful would it become? Lin Fen licked the corners of his lips, feeling an even stronger urge to possess Gu Ruan's divine weapon. He then continued to charge towards Gu Ruan once again. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. However, he was not so lucky this time. An eerie cold air circled around the Ninth Emperor's sword blade. It was clearly angered by Lin Fen's arrogance. Just as Lin Fen drew near to the Ninth Emperor, a powerful energy exploded from the sword and Lin Fen, who had been piercing through the air, instantly fell from the sky with a thud. That was right. Lin Fen had fallen from the sky. It was as if a hand had just grabbed onto him and dragged him down. It was as if a hand had just grabbed onto him and dragged him down. Lin Fen, who felt the pressure on his body, finally showed terror in his arrogant gaze. No, impossible. Lin Fen crawled to his feet with great effort and coughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. No matter how powerful the divine weapon is, if the person who wields it is far too weak, it shouldn't operate with such great efficiency. He exclaimed with a pale look on his face. Why can't I hold out against this divine weapon? Whoosh. Gu Ruan raised the Ninth Emperor again and... slash. Lin Fen's arm was cleanly sliced off. Blood splattered out from the amputated stump, dyeing the grass below his feet red. Chapter 1060. The Ninth Emperor emerges, a shift in the realm, 3. Arg. Lin Fen shrieked in agony. Sweat began to roll down his face and the pain was so great that he started to writhe about. When you had killed those innocent villagers, did it ever cross your mind that you would have to pay this price? A cold light flashed in Gu Ruan's eye as she slowly approached Lin Fen, who was now curled into a ball. Right now, Lin Fen was in so much agony that he could not speak. His face was red and splattered with blood as he stared sinisterly at Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan, you will not have a peaceful death. Once you are dead, you will most certainly be sent to hell. Gu Ruan laughed and her smile carried a murderous air. However, before that happens, all of you will reach hell before me. Lin Fen, regardless of the grudge between us, the Lin family should never have involved the innocent. After this, I will take all your heads to the grave so you can apologize for your crimes. Gu Ruan then raised the Ninth Emperor and slashed it down without any further hesitation. Lin Fen looked completely shocked and he did not even have the time to beg for mercy. Gu Ruan's indifferent eyes watched coldly as his body fell slowly to the ground. After witnessing Lin Fen's death, how could the remainder of the Lin family members possibly have the courage to stay on? They looked at one another before they turned and started to run away. However, before they could escape, a ray of light from the sword flashed behind them and they all fell down without a sound. I had promised Auntie Hua that I would bring back their heads. As for their bodies, Gu Ruan gently stroked the Ninth Emperor's blade and gently raised her gaze before saying, you can enjoy those. The Ninth Emperor seems to understand Gu Ruan's words and dragged the headless bodies onto its blade. It then melted them all with fire. If it had not been for the blood on the ground, no one would have guessed that a battle had just happened here a short while ago. A martial saint is indeed very powerful. If it had not been for the Ninth Emperor, I'm afraid that I would have needed to expend quite a bit of effort to defeat them. Sighed Gu Ruan. However, she laughed bitterly as she sensed the light in the Ninth Emperor slowly dim. Unfortunately, I can't always use the Ninth Emperor in battle since it needs a long time to recuperate after every battle. After leaving this place, I'll need to repair the spiritual weapon that Lin Fen had damaged. After all, I can't always depend on the Ninth Emperor in every battle. The Ninth Emperor was indeed very powerful. It had allowed her to instantly kill a martial saint while she was at the rank of a high-level martial supreme. However, after this battle, it would require a long period of recuperation before it could be used again. Someone is approaching. Gu Ruan sensed several powerful auras making their way to her position from not too far away and knitted her brows. She put the Ninth Emperor away, picked up the decapitated heads on the ground, and left the area without turning back. Not long after Gu Ruan had left, numerous figures hovered around the area in the sky as if they were searching for a specific aura. There was a battle here a while ago. The person who had spoken was an elderly man in blue robes. He thought for a bit before he slowly spoke again. I had sensed it too, and the ground is also drenched in blood. A massacre had clearly taken place here. Could it be that someone had arrived before us and had fought for the sake of the divine weapon? That should be correct. Just a while ago, a divine weapon had been revealed and the mainland dove into a sensation. Cultivators who had been nearby should clearly be able to arrive sooner. One less enemy would equal to one less fight, so they must have dueled for the divine weapon. We must find that divine weapon before anyone else gets here. A divine weapon that can cause a sensation of this scale must be unlike any other. Chapter 1061. The Ninth Emperor emerges, a shift in the realm, 4. Windfall Village. Numerous grave markers have been erected over the span of one night on top of the back mountain. Gu Ruan was standing in the gentle breeze, staring at the graves which stretched out as far as the eye could see. She then slowly murmured, Xiao, Chi Hao, and the villagers of Windfall Village, I've avenged you and I've brought the heads of your enemies here as well. Xiao, the dreams you've had in this lifetime can be carried to your next lifetime. I believe that in your next life, you will become an amazing doctor. I have other matters to attend to, so I should leave now. This place, Windfall Village. Perhaps I will never return to it again. Not in this lifetime. Gu Ruan laughed bitterly. Aside from sorrow, she was mostly filled with regret and remorse. So what if I've avenged them? These simple villagers will never be able to come back. If I had not come to this place, perhaps they would have continued to live in peace and work happily. As for the bandits' threat, perhaps they would still have their lives spared if they had suffered in silence. However, their lives have been changed just because of my arrival. The Lin family. Gu Ruan clenched her fist tightly as a murderous intent flashed across her lowered eyes. Even though she has taken care of the ones responsible for the villagers' deaths, the threat from the Lin family was still looming in the background. If it had not been for the Lin family's ideology and their teachings all this time, these people would not have reacted so cruelly. Hence, the Lin family was the main culprit behind all of this. One day, I, Gu Ruan, will make the entire Lin family vanish from this world. It won't only be for mother and father's sake but for the sake of these innocent villagers too. A wave of determination flashed across her lowered eyelids. She then took one last look at the graves which stretched over the mountain as far as the eye could see before turning around and descending the mountain. Celestial Mountain Forest. This was a mountain range situated not too far away from Windfall Village. It was also the place where the battle between Gu Ruan and Lin Fen had taken place. If one wishes to leave Windfall Village and head towards main city, one would have to go through Celestial Mountain Forest. However, an incident has occurred in the Celestial Mountain Forest. Not a soul could be found in the forest before, but suddenly, this place has attracted the appearance of countless cultivators. Amongst these people were a substantial number of martial supreme ranked cultivators and above as well. What on earth has happened here? Gu Ruan furrowed her brows as her heart filled with suspicion. After all, it's not like these cultivators have nothing better to do, so why would they make a trip to a small and isolated place like the Celestial Mountain Forest? Especially after I have just killed the members of the Lin family. Just as Gu Ruan was in deep thought, she heard the sound of clear and bright laughter. I never thought that so many people would be attracted by this divine weapon. It looks like the Jiang family will need to take painstaking efforts this time. Gu Ruan's eyes lit up when she heard the particular laughter. She then turned to look at the old man who was descending from the sky. The corners of her lips were curled into a small smile. He's here too. Gu girl. Suddenly, the old man in white robes who had descended from the sky noticed Gu Ruan in the crowd. He jumped slightly before bursting into laughter once again as he stepped down. Gu girl, long time no see. Are you interested in the divine weapon as well? Gu Ruan smiled mildly. Old man Jiang, I never expected us to see each other again so soon. This old man was the Jiang family's impressive elder whom Gu Ruan had met back in Cloudy Wind City when she had first entered the Northern Bloc territory. Ever since Gu Ruan had helped to cure him of his former affliction, he had changed his manner of addressing her from Miss Gu to Gu girl. Old man Jiang, is this little girl the same person that you've mentioned to me before? Chapter 1062, The Ninth Emperor Emerges, A Shift in the Realm, 5. Subsequently, another elderly voice had chimed in. This voice was filled with shock and praise as well as curiosity. That's right, this little girl was the genius that I have told you about. However, an old man like you who has been in closed-door cultivation from day to night won't be too well versed with what's going on in the world outside. You have no idea how great this girl's reputation on the mainland is now. As he spoke, old man Jiang raised his chin proudly as if the genius girl in front of him was his very own granddaughter. The old man in blue robes who was the subject of old man Jiang's taunting only laughed and replied with a mild sneer, Old man Jiang, this little girl isn't even a member of the Jiang family. Do you even have the right to show her off to me? If she was a disciple of the Jiang family, perhaps I might even envy you a little. Unfortunately, she's not yours. If Gu Ruan had left the mountain a moment later last night, she would have realized that the blue-robed old man was the same old man who had appeared after her departure. Haha, she might not be my granddaughter now, but she might become a member of the Jiang family in the future. Old man Jiang burst into laughter. The meaning behind his words was unclear, making the blue-robed old man feel very uncomfortable. Really, when the time comes, let us have a little duel to see who this little girl belongs to. Are you sure that you want to fight me? There are quite a lot of men in the Jiang family. If one of us fails, another can go up and try instead. Besides, I have an outstanding maternal grandson as well. The Gu family only has a woman amongst those in your third generation. Who do you plan to use in our fight? Hee, the blue-robed elder laughed disdainfully. What's the problem in that? I'm not one of those old fogies anyway. A laugh between women. That's not too bad either one. The two old men bickered as though they were the only ones present. As for Gu Ruan, who was at the center of the discussion, she has been completely ignored and could only stare at the two bickering old men with black lines all over her face. Nevertheless, from the conversation between the two of them, she managed to overhear the blue-robed old man's surname, Gu. If her guess was correct, he should be Gu Lan's relative. Miss Gu. Just as Gu Ruan was deep in thought, a bashful voice chimed in next to her. Jiang Moju's white, jade-like face was flushed red while his eyes carried a sense of shyness. My grandfather and grandfather Gu have known each other for many years. They've always behaved this way and are always wildly competitive over everything. Please don't misunderstand, they're really just playing around. Gu Ruan smiled, she did not really take their banter seriously. She then turned towards Jiang Moju and gently curled her lips. What are all of you doing here? This. Jiang Moju lifted his clear eyes. His dark pupils were like dark pools of water, clear and bottomless. Grandfather and I as well as grandfather Gu happened to come here on business. Coincidentally, we then found out about the birth of a divine weapon last night. Miss Gu, are you here for the divine weapon as well? A divine weapon. Gu Ruan shook. A divine weapon had been revealed in the Celestial Mountain Forest. How did I not know this? That's right. Jiang Moju's eyes sparkled at the mention of the divine weapon. I had seen it last night as well. Countless fiery lights had illuminated the entire sky and 9 different colored dragons seemed to be hidden at the center of the flaming lights. Its aura was like that of a king's, absolutely stunning. This was why so many have gathered here all in hopes to find the divine weapon. Gu Ruan was dumbfounded. Flaming lights which had set a foil against the entire sky, and the 9 different colored dragons. Are they talking about the divine weapon, the Ninth Emperor? However, she was the owner of the Ninth Emperor now. It seems that these people have wasted a trip. However, Gu Ruan's heart gradually sank when she thought of the sensation that the Ninth Emperor has attracted. In the future, I'd better not use the Ninth Emperor unless I have no other choice. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't have a moment's peace from then on. It would even attract the attention of the cultivators from First City as well. Chapter 1063, A Second Encounter with Bai Yin, 1. I never thought that Old Man Jiang and Old Man Gu would have interest in a place like this as well. Just as the bickering between the two had come to a head, a malevolent laughter sounded from behind them. This laughter was like a magician's spell as it silenced the two old men. The person who had spoken was a man dressed in gilded robes. Even though he was past middle age, he looked like he was around the age of 30 due to proper care. This man may not have Lan Ji's stunningly handsome looks, but the structure of his brows shared some similarities with Lan Ji's features. Coupled with how he had addressed the two old men, it was not difficult to guess the man's identity. This was the master of the Lan family, Lan Shao. He was also Lan Ji's uncle. Gu Ruan laughed bitterly in her heart. The Ninth Emperor's magnetism is certainly great to attract 3 of the 4 great families, one of main city here. Now, all that's left is the last one, which is also the most mysterious family of all. What is this fellow doing here as well? Old Man Jiang furrowed his brow and looked very impatient. Old Man Jiang and Old Man Gu looked at one another and both saw the vigilance in each other's eyes. Old Man Gu was the first to react and he chuckled softly. His tone of voice was unlike the one of total disregard that he had used when speaking to Old Man Jiang. This time, his solemnity carried a sense of discourtesy. So, the master of the Lan family has arrived as well. However, may I ask where the old master is? Lan Shao had an indifferent smile on his face, but his voice carried a sense of eeriness. My father is now in closed-door cultivation, so he was not aware of the divine weapon's birth. A brilliant light flashed in Lan Shao's eyes as he slowly replied, however, my presence here is enough for the Lan family. I am sure that you are both here for the divine weapon as well. While I have always revered you, I won't give way this time. Old Man Jiang burst into laughter. The feeling is mutual, the feeling is mutual. Even if your father were here, we won't let him have the divine weapon either. Lan Shao smiled. His eyes then turned towards Gu Ruan and his gaze flickered. Miss, may I ask what your background is? Why have I never seen you before? If my observations are correct, it seems that these two fellows had been fighting over this woman. I wonder what abilities she possesses which would cause a rivalry between these two. Master Lan, this little girl is an old friend of mine, you shouldn't be eyeing her. Old Man Jiang saw through Lan Shao's intentions at one glance and frowned. He knows Lan Shao's tactics very well. If the Gu girl's talents were to attract his attention, he might use all sorts of schemes to drag her into the Lan family. Old Man Jiang, you are overanalyzing things. Since this little maiden is an old friend of yours, how could I possibly have the boldness to overstep my boundaries? I only want to know her name. A light flashed in Lan Shao's eyes as he replied. Once he knows the woman's name, he would have a way to find out her identity. This. Old Man Jiang was stunned and stared hesitatingly at Gu Ruan. Honestly, he really did not want to reveal the little girl's name. Otherwise, once Lan Shao has found out about her identity as the well-known pillmaster on the mainland, he would never ever let her off the hook. Nianye. Gu Ruan smiled as she stared at Lan Shao's shrewd eyes and said, my name is Gu Nianye. Gu Nianye. Lan Shao fell silent. He was certain that he has never heard of this name in his life. However, she must not have originated from an average background since these two old fellows have been competing over her. Once I've returned to the Lan household, I can have the powerful Lan family cultivators investigate her origins. Chapter 1064, A Second Encounter with Bai Yin, 2. Lan Shao, who are you talking to? Suddenly, a cold and neglectful voice sounded behind Lan Shao. Upon hearing that voice, the look on Lan Shao's face changed immediately and he even showed a never-before-seen sense of respect. Miss Bai Yin, I've just bumped into 2 acquaintances, so we were chatting for a bit. Bai Yin. Those 2 words sent Gu Ruan into a daze. Her clear and cold eyes turned unconsciously towards the source of that voice and fell upon a woman whose white robes were fluttering in the wind. At the same time, Bai Yin also clearly noticed Gu Ruan, who was standing further ahead. She paused abruptly and her eyes turned into 2 icy daggers as she glared fixedly at Gu Ruan. What are you doing here? Miss Bai Yin, do you know Miss Nianye as well? Lan Shao was thoroughly flabbergasted. He had intended to look into Gu Nianye's identity, but he never thought that Bai Yin was acquainted with her as well. Nianye. Bai Yin was mildly shocked before she suddenly came to a realization. This Miss Nianye that Lan Shao was speaking of was actually Gu Ruan. This is just great, she thought with glee. If Lan Shao were to find out that this woman was the same Gu Ruan who had risen to fame in the medicine sect's general meeting, I'm afraid that he would not listen to my orders in dealing with this woman. After all, it had been so difficult to find this woman again. Naturally, I won't let her off so easily. That's right, I am acquainted with her. Bai Yin smiled icily and a cold light flashed in her eyes. This woman shares similar features with the Grand Lord's wife, so she had schemed to seduce the Grand Lord. It was a good thing that the Grand Lord is fiercely loyal to the madam and had seen right through this woman's tricks. Hence, he had chased her out from the Red Lotus territory. She is now like a fly who is being chased around by the members of Red Lotus territory. What an extremely nauseating person. As Gu Ruan listened to Bai Yin's words, she merely shrugged and stared at her with a forced smile. She had met Bai Yin when she first arrived on East Peel mainland. At the time, Bai Yin had been tagging along by her father's side. However, Bai Yin had offended her and her father had then sent Bai Yin back to the Red Lotus territory to be punished. However, I can't seem to figure out what she's doing here. Besides, she doesn't seem to be aware that I'm actually Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter. Bai Yin, naturally, would know nothing of the sort. Previously, she had been imprisoned by Grand Lord Hong Lian. Later, she had taken advantage of Grand Lord Hong Lian's absence to escape. The objective of her escape was to find Gu Ruan and seek revenge. I would never have lost the Grand Lord's trust if it had not been for this woman. If it weren't for her, I would never have had to endure such great hurt and torture. Only the heavens know how horrifying Grand Lord's tactics were when it comes to punishing criminals. Each time I remember the experience, I would be completely filled with fear. However, it was also because of Bai Yin's escape that she was unaware of Gu Ruoan's true identity. By the time she finally understands the situation, it would be late for regrets. Gu girl. Old man Jiang glanced at Bai Yin and turned towards Gu Ruoan. Is there some sort of grudge between you and the emissary Bai Yin from Red Lotus territory? He simply could not believe that Gu Ruoan was the person which Bai Yin had just described. Even though the Red Lotus territory has great power, Gu Ruoan was a pill master. Even the eldest lady of Wind Valley had wanted to invite her to Wind Valley. Simply based on this fact, one could tell that there was no need for her to seduce Grand Lord Hong Lian. Gu Ruoan rubbed her nose. We have a huge grudge indeed. However, I'm not aware of when she had been made an emissary of Red Lotus territory. Bai Yin had once offended me. Knowing my father's protective nature, he would not possibly put her in any important position again. This means that there can only one explanation. She was pretending to be an emissary. Chapter 1065. A second encounter with Bai Yin, 3. A cold light flashed in Gu Ruoan's eyes at the thought of this. She would have remained indifferent if Bai Yin had been impersonating someone else. However, she would not allow anyone to undermine Red Lotus territory's good name. Hence, Bai Yin has put herself against the muzzle of a gun this time. I don't fully understand the details in this situation either. Old man Jiang shook his head. All I know is that this emissary Bai Yin had made an appearance not too long ago. She even had Grand Lord Hong Lian's token in her hand which verified her status even further. This emissary Bai Yin had previously sought out the great families and tried to make us swear fealty to her. Out of the 4 families, 3 of us had rejected her, so she entered the only one which had not, the Lan family. Old man Jiang sighed. This Bai Yin is much too proud and conceited. If she wasn't a member of the Red Lotus territory, no one would have even bothered to listen to her. The Grand Lord's token. Gu Ruoan laughed icily. Old man Jiang, you are too naive. Have any of you ever seen an actual token from the Red Lotus territory? Don't you know that tokens can be faked? Based on her knowledge, only 2 real tokens exist in the Red Lotus territory. One of the tokens was with the Grand Lord while the other was a gift to her from the Grand Lord, given to her before his departure. Therefore, one need not think too far to know that the token which Bai Yin was using to represent Grand Lord Hong Lian was a fake. Old man Jiang was shocked. He then asked sluggishly, still, there shouldn't be anyone who would dare impersonate an emissary from the Red Lotus territory. After all, Grand Lord Hong Lian has already reached the Marshal Saint rank. Wouldn't it be digging your own grave to impersonate his subordinate? Gu Ruoan smiled gently but did not say very much. Her clear and cold gaze then turned to look at Bai Yin as an almost undetectable murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Fake. Bai Yin had overheard Gu Ruoan's accusation. There was a contemptuous smile on her cold and distant features as she rebuked. You dare accuse me of being a fake? Who was the person who had relied on her resemblance to the madam and tried to impersonate her to seduce the Grand Lord? I, Bai Yin, as an emissary of the Red Lotus territory, am authentic. As for this woman, she has no other ability aside from seducing men. However, Grand Lord is a noble man, so you better stop thinking about him. Each time I remember how someone like you would concern herself with the Grand Lord, I would feel disgusted. Gu Ruoan, you've outright refused the path granted by heaven and had insisted upon the dead end in hell. So what if you're a pill master? Since you've arrived in the Northern Bloc territory, I won't let you walk out alive. Bai Yin would gnash her teeth hatefully each time she remembered those rumors. A woman like her knows nothing more than to entice men. What abilities could she possibly have to refine a pill successfully? She had only been lucky. If I, Bai Yin, had pill formulas and pill refinement scrolls, I would definitely have been able to refine pills as well. So, she's not all that great anyways. Gu Nianye. Lan Shao's face had sunk when he heard Bai Yin's furious retort. On account of old man Jiang and old man Gu's presence, I don't wish to be calculated with you, he spoke in a malicious voice. Let me leave you with some advice. The Red Lotus territory has great power. As Grand Lord Hong Lian's emissary, Bai Yin is not someone that you should underestimate. Old man Jiang, since she's your friend, you should educate her as well. What if Miss Bai Yin were angered and caused the cultivators from Red Lotus territory to be immediately dispatched to the Northern Bloc territory? If that happens, it would be a punishment that we can't pay. If Lan Shao had intended to entice Gu Ruoan in the beginning, he no longer had any intentions of the sort now. Chapter 1066, A Second Encounter with Bai Yin, 4. That's right. Old man Gu laughed icily. Lan Shao, I'm going to let you off with a warning as well on account of your status as a member of the 4 great families. This girl is gifted beyond compare and her prospects are limitless. Perhaps, one day, you'll regret the decision that you've made today. So what if she's exceedingly talented? She would need to remain alive for that day to come. Lan Shao completely disregarded old man Gu's warning. Based on that madman, Grand Lord Hong Lian's way of doing things, he would never leave any opportunity for growth amongst his enemies. This little girl should not possibly be able to survive much longer. Of course, it had probably never crossed Lan Shao's mind that Gu Ruoan was actually Grand Lord Hong Lian's flesh and blood. As her father, how could Grand Lord Hong Lian possibly lay a finger on his own daughter, the person he had yearned for bitterly for so many years? By overlooking this one detail, Lan Shao would face an even greater regret in the future. Old man Jiang, do you have any news about the divine weapon? Gu Ruoan asked as she turned towards old man Jiang. Old man Jiang chuckled. We've already launched an investigation in a mysterious cave a short distance away from the Celestial Mountain Forest. Besides, I can sense an aura which is different from any other in that mountain cave. If my guess is correct, the divine weapon should be inside that cave. A mysterious cave. Gu Ruoan was stunned. What a coincidence. A mysterious cave has appeared just as I've unsheathed the 9th Emperor. Gu Ruoan fell silent as she thought about this and a light flashed across her eyes. Old man Jiang, may I come with you to explore the cave? Haha, if you're interested in the divine weapon, Gu girl, we can stay together. Honestly, I'm not too comfortable about just letting you head off on your own. We don't know how many bandits might scheme against you along the way. Old man Jiang then burst into laughter. His eyes had glanced towards the ugly look on Lan Shao's face as he spoke. Even though Gu Ruoan had previously helped Wen Yan to win the battle against the Snow Jade bandits, Wen Yan had not told old man Jiang about her using the fire spiritual beast and the vermilion bird in battle. Besides, no one had known about the time when she had used the vermilion bird to win the battle against the fire spiritual beast before claiming that fire spiritual beast as her own back during the medicine sect's general meeting either. After all, in contrast to her position as a pill master, these details were simply not worth mentioning. Hence, old man Jiang was completely unaware of Gu Ruoan's true scale of power. It was also because of this that Gu Ruoan had felt moved by his protectiveness. HMPH. Lan Shao scoffed and did not say much. However, his dark eyes showed the discontent in his heart. Red Lotus Territory. Grand Lord Hong Lian was standing in the study with his hands behind his back. He wore a crimson robe and his expression was cold and emotionless against the gentle breeze. However, his voice softened when he said his daughter's name, whom he dearly misses. Do you know where Yunsa has gone to? The man behind him replied with reverence from a half-kneeling position on the floor, reporting to the Grand Lord, it seems that the eldest lady has journeyed towards the Northern Block Territory. The Northern Block Territory. Grand Lord Hong Lian fell momentarily silent. His eyes then turned to look at a patch of sky outside the window as his cold and grim gaze filled with gentleness. His deep voice rang out once again, it's just as well, I've finished my business for the time being so it's time for me to seek her out now. Bei Ming, you shall be in charge of matters in the Red Lotus Territory in my stead for the time being. If there's anything important, send word to me in the Northern Block Territory. His precious daughter has been away for a good few months now. Only the heavens know how much he had missed her over these past few months. After all, that was the first time they had seen each other after being separated for over 20 years. If it had not been for the fact that he did not wish to impede her, he would never have wanted her to leave at all. Chapter 1067, Secret Clan, Longfang Yu, 1. The Grand Lord Hong Lian would definitely feel more at ease with his precious daughter by his side. After all, he should be the one to handle all the killing on his own. However, he also understood that his daughter was not the type of person who could be caged. She was poised towards the vast, borderless mainland. Yunsa, wait for me. Father will come and find you in the Northern Block Territory. The man curled the corners of his lips as his eyes filled with a never-before-seen gentleness. In this world, aside from that woman whom he has been worrying about for so many years, only Gu Ruoan has the ability to bring his cold and grim features into that particular expression. However, I still have no idea where Yue has gone to. If Yue were to reappear right now, our family will be truly reunited. The man's previously gentle expression filled with staunch determination as he thought about that elegant lady. I will find her even if I have to go to the ends of the earth. In a quiet ravine filled with wisps of cloud and mists, a woman dressed in white robes who was obscured by the mist seemed to sense something and opened her beautiful eyes. Brother Chan. She murmured a name gently. A slight then movement appeared in her features which were very similar to Gu Ruoan's. Were you reminiscing about me? Roar. The white dragon who was next to her let out a low growl. It then stuck its tongue out and licked the woman in white's fair face. However, the woman in white did not stroke its head this time as she has always done. Instead, her eyes were staring sadly at the sky. It was as if the people that she yearns for were at the other end of the sky. It's been over 20 years. I could feel it each time you call out my name. However, you have longed for me for the past 20 years, how could I remain unconcerned about you? There's less than a year left. When that time comes, I will go and look for you. By then, our family shall be reunited, never to be separated again. As the woman in white was muttering to herself, countless figures descended from the sky before standing in front of her. They then spoke reverently, Sacred Lady, the clan leader requests for an audience with you. Their voice brought the woman in white back to her senses. She promptly wiped off the longing on her face and her features once again displayed a cold indifference reminiscent of a snow plum blossom. All right, I understand. In the clan leader's chamber, a white-haired old woman was seated on the master's seat with her eyes closed in meditation. She seemed to sense the figure who had entered the chamber and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze then fell upon the woman in white. Yue, you're here. The woman in white slowly entered the room and walked toward the white-haired old woman. Master, you had summoned me, she asked with a respectful look on her face. That's right. The white-haired old woman's expression softened as she replied kindly, Yue, do you blame me for prohibiting you from leaving this place and searching for your family and your beloved? Do you blame me for isolating you here for 20 years, preventing you from having your revenge? The woman in white shook her head. Her voice was as gentle as the wind when she replied, I don't blame you. Besides, if you had not saved me that year, I fear that I would have become a corpse by now. How would I have the chance to see my husband and children again? Yue, I had saved you that year because the holy beast in the clan had guided me to you. If you had not been suitable to become the sacred lady of the clan, I would not have made the trip anyway. The white-haired old woman laughed before sighing gently. As for prohibiting you from leaving this place for 20 years, I was merely giving you a push. I had hoped that you would be able to fully concentrate on your cultivation for 20 years without paying any attention to the affairs of life. Only then will you be able to experience even more rapid growth. Sometimes, longing for someone is also the best motivation. However, time is running out now. Chapter 1068, Secret Clan, Dongfang Yu, 2. The woman in white felt shaken. She then knitted her attractive crescent-shaped brows and asked, Master, what do you mean? Yue, do you know why the secret clan has hidden ourselves from the world? I do not. The secret clan has never appeared before the eyes of the world because our clan holds a responsibility which has been passed down for generations. A powerful cultivator had given us this duty over 10,000 years ago, asking the secret clan to keep one particular person under control. To this day, the clan leaders from the subsequent generations of the secret clan have had no knowledge of who this person was. All we know is that our clan members must always be on guard. This was the first time she had heard the secret clan's bitter secret, and it caused the woman in white's face to show a sense of shock which then quickly disappeared. The secret clan's members have never liked fame or fortune, but that does not mean that the world is ignorant of the secret clan's existence. After all, thousands of years of inner secrets is not something which can be compared with other organizations. Also, the secret clan has been in hiding for so many years that we aren't willing to pay too much attention to the rules and grudges of the world. Hence, Yue, you must exact your revenge on your own. The secret clan will not provide you with any aid, do you understand? The woman in white laughed. Her laughter carried an icy cold murderous intent and a sense of determination. That year, those people had wrenched my family apart and schemed to take my son. No matter what, I won't let them get away with it. When the time comes for me to leave the secret clan, it will also be the day for me to stab my enemies with my blade. Master, even if you had not mentioned this to me, I would not have allowed the secret clan to step in. I will only use my own hands to exact my own revenge. The white-haired old woman smiled in satisfaction. Ah, that's right, Yue, even though the secret clan will not aid you, there is one thing that I can tell you, the Lin family is only a tool being used by another. Your true enemy is the one backing the Lin family. The one backing the Lin family. The woman in white laughed icily. Regardless of who my opponent is, I will not let them get away. However, Master, I'd like to ask you something. Why had the Lin family tried to take my son away? The white-haired old woman furrowed her brows and shook her head. I'm not too sure either. I can say that not even the Lin family knows the reason why. They had only been following their orders. The woman in white then fell silent and said nothing more. After a long pause, she lifted her head and turned towards the white-haired old woman before saying, Master, if I wish to destroy the Lin family and the power behind them, is it possible? Yue, you do whatever you want. While the secret clan can't help you directly, if you would commit a monstrous slaughter and the people who guard the first city wish to punish you, the secret clan will step out to protect you. I believe that they would listen to our words. Thank you, Master. The woman in white joined her fists and replied, I will return to the mountain and continue my cultivation. With her master's reassurance, it would be easier for her to do what she needed to do. At least she would not need to fear for the future. Go ahead. The white-haired old woman waved her hand. She was quite satisfied with this disciple. Furthermore, this disciple had been chosen as the sacred lady of the secret clan. Hence, the secret clan would ensure her safety no matter what. Celestial Mountain Forest. The crowd paused in their steps outside the mysterious cave. Old man Jiang then turned towards Gu Ruan and said, Gu girl, this is the place that we've found. Stay by my side from here on in case some sinister people try to harm you in secret. Chapter 1069, Secret Clan, Dongfang Yu, 3. Lan Shao's expression had turned black once again because of the implications in that sentence. He then glanced at old man Jiang again before quietly shrinking back to Bai Yin's side. Miss Bai Yin, what should we do? Bai Yin sent Lan Shao an icy glare as she replied frostily, you don't need to ask me what to do. Still, I can tell you with utmost certainty that the Grand Lord is extremely disgusted with this woman. Back then, if I had not pleaded for the Grand Lord to have mercy on her, he would not have let her off merely for my sake. However, I never thought that she would still find the Grand Lord unforgettable. If the Grand Lord ever finds out about this, he would certainly become very angry. Therefore, if you want to gain the Grand Lord's favor, you mustn't spare this woman. A murderous intent flashed across Lan Shao's eyes. He has clearly chosen the Grand Lords over the genius. As long as he could gain Grand Lord Hong Lian's favor, then he would spare no effort to kill this woman. Thank you for explaining the situation to me, Miss Bai Yin. I know what to do now. He lifted his head and looked at Gu Ruan's back as the corners of his mouth curled into an eerie smile. Gu Ruan, who was walking at the front of the group, sensed a creepy murderous intent coming from behind her. A cold laugh sparked within her heart, but she did not say much as she entered the mysterious cave. Sigh. Old man Jiang also sensed the bloodthirsty gaze, causing him to laugh bitterly and say, I hope that Lan Shao will wake up to reality and won't try to commit an unforgivable mistake. Even though I don't like Lan Shao all that much, we're still part of the four great families. Of course, if Lan Shao wishes to hurt Gu Ruan, he would have no choice but to cut off all ties. Forget about Gu Ruan's talent, simply based on the fact that she had saved his life, he would not sit quietly and watch. Let's go. Old man Gu sighed gently as well. Lan Shao's abilities are unlike his younger brothers. Sadly, the Lan family's only outstanding member had been struck down at the prime of his life, and the son he had left behind, Lan Ji, was a good for nothing. The old master of the Lan family was also unconcerned about matters regarding his family at the moment. Hence, old man Gu had the feeling that the Lan family would be destroyed by Lan Shao's hand sooner or later. This mountain cave was not damp like other caves. On the contrary, it was shockingly dry. Images of the four divine beasts have been carved into the mountain rocks. It was vivid and lifelike with a commanding presence. Gu Ruan was a little shocked. What is this cave's origin, and why would it have the images of the azure dragon and the four divine beasts carved near it? Besides, the location of this mountain cave was not exactly hidden. Could it be that no one has ever noticed it even after such a long time? Gu Ruan asked the question in her heart as she thought of this fact. Old man Jiang, how did you manage to find this place? Why did the villagers who had lived around here for so many years never notice this cave before? Old Man Jiang laughed bitterly. Actually, Old Man Gu and I had witnessed the creation of this mountain cave with our own eyes when we were here last night. What I can recall is, after we had seen the light from the divine weapon last night, this mountain cave had then appeared out of thin air. Hence, we concluded that the divine weapon must be inside this mountain cave. Old Man Jiang's usage of the words, out of thin air, made the others feel even more puzzled over the mountain cave's origins. Gu Ruan furrowed her brows. Could it be that this mountain cave was somehow related to the 9 emperors? Otherwise, why would this mountain cave appear right after the 9 emperors' birth? Suddenly, Gu Ruan seemed to remember something and her eyes sparkled. She was curious about when the 9 emperors had contracted itself to her, and she also wanted to know the 9 emperors' origins. Perhaps this mountain cave could answer all her questions. Chapter 1070, Secret Clan, Dongfang Yu, 4. Gu Ruan felt the temperature rise as she ventured deeper into the cave. That's right, it was a blistering heat. However, this heat was different from the heat within the flaming cave. This was a temperature which was hot enough to burn one's soul into ash. Even the Marshal Supreme ranked Old Man Jiang and the others felt it difficult to continue forward. Jiang Mozhu obviously could not hold on much longer as sweat streamed continuously from his fair and jade-like face. He had initially thought of opening his mouth to ask them to let him stay back, but when he saw the steadfast look on Gu Ruan's face, the words became stuck in his throat and he found himself unable to speak. Since she was also able to continue, he must not give up either. At least, he must not give Miss Gu any reason to look down on him. Jiang Mozhu does not know why he feels such a great attachment towards Gu Ruan. It was also due to this attachment that he has managed to come this far. Old Man Jiang. Gu Ruan took one look at Jiang Mozhu, who was stumbling along, and said, I can sense something in this mysterious cave, so it's best to let those below the rank of a Marshal Supreme stay back. There isn't much use to let them venture further in. Old Man Jiang was shocked. He then noticed that Jiang Mozhu seems to be having difficulties moving forward, so he nodded immediately. All right, Jue, you and the rest should stay here and wait for us. But, grandfather. The young man's delicate features flashed with determination. His clear and limpid eyes stared at Old Man Jiang as he replied, I can do this. Jue, accidents may happen in this mountain cave. I won't let you take that risk, so this time, I can't let you have your way. Old Man Jiang shook his head as he laughed bitterly. How could he not be aware of how his own grandson thinks? Ever since they had left Cloudy Wind City, his grandson has been rather absent-minded. As his grandfather, how could he fail to pinpoint his own grandson's intentions? Now that his grandson has met the Gu girl again, he must be determined to prove his worthiness to her. However, the Gu girl does not seem to be interested in his grandson. Still, they can cross that bridge when the time comes. Who can say what the future holds? Jiang Mozhu felt somewhat disappointed when he heard Old Man Jiang's words and clenched his fists at his sides. He felt the distance between Gu Ruan and him this time. If he had been strong enough, perhaps he would be able to follow them to the end of the cave and would not have been told to stay here. Old Man Jiang himself probably never realized that it was because of what had happened today that his grandson, who had ever really paid any attention to cultivation, would throw himself into cultivation upon their return. The rapidness of this sudden change would make even Old Man Jiang jump in fright. Miss Bai Yin, let's continue on. Lan Shao turned respectfully towards Bai Yin and spoke in an ingratiating manner. Regardless of the dangers that lie ahead, I, Lan Shao, will ensure your safety. Bai Yin nodded. Her cold, icy gaze then turned towards Gu Ruan like the sharp blade of a sword as her murderous intent shot out from all directions. Her lips were curled into a cruel angle and she stared at Gu Ruan as if she was looking at a dead person walking. Gu Ruan, you've brought this all upon yourself. This would not have happened if you had only listened to my orders back then. You are sorely mistaken if you think that you could use your good looks to seduce the Grand Lord. However, the Grand Lord is fiercely loyal to the madam, so how could he possibly be interested in a young and inexperienced little girl like you? You're digging your own grave just by having delusions of seducing him. In Bai Yin's heart, Grand Lord Hong Lian already belongs to her. No one knows if the madam was dead or alive after so many years. Perhaps she was no longer in the world of the living by now. To Bai Yin, as long as she was patient enough, she would certainly be able to melt the Grand Lord's icy heart. Chapter 1071, Secret Clan, Dongfang Yu, 5. However, all of that had changed because of that woman. It must be because this woman shares some similar features with the madam. Otherwise, why would the Grand Lord protect her so fiercely? Furthermore, how could I have lost the Grand Lord's trust? Because of this, she must die. Strange, why is there nothing in this cave? That can't be right. After Jiang Mozhu and the others have stayed back, the rest had pressed forward once again. However, they have already reached the end of the cave and there was nothing in the empty cave at all. Old Man Jiang furrowed his brows, unable to comprehend what had gone wrong. Old Man Jiang, are you sure that you didn't make a mistake? Is this mountain cave really connected to the divine weapon? A hint of skepticism flashed through Lan Shao's eyes. Even though he wishes to kill Gu Ruan, he still has some degree of respect towards Old Man Jiang. Regardless, this old man was a cultivator on the same level as his father. Since his father was not here, he would never think of crossing these two old fellows. I can confirm that the divine weapon must be inside this cave. Old Man Jiang fell silent for a moment before he replied with certainty. Since that's the case, where is the divine weapon? There's nothing in this cave, what more a divine weapon? We can't even find an average weapon in here. Lan Shao was getting a little impatient. If he had known this earlier, he would not have tagged along with this bunch and would have gone to find the divine weapon's whereabouts himself. What's that? Bai Yin suddenly noticed a button on the rock wall and automatically reached out to press it. Stop. Gu Ruan's face changed when she saw Bai Yin's action. She was about to stop her but it was too late. Hong. Hong, hong, hong. The entire mountain cave shook and gravel began to roll down from the rock walls. The crowd could feel continuous tremors from the ground as they began to sink down. Not good, the cave is about to collapse. Old man Jiang's elderly features suddenly lost its color as he cried out anxiously, Duer is still outside. Damn it. He had known from the start that there would be great danger here, yet he never expected the mountain cave to collapse immediately. However, he was now a distance away from Jiang Moshu and there was no way for him to save his grandson. Gu Ruan has slowly returned to her senses. Old man Jiang, she said with a cold look in her eyes, the collapse is only occurring in our vicinity, so Jiang Moshu should be safe where he is. You must all hurry and run immediately. I can sense a powerful existence beneath the mountain cave. If we're too late, I'm afraid that we might not survive. No, I have told you earlier on that I will protect you. If we're escaping, I must take you along with me. I have always followed through with my promises and I won't break my promise to another. There's no time. Gu Ruan's eyes sharpened. Suddenly, without any warning, she threw her fist at Old Man Jiang and Old Man Gu. All of you hurry, run. Hong. The two old men were violently flung out of the way by the powerful force of this fist. As the cave collapsed, a patch of dark blue sky appeared above everyone's heads. They never thought that Gu Ruan would suddenly attack them, turned to stare at her in shock. When they turned towards her, they were almost frightened into a heart attack. What they could see was that the area they had been on, which was originally covered by rolling gravel, was now filled with lava and was emitting red bubbles continuously. At the heart of the lava was a huge dragon who was spitting fire with its bloody mouth open like a sacrificial bowl. Its grim eyes were staring fixatedly at the humans above. Gu girl. Old man Jiang's expression turned as white as a sheet when he stared at Gu Ruan, who had fallen into the lava. Get back here quickly, he cried out anxiously. Chapter 1072, Zixie's Homecoming 1. However, it was already too late. She was now in the middle of the boiling lava. How could she possibly soar into the sky? She could only stare with wide eyes as the lava slowly swallowed her body away from their sight. It's a good thing that I've brought a ranged spiritual weapon with defense abilities. Coupled with the fact that we had been able to escape in time, we managed to avoid disaster this time. Lan Shao wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He then descended to a safe place, put Bai Yin down, before slowly heaving a sigh of relief. As for the cultivators who had tagged along with him, they had not been as lucky. Everyone could hear those cultivators falling into the magma like dumplings. They then no longer showed any signs of life. Old man Jiang was dazed as he stared dumbfoundedly at the boiling magma and muttered to himself. She had reacted so quickly, she had clearly been able to escape. Why? Why would she have given up on her own hope for survival and save us instead? This was a question which old man Jiang could not figure out. Old man Gu laughed bitterly and his face looked just as sorrowful. Perhaps this was the noble and pure aspect of her personality. She had given her own life for the sake of others. Old man Jiang, not only do you owe her your life, I owe her my life as well. If she had not saved us, perhaps we would be the ones buried in the lava. However, we can never repay her for this selfless act. Suddenly, old man Jiang seems to remember something and lunged madly towards Bai Yin, who was now shielded behind Lan Shao. If it had not been for you, the Gu girl would not have fallen into the lava. Do you, as Grand Lord Hong Lian's emissary, not possess even a single shred of common sense? You had carelessly activated an unknown piece of machinery. Bai Yin knitted her crescent-shaped brows, clearly unsatisfied with old man Jiang's accusations. Her eyes were cold and distant as she stared emotionlessly at old man Jiang's reddened eyes. Old man Jiang, I merely wished to obtain the divine weapon. Who would have expected for it to turn out this way? This is not my fault, she had simply not been careful enough. Ha ha ha. Old man Jiang burst into maniacal laughter as his elderly eyes stared fixedly at Bai Yin's mildly pale features. She's not careful enough, she was the most cautious out of all of us. However, because she had wanted to save old man Gu and me, we've cost her her life. You've committed a mistake, yet you continue to act so innocently. Is this the true face of Grand Lord Hong Lian's emissary? With an emissary like you, I believe that the Grand Lord Hong Lian is no different. Old man Jiang held his fists tightly as he glared ferociously at Bai Yin. A cold light shot across Bai Yin's eyes as she replied icily, it is not within your right to preach about how the Red Lotus territory manages their business. Grand Lord Hong Lian is not someone whom you can insult. Furthermore, as an emissary of the Red Lotus territory, I'm showing you great honor just by standing here and speaking to you. Even if the Red Lotus territory has committed a mistake, no one would dare accuse us of being in the wrong. Old man Jiang laughed maniacally again. His laughter was full of disdain. It seems that the members of Red Lotus territory are like dogs who threaten others based on its master's power. What a shame that I've once placed Grand Lord Hong Lian in such high esteem. If you had been an average member of the Red Lotus territory, I would not have insulted him either. Yet, he had chosen someone like you as his emissary. This alone is enough to prove that there's nothing good about him either. An emissary is a representative of the territory itself, and one can conclude the territory's management style simply based on how the emissary manages their matters. Old man Jiang. Old man Gu was afraid that old man Jiang has gone mad with rage. He quickly pulled him away and sighed gently as he said, don't be too hasty. The Gu girl is no longer here now, so we have the responsibility to take care of her family so that she can leave in peace. Chapter 1073, Zixie's Homecoming 2. In contrast to old man Jiang's brashness, old man Gu was far more composed. He was merely putting more aspects into consideration. Bai Yin, Lan Shao, old man Jiang gritted his teeth as he spat, I won't forget this. The moment I return to main city, I shall sever the ties between the Jiang family and Lan family. I will calculate the price very carefully after this. So what if Bai Yin had not meant it? He has already pinned the responsibility of Gu Ruan's death onto the Red Lotus territory. Perhaps he would be no match for the Red Lotus territory at the moment. However, he has a grandson. Jiang Moju has great talent. However, because he does not have much interest in cultivation, his growth had been below average. Be that as it may, once he returns to the Jiang family home, Old Man Jiang would definitely put Jiang Moju through a vigorous cultivation program. This will be to revenge the Gu girl. Old Man Gu, let's go. Old Man Jiang took one last agonized look at the boiling magma before he forced himself to turn away and headed towards Jiang Moju. Sigh. Old Man Gu sighed. A bitter taste has drifted within the corners of his mouth. He knows that he now owes a great debt of friendship today. However, what depressed him even more was that he could never repay her for this debt. It hurts. Gu Ruan felt a great pain all over her body. She felt as if her eyelids now weighed 1,000 pounds, making it difficult for her to open them. Little girl, why have you become riddled with scars during my long absence? A heartbroken voice murmured from beside Gu Ruan's ear. The voice was very familiar and caused her eyelids to move a little. She then slowly opened them. A beautifully handsome yet demonic face appeared before her eyes. The man was dressed in long, dark reddish-purple robes. He was noble yet graceful, and the corners of his lips were curled into a wicked smile. His purple eyes were like colored glass which bore into her with a heartbroken and deeply loving stare. Zixi. She seemed dubious and murmured dazedly. That familiar face. It felt as if many years have passed before she could see this face again. Sigh. The man sighed gently as he held her waist tightly. There was an obvious anguish in his voice. Can't you take care of yourself at all? Why is it that each time I appear, you'd be covered with wounds? Gu Ruan finally regained her senses. The person before me really is Zixi. He's not the CO Zixi of the childhood stage either. My Zixi is back. Zixi. Gu Ruan smiled as she stared at the man's handsome yet demonic features. Her smile carried a great emotion while her clear and cold eyes displayed a gentle light as well. Welcome back. Little girl, long time no see. Is that all you have to say to me? Zixi curled his lips as he smiled wickedly. I don't mind if you gave me a loving embrace or a kiss. What do you think? Gu Ruan's face blackened instantly. Despite the many years, this fellow still enjoys teasing me. Little girl, it's fortunate that you had previously obtained the 9 emperors. Otherwise, the lava would have cost you your life. It was because of the 9 emperors that I could come down to this place. Gu Ruan smiled. Now, she was pretty much used to the temperature of the lava, nor did she feel her initial pain. Had she really sacrificed her life for others a while ago? No. Even though Gu Ruan had pretty good sentiments towards Old Man Jiang, it was not to a degree which would make her willingly abandon her own life. The reason why she had done that was because she had felt something beneath the magma calling out to her. Hence, even if the others had not been here, she would have entered the lava anyway. By the way, Zixi, do you know the 9 emperors' origin? Also, what kind of place is this cave? Why does it have pictures of the Azure Dragon and the other divine beasts on its wall? Gu Ruan turned to look at Zixi's handsome face as she asked. Zixi smiled. I should not be the one to reveal these answers to you. Once you reach the end of your growth, you shall have your answers. Hearing this, Gu Ruan fell silent. After a short pause, she nodded and replied, I understand. Chapter 1074, Zixi's Homecoming, 3. Roar. A loud roar suddenly rang out from the rolling lava. Just as Gu Ruan left Zixi's embrace, an enormous fiery dragon broke through the torrential flaming sea and charged towards her. Zixi saw the fiery dragon approaching Gu Ruan and retracted the gentle indulgence in his eyes. He then turned towards the great flaming dragon who had just launched a surprise attack from behind them. His voice filled with a sharp murderous intent as he yelled. Begone, evil creature. Boom. Instantly, a powerful force slammed fiercely onto the fiery dragon, almost scattering its body. At that moment, fear appeared in the fiery dragon's cruel and bloodthirsty eyes. It was as if the purple-robed man standing in front of it was some sort of demon. At this moment, Zixi's gaze no longer held the wicked yet gentle expression he had when he looked at Gu Ruan. Instead, his stare was like that of a high and mighty demon, incomparably noble and stern yet evil at the same time. Purple flames then burst from his body and cast an eye-catching sight against the lava, making one unable to turn away. The great fiery dragon's initial fear has now turned into servitude. A low, fawning growl sounded from its throat before the sound slowly drowned in the rolling lava. Zixi, let's go. Gu Ruan did not spare the great fiery dragon another glance as she turned towards the man next to her. All right. The wicked smile on Zixi's face returned as he turned away. Even though you have the 9 Emperor's aid, your body is still unable to withstand being inside this lava for a long period of time. I'll take you back now. Zixi did not wait for Gu Ruan to agree before he reached out and wrapped his hand around her waist. With a single leap, the flash of purple robes flew forward at a rapid speed. I never imagined that a mountain cave like this would lie within this flaming sea of lava. Gu Ruan was staring at another cave within the mountain cave as she knitted her brows. I don't know why, but this place seems very familiar. Have I been here before? However, she believes that she's never been here before. Zixi did not speak. His purple eyes had continued to stare at the woman in green robes the entire time. His eyes were filled with a sense of absent-mindedness as if he had immersed himself in memories. Gu Ruan, who had been inspecting the second mountain cave, missed the peculiar look on Zixi's face. Her brows were knitted together tightly as if something was about to pierce through the long river of history and into her mind. Buzz. The 9 Emperors, which had not shown any sign of movement since the battle with the Lin family, suddenly trembled. However, at this moment, Gu Ruan could feel the 9 Emperors. Excitement. That was right. It was definitely excited. What could this mountain cave hold which would cause the divine weapon, 9 Emperors, to show such great excitement? Boom. As the 9 Emperors began to tremble even more, an image suddenly appeared in Gu Ruan's mind. That image was of the inside of this mountain cave and it showed a woman who was seated next to a stove. She had a hammer and was beating a piece of metal in her hand. However, no matter how hard Gu Ruan tried to get a clearer look at the woman's face, her features were all a blur. It was as if a white mist had surrounded her face, giving off a mysterious feeling. The divine weapon will soon be complete. Since the 9 dragons' thread will be placed into this divine weapon, your name shall henceforth be the 9 Emperors. The 9 Emperors. Gu Ruan was shocked. Could it be that this woman was the one who had forged the 9 Emperors? Just how powerful was this woman with the blurred features that she would have the ability to forge a divine weapon like the 9 Emperors? Chapter 1075, Zixie's Homecoming, 4. As Gu Ruan's entire face filled with astonishment, a flash of red robes appeared in the image. That flash of red robes was very familiar and made her heart beat faster. However, just as Gu Ruan wanted to continue watching the scene, the image suddenly vanished. The entire cave was now as quiet as before. Gu Ruan fell silent as her eyes scanned the entire cave before landing on a stove in the middle of the cave. So the 9 Emperors had been born here. No wonder it had led me to this place. However, I'm very curious who that person is who had the ability to create. Treasures like divine weapons. The most intriguing thing to her was that flash of red robes which had entered the picture in the end. Sadly, the image had disappeared too quickly for her to identify the person in red robes who had entered the cave. Zixie, it seems that the bottom of this lava pit is the 9 Emperors' birthplace. There's nothing more here. Let's go. It's time that we leave this place too. Gu Ruan slowly curled the corners of her lips as a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. We will now make our way to Main City. I won't allow anyone to utilize the Red Lotus territory's name to swindle others. Zixie smiled. We can leave this place through this cave. Little girl, there's a reason behind the 9 Emperors' recognition of you as its master. Reason? Gu Ruan was in shock. Could it be that the woman who had forged the 9 Emperors was someone familiar to me? Or are we related by blood? Is that why the 9 Emperors had chosen me? Gu Ruan could not help but laugh at the thought. She then shook her head. She definitely feels that she has never met that woman before. As for the 9 Emperors' reasons for choosing her, perhaps she shares some similarities with that woman. Zixie, I know that you're unwilling to explain everything to me. However, I believe that I will find the answers myself one day. She does not like to bombard others with questions. Since Zixie was unwilling to elaborate, she would not force him to either. She then walked further into the deep recesses of the cave. Windfall Village. In a mountain cave at the back of the village, a flaming dragon was hovering in a circle, absorbing the spiritual force from the air. This flaming dragon could not be compared to the one in the lava because its body was only half the size of the lava pit's flaming dragon's body. Most importantly, this flaming dragon was only a spiritual body and its soul was paper thin as if it could turn into ashes and scatter into the air at any moment. Damn it, how could I have been so unlucky? I only wanted to find a physical body to take me away from this place, yet I had ended up bumping into that god of plagues who had consumed almost all of my soul. I don't know how many years it will take before I can cultivate myself back to my original state. The flaming dragon looked to be filled with grief. It was likely that the most regretful mistake of his life was for taking a liking towards that god of plagues' physical body. In the end, he had nearly ended up losing his own soul. If that god of plagues' body had not felt full as she swallowed his soul, he believes that the fellow would have cleanly finished his entire stride like eating a bowl of rice. Forget it, I think it's safer for me to stay in this cave for the rest of my life. Humans are too scary. They're even scarier than demons. I don't want to run into that god of plagues for the rest of my life. The more the flaming dragon thought of it, the more it felt like he was making the right decision. Losing his freedom was better than having his soul scattered across the world. To him, nothing was safer than being inside the cave. As he thought it over, the flaming dragon began to feel happier. Just as he was about to continue restoring his soul, he suddenly noticed 2 people walking out from the mountain cave behind him. Chapter 1076, Zixie's Homecoming, 5. The flaming dragon was in shock as he stared in astonishment at the 2 who had just emerged from the mountain cave. I never thought that the mountain cave in the lava pit would have lead up to the back mountain in Windfall Village. I had found it strange that the cave had felt so hot. Now I know it's because of the lava pit. Gu Ruan's gaze then turned towards the flaming dragon. She grinned as she exclaimed, "Long time no see, your soul seems to have restored quite nicely." The flaming dragon's initial shock turned into terror when he saw the smile on Gu Ruan's face. He immediately flew upwards with a whoosh and his body hovered closely to the cave ceiling. "What do you want now?" he cried out in a sharp voice. "My soul is not appetizing at all, it does not taste good at all." The flaming dragon was nearly in tears. He had remained hidden inside this cave and had not caused any more trouble for any humans of late. Why is this god of plagues acting like a soul who is unable? Why is this god of plagues acting like a soul who is unable to depart from the world of the living? Besides, why had she emerged from behind me? This was something that the flaming dragon could not understand. All he knows was that the god of plagues had mentioned his soul. That clearly meant that his soul seems to have restored quite well and she could have another good meal now. Why should this not strike fear into his heart? Gu Ruan blinked her eyes in amazement and rubbed her nose, rendered completely speechless. I don't think I had done anything much once, so why is this guy acting so terrified? Ancestor, I'll call you my ancestor. Is that enough? Will you spare me now? I'm only a little dragon and you've already consumed so much of my soul. Is that not enough? It was hard to believe that a proud and large flaming dragon would actually be trembling with fright. He has no other request other than to wish for the god of plagues to stay far, far away from him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this god of plagues were to suddenly feel hungry and proceed to chew his soul into fragments, what would he do then? Gu Ruan seems to remember something as she listened to the flaming dragon's pleas. Her eyes flickered and her lips curled into a smile as she said, "If you want me to spare you, it's not entirely impossible." "Really?" The flaming dragon's eyes sparkled as he hurriedly exclaimed, "As long as you're willing to let me off, I will do anything." Gu Ruan nodded. "I've just constructed more than 10 graves at the top of this back mountain. My friends lie in those graves. I'll be giving you this responsibility. I want you to watch over those graves and not let anyone lay a hand on them." The flaming dragon was shocked. He then replied sluggishly, "I can't leave this cave. How am I supposed to protect those graves?" "You may not be able to leave this cave, but you can release your aura to scare any intruders off. Can you do that?" Gu Ruan's heart was filled with remorse when she thought of Windfall Village. If it had not been for her, those innocent villagers would never have lost their lives in the hands of the Lin family. Hence, she would never allow anyone to disturb their peaceful rest. They had not enjoyed peace in life, so, in death, she would grant them a peaceful paradise. However, she could not stand guard over this area all the time. Hence, she could conveniently utilize the cowardly flaming dragon. Indeed, just as Gu Ruan had spoken, the flaming dragon anxiously nodded his head as if it was pounding garlic. "No problem, I can do that." "All right." Gu Ruan smiled as she threatened, "If I were to return and find out that someone has excavated those graves, there will no longer be any need for you to remain here." The flaming dragon quivered violently and quickly pledged his determination. "Don't worry, I will watch over this place and not let anyone intrude here." "Good." Gu Ruan's smile finally displayed satisfaction. She then turned towards Zixi and said, "Zixi, let's go." Chapter 1077, Main City, 4 Great Families, 1. Zixi's eyes had remained fixated on Gu Ruan the entire time while a gentle smile danced upon his handsome and wicked features. How could he fail to realize that Gu Ruan was scaring the flaming dragon on purpose? She had never intended to cause any further trouble for the flaming dragon from the beginning. However, the flaming dragon had completely lost his nerve, so how could she miss out on the opportunity to take advantage of that? Main City. The position of this city in the Northern Bloc territory is equivalent to the Imperial City. It was also the gathering place for powerful cultivators. Everyone knows that the 4 great families control Main City. The 4 great families may seem to get along harmoniously on the surface, but in reality, they were constantly competing against one another in secret. Out of the 4 families, the Jiang family and the Gu family have created a marriage alliance in order to solidify relations. Even though the Gu family only had Gulan, a girl, in their 3rd generation, she has long been betrothed to the Jiang family. Amongst the numerous youngsters of the Jiang family, anyone who could win her affections will become the Jiang family's heir. However, even though the Jiang family had given Gulan the right to choose her suitor, she has no wish to be made into a tool for marriage alliance. She had run away from Main City a year ago and her whereabouts were now unknown. To this day, no one has been able to locate her. The other 2 families of Main City have created an alliance as well. However, because they did not have a marriage alliance, the relationship between both parties could not be compared to the one between the Gu and the Jiang family. At this moment, an old man was sitting cross-legged on the floor in the Lan family's secret chamber. There was no sign of any emotions on his elderly features. Lan Shao, the master of the Lan family, stood in front of him in a very deferential manner. He did not dare say a word before the old man had spoken first. He only glanced at the old man in front of him from the corner of his eye from time to time. If anyone else were here, they would certainly be able to guess the old man's identity. Who else could make Lan Shao act with such reverence aside from the old master of the Lan family who had been in closed-door cultivation for many years? Shao. Just as Lan Shao was beginning to grow fidgety, the old man finally opened his mouth. "I've heard that a woman has offended the Red Lotus territory's emissary a while ago." Lan Shao did not know what the old master had meant by that question. He replied respectfully, "Apparently, that woman had seduced the Grand Lord of Red Lotus territory, which had made Miss Bai Yin very angry. However, that woman has already received retribution and has been annihilated in lava." The old master sighed and said, "Miss Bai Yin is an emissary of Red Lotus territory, so there's nothing wrong if you listen to her. However, Shao, the Lan family is an estate which has been inherited from our ancestors. I don't want it to be destroyed by the hands of your generation. Do you understand?" Lan Shao joined his fists while his entire face was filled with reverence. "Father, I understand. I only wish to establish a good relationship with the Red Lotus territory, so I don't dare offend Miss Bai Yin." The old master nodded. "I've heard that a genius girl has soared across the horizon in the medicine sect's general meeting a while ago. She has even refined a legendary pill. Besides, I've heard that she has arrived in the Northern Bloc territory. During this period of time, please tell the members of the Lan family to stop causing trouble for the Medicine Manor's subordinates and send some people to keep a close watch on the Medicine Manor. I believe that she would certainly head to the medicine sect's official residence in Main City once she has arrived here. You must establish a good relationship with this genius. In comparison with the Red Lotus territory, that Gu Ruan woman is more important." Even though the old master has been in closed-door cultivation for over 10 years, he was very aware of everything which was going on in the world outside. Even Lan Shao did not know why even the slightest sign of disturbance or trouble in the mainland could not be kept from him. "Father, even if you had not mentioned it, I know. No one can surpass the position of a pill master on the mainland. Even Bai Yin, an emissary of the Red Lotus territory, cannot be compared to her." A light flickered in Lan Shao's eyes. "Hence, I will establish a good relationship with her before any other organization, no matter what. Especially before the Jiang family and Gu family. As long as Gu Ruan has a preference for us, we would probably anger those old fogies to death." Now, each time Lan Shao remembered everything that the Jiang and Gu family had done to the Lan family, he would gnash his teeth hatefully. Chapter 1078, Main City, Four Great Families, 2. I never thought that we would arrive in Main City so soon. Unfortunately, I could not find any of the other medicinal herbs along the way. Outside the city gate, a green-robed woman paused in her steps. Her eyes stared at the grand, ancient city gate in a profound manner before muttering, "Let's go. I'm going to the Medicine Manor for a while. Since the Medicine Sect has given the Northern Bloc territory to me, the Medicine Manor shall be our official lodgings in the Northern Bloc territory from now on." She slowly walked through the city gates as she spoke. The man in purple robes who was following next to her smiled mildly. His purple eyes were like colored glass and displayed an enchanting light. There was no doubt that this man was extremely handsome. Clad in long purple robes, he looked awe-inspiring, demonic, and incomparably noble. He looked like a true aristocrat and was so beautiful that he could strike a chord in one's heart. Once the pair walked into Main City, they immediately attracted numerous people's attention. The crowd's gaze seemed to be fixed squarely on their backs. They have never seen such a beautiful and peerless man before. If he were to glance back and smile at them, they would willingly give everything that they had to him. However, the man's eyes only beheld the woman in green next to him and his smile only blossomed for her alone. "Zixi, we're here." Suddenly, the woman in green next to him paused in her steps. Her light, pure, and honest voice was like a gentle breeze which brushed across every ear. The people who initially had their eyes on Zixi instantly turned the gaze towards the official residence in front of the woman. When they saw the sign on the official residence, everyone found it beyond comprehension. The words on the sign were very clear. Even though it was a little run down, it was not unfamiliar to the people of Main City. Medicine Manor. The first place that the strange man and woman are visiting is Medicine Manor. Everyone in the Northern Bloc territory knows the story behind the Medicine Manor's master. The Medicine Sect may hold an awe-inspiring presence in the world outside, but the powerful cultivators from the four great families in Main City have already achieved the high-level martial supreme rank. They were only one step away from becoming a martial saint. Hence, even though the Medicine Sect was the master of the Northern Bloc territory, they would not attach any importance to the Medicine Sect anyway. What more serve those people? When they saw the two figures enter Medicine Manor, the people on the street began to erupt into a fervent discussion. Can you guess who they are? I don't know. Doesn't the Medicine Sect frequently send people to take care of the Medicine Manor? Unfortunately, those people have left one by one after being threatened by the four great families. If my guess is right, the person who has arrived in the Medicine Manor must be the young genius. TSK, so what if she's a genius? They may be considered as a genius in the Medicine Sect, but this is the Northern Bloc territory's land. Even if the sect master of the Medicine Sect were to arrive, the four great families' cultivators can make him leave with his tail between his legs. I never thought that the Medicine Sect would be so persistent. My advice is that they should surrender the deed to the Northern Bloc territory. Are you mad? Haven't you heard of the young pill master who had emerged from the Medicine Sect a while ago? I hear that the Medicine Sect has already given the Northern Bloc territory to that pill master. If this land belongs to her, perhaps the four great families would never be so impudent from now on. Such a peerless genius like this is a person that any organization would wish to recruit. Pill master. Instantly, someone who overheard this began to snort disdainfully. The Medicine Sect has indeed granted the Northern Bloc territory to that pill master. However, do you really think that pill masters would be so idle and have time to watch over the territory? I think that the person who has been sent over this time is only a genius from the Medicine Sect. People like that pill master would never possibly come to a place like this. Chapter 1079, Main City, Four Great Families, 3. Everyone else nodded in agreement. That was right. As a pill master, how could Gu Ruan possibly have the time to manage the Medicine Manor? Therefore, the Medicine Sect must have sent one of their geniuses this time. The conclusion to this was also very obvious. Their fate would not be any better than those who had come before them. How unfortunate that such a wickedly handsome man would also meet a downfall from the four great families' attacks. What did you say? At the Lan family home. Lan Shao instantly rose to his feet from his chair. His face was filled with joy. Were you speaking the truth? Someone has spotted two young people entering Medicine Manor. Reporting to the master, a bodyguard joined his fists as he replied respectfully, "This subordinate has indeed noticed two people entering Medicine Manor while I was patrolling the streets. Therefore, I had quickly returned to report this to you, master." Good, very good. I am going to make a trip to Medicine Manor right now. Servants, bring me the spiritual weapon that I've obtained not too long ago. I believe that this spiritual weapon can successfully grant us Master Gu's good favor towards the Lan family. Lan Shao smiled imperatively. From his point of view, no one could resist the lull of a spiritual weapon. He believes that Gu Ruan was just the same. As long as he establishes a good relationship with her before the other great families, pills would then be rolling towards them. By then, collapsing the other families would not be an impossible feat. The Medicine Manor. It could not be compared to the majesty of the Medicine Sect on the mainland. The entire courtyard was wretched and the hunchbacked old man was sweeping the courtyard in a slow and deliberate manner. The old man was shocked when he noticed Gu Ruan and Zixi's arrival. He paused his actions and asked in a hoarse voice, "May I ask who you were looking for?" Gu Ruan smiled faintly. "The Medicine Sect's master hasn't informed you of my arrival." "You." The old man instantly regained his senses. His body shook mildly as he exclaimed with excitement, "Your great master Gu Ruan." Gu Ruan mildly nodded as her eyes surveyed the entire courtyard. Her voice was as indifferent as the wind. "This Medicine Manor is rather large. Are you the only one here?" "That's right." The old man laughed bitterly. "I'm the housekeeper of Medicine Manor, Zhang Lin. As for the rest, they have all lost their endurance from the four great families' coercion and run away. The position of the Medicine Manor is rather awkward in the Northern Bloc territory. That's why the four great families have been pushing us around. I'm the only one left now." Gu Ruan has long been aware that the people of Northern Block territory would not welcome anyone from the medicine sect. However, she never thought that it would be this bad. She fell silent. She finally replied after a long pause, "From now on, I will be managing the Northern Block territory. I will also be taking care of the Medicine Manor. You will continue your position as the housekeeper of Medicine Manor while I'll take care of everything else myself." Wei Yi and the others have been in closed-door cultivation for a very long time. Their powers have experienced a quality breakthrough, so it was time to let them out now. "Miss Gu, I have never left this place at all because I could not bear to leave it. Now that you've arrived, I will most certainly hand the Medicine Manor over to you. You only need to give me some food. I don't mind even if I'm no longer the housekeeper." Housekeeper Zhang laughed bitterly and sighed as he replied. She did not know why, but as she stared at the old man's plain features, the image of the villagers from Windfall Village appeared in Gu Ruan's mind. Her eyes took on a hint of absent-mindedness. Shortly after, she returned to her senses and smiled faintly. "You would be more familiar when it comes to matters pertaining to Main City. Besides, you have been the housekeeper for such a long time. That's why I had asked you to continue being the housekeeper. However, since I've arrived, no one will cause trouble for the Medicine Manor from now on. You can rest assured." Chapter 1080, Main City, Four Great Families, 4. Housekeeper Zhang's heart was deeply moved. He had initially thought that he would not be of much use anymore after the Northern Block territory has changed hands. However, he never expected Gu Ruan to ask him to stay and continue working as the housekeeper. How could he disappoint her trust in him? "Since you've made your decision, Miss Gu, I won't argue. Even though I don't have much power, I have mingled around here for many years. No one else is better versed on the matters concerning the Northern Block territory." "Good," Gu Ruan smiled. "From now on, everything inside and outside the Medicine Manor shall be left to your care, Housekeeper Zhang. Zixi, let's head to our rooms." Zixi glanced at the respectful-looking Housekeeper Zhang before he followed Gu Ruan to the room without another word. "Little girl, do you wish to subdue the whole of Northern Block territory or build your own organization?" In the room, Zixi minded his own business by first pouring a cup of tea. His lowered and hoarse voice carried a sense of wickedness as he asked his question. Gu Ruan shrugged her shoulders and laughed gently. However, she did not reply to his question. Instead, she unleashed Wei Yi and the others who had been in the midst of cultivation within Xiaohei. Of course, the vermilion bird immediately protested wildly, so Gu Ruan had thrown her out of the ancient divine pagoda as well. "Finally, I get the chance to appear," said the vermilion bird as she looked absolutely delighted. However, when she sensed the crowd in the room, her smile froze in place. "Master, isn't it a little too crowded here?" she whined woefully. Gu Ruan's gaze moved from the vermilion bird's pouty little face towards Wei Yi. "Wei Yi, I'll leave you to manage the Medicine Manor for the time being. If anyone wants to see me, please inform them that I won't be receiving any guests." Wei Yi was shocked. "What about the Jiang family and the Gu family?" she asked. "I won't see them." Gu Ruan smiled as a light flashed in her eyes. While it was true that she would not receive the master of the Jiang family in the Medicine Manor, she could still seek him out at the Jiang family's residence. "The average citizen would not know about my journey to the Medicine Manor. However, those mid-tier forces must know it very well. I won't be seeing anyone personally. When the time comes, I will choose a date and summon all the leaders of the powerful forces in the Northern Block territory. By then, I will subdue the whole of Northern Block territory in one stroke. Before that time comes, she will not reveal herself. She knows that she will only be able to find the medicinal herbs that Yue needs at a faster pace when she has united the Northern Block territory." Wei Yi nodded before asking, "Master, may I ask if you've chosen a date?" "In about half a month." Gu Ruan fell silent for a moment before she continued, "If I want the leaders of the other forces to rush to the main city, even a Marshal Supreme would need half a month's time at best. I'll give them half a month's time. You can now issue an announcement that I will be holding a banquet in the Medicine Manor in half a month's time. Everyone who has reached the Marshal Supreme rank must attend. Before that time comes, I won't be receiving anyone." Even if this was for Linyu, subduing the Northern Block territory was something that she absolutely had to do. "Yes." Wei Yi joined her fists, accepted the order and walked away. The vermilion bird's large, quick-witted eyes darted back and forth before she exclaimed in a domineering voice, "Master, her powers are so weak that she can't possibly make those people surrender. Why don't I go with her? I guarantee that no one will dare to cause trouble for the Medicine Manor then." "What a joke. Who is the vermilion bird? I'm a majestic divine beast. Those are merely a group of martial supreme humans. With me, the vermilion bird around, who would dare act with impudence?" Gu Ruan thought for a bit and found the vermilion bird's suggestion to be quite rational. She nodded and replied, "All right, both you and Wei Yi will take care of this matter. I won't entertain anyone who visits the Medicine Manor." Chapter 1081, Main City, Four Great Families, 5. Once she had finished speaking, Gu Ruan then turned towards Zixi and her expression became serious. "Zixi, I want you to place a formation around the Medicine Manor. If word about my arrival was to get out, the Lin family members will most certainly make their way here to cause trouble. We must guard against any unexpected events. Don't worry, with me around, there won't be any issues." Zixi smiled. "I'll arrange a formation after this so that humans at the Marshal Saint rank and above won't be able to enter this official residence." Even thought Zixi does not really place any importance on the Lin family, one can get careless. He was afraid that his own negligence would cause Gu Ruan harm. Hence, setting up a formation was the most secure solution. He will make it so that even if he was not in the Medicine Manor, no one could harm her. "All right, I'll leave you to handle that matter. As I've arrived in the main city, I should meet with my friends. I have a feeling that those two old fellows must think that I'm buried beneath the lava." Zixi did not need to think too far to know who she was referring to when he heard Gu Ruan's words. "Leave the matters here to us. Now, there's no one on the mainland who can harm you as long as they aren't from the first city. However, he seemed to have thought of something and Zixie's handsome features slowly sank. Guruan, on the other hand, was deep in her own thoughts and had not noticed the slight change in his expression. The first city. At the Lin family residence. An old man was seated on the chief's seat as he twisted the teacup in his hand tightly. The ceramic cup then shattered into pieces with a crash. However, it did very little to quell the anger in his heart. Useless rubbish. Truly a bunch of useless rubbish. They only needed to capture a newly minted martial supreme woman, yet after leaving for such a long time they haven't done anything. They've not even kept up with the correspondence. The Lin family has truly wasted our resources in nurturing this bunch of useless things. The old man's fist clenched tighter and tighter, crushing the ceramic shards in his hand into dust. He did not seem to realize it. Bad news, Master, something bad has happened. Just as the old man was about to continue to rage on, an anxious voice rang out from outside the room. Soon, a guard staggered speedily into the hall and threw himself on his knees before him. Master, something has happened. Multiple estates belonging to the Lin family have been attacked by spiritual beasts. Those spiritual beasts seem to have been driven to insanity. Each time they see a human, they will bite. However, they're only attacking members of the Lin family. What, spiritual beasts? Whoosh. The old man instantly rose to his feet. His eyes widened as he roared angrily. You're saying that spiritual beasts are attacking the members of the Lin family? Has something happened in the Beast clan? The Lin family and the Beast clan have always steered clear of one another. Why would the Beast clan attack us now? Those spiritual beasts mentioned that since the Lin family has delusions about capturing their mistress, they are attacking us as retribution. The guard's face was full of anxiety. However, he managed to explain the reason behind the matter very clearly in the end. The old man was shocked. What arrived next was a wave of fury. Which blind person has laid his hands on a member of the Beast clan? Investigate this for me. Once you've found the answer, hand them over to the spiritual beasts. Hopefully, that will quell the spiritual beast's fury. In the first city, the Beast clan and humans have never interacted with one another. However, the humans have no choice but to recognize the Beast clan's power. Only the spiritual beasts of the Beast clan, regardless of the continuous disputes, would be able to unify against foreign forces. If any human dares to intrude on their land, they would immediately unite and attack the intruders. This was also the reason why the Lin family fears the Beast clan so much. Of course, the old man never thought that he was the one who had issued the order to capture their mistress. Chapter 1082, Main City, 4 Great Families, 6. A flash of red robes like a splendid and moving flame sped towards the mountain summit. The man then stood on top of the mountain with his hands held behind his back while his eyes stared at a patch of sky not too far away. His red robes could not conceal the eerie murderous intent on the man's face. The spiritual beasts around the entire mountain range did not even dare to breathe due to the sight of it. They were like little dogs as they crawled on the ground, afraid that they would provoke the demon. My king, the rest and I have followed your orders and launched an assault on the Lin family. May I ask if you have any other orders? A tercel descended from the sky. It landed behind Chanbei Yi before turning into a middle-aged man. He knelt respectfully with one knee on the ground as he spoke. Aside from respect, most of the look in his gaze towards Chanbei Yi was full of sincerity and reverence. This man was a symbol of faith to all spiritual beasts. According to the older generation in the clan, some who have lived for over 10,000 years, if it had not been for this man, spiritual beasts would have been destroyed by the hands of mankind 10,000 years ago. It was this man who had saved the Beast clan and decided to present the Beast clan as a gift to a woman. However, later on, this peerless man had vanished. Even the seniors of the clan have not seen him since. The life expectancy of spiritual beasts was far longer compared to humans. However, they would still endure birth, aging, illness, and death. When the seniors of the clan were beginning to think that he would no longer appear, the man arrived before the Beast clan once again not too long after. Upon his appearance, he gave them one responsibility, to cause trouble for the Lin family. Was this not an easy feat for the long-established Beast clan? I am not your king. The man in red robes did not turn around but continued to stare at a distance. He then spoke in a cold and distant voice, you only have one master. When she appears, you will pledge your loyalty to her. This is an order. But, my king, the tercel was shocked. He then spoke reluctantly, I'm afraid that the seniors of the clan would not agree. We want to serve you alone wholeheartedly. Boom. Just as the tercel had spoken, he suddenly felt a great, eerie glare upon him. He could not help but shiver. Remember, she is your master. If you ever dare to show her any form of disrespect. A wave of murderous intent burst from the man's body. I had saved the Beast clan in the past so similarly, I can destroy all of you right now. I had saved you only for the sake of helping her find aid. Now, if you aren't willing to pledge your loyalty to her, what use do I have for you then? Regardless of the great forces which he had built, everything that he had done had been for her alone, now and forever. Because, sooner or later, he would give the people in his hands to her. If these powers were of no use to her, they would be useless to him as well. Why not destroy them then? The tercel's heart shuddered. He then anxiously lowered his head and said, your wish is my command. Chanbei Yi turned away and his eyes stared at the azure skies once again. At that moment, his body no longer emitted a murderous aura. It was now replaced by a gentleness which the tercel had never seen before. Yunsa, now that these spiritual beasts are causing trouble, I believe that the Lin family would not be in any frame of mind to cause trouble for you. It's about time that I come look for you. The main city, at the Jiang family residence. Bu Ruan paused in her steps outside the gate. She then stared at the imposing Jiang family courtyard and raised her brows before stepping into the residence. Chapter 1083, Main City, 4 Great Families, 7. However, before she could step into the threshold, she was promptly stopped by 2 guards in front of the gate. Stop, this is the Jiang family residence. Please present your visitation invite. Visitation invite. Gu Ruoan shivered and said, report to old man Jiang and tell him that Gu Nianye is here for a visit. Gu Nianye. Both guards at the gate looked at each other. In the end, the guard who had first spoken continued to speak, Miss, there are many who want to see our master. However, you must present a visitation invite. We will then send it to the master in your stead. If the master agrees to meet you, you will be allowed to enter. This is the Jiang family's rule. Gu Ruoan knitted her brows together. She never thought that the Jiang family would be so troublesome. However, as she had not come prepared with a visitation invite, she would not be able to enter the Jiang family for the time being. What's going on here? Just then, a kindly voice sounded from behind her. Gu Ruoan jumped when she heard this voice. She then turned around to find a kindly man walking towards her. That man did not seem to expect to find Gu Ruoan here. His expression turned sluggish before quickly returning to normal. Yang So-wen. The two guards clearly recognized the man who was as gentle as a piece of jade. They joined their fists, bowed respectfully and said, this young lady is here to visit the master. I was only asking her for her visitation invite. Wen Yan. Gu Ruoan smiled calmly. She never thought that she would bump into him here. Isn't that a coincidence? Wen Yan smiled. Miss Gu is maternal grandfather's old acquaintance. They had gone their separate ways in Cloudy Wind City just a few months ago. I never thought that I would meet you here again, Miss Gu. I haven't thanked you for eradicating the Snow Jade bandits for Cloudy Wind City that day. Gu Ruoan shrugged. I had been in a hurry that day. Taking care of the Snow Jade bandits was just something which had happened along the way. Regardless of whether it was along the way, Miss Gu, you have helped us a great deal. Are you here to see my maternal grandfather? That's right. Gu Ruoan nodded. Since I've arrived in Main City, I want to meet old man Jiang and reminiscing about the past no matter what. I don't know if old man Jiang is in the manor. If grandfather knows that you're here, he will definitely be very happy. Wen Yan's face displayed a small smile. His smile was like a ray of sunlight, giving one a wonderfully immersive and soothing feeling. Let's go. I'll take you to see maternal grandfather. As Wen Yan was now escorting her, the two guards did not stand in her way anymore. However, their eyes were filled with shock. They never thought that Gu Ruoan would actually be acquainted with old man Jiang. After all, old man Jiang was never reasonable in the entire Jiang family. Perhaps only his biological grandson, Jiang Moju, and maternal grandson, Wen Yan, were allowed to see him a little more often. When did the typically unreasonable old man Jiang start to have such a good relationship with the little maiden? Furthermore, based on what Yang So-wen had just said, it seems that the relationship between the two was unlike the rest. The two guards began to feel remorse at this thought. If they had known, they would have taken the opportunity earlier on to try to curry favor with her. Perhaps, when she meets the master, she could put in a good word for them and they would not need to stand watch at the gate anymore. An old, white-bearded man was seated in the middle of an unusual-looking courtyard. A chessboard was placed in front of him but he was playing the game alone. In contrast to their meeting a few months ago, this old man has clearly aged by a large degree. He heard the sound of Wen Yan's footsteps but did not lift his head. He only spoke indifferently, Yan sir, you're here. Yes, I had rushed right over from Cloudy Wind City once I had received your letter. May I ask why you've summoned me back to the Jiang family residence, maternal grandfather? Chapter 1084, Main City, Four Great Families, 8. Wen Yan's voice was as kindly as ever. Hearing it was equivalent to basking in sunlight and it made one feel absolutely delighted. Oh, that's right. I've just bumped into a familiar face. I believe that you must really want to see her, maternal grandfather, so I made the decision to let her in. Old man Jiang laughed bitterly. The only person he really wanted to see now was Gu Ruoan. Sadly, that girl had lost her life in a sea of flames when she sacrificed herself to save him and old man Gu. There was no chance of survival for her at all. Therefore, no matter who Wen Yan had brought over, it would not make him happy. However, just as old man Jiang was about to speak, a serene voice sounded from behind him, causing his elderly figure to tremble. Old man Jiang, long time no see. You don't look so well. Clatter. One of the chess pieces in old man Jiang's hand dropped onto the chessboard. He raised his head unbelievingly as his gaze fell upon the flash of green robes next to Wen Yan. The expression in his eyes changed from shock, astonishment, before slowly turning into ecstatic. He then rose to his feet with a whoosh as his elderly voice trembled from overexcitement. Gu girl, is that really you? She didn't die. How could this be? She had fallen into the sea of fire. How could she have survived? Wen Yan felt dubious and his eyes darted back and forth between old man Jiang and Gu Ruoan. While he knows that his maternal grandfather would be delighted to see Gu Ruoan, he never expected his maternal grandfather react so happily. This was not logical at all. Gu Ruoan smiled gently as she said, it's me. You. Old man Jiang's voice was incredulous. You aren't dead. I was lucky. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders. Aren't you happy to see that I've survived? Could it be that you want me to die in that sea of flames, old man Jiang? That sentence was full of jest but it also convinced old man Jiang to completely believe that reality. Ha ha ha. Just as Wen Yan thought that the old man has returned back to normal, a bright and clear laugh erupted from old man Jiang. His smile was excited and rang throughout the atmosphere in the Jiang family residence. Gu girl, you're really alive. Did you know that you had nearly scared me and old man Gu to death that day? Even my grandson had fallen into depression for an entire day when I told him the news. He has only recently begun to work hard in his cultivation. After a long time, old man Jiang stopped laughing and sighed. However, his face could not conceal his excitement. If Gu Ruoan had truly sacrificed herself for them, he and old man Gu will forever live in regret. Of course, most of it was sympathy. A peerless genius like her should not have fallen this way. As long as she lives on, one day, this mainland will belong to her. Maternal grandfather, when Yan asked as he stared at old man Jiang with foggy thoughts, what on earth happened? What do you mean? What happened to Miss Gu? Old man Jiang sighed heavily before explaining, previously, old man Gu and I had run into some danger during our search for a divine weapon. Initially, the Gu girl could have escaped. However, she had fallen into a sea of lava in order to save us. If it had not been for her, we would have been the ones who had lost our lives in the lava. Wen Yan never thought that so many things would have happened prior to this. His eyes stared at Gu Ruan gratefully. Miss Gu, you've already saved my maternal grandfather once. I never thought that you'd end up saving him again. This is a sentiment that would be difficult for us to repay for the rest of our lives. Gu Ruan smiled but did not say a word. After all, her objective was not that simple. The whole of Northern Bloc territory that was her real objective. Chapter 1085. Main City, 4 Great Families, 9. Master. Just as old man Jiang was filled with excitement, a guard rushed right in. The master of the Gu family is here for a visit. Hearing this, old man Jiang's face changed instantly. He certainly never forgot how this old fellow had tried to snatch the Gu girl from him. If old man Gu finds out that the Gu girl is in his residence and tries to snatch her away, what should he do then? Besides, the Gu girl has returned from the dead, so he obviously wants to reminiscence with her. How would he find the time to entertain that old man? I'm not seeing him, I'm not seeing him. Old man Jiang waved his hand. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and added, oh, that's right, tell old man Gu that I've gone out to run some errands. I'll only be returning around half a month's time. Once half a month has gone by, he will reveal the news of the Gu girl's survival to that old man. During this period of time, he would certainly have the youngsters of the Jiang family establish a good relationship with the Gu girl. Even though there were no males in the Gu family's third generation, if the Gu family actually manages to bend the Gu girl to the same gender, who shall he send his lamentations to then? Ha ha ha, you old fart. Who is only returning in half a month? Unfortunately, just as old man Jiang had spoken, a loud laugh rang out from outside the courtyard. Old man Jiang's face instantly blackened. This old fellow had just barged right in. That's it, I'm finished. There's no time for me to hide the Gu girl now. Indeed, when the flash of blue robes entered the courtyard, the old man instantly froze in place. You, Gu girl, you're alive. Old man Gu looked completely astonished as he stared at Gu Ruan in disbelief. His body trembled. Both him and old man Jiang have been living in remorse for the past few months. If they had not dragged the Gu girl to search for the divine weapon, perhaps she would not have had to sacrifice herself for their lives. The initially peaceful state of Main City would also not have been shattered due to Gu Ruan's demise. They had pushed all of their rage onto the Lan family. Hence, at this point in time, the great families were as incompatible as oil and water. Old man Gu, how have you been these days? Gu Ruan smiled. She has a fondness for old man Gu simply because he had chosen to stand with her and face Bai Yin's threats. Old man Gu finally regained his senses and exclaimed excitedly, Old man Jiang and I thought you were dead, we didn't think that you would still be alive. This is too fantastic. Old man Jiang and I have previously discussed this, that as a token of our gratitude, we would make the appropriate arrangements for your kin. We have already sent a letter to inform the Holy Doctor and the others and have detailed everything which has happened very clearly in our letter. What? Gu Ruan was astonished. She never expected that the two old men would have informed her master of her accident. If master finds out about this, the news would certainly reach my father's ears. Gu Ruan knitted her brows at the thought as a hint of exasperation flashed across her forehead. Gu girl, what is it? Old man Gu could not comprehend Gu Ruan's reaction and asked in astonishment. Oh, it's nothing. Gu Ruan shook her head. However, I'd advise you both to be prepared. Main City will not be at peace for very much longer. If my father finds out that I was in danger, he would overturn the whole of Northern Bloc territory. Especially the Lan family. Not a single soul would be spared. Otherwise, that overprotective father of mine would not be given the title of a madman. However, I must inform Lan Ji about this matter. Regardless, Lan Ji is still a member of the Lan family. Chapter 1086, The Visit 1. The Medicine Manor. The old housekeeper was sweeping the fallen leaves on courtyard's ground with a broom in a slow and unhurried manner. Lan Shao has just brought his group into the Medicine Manor when he saw the grey-robed, filthy old housekeeper. He knitted his brows in disgust and a cold and distant light flashed in his eyes. He barked haughtily at the housekeeper. The Lan family is here to pay the master of the Medicine Manor a visit. Go and inform her quickly. The old housekeeper did not seem to notice Lan Shao's presence and continued to devote his attention towards cleaning up the leaves in the courtyard. The sound of sweeping continued to fill the quiet air of the courtyard. Our master has spoken to you. Did you hear him at all? The guards behind Lan Shao noticed that the old man had the audacity to ignore their master and were enraged. They instantly moved to deal with the old man. However, Lan Shao did not give them a chance to do so as he raised his hand and stopped the Lan family guards. He then stared at the old housekeeper with an ugly look on his face as he said, Housekeeper Zhang, will you please inform the master of then Medicine Manor that the master of the Lan family has arrived for a visit? If you interfere with my negotiations with your master, this is not a crime that you can bear. The old housekeeper finally reacted. However, he only stared indifferently at Lan Shao before he continued to sweep the fallen leaves in front of him. His actions thoroughly angered Lan Shao. That's right. Gu Ruan is indeed very powerful. She's also a pill master too. However, this old man is only a housekeeper in the Medicine Manor, yet he dares to act so cockily towards me. Even though I don't dare to offend Gu Ruan, I would only be educating a mere housekeeper. I believe that she wouldn't argue with the Lan family because of this. Lan Shao's eyes instantly sharpened in the thought. He then sneered, Housekeeper Zhang, don't be so shameless after one has given you face. Don't forget who really owns Main City. Who do you think you are? I'm going to give you another chance. Inform the master of the medicine manor that Lan Shao is here to see her. Well, aren't you going? He thought he has given housekeeper Zhang ample opportunity to amend his mistake. He believed that the old man would not continue to act so audaciously. However, he did not think that the old housekeeper would act like a deaf man and completely ignore him. You. Lan Shao was so angry that his face turned ashen. He was about to fly into a rage when a charming voice chimed in from the front. Housekeeper Zhang, who is causing trouble in the medicine manor. A flash of long crimson robes appeared in the gateway. The woman's face carried a charming smile, but that smile did not reach her eyes. Her alluring phoenix eyes were filled with an icy chill. Miss Wei, the old housekeeper replied when he saw the woman who had entered the front yard. His elderly features were different. You're here. Wei Yi nodded before she slowly turned her gaze towards the Lan family members. The corners of her lips then curled into a charming smile. Were you the ones causing a disturbance? Lan Shao knitted his brows as he stared at the woman in red who had just stepped out from the front yard. According to the rumors, the woman named Gu Ruan has clear and elegant features. However, the woman in front of him was dressed in red robes and was extremely glamorous. Furthermore, housekeeper Zhang had addressed her as Miss Wei. Obviously, she was not Gu Ruan. I am Lan Shao, master of the Lan family. I'm here to visit Great Master Gu. Please inform her of my arrival, miss. As he was not too sure of the woman in red's status, Lan Shao had spoken with a hint of courtesy. My apologies, there have been too many people who have requested to see my master over the past few days. Every person of minor importance seems to want to gain my master's favor, so please don't even think about it. Old housekeeper, send the guests away. Wei Yi laughed icily as she instructed. Chapter 1087, The Visit 2. She certainly has not forgotten how Lan Shao was allied with Bai Yin and had both worked together to harm Gu Ruan. Hence, why would she allow him to enter the medicine manor? Besides, Gu Ruan had already issued an order. Anyone who wishes to see her should be kept outside the door. Lan Shao never expected his request to be denied again. His face sank and he smiled scornfully. Miss, I'm being polite to you because you are Great Master Gu's loyal servant girl. However, servants are servants. When have they ever been the ones to make decisions for their masters? Let me give you a piece of advice. Pass my message to Great Master Gu. Do you think that you can bear Great Master Gu's loss if you interfere in my negotiations with her? In the beginning, he was not really aware of Wei Yi's status. That was why he had been so polite to her. However, this woman had addressed Great Master Gu as her master, so this proves that she was only at the level of a servant. Even though Great Master Gu was a pill master, he was the master of the Lan family after all. Regardless of identity or position, he was certainly more powerful than a servant. Great Master Gu had not reached her current level simply because she was good at covering up her brain-dead mistakes. She cannot possibly bicker with him over a little servant girl. Wei Yi's eyes frosted over when she heard Lan Shao's haughty tone. She then laughed disdainfully. I don't think that you have anything important to discuss with my master. Housekeeper Zhang, send the guests away. From this day forth, don't let anyone from the Lan family take one step into the manor. Ha ha ha. Lan Shao burst into exaggerated laughter as if he had heard something very funny. His laughter was full of anger as his eyes glared fixedly at Wei Yi. Miss, have you ever heard of the phrase, the man who can recognize the facts of a situation is a paragon of men? If your shamelessness causes your master to lose benefits, do you think that your master will spare you? When that time comes, don't come begging me for mercy. The old housekeeper shook his head and sighed. Perhaps, as the housekeeper of Medicine Manor, he was the only one who understands Wei Yi's status. After all, Miss Wei has always addressed Great Master Gu as her Master One. It was clear from this that the two did not have an average relationship. Besides, so what if Miss Wei was a servant? There was a saying that goes, if one wishes to hit a dog, one should look at its master as well. However, Lan Shao was causing a disturbance in another's property. Wei Yi curled her lips and laughed alluringly. Her phoenix eyes were filled with disdain as she spoke in a voice tinged with scorn. I'm sorry, these are my master's orders. My master has mentioned that you won't be receiving any guests. If you don't wish to be thrown out, you may leave on your own. Otherwise. She gently narrowed her eyes as a threatening light flashed across her pupils. Ha ha, Lan Shao laughed maniacally. He then took a deep breath to suppress the fiery rage in his heart before replying curtly, I'd like to see what's going to happen otherwise. Miss, I don't believe that Great Master Gu is refusing to receive guests. There's no need for you to use her name to threaten me. That is useless. Surely Gu Ruan intends to establish a good relationship with the four great families after arriving in main city, as that would be the only way for her to take root here. If she really refuses to see visitors, she would certainly offend many people. Hence, she would not be so stupid as to make this kind of decision. TSK, TSK, TSK. I've never met anyone quite so shameless. My master has already declared that she would not be receiving visitors, yet you insist on staying. Could it be that you want me to escort you out? Chapter 1088, The Visit 3. An adorable sounding laugh suddenly rang out, causing Lan Shao to jump in shock. He had been surprised because that laughter had sounded so childlike. However, the tone of manner behind the laugh was so domineering. As he was deep in thought, a petite little figure jumped down from an old tree and landed in front of them. It was a cute little girl around 5 to 6 years of age. Her fair little face was flushed pink like a crystal doll. It was not difficult to see that when this little girl grows up, she would become exceptionally lovely. She would be like a peerless beauty whose beauty could damage a country and cause suffering to the people. However, only the people close to Gu Ruan knows that hidden in that little body was an old demon who has lived for over 10,000 years. Where did this child come from? Lan Shao furrowed his brows and exclaimed impatiently, I have no interest in speaking to a child. Get out of the way. Rude and unreasonable children were the most disgusting things to him in this lifetime. He certainly had no idea what kind of elders could have nurtured a child like this. The vermilion bird's eyes grew cold as her tender and adorable face displayed a cruelty that does not match her years. In fact, her youthful naivety and vivaciousness were instantly diminished. Wei Yi stared at Lan Shao with pity. After all, amongst all of Gu Ruan's spiritual beasts, the one that one should avoid having a confrontation with and who had the worst temper was this little vermilion bird. Even if they were to provoke every single one of the spiritual beasts, they should never provoke her. Otherwise, the end result would always be very tragic. Hence, Wei Yi silently lamented for Lan Shao in her heart before slowly taking a few steps back. Did you just ask me to go away? The vermilion bird laughed. Her smile was bloodthirsty and cruel as she walked towards Lan Shao. Even though Lan Shao had been entranced by her features, he believes that she was only an average child. Hence, he did not see her as an important figure at all. That's right, Lan Shao laughed scornfully and spoke with disdain. I'm talking about you. I don't know who your parents are, but you haven't got a shred of politeness. If it wasn't for Great Master Gu's reputation, I would give you a good education in your parents' place. Alright, I don't want to make idle chit-chat with a little child, so step aside. Since you don't want to let me meet Great Master Gu, I'll go look for her myself. Lan Shao began to head towards the rear courtyard as he was speaking. Boom. Just as he was about to enter the rear courtyard, a wave of flames descended from the sky and slashed towards him with a loud whoosh. He was only a few centimeters away from that sudden blast of flames. Lan Shao was utterly shocked. His face changed from white to green before turning from green to white again. He felt a blockage in his throat and was unable to speak. If he had taken one more step just then, those flames would not have landed on the ground but on his head instead. Lan Shao stared at the large hole carved on the ground in front of him at the thought of this. He quivered and turned around as he trembled. His terrified gaze then landed upon the petite little figure. Where do you think you're going? The vermilion bird played with the flames on her fingers as she grinned at Lan Shao. A cruel light flashed across her eyes. Don't worry, I won't make any more moves to stop you. However, my flames don't seem to want to listen to my orders. If you're not careful and your soul ends up getting scattered across the world, it's not going to be my problem. The meaning behind what she said was clear. If you dare take another step, what awaits you will be a rain of flames from the sky. Chapter 1089, The Visit 4. Each time he thought about that scene, Lan Shao's face would drain of color. What are you? To have the ability to carve a hole in the ground with flames, her ability is at least on par with my father. However, she is only a 5 to 6 year old little Lolita. How could such a little girl possibly have such great power at this age? Does an ant like you deserve to know who I am? Asked the vermilion bird as she laughed coldly and stared disdainfully at Lan Shao. However, let me tell you this. When I was born, the Northern Block territory did not even exist yet. Lan Shao's eyes turned wide. Does this little Lolita mean that she's older than the Northern Block territory? Could it be that she's actually an old demon who's using the face of a little Lolita? Lan Shao's heart instantly turned into ashes when he realized this. He thought that things would be fine as long as he did not offend Gu Ruan, but who would have thought that she would be surrounded by so many powerful cultivators? This makes sense. How else could Gu Ruan have reached this stage if she had not been surrounded by several capable people? Unfortunately, he had realized this too late. Vermilion bird, Wei Yi glanced at the vermilion bird and said, don't forget the master's orders. After all, Gu Ruan's goal was to subdue the whole of Northern Block territory. Therefore, the Lan family shall be spared for the time being. Otherwise, if the Lan family was destroyed, the Northern Block territory would plunge into a sensation. Only after she has completely subdued the Northern Block territory could they decide on the Lan family's punishment. Before that happens, they can't destroy the Lan family. Hence, Wei Yi was really worried that the vermilion bird would lose all rationality in her anger and swallow Lan Shao whole. I know, the vermilion bird smiled. I won't kill these people, I'll only punish them. I order all of you to kowtow every step out of the medicine manor. Furthermore, you must kneel on the streets and scold yourselves for acting like beastards. Of course, the crueler you are with your scoldings, the faster my anger will dissipate. If the strength used in your scoldings is not enough, you kneel and curse yourself for an entire day. Hearing this, Lan Shao's expression changed drastically. His voice was filled with anger as he retorted, a scholar prefers death to humiliation. Though I admit that I'm not as powerful as you, the Lan family has a high-level martial supreme as well. Aren't you crossing the line by doing this? A high-level martial supreme. The vermilion bird snorted disdainfully and replied with contempt, sure, I'd like to see if the Lan family's powerhouse has the ability to save you that quickly. Besides, do you think that I'd grant you an easy death? Don't worry, I am very kind. I've never hurt anyone, I'll only give you a fate worse than death. When Lan Shao heard the words, fate worse than death, he clearly felt the temperature in his surroundings rise rapidly around him. It was as if there were raging flames burning next to him and that they could burn his body into ashes. Was that enough? No. At that moment, Lan Shao felt as if he was standing in a smelting furnace. It was not only his flesh but even his soul seemed to be burning in the flames. This was an agony he had never felt before. He wailed in anguish immediately as his entire body trembled ceaselessly. However, no one else was aware of what was happening. Lan Shao, who had been fine initially, suddenly reacted as if he was in great agony. The look on his face has become absolutely malevolent. It was extremely horrifying. Would you like me to continue? The vermilion bird flashed an evil smile. This is only a fraction of 10,000ths of my power. I can increase your agony by 10,000 times more and make it so that you won't be able to lose consciousness. Her smile fell into the eyes of the crowd. It was as if a demon was waving at them. The vermilion bird never forgot how this fellow had joined forces with that woman named Bai Yin to bully Gu Ruan. Now that he has presented himself to her, how could she let him off so easily? Please let me go. Lan Shao was in so much pain that even his teeth chattered and cold sweat was dripping down his brow. I am willing to do whatever you say, please let me go. A scholar does indeed prefer death to humiliation. However, enduring humiliation was far better than a fate worse than death. Chapter 1090, The Foolish Lan Shao, 1. Whoa. As soon as Lan Shao had said those words, the scorching furnace-like heat dissipated and he sighed in relief. However, his face would turn into an ugly shade whenever he remembered how he had been dominated by the little Lolita's tyrannical abuse. Remember, you have to kneel and kowtow as you go out. The little vermilion bird grinned as she stared at the unpleasant look on Lan Shao's face. Her large, vivid eyes were flashing with wickedness. If you do anything that provokes my displeasure, you can forget about leaving this place today. Lan Shao clenched his fist tightly. There was a fiery anger in his heart which felt like it could burst at any moment. He finally took a deep breath before he slowly knelt down and threw himself onto the ground. Thump. He turned around and kowtowed once. He then began to kowtow at every step as he made his way to the gate. The people who had accompanied Lan Shao did not even dare to breathe too heavily as they carefully followed him out of the medicine manor. Even though the medicine manor's courtyard was deserted, there was quite a number of people outside on the street. At that moment, the pedestrians who had been rushing about could not help but stop in their tracks. Their astonished gazes were turned towards the middle-aged man who was kowtowing with every step as he made his way out of the medicine manor. Some had even begun to suspect that their Vision had gone wrong. What had they just seen? The master of the Lan family was actually bowing and scraping out of the medicine manor. What on earth is this? Lan Shao seemed to sense their shocked stares as he knelt on the center of the street and took a fierce yet deep breath. He then exclaimed, I, Lan Shao, am a living animal. I'm worse than a dog or a pig. Even animals are more outstanding than I. Everyone was dumbstruck. They could not understand what had gotten into Lan Shao to have caused him to kneel on the ground and loudly humiliate himself. Had he been upset in some way? After offending me, did you think that I would let you off so easily? The little vermilion bird was standing in the courtyard while she looked at the middle-aged man who was bowing and scraping in the middle of the street. There was a wicked smile on her tender and adorable features. She produced a pill from her lapel and fiercely crushed it into powder. Whoosh! A wind suddenly rose from her sleeves and whirled the powdered pill along until it reached Lan Shao. However, at this moment, Lan Shao had not noticed this at all. He took a deep breath and promptly inhaled the powdered pill into his digestive system. Wei Yi looked at the little vermilion bird who was next to her and shook her head before she stared at Lan Shao with pity once again. Did he really think that that would have been enough? This little demon would not possibly let him off so easily. Even though she does not know the effects of that pill, she knows very well that the little vermilion bird's pill had come from Gu Ruoan. Its effects would not be normal at all. Help me up. Lan Shao's eyes sank as he raised his hand and ordered the person behind him to assist him. Yes, master. The guard behind him quickly tried to help Lan Shao to his feet. However, before he could touch Lan Shao, a gust of wind slapped against the guard's chest with a thud. A loud laugh then burst into the air. Ha ha ha. Lan Shao laughed maniacally. His smile was malicious and terrifying as he said, Do you all know why I have just called myself an animal? It's because I have never even spared my own brothers. If I had not led the rival family of my good sister-in-law here, they would not have lost their lives. That poor nephew of mine would also never have been labeled as an omen of bad luck. Chapter 1091, The Foolish Lan Shao, 2. Boom. Like thunder in a clear sky, everyone was shocked to the core. Even the members of the Lan family were dumbfounded. No one ever thought that Lan Shao would fly into madness in public and that he would even spout such drivel. HMPH, the position as master of the Lan family is mine. If my younger brother was still alive, I would never have obtained the Lan family. Unfortunately, he still has a son. Even though that little B-starred Lan Ge doesn't have any cultivation abilities, he's naturally intelligent, so father had always preferred him to me. In addition, father has taken even more pity on Lan Ge after my younger brother's death. If I had not spread the word about him bringing bad luck to his parents, those old farts of the Lan family would never have joined forces to force my father to send that piece of dog turd away. Indeed, the moment the little half-breed had been sent away, I, the only descendant of the Lan family, was naturally given the position of master of the Lan family. This seat belongs to me, no one else can take it away. Only I, Lan Shao, am worthy enough to become master of the Lan family. Anyone who stands in my way shall die. Lan Shao's eyes turned bloodshot and he looked as if he could swallow a person whole. His eyes were filled with hatred and anger. This is bad. The guards that Lan Shao had brought along were his trusted aides. When they heard their master exposing everything which had happened in the past few years, their expressions changed drastically. One guard immediately reacted and quickly raised his bow staff before smacking Lan Shao's shoulder with a loud thud. The pain from his shoulder brought Lan Shao back to his senses. He then bellowed furiously, You had the audacity to strike me. There was no one in Main City who dares to strike him. However, aside from that little girl from the medicine manor, someone else has dared to use a bow staff on him. That person was truly digging his own grave. Thud. Upon hearing this, the guard who had used the bow staff quickly threw himself to ground as his forehead dripped with cold sweat. Please forgive my crime, master, you were babbling nonsense a while ago so I had no choice. I had done that to bring you back to your senses. Babbling nonsense. Lan Shao was shocked. It was at that moment when everything he had just said began to echo back into his mind. His face turned completely white while his eyes were filled with terror. What just happened to me? Why couldn't I stop myself from confessing to all my wicked deeds in broad daylight? I am finished. This time, I'm truly finished. TSK, TSK. I never thought that Lan Shao would have committed so many wicked deeds. The little vermilion bird shook her head. However, her adorable little face was clearly relishing in his disaster. It seems that your life is soon at its end, rat. Wei Yi glanced at the vermilion bird and curled her lips. What pill was that? The vermilion bird pursed her lips as she replied, Not too long ago, master had refined this pill. When this pill is consumed, that person would lose consciousness and confess every wicked deed they have ever done over the past few years. The most terrifying bit is that when they wake up, they will remember everything they had said. At that point, she blinked as her smile grew even more wicked. Of course, this is a symptom he would have after consuming the pill. However, Master had added a small adjustment later on, that some repercussions would occur after this pill has been used. Repercussions. Wei Yi shook and asked suspiciously. The repercussion from this pill is that from now on, Lan Shao will never be able to lie. If he tells a lie, he will suffer the agony of having his soul torn to pieces. Chapter 1092, The Foolish Lan Shao, 3. 3 black lines instantly appeared on Wei Yi's forehead. Based on her understanding of Gu Ruan's character, she was a sensible person. What could have caused her to actually research and produce a pill like this? However, what Wei Yi was unaware of was that Gu Ruan had no intentions of researching a pill like this. What Gu Ruan had initially wanted to discover was an alternate power source to speed up the effects of a pill. However, because the experiment had failed, it had produced this failed result. Of course, if the members of First City were to find out that Gu Ruan could refine pills without following a pill formula, they would plunge into a sensation. Regardless of whether she was successful or not, at least she managed to invent a pill. People with this kind of talent would be considered as a peerless genius in First City. No one could be compared to that. At the Lan family residence, an old man was sitting on the floor of the cultivation chamber. His eyes no longer carried their initial benevolence. Instead, they were now sharp, cold, and distant. Lan Shao, did you really cause the deaths of your younger brother and sister-in-law? Lan Shao shivered violently as he sensed the bubbling anger in the old man's heart. Father, I've been framed. Hiss. As soon as he said those words, Lan Shao's body began to quiver. He felt as if a hand was tearing through his soul and it was so painful that he gasped. His face then turned pale. The old man did not notice the peculiar look on Lan Shao's face and continued to speak with sunken, elderly features. Can you explain to me then what you had meant when you said those things? He asked icily. Father, I don't know either. All I could feel was my mind going blank and I then began to speak but I didn't hear the words which were coming out of my mouth. What he said was true. He was really unaware of what had actually happened. At that moment, his mind had gone blank and he could not hear what he had said at all. Therefore, when he had given that explanation, that soul-tearing agony did not appear. I know. Suddenly, Lan Shao's eyes lit up. He then spoke angrily. The members of Medicine Manor must have done this. The master of Medicine Manor is a pill master, so she must have other pills on hand. Perhaps they had used a pill to control me and made me say what they wanted to hear. Father, I've really been framed. How could I have been so cruel as to slaughter my own brother? Lan Shao had not felt anything peculiar, but towards the end, the soul-tearing agony appeared once again. It was so painful that he nearly groaned. Why? Why is everything normal when I speak the truth, but when I lie, I would suffer the agony of having my soul torn apart? Lan Shao gritted his teeth at the thought and forced the groan back down his throat. The Medicine Manor. The old man fell silent. His voice no longer carried its initial icy distance. What's going on? I don't know either. Lan Shao's entire being was filled with grief. I only wanted to ask for an audience with Great Master Gu, but I never expected her subordinates to be so snobbish. Not only had they looked down upon the Lan family, they even wanted the Lan family to hand over half of our property before they would pass my message to her. Hiss. An extreme pain rose within Lan Shao's body once again. It was so excruciating that he began to tremble continuously. His face was now as white as a piece of paper. As it turns out, he could not tell a lie. Each time he had lied, he would suffer this agony. However, he had no choice but to endure it for now. He could not let his father notice any peculiarities. Her subordinates wanted the Lan family to hand over half our property, asked the old man as he lifted his head and faced Lan Shao with an unreadable expression in his eyes. Chapter 1093, The Foolish Lan Shao, 4. Lan Shao gritted his teeth fiercely and spat out forcibly, yes. I understand. You may leave. The old man gently shut his eyes and replied dispiritedly. I will take care of the matters surrounding Medicine Manor. You can forget about this matter. Yes, father. Lan Shao finally sighed with relief. He then joined his fist in parting before leaving the chamber. Just as Lan Shao had turned around, the old man opened his eyes. A wave of disappointment clouded his gaze. Lan Shao, you are far too inferior compared to your younger brother. If it had not been for his accidental death and the pressure from those old fogies in the clan, the position of master of the Lan family would never have fallen on your shoulders. It's not because I am biased, but because I am worried that you would destroy the entire Lan family. As Lan Shao's father, how could he not understand his own son? Besides, how could the aides of a pill master possibly demand half a portion of the Lan family estate in return for relaying a message? However, the old man closed his eyes once again as a bitter smile hung on his face. He then gently exhaled and did not say another word. Over the past few days, the entire main city has been bustling with unmatched excitement. Restaurants, tea houses, small street vendors, and everyone else has been discussing Lan Shao's actions in front of the Medicine Manor's gates. They never thought that the deaths of the second young master and young madam of the Lan family years ago had been connected to Lan Shao. He would do anything to obtain the position of Master Lan. Hence, Lan Shao was now the joke of Northern Bloc territory. However, this matter was soon glossed over by another huge issue. According to the news, the genius girl who had risen to fame in the medicine sect's general meeting, Gu Ruan, had arrived in Main City a few months ago. She has also moved to the Northern Bloc territory. Hence, all the big and small organizations have plunged into a sensation. The initially quiet Medicine Manor instantly become as busy as a marketplace. However, no matter who had come to visit, they were all stopped outside the Medicine Manor's gates. Even the most mysterious family amongst the 4 great families of Main City had sent an elder from their clan. However, not only had he been unable to see the master of Medicine Manor, he was not even allowed to set foot past their threshold. The Medicine Manor then issued an announcement. In half a month's time, they will be holding a banquet and everyone who has reached the Marshal Supreme rank or organizations who have Marshal Supremes in their ranks may send their representatives to attend the banquet. In the Northern Bloc territory, the number of organizations who has Marshal Supremes in their ranks was not a small one. Hence, many organizations began to make their preparations. As for those who did not have enough power, they could only watch in envy as the other families received their invitations. After all, the Master of Medicine Manor was a pill master which was an existence that many wishes to win good favor with. Even the cultivators of First City could not possibly turn a blind eye to a pill master. In all of Northern Bloc territory, only the Jiang family and the Gu family did not show any sign of movement. Others could not help but wonder what the two families were up to. Could it be that they were not interested in the pill master at all? Of course, what they did not know was that Gu Ruan, whom they have elevated to the status of a god, was now in the Jiang family residence, playing chess with the two old fogies. Ha ha, old man Gu, you lose. Old man Jiang burst into laughter. His bright and clear laugh echoed throughout every corner of the Jiang family courtyard before he continued, since you've lost the Gu girl, you can step aside. It's my turn now. Old man Gu smiled and turned towards Gu Ruan, saying, Gu girl, I never thought that not only are you exceedingly talented, you're good at chess too. Unfortunately, there are no males in the Gu family. Otherwise, I'd really like to kidnap you back to the Gu family residence. He sighed gently as his face filled with regret. Chapter 1094, The Beast King's Wrath 1. By the way, Gu girl, I don't think I've explained the Gu family's situation to you. There is only one descendant in the Gu family, that is my granddaughter, Gulan. This granddaughter of mine has always been an eccentric spirit from a young age. She always gets herself into trouble and in addition, because she's a woman, she can't inherit the Gu family. Old man Gu sighed exasperatedly. Hence, the elders of the Gu family had a discussion and decided that the Gu family should form a marriage alliance with the Jiang family. Besides, the Jiang family had once promised us that as long as that granddaughter of mine takes a liking to any of the descendants, that descendant will be given the title of Young Master Jiang and marry my granddaughter. Ha ha. Previously, I had wanted to matchmake Duer and Lancer. After all, they were childhood friends who had grown up together. Their ratio of success would have been higher than anyone else. Who would have thought that the two did not like each other at all? Furthermore, Lancer has run away from home and there hasn't been any news of her. Old man Jiang burst into laughter but it carried the hint of a grudge. Old man Gu felt a little embarrassed as he continued to speak awkwardly. Old man Jiang, it was the Gu family's fault in this. It's all right. Old man Jiang waved his hand, stopping old man Gu from whatever he wanted to say. I am blessed with sons and grandsons. We can't interfere too much in the affairs of the younger generation. Since that's the case, let's not trouble Gulan. Despite all that, old man Gu still felt remorseful in front of old man Jiang. Old man Jiang, the Gu family owes you one. Even if the marriage alliance was unsuccessful, the relationship between our houses will not change because of this. Ha ha. Old man Jiang burst into happy laughter. That's all I need to hear. I've watched the child Lancer grow up since she was a little girl. Hence, let her be my granddaughter. Even if we can't be joined by marriage, I won't ignore the Gu family if they're ever in a crisis. Perhaps the people of Main City are unaware of the relationship between the two, but Gu Ruan, who was standing next to them, could sense the mutual affection between the two old men. This was the kind of relationship that goes beyond mutual benefits for the great families. It was a relationship between best friends. Old man Jiang, old man Gu, I've disturbed the both of you for much too long today. It's time for me to take my leave now. Gu Ruan slowly rose to her feet and said with a smile, by the way, I'm staying at the Medicine Manor at this moment. However, I've just made an announcement that I won't be receiving visitors for the next half of the month. If there's anything that you need from me, I will visit you both here instead. All right, old man Jiang nodded before rising to his feet, saying, I'll ask Wen Yan to escort you on your way. There's no need. Gu Ruan shook her as she replied gently. In Main City, the great aristocratic families have many eyes and ears. If Wen Yan were to send her off, she would draw a lot of attention. Gu Ruan no longer tarried as she headed straight out of the courtyard. As Wen Yan stared at her flash of green robes, a peculiar light flashed across his gentle and jade-like features. After a long pause, he spoke in a deep voice, maternal grandfather, Gu Ruan has powerful abilities. Do you think that she would be able to help me in that matter? Old man Jiang was shocked. He then furrowed his brows before relaxing them again in a short while. His elderly voice was calm and steady as it rang out slowly in the quiet of the noonday. Yansa, I would never stand in your way in whatever you wish to do. However, I need to warn you that the Gu girl is very intelligent. If you wish to use her, she will figure that out very quickly. Besides, I haven't been interacting with this little girl for very long but I know her standards of formality. If you befriend her wholeheartedly, she will repay you 10,000 times over. However, if you even have a shred of ulterior motive, you can forget about gaining her trust again for the rest of your life. Chapter 1095, The Beast King's Wrath 2. Wen Yan gently raised his head. His eyes then turned towards Gu Ruan's disappearing figure and his gaze no longer displayed a calm gentleness. All that was in its place was a cool-headed tranquility. I understand. However. Wen Yan lowered his eyelids, shielding the light in his eyes. His voice seems to transcend through his spirit, reaching Qianqi's ears. Qianqi, if I spared no effort or strategy for my revenge, will you help me? All was quiet in his soul for a few seconds before a woman's gentle voice sounded. Master, it doesn't matter to me whether you are a human or a demon. Ever since I had begun to follow you, you are the person that I have pledged my loyalty to. Even if you are a demon in the eyes of the world, you will always remain as the kindly, graceful, jade-like young man in my heart. In this life, I will most certainly cut my way through thistles and thorns with you and carve out a path filled with sunlight. Wen Yan smiled. That smile was full of warmth. However, his eyes still contained an icy stare which could not be melted. It's decided. Even if I have to become the embodiment of a demon, I will have my revenge without sparing any effort or strategy. Even if I have to make use of certain persons that I shouldn't be using. Old man Jiang noticed the unchanging hatred in Wen Yan's eyes, and a sense of anxiety slowly appeared in his heart. In the end, the anxiety turned into a sigh from his mouth as his face filled with a bitter smile. This child, Wen Yan, has suffered too much pain at a young age until his growing years have been spent in torture. I don't know if it would be a blessing or a curse if this were to continue. Of course, old man Jiang also knows that the kid would not listen to the words he had just thought. Perhaps I should find some time to inform the Gu girl of Wen Yan's issues. This is not only for the Gu girl's sake but to ensure that Wen Yan does not continue to live in hatred. This really won't do him any good. Some people can grow rapidly out of hatred. However, there are others who would end up losing all sense of rationality because of their hatred. Old man Jiang has always been worried that Wen Yan would turn out the other way. Main city. A clamoring noise could be heard along the big and small bustling streets. However, it was at this moment that Gu Ruan suddenly paused in her footsteps as her gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on a fat, fleshy figure. The fatty was standing and spouting curses in front of a stall. His enraged expression caused his fat flesh to tremble as his eyes glared fiercely at the stall owner, who was smaller in stature. His saliva splattered everywhere, with some nearly landing on the stall owner's face. It was just a piece of cloth, yet you're charging me 2 gold pieces. Are you freaking trying to rob me? I have only ever robbed others, so no one would dare to rob me. You brat, are you effing tired of living? Speak, how much is this rag? How could the skinny little stall owner possibly endure such a shock from the fatty? His body had begun trembling long ago. One gold piece, he stammered with a face white as a sheet. 1 gold piece was the smallest currency denomination on the mainland. Hence, the stall owner's price was already its lowest. He thought that at least it could send this demon away. Who would have thought that once he had given the price, the fatty would glare at him once again and kick the stall owner's stall away with a bang. The stall owner was so frightened that he began to shake uncontrollably. No payment needed. I'll gift this handkerchief to you. Free of charge. What? The fatty was incensed. His eyes looked as if they could spit fire as they glared at the skinny little stall owner. Free of charge. You have the audacity to waste my time by haggling for half a day. No, you must give me a price today. Otherwise, I won't leave. Chapter 1096, The Beast King's Wrath 3. Damn it, I have had to take such painstaking effort all for the sake of giving Lord Gu Ruan a present. After all, I want to pay Lord Gu Ruan a visit, so I can't just drop by empty-handed. Otherwise, if Gu Ruan were to tell the Lord about this, the spiritual beasts of Nemesis Forest can forget about staying alive. However, his words nearly made the skinny little stall owner cry. He had complained that 1 gold piece was expensive, so I have refused to accept his money, yet he still isn't satisfied. What does he want from me? I don't want your money, I'll pay you 3 gold pieces instead. All right, please leave quickly and never come back again, said the stall owner as he sobbed profusely. If this fatty continues to cause a ruckus, the stall owner would have to kneel and call him father. Was he that much of a bully? A large group of people had begun to gather around them. Even though they stared at the stall owner with pity, not one of them dared to say anything when they noticed the great amount of fleshy meat on the fatty's body. They were deathly afraid of provoking this damned fatty. 10 gold pieces. The fatty held out 10 fingers and gestured them in front of the stall owner as he scoffed coldly. Sure. I'll give you 10 gold pieces. Old ancestor, I beg you to leave me be. The stall owner no longer cared about anything else. All he wanted was to chase this fatty away. The fatty took the newly bought pink handkerchief in one hand and 10 gold pieces from the stall owner in another before turning around in a satisfied manner. He was just about to leave when he noticed a flash of green robes outside the crowd. His then eyes lit up like light bulbs. Gu Ruan was just about to leave when unexpectedly, the over 100 kilograms strong fatty began to charge maniacally towards her just as she turned around. The fatty waved the newly purchased pink handkerchief at her as he ran. Lord Gu, I finally found you. 1. Whoosh. At that moment, all eyes had gathered upon Gu Ruan. The blank stares of the crowd were full of shock. No one had expected this calm, delicate, and pretty lady to actually be acquainted with this damned blackmailing fatty. Especially since the damned fatty was waving a handkerchief at her like a woman from a whorehouse trying to drum up customers. The sight of it was absolutely unsettling. Gu Ruan's expression changed drastically. It was too late to run now because the damned fatty who was still waving the pink handkerchief was almost right in front of her. His meaty face had broken into a blossoming smile. That expression was exactly like a prostitute who was trying to get a client. Lord Gu, I've been going crazy looking for you. Even the spiritual beasts of Nemesis Forest have been spurred into the search. However, all the news about you seems to have been cut off, so I had to search for you personally. After all, that lord was already rushing towards the northern block territory. He has even ordered them to find Gu Ruan's exact location and report back to him before he arrives. Therefore, he had no other choice but to order all spiritual beasts to conduct a search for the sake of locating Gu Ruan. Gu Ruan's expression turned back to normal as she stared at his fawning face before slowly exclaiming, I don't recognize you. She does not have much of a relationship with the Beast King, so clearly she had not needed to give him any face. However, what she could not understand was the fact that the spiritual beasts of Nemesis Forest had been mobilized to search for her. Could it be that something has happened in Nemesis Forest? Lord Gu, don't you remember me? The Beast King looked very pitiful, remarkably like a resentful wife in the boudoir. This is a meeting present that I have just bought for you. Not only have I spent a lot of money, I've even wasted a lot of time. I hope that you don't avoid me, Lord Gu. Chapter 1097, The Beast King's Wrath 4. The Beast King was used to speaking in a vulgar manner in the Nemesis Forest. Now, he was acting genteel on purpose for the sake of not leaving a bad impression of him on Gu Ruoan. However, his words, coupled with his coarse voice, sounded rather awkward. Gu Ruoan's gaze landed on the pink handkerchief in the Beast King's hand as the corners of her lips twitched. Spent a lot of money. Didn't he just snatch this handkerchief? Oh, that's right, he had also robbed the poor stall owner of 10 gold pieces too. Gu Ruoan shrugged her shoulders exasperatedly and was just about to reply when a pedantic and gloomy voice rang out from the crowd with a sneer. I heard people commenting about a daylight robbery and I was wondering who would be so impudent to act this way, but I never thought it would turn out to be you, Gu Nianye. I never expected you to escape that sea of flames. However, why aren't you, as a person who had just escaped death, treasuring your life? If I were you, I would have run far, far away. Why would I even come to Main City? The corners of Gu Ruoan's lips curled into a smile when she heard this voice. Her gaze pierced through the crowd before landing on the middle-aged man who was heading towards her. Lan Shao. It was the master of the Lan family, Lan Shao. She has not forgotten that this fellow believes in Bai Yin and has helped Bai Yin to harm her. However, in Gu Ruoan's eyes now, unless he was a powerful cultivator of First City, everyone else was of no importance to her. Gu Nianye, you've offended Red Lotus Territory's emissary. Do you think that you'll be able to stay alive for very much longer? When Lan Shao noticed Gu Ruoan's complacent expression, the fire in his heart became even more furious. Not too long ago, he had been outraged by the treatment he had received at the Medicine Manor. Ever since he had returned to the Lan family residence, his father has also begun to treat him differently. How could a proud person like Lan Shao endure this? Now, even this nobody of a little girl had the audacity to take him lightly. Who does she think she is, Gu Ruoan? 1. Even though they both have the same Gu surname, their power and talent are too far apart. Lan Shao did not dare to provoke the members of the Medicine Manor, but he believes that he could afford to provoke this little girl before him. Gu Nianye. The Beast King scratched the back of his head as he stared at Gu Ruoan suspiciously. Isn't her name Gu Ruoan? Why is this hateful fellow calling her Gu Nianye? The unicellular-like Beast King does not wish to understand such a complex problem and he would much rather avoid overanalyzing it. He then gently narrowed his eyes as he turned towards Lan Shao. A fierce light flashed across his pupils. Scram! That cry was full of chi energy. Lan Shao felt his chi and blood rolling over and over in his body, causing him to nearly spit out a mouthful of blood. Instantly, he felt amazed and slowly calmed his aura. Only then did his expression sink. It seems that this man's power isn't that straightforward. His level of power is definitely higher than mine. Could it be that Gu Nianye had dared to step into Main City because she was relying on this fatty? Unfortunately, there are many powerful cultivators in the Lan family. Regardless of how powerful this fatty is, he can't possibly be of any match for the cultivators of the Lan family. Lan Shao's heart steadied greatly at the thought of this. Gu Nianye, you've previously tried to seduce the Grand Lord of Red Lotus Territory, but I never thought that you'd change your objective so quickly. However, your tastes are quite inconsistent. You'd even attempt to use a man who looks like that. I'd advise you to go back to Bai Yin and give her a present as an apology. Otherwise, no one can save you from your date. In this lifetime, the Beast King hates the people who call him ugly most of all. In his heart, an unconventionally elegant, handsome, and Casanova type of man like him cannot possibly have any ugly features. Hence, the Beast King was angered and the consequences were severe. Chapter 1098, She's Gu Ruoan. 1. Gu Nianye, Emissary Bai Yin is a kind and generous person. If you admit to your mistakes obediently, she might spare you on account of your youth. However, if you persist in doing things the wrong way, no one will be able to save you. Do you really think that the Jiang and Gu family's power can ensure your safety? What a joke. When it comes to the Red Lotus Territory, even if all of the Northern Bloc territory were to join forces, they would not be any match for them. Lan Shao then burst into laughter. After enduring all that stress over the past few days, he finally had an outlet to let out all out. If there was anyone to blame this woman for putting herself in front of the gun. The corners of Lan Shao's lips curled into an eerie angle as his malicious eyes continued to stare at Gu Ruoan. Therefore, he failed to notice the Beast King standing next to Gu Ruoan, who was slowly swelling with anger. Boom. Without any warning, a power-packed punch landed on Lan Shao's chest. Before Lan Shao could return to his senses, he had been thrown out of the way like an arrow leaving its quiver before landing in the middle of the crowd with a loud thump. An unfortunate onlooker who had been too engrossed in watching the show was unable to avoid Lan Shao in time. When he had returned to his senses, he had already been toppled over by Lan Shao's landing. The sheer force of his body nearly made the onlooker puke blood. Dumb FCK. The Beast King stared disdainfully at Lan Shao, who was lying in the middle of the crowd, and snorted in derision. You should take a good look at your own F-king face. You would dare to insult me in public and slander my looks. You can only envy someone like me who has such unconventionally handsome and suave features. As he spoke, the Beast King could not help but send a coquettish glance at the crowd. Of course, if that gaze had come from a peerlessly beautiful man, it would certainly tug at one's heartstrings. However, when they stared at the rolls of fat all over his body and his pig-headed appearance, everyone felt as if they had just endured 100,000 electric shocks instead and could only stand dumbfoundedly on the spot. Imagine a shining white pig sending a coquettish glance towards you. This was exactly how the crowd felt. Did you see that? The Beast King turned towards the pale-faced Lan Shao. These people are all shocked by my good looks. In fact, they're so shocked that they can't even speak. Yet an ugly piece of sh*t like you has the audacity to call me ugly. Lan Shao's expression was now an ugly sight as he clenched his fist and glared fixedly at the Beast King. Hey, this lady looks familiar. Oh, I remember now, she seems to be that lady who had walked into the Medicine Manor a few days ago. I remember that there was a handsome and wicked-looking man by her side. Suddenly, a shocked voice rang out from the crowd. Those words then caused a huge sensation. Are you certain that this lady was allowed to enter the Medicine Manor? I heard that the master of Medicine Manor isn't receiving guests. There's no mistake. The man who had previously spoken nodded and continued to speak. I felt that this lady had looked familiar since the beginning. However, I can't seem to remember where I'd seen her before. It had all just come back to me. She's the woman who had walked into the Medicine Manor at that time. After she entered the Medicine Manor, news of Gu Ruan's arrival in Main City began to spread. This means that this woman must have some sort of connection with the Medicine Manor. Lan Shao's brain stopped working then and there as his initially pale face now turned even paler. His clenched fist began to tremble as he stared fixedly at Gu Ruan in disbelief. Chapter 1099. She's Gu Ruan. 2. Gu Nianye is a member of the Medicine Manor. That's impossible. Emissary Bai Yin had mentioned that this woman has no support or background. How could she possibly be a member of the Medicine Manor? Lord Gu Ruan, do you know this fellow? The Beast King turned towards Gu Ruan and rubbed his head good-naturedly as he asked in astonishment. He may be a single-celled organism, but he has been alive for so many years, so he still has some semblance of intelligence. After overhearing the discussion around him, he was suddenly enlightened and feigned astonishment as he asked that question. Gu Ruan sighed exasperatedly. The reason why she had previously used the name Gu Nianye was to lessen the chances of attracting trouble. However, she never expected to bump into Lan Shao on the street. Since she would still run into trouble after she had changed her name, she might as well just go with the flow. She does not want unnecessary trouble, but that does not mean that she was afraid of these people. Gu Ruan. Lan Shao's face was now so pale that it reached a point of unprecedented brutality. He pushed himself up on one arm and rose to his feet, freeing the man he had been lying on. However, just as he had stood up, his legs stumbled and he nearly fell back down again. How can you possibly be Gu Ruan? How can you possibly be the earth-shatteringly reputable pill master? At that moment, Lan Shao finally understood why the members of Medicine Manor had tortured him so much. It was because Gu Nianye was actually Gu Ruan. Lan Shao also did not know that the Vermilion Bird and the others had done all that for another reason, Lan Ji. Lan Ji was Gu Ruan's subordinate, so they wanted to vent his anger in his stead. If it were not for this person, Lan Ji would never have to live such a difficult life. Gu Ruan slowly closed her eyes. After a while, she opened them again. The corners of her lips then curled into a sneer. Lan Shao, did you ever regret the things you've done to Lan Ji? When she had heard the truth behind Lan Ji's parents' deaths, Gu Ruan immediately remembered her current life. That year, Second Master Gu had also sorted his own brother for the sake of his own selfish needs. This had caused her family to be torn apart, unable to be reunited for over 20 years. Hence, she could empathize with Lan Ji's experience. Lan Shao was shocked as he stared at Gu Ruan's features in astonishment. He felt as if a large rock was now pressing onto his heart. You're acquainted with Lan Ji. Gu Ruan smiled but did not say very much. She only left him with, Lan Shao, ever since you begun to treat Lan Ji in that manner, your actions have determined your consequences in the future. After she had said these words, Gu Ruan slowly turned around and headed towards the stall owner who had been bullied by the Beast King. This is the price for the item he had purchased. Gu Ruan threw 2 gold pieces in front of the stall owner before she turned towards the Beast King indifferently. Give him back his money. Oh. The Beast King felt very reluctant, but he did not dare go against Gu Ruan's orders. He took the money out and placed it pitifully in front of the stall owner. The stall owner stared gratefully as Gu Ruan headed towards the Medicine Manor. I never thought that the master of the Medicine Manor would turn out to be such a delicate and pristine lady. This is too perfect. However, the master of the Lan family had slandered her by saying that she had seduced men. I really never thought that the Lan family members could be so narrow-minded as to even say such things. TSK, have you forgotten those things that Lan Shao had confessed in public? After all, he had caused the deaths of his younger brother and sister-in-law. Even Lan Ji, who had been very young at the time, had not been spared. Lan Shao had falsely accused him of being an unlucky omen who had brought bad luck to his parents. Based on this, are there really any limits to what he would do? Chapter 1100. She's Gu Ruan. 3. Oh no, it was so difficult to uncover the master of Medicine Manor's true face, yet I had forgotten to curry favor with her. Perhaps I could have gotten 1 or 2 pills. Instantly, a voice of sudden realization rang out. Everyone else looked very remorseful as well. They had forgotten about asking the master of the Medicine Manor for pills. This had been such a good opportunity and they had let it slip. As Lan Shao listened to the crowd's discussion, he forgot all about his anger. All he could do was to stare dumbfoundedly at Gu Ruan as she left. Under the sunlight, his expression was incomparably ashen and his eyes were full of remorse. This woman really is Gu Ruan. I have offended the person that I've wanted to gain favor from the most. Each time he thought of this, Lan Shao would feel as if a hand had clasped over his heart and was squeezing it very tightly, making him feel as though he was going to crumble. No wonder she didn't care for me at all. She's Gu Ruan. Why had Miss Bai Yin lied to me? No, I must speak to Miss Bai Yin and ask her about the situation. Lan Shao took one more look at the direction Gu Ruan had left in before he left the streets as everyone stared disdainfully. He then hurried over to the Lan family residence. At the Lan family home's rear courtyard, Bai Yin was seated at a table and sipping a cup of tea in a grand and extravagant wing of the Lan family home. She stared at the white steam gently rising from the cup as a fierce light flashed through her icy features. Gu Ruan. Whenever that name was mentioned, Bai Yin would grit her teeth hatefully. That feeling of hatred was enough to pierce through one's heart. I never expected that. I really never expected you to have survived. The events which had happened at the Medicine Manor has also reached Bai Yin's ears. She simply never thought that Gu Ruan would be able to survive the Sea of Flames and arrive in Main City. However, regardless of that, she would not let this woman live much longer. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door to the room. Bai Yin steadied her emotions and recomposed herself into her usual cold, distant self. She then answered indifferently, "Come in." Creak. The room's door was pushed open and soon, Bai Yin came face to face with a very gloomy-looking Lan Shao who entered the room. She gently wrinkled her brow as a hint of confusion flashed across her eyes. She then asked icily, "Is there anything you need?" Bai Yin's voice was like a cold wind in the middle of a severe winter, incomparably bone-piercingly icy. "Miss Bai Yin," said Lan Shao as he took a deep breath before raising his gaze towards the icy beauty who was seated in front of him. "I met someone on the street today, can you guess who that was?" A bite of impatience flashed across Bai Yin's face as her voice became even colder and more distant than before. "Regardless of who you've met, I have no interest to find out." "No, Miss Bai Yin, you would definitely have an interest in this person." Lan Shao's eyes flickered, however, the paleness on his face did not diminish. "Gu Nianye. I saw Gu Nianye today. I never thought that she would still be alive. Besides, I also learned that her real name is Gu Ruan. Since Bai Yin has a grudge against Gu Ruan, she must have known about Gu Nianye's true identity." However, what Lan Shao never expected was that Bai Yin would hide this from him so that she could manipulate him to take revenge for her. If he had known about Gu Nianye's real identity earlier on, he would never have dared to do as he pleased even if he had been given 100 helpings of liquid courage. Bai Yin smiled but it did not have any warmth in it. She was still as bitingly frosty as she said, "That's right, she is Gu Ruan. So what, it's a fact that she has offended the Red Lotus territory." Chapter 1101, She's Gu Ruan. 4. Perhaps, in the beginning, Lan Shao could still hold onto a small shred of delusion by hoping that the woman in green was not Gu Ruan and everything had been a plot concocted by everyone else to fool him. However, when he heard Bai Yin's reply, his last sliver of hope vanished and his face instantly turned as grey as ash. His expression was now filled with hopelessness. "So she really is Gu Ruan. Why had you lied to me and said that she has no background?" Lan Shao bellowed from the depths of his throat. It was easy to imagine the fiery anger that burns in his heart at the moment. Bai Yin laughed icily as she retorted, "Knowing your guts, if I had told you that she was Gu Ruan, would you have continued to help me harm her? However, Lan Shao, you've realized this a little too late. Now that you're on the same boat as I am, she won't possibly spare you even if you want to get off this boat." Lan Shao shut his eyes as his body trembled violently. This time, he had indeed boarded a pirate ship. No wonder Old Man Jiang and Old Man Gu still remained honor-bound to help her even when they were under the Red Lotus territory's threat. Her status was really that special. "What should I do?" asked Lan Shao as he cradled his head tightly. The space between his brows was full of agony and fear. "She's a pillmaster yet I have brazenly offended her. Knowing the power of a pillmaster's appeal, I'm afraid I won't be alive for very much longer." Pillmasters now hold a majestic position on this mainland because ever since the Great War had exploded 10,000 years ago, all pill formulas have vanished from existence. Hence, that resulted in the pillmasters having an existence similar to that of dinosaurs. Any person who could refine pills would attract the attention of countless powerful cultivators who will bow before them and would do anything for them. Hence, Lan Shao had already considered his tragic conclusion. Bai Yin looked at the fear in Lan Shao's eyes and laughed icily in a nonchalant manner. "Isn't it too late for regrets now? Knowing that woman's savage and vicious methods, even if you were to beg for mercy, she won't possibly spare you. Hence, since that's the case, how about we continue our alliance and destroy that woman?" "Destroy her?" Lan Shao laughed bitterly. "You speak as though it's so easy. How should I actually go about it? She is a pillmaster and is surrounded by powerful cultivators. Regardless of how powerful the Lan family is, we can't possibly kill her." "Lan Shao, have you forgotten where I come from?" Bai Yin slowly raised the corners of her lips yet her eyes carried an icy chill which would not melt. "I come from the Red Lotus territory and our Grand Lord has broken through to the Martial Saint rank not too long ago. This is public knowledge on the mainland. Do you think that Gu Ruan's great power could go against a Martial Saint? I can tell you with utmost certainty that the Grand Lord is already rushing towards Main City and his objective is to kill Gu Ruan. Hence, this is your opportunity to shine. If you can destroy Gu Ruan, the Grand Lord will be extremely elated. When that time comes, you would certainly help the Lan family to become the only great family in Main City." At this moment, Bai Yin was not yet aware that her words would come to fruition. Grand Lord Hong Lian was indeed rushing towards the Northern Bloc territory. However, his arrival would spell the Lan family's doomsday. Fine, Lan Shao took a deep breath. Right now, there was only one way out for him. If Gu Ruan was allowed to live, perhaps he would be the one who ends up dead. Now that he has Grand Lord Hong Lian as a pillar of support, why should he fear those powerful cultivators anymore? Chapter 1102, She's Gu Ruan. 5. Poor Lan Shao had chosen to believe Bai Yin's words. This determined his ultimate tragic fate. "Lan Shao, have you ever wondered how Gu Ruan had managed to survive?" Bai Yin's eyes flickered before she sneered. "After I discovered her arrival in Main City, I've been in deep thought for a few days and I have one conclusion." Lan Shao shook a little as his eyes stared unblinkingly at Bai Yin, waiting for the next part of her explanation. Bai Yin's voice grew even colder, resembling an icebox. "If my guess is right, the space beneath the lava must hold a divine weapon. Perhaps Gu Ruan has already obtained the divine weapon." A divine weapon. Those words entered Lan Shao's heart and caused it to tremble. A sense of greed then flashed across his pale face. To the people on the mainland, a divine weapon was just as important as pills. If he could obtain a divine weapon, who would dare oppose him in the Northern Bloc territory from then on? Bai Yin clearly figured out what was going through Lan Shao's mind and laughed icily. "Lan Shao, you shouldn't look too highly upon a divine weapon. If your powers are too weak, the divine weapon won't be able to display its full potential in your hands. Hence, this divine weapon should only be used as a present for the Grand Lord. If the Grand Lord obtains this divine weapon, his powers would be increased by several times more. By then, you would be able to enjoy plenty of benefits as well. All she needs to do is to obtain the divine weapon and give it to the Grand Lord. He would then have a whole new level of regard for her. Perhaps she could still return to the Grand Lord's side again." A smile appeared on Bai Yin's face at that thought. That smile was no longer as frosty as it once was. Instead, it was as delightful as a blossoming white lotus. Lan Shao did not notice the smile on Bai Yin's face as he was deep in thought. After a long pause, he seems to reach a decision as a fierce light flashed across his eyes. That old man would never agree with my decision to deal with Gu Ruan. However, I have no choice but to force him into an agreement now. At the meeting hall. After Lan Shao and Bai Yin had left the room, they gathered everyone in the Lan clan for a meeting. After all, he had managed to become master of the Lan family through a lot of assistance from these elders that year. So, if he wishes to force the old man, this was the only way. Lan Shao, is there anything that you wish to discuss by gathering us here? At this time, a man over 70 years of age was seated on a chair with his back straight in the meeting room. He was wearing long, navy blue robes which made him look more energetic. This old man was the great elder amongst the Lan family elders and has a position second only to the old master. As the leader of the elders, he was extremely useful for making a statement. Even the old master would need to discuss things with him. Elders, I'm sure that you've all heard the matter regarding the master of the medicine manor, Gu Ruan. A fierce light flashed across Lan Shao's eyes. I had previously served my father's orders and went ahead to gain Gu Ruan's favor. Who would have thought that Gu Ruan had an exaggerated opinion of her own abilities and refused to place any importance on the 4 great families of Main City? She has even declared that she wants to uproot the 4 great families. I will not stand for it, so I had clashed with Gu Ruan's people. The old master's expression changed drastically. After all, this was not what Lan Shao had previously told him. At the time, Lan Shao had not only claimed that Gu Ruan's subordinates were snobs who wanted half of the Lan family's estate. Now, it has become a claim that her group wanted to uproot them all. No one except the old master was more clear of the weight behind those words. Chapter 1103, She's Gu Ruan. 6. However, what the old master was unaware of was that each time Lan Shao had lied, his soul would feel as though it was being torn into pieces. It was so agonizing that he almost wishes to leave this place. However, in order to go up against Gu Ruan, he will endure it even if he has to experience great pain. The great elder fell silent. After a long pause, he slowly replied, is this true? Gu Ruan really wishes to uproot the 4 great families. Do the other great families know of this? Lan Shao. The old master's face sank as he realized that Lan Shao was about to continue his slander. This is not what you had previously told me. At that time, he had not even managed to see Gu Ruan's face, so how could he have determined that she had actually said those things? Father, Gu Ruan had refused to see me now because she had told me these things when we had crossed paths with each other before. I had happened to bump into her, which was how I found out that she was Gu Ruan. A malicious light then flashed in Lan Shao's eyes as he sneered. Besides, I also know that Gu Ruan has a divine weapon in her hands. A divine weapon. Boom. Those words were like a sudden stroke of lightning which instantly exploded in the meeting hall. Everyone, including the old master of the Lan family, was so shocked that they almost forgot how to breathe. Lan Shao, is this true? A light flashed across the great elder's eyes as he asked darkly. Great elder, I can swear that Gu Ruan most definitely holds a divine weapon in her hand. Miss Bai Yin can also bear witness to this. Besides, Gu Ruan has a grudge against the Red Lotus territory. Emissary Bai Yin has given me her word that as long as we are willing to get rid of Gu Ruan, the Red Lotus territory will send us aid, sneered Lan Shao as he gritted his teeth firmly. The elders looked at each another. In the end, it was the great elder, the one who holds the most power, who slowly replied, all right, I've heard all I needed to hear. Lan Shao, you may leave first. The elders will discuss amongst ourselves and determine the Lan family's next course of action. Yes, great elder. Lan Shao joined his fists, and when he turned around, the corners of his lips were curled into a scheming smile. After Lan Shao had left, everything became quiet instantly in the meeting room. The old master knitted his brows as he swept his gaze across the elders. Everyone, I don't agree to make an enemy of the medicine manor. Gu Ruan is a pill master, even the members of Wind Valley have their eyes set on her. Besides, she's also the Holy Doctor's disciple. According to a reliable source, that Marshal Supreme seems to have recently broken through to the Marshal Saint rank. One Marshal Saint's power is far too great, we cannot afford to defend against that. The great elder suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, he spoke again. Didn't you all hear what Lan Shao had said? Gu Ruan and the Red Lotus territory have a grudge against each other. If we choose to deal with Gu Ruan, the members of the Red Lotus territory will definitely send us their aid. Besides, so what if the Holy Doctor is powerful? When compared to the abnormally strong Grand Lord Hong Lian, who is also a Marshal Saint, the Holy Doctor's powers are far inferior. I agree with the great elder's words. The Holy Doctor may be powerful, but he's a long way off from the Northern Bloc territory. If we kill Gu Ruan and take the divine weapon before he arrives, he would be no match for the Lan family, especially if we have the divine weapon in our hands. Another elder nodded as he agreed with the great elder. The crease between the old master's brow deepened as he replied indifferently, I have a feeling that Gu Ruan's future achievements won't stop from here on. She will become even more powerful, and if the Lan family truly wants to make an enemy of her, we will regret it. Chapter 1104, She's Gu Ruan. 7. Old master, I understand your worry. Gu Ruan is a pill master and even the members of Wind Valley want her favor. However, based on what I know, she had rejected Wind Valley and embarrassed the eldest lady of Wind Valley in front of everyone. Therefore, I don't think that her relationship with Wind Valley is a friendly one. Gu Ruan's power is truly great. If we want to get rid of her, we shall have to cut her off at the root. We can't give her any chances to grow any further. A malicious light flashed in the great elder's eyes as he made a chopping motion with his hand. That year, when the old master's father had wanted to hand Lan family over to the old master, he had been worried that the old master's personality was too weak, so he had also formed the Council of Elders. In addition, he had appointed the great elder as the old master's assistant. Hence, amongst the Lan family members, even though the old master was the most powerful of all, the Council of Elders would only listen to the great elder alone. That also clearly showed the Great Elder's capital for standing by his word in the Lan family. Great Elder. The Great Elder cut the Old Master off gloomily when he saw that the Old Master was about to continue speaking. I know that you've never been happy with Lan Shao's personality. You feel that Lan Shao values his own interests too much and is a scheming person. However, Lan Shao is your only flesh and blood after all and is the only one who can inherit the Lan family. Could it be that you now want to place all your hopes onto Lan Ji's shoulders? That good for nothing, Lan Ji, is absolutely useless. The day he becomes the master of the Lan family will mark the end of the Lan family. That year, in order to prevent exposing his identity as a demi-beast human, Lan Ji had hidden his powers and allowed everyone to think that he was a good for nothing. Unfortunately, while the Old Master wishes to nurture him, the Council of Elders had objected. As a result, the Old Master had sent Lan Ji away from the Lan family for the sake of Lan Ji's safety. Besides, said the Great Elder as he glanced at the Old Master's silent old face, I've heard that Guru Wen is a vengeful person. Lan Shao has already crossed her, so do you think she'll spare him? If you don't want the only son you have left to leave you, you have no choice but to agree with our decision. The Old Master trembled and gently closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, a hint of resolution shot across his gaze. I understand, we shall do as you say. This was for the sake of the Lan family. No matter how reluctant the Old Master felt, he could only agree with the Great Elder's decision. The Old Master sighed gently before slowly rising to his feet and declared indifferently, I'm tired, I'm going to go get some rest. You can decide on what to do next yourselves. I don't want to be a part of this, so don't ask for my opinion either. I am old. I may not be able to control the Lan family, but I can only hope that the Lan family won't be destroyed by Lan Shao's hands. After he had said his piece, he stumbled out of the meeting hall. His shadow looked a little crooked as if he had aged 10 years in that instant. It seems that the old ancestor had good foresight for appointing the Great Elder to manage the Council of Elders. One of the elders turned towards the Old Master's departing figure and sighed exasperatedly. Knowing the Old Master's cowardly and timid nature, how could we possibly expand the Lan family to greater heights? If the Great Elder hadn't been here, perhaps this old fellow would have given the Lan family over to the little bastard, Lan Ji. If that had happened, what right would the Lan family have to stand in this world? That's right, the Great Elder's decision is the right one. I also believe that Guru Wen must die. Once she is dead, the divine weapon will naturally fall into our hands. If we had left it the Old Master with his exasperatingly slow personality, the Lan family can forget about any improvements in this lifetime. Chapter 1105, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 1. Our old ancestor really had good foresight. With Great Elder making the decisions, I can already picture the Lan family's glorious future. The Great Elder's face did not change at all when faced with their admiration-filled voices. After all, at his age, he has experienced a lot of people sucking up to him. He was now completely immune to it, not like some youngsters who would grow proud and arrogant from a bit of praise. All right, let's adjourn. I need to prepare for what's to come next. The Great Elder slowly rose to his feet, placed his hands behind his back and walked out of the meeting hall's door. He did not give anyone the opportunity to speak before he disappeared from the gaze. The Medicine Manor. The Beast King surveyed the entire Medicine Manor curiously. However, when he saw the demonic man who had come out to greet them from the Medicine Manor, a wave of wariness rose from within. The Beast King understandably put that man into his danger list. This man is very powerful. He looks to be almost on par with Lord Chanbei. However, Guru Wen is Lord Chanbei's woman. This man has tagged along by her side, so he obviously has treacherous intentions. No, Lord Chanbei is rushing here now. Before he arrives, I must uphold the mistress' safety and not give this man any opportunity. Zixi seems to sense the Beast King's stare as his purple eyes glared back at him coldly. Simply with that one glance, the Beast King could feel a chill running down his back. He could not help but shiver and pulled his head back. Where did this little tiger come from? On this mainland right now, perhaps Zixi was the only one who would dare to call the Tiger King one of Nemesis Forest, whose very name would terrify everyone, a little tiger. However, when the Beast King sensed the sharp demonic air from Zixi's body, he did not say another word and could only shrink his head even lower. So be it. It's my fault for being weak. I'll let Lord Chanbei handle this love rival. There's no need for me to entice bitterness upon myself. Guru Wen shrugged her shoulders before turning Zixi and smiling gently. He had tagged along on his own. Zixi raised his brows but did not say anything more. A cold light appeared in his purple eyes as he turned towards the Beast King and gave him a warning look before quickly turning away. Since you've returned, go have a look at the formation I've created over the past few days. Zixi's handsome features displayed a gentle smile when he turned towards Guru Wen. You won't have to worry about the members of First City causing trouble for you. Even those who have reached the Marshal Saint rank can't enter this place. At that point, he paused for a moment before he continued to speak. I've also created an extra path in the formation. Once it's night time, the path in the formation will open. No stranger can enter Medicine Manor, but for the sake of convenience, that formation will close on its own once dawn arrives. Even though Guru Wen was not limited by the formation, there are others in the Medicine Manor as well. Hence, this was why Zixi had made it so that the second path in the formation would close on its own at daybreak. Nevertheless, the formation which prevents Martial Saints from entering the area would always remain shut. Guru Wen smiled. This guy is as cautious as always. Zixi, thank you. I can be at ease with you around. Little girl, is there any need for words of thanks between us? If you really want to thank me, you can promise me your body, smiled Zixi as he spoke ambiguously. Besides, a demi-beast human's talents are far more powerful than a regular human. If we unite, our children will most certainly become the most outstanding people on the entire mainland. Chapter 1106, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 2. Guru Wen's face instantly turned black. Clearly, she should not openly express her gratitude to him. Otherwise, this fellow would tease her as he always did. Alarm bells began to ring in the Beast King's mind. His heart was now greatly anticipating Chan Beiyi's quick arrival. Otherwise, his woman would be snatched away by some other man. Let's go, Zixi, we shall have a look at your formation. Gu Ruan yawned as she headed towards the medicine manor, ignoring the Beast King who was tagging along behind them. After Gu Ruan left, Zixi shot a look at the Beast King who had shrunk his head back. Zixi then followed the flash of green robes into the courtyard. During this period of time, the medicine manor was thronged by many visitors. Many have journeyed to the front gate of the medicine manor early in the morning for the sake of meeting the medicine manor's master. Unfortunately, Wei Yi and the others did not give anyone the chance to do so. Hence, no matter diligent they were all turned away in the end. There were some forces that decided to secretly sneak into the medicine manor at night after being denied entry many times. They had thought that if they were lucky enough, they might be able to steal 1 or 2 pills even if they did not manage to meet Gu Ruan. However, the thing which everyone found to be extremely strange was that the medicine manor, which does not look all that big in the first place, was like a maze. They could not even find the exit at all, much less locate a single person. Of course, these people were not aware that once nighttime arrived, the medicine manor's formation would activate and anyone who enters the medicine manor would fall into the formation. Even if a member of the medicine manor were to walk past them, they would not be able to see them at all. The crowd was unfortunately not aware of this. Hence, they would walk from night to dawn and still remain stuck in the medicine manor's courtyard. In the Lan family's meeting hall, the great elder had a sunken look on his face. His expression was extremely ugly to behold as he said, I had sent a group to the medicine manor to investigate them so that we can prepare for our fight in the future. However, I never thought that the Lan family members would end up becoming lost upon entering the medicine manor. They had only managed to find their way out at dawn. They got lost, an elder exclaimed in shock. How can this be? The medicine manor is not that big, so how could they possibly have gotten lost? There must be some other reason. The great elder took a deep breath and his elderly expression looked ashen as he said, Gu Ruan doesn't seem to be all that simple. She must have guessed that the Lan family would make a move against her, so she has already put up her defenses. If my guess is right, the reason why the Lan family scouts had gotten lost was because she had done something to the medicine manor. Great elder, what should we do? Wait. The great elder's expression grew increasingly ugly as he gritted his teeth and spat out his answer. The only thing we can do is wait now. Gu Ruan had announced not too long ago that she would be holding a banquet in half a month's time. Perhaps we would only be able to meet her when that time comes. The great elder's eyes then darkened. That would be our only chance to make our move against her. The group of elders looked at each other. After a long time, one of them finally spoke up. Great elder, since that's the case, we shall do as you say. Half a month is not too far off, she won't be alive for very much longer now. It's decided. The great elder laughed icily as a dark light flashed across his eyes. Besides, I've just heard some news. Grand Lord Hong Lian has been sighted in the northern block territory. Furthermore, he's headed towards the main city. If Grand Lord Hong Lian arrives, Gu Ruan would undoubtedly die. Unfortunately, I can't contact Grand Lord Hong Lian. Otherwise, I could discuss the ways to deal with Gu Ruan with him. Chapter 1107, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 3. At that time, the great elder never thought that while the Grand Lord Hong Lian was indeed on his way to Main City, his arrival in Main City would bring about a doomsday for the Lan family. It was evening and the lights were lit. The entire street in front of the Medicine Manor was now bustling with excitement. Countless grand carriages have stopped in the road, causing an extremely narrow squeeze until not even a single person could walk through it. At the same time, the number of powerful cultivators who were descending from the sky was no small matter either as they congregated in front of the Medicine Manor's gate. Everyone in Main City could not help but gasp at the sight of the powerful cultivators who have arrived in Main City. All the martial supremes have assembled here. In this world now, who else has the power to command such a rallying force aside from the Medicine Manor's master? The citizens who had not received the Medicine Manor's invitation could not help but feel a sense of envy as their eyes stared unblinkingly at the powerful cultivators who were entering the Medicine Manor. When the cultivators entered the Medicine Manor's hall, they were greeted by a scene straight out of a painting. Dressed in green robes, the woman stood tall yet approachable like a bamboo tree. She was extremely luminous and elegant, looking very immaculate. Her features were exquisite while the clear and cold space between her brows carried a sharp aura, causing everyone who walked through the hall to feel stifled. It felt almost like the temperature in their surroundings had dropped by several degrees. Next to the woman in green was a little Lolita of around 5 to 6 years old. She blinked her large eyes as she stared inquisitively at her surroundings. There was a grin across her tender, pink cheeks and she looked absolutely innocent. However, the strangest thing was that the little Lolita was not only dressed in red robes, even her eyes and brows were a striking shade of red. The red color was like a blossoming blood flower that carries a sense of icy cruelty, making those around her feel suffocated. However, didn't the Medicine Manor's master invite us to participate in a banquet? Where is this banquet? The crowd returned to their senses and immediately thought of this question. Why had the Medicine Manor invited them over but not made any preparations? Almost half of the invitees have arrived. Gu Ruan smiled faintly. Her eyes were very clear and cold as she spoke. However, there are still a few who haven't arrived. Once everyone is here, I will make an announcement. After that, Gu Ruan did not do anything more and did not even ask the guests who have arrived from far away to take a seat. Everyone could not help but look at one another when they felt her indifference. Their hearts thumped, unsure of why Gu Ruan had summoned them here. However, even though everyone had the same thought, no one dared to say a thing. Ha, Gu girl, are we late? A clear and bright laughter suddenly sounded from outside the door. A small hint of a smile appeared on Gu Ruan's face when she heard that laugh. Old man Jiang, she said, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hehe, old man Jiang and I had been delayed so we had arrived late. As a token of our apology, old man Jiang and I will hold a dinner party for you, alright. The person who had spoken was old man Gu who had arrived at the same time as old man Jiang. Unlike old man Jiang's entertaining, clear, and bright voice, his voice was calm and gentle. Agreed. Gu Ruan smiled gently. Once I'm finished with my business, I will naturally accept your invitation. Please have a seat now. Wei Yi, pour some tea for both of them. Old man Jiang and old man Gu paid no attention to formalities as they laughed loudly and went their seats. Chapter 1108, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 4. As soon as the both of them had taken their seats, a cold laugh erupted from outside the door. I didn't think that both your families would arrive first. The Mu family and I late. The Mu family was the most mysterious of all the 4 great families. Even the other 3 families do not know the concrete details surrounding the Mu family. While the Mu family have always had a good relationship with the Lan family, they also do not know the full extent of the Mu family's master's power. However, the person who had arrived today was not the mysterious Mu family's master. Instead, it was the granddaughter of Master Mu's direct line of descent, Mu Yu. Gu girl. Old man Jiang was afraid that Gu Ruan was not aware of who these people were, so he quietly gave her an explanation. The person who had just spoken was the great elder of the Lan family, and the old man next to him is the old master of the Lan family. As for the young woman, she is the number 1 person in the Mu family's younger generation, Mu Yu. Mu Yu has an almost mythical existence, but of course, she's a far cry from you, Gu girl. Gu Ruan did not look at anyone else. Instead, her eyes immediately fell upon the old master of the Lan family, and a peculiar light flashed across her pupils. If my guess is right, this old man is Lan Ji's grandfather. Hee hee. Old man Gu laughed icily before he spoke disdainfully. I never thought that the Lan family would have the audacity to show your face here. Could it be that you're not aware of what Lan Shao has done? Even though old man Gu has an even temper, he would only show this towards those he was well acquainted with. Otherwise, how could he possibly have been given the position of the master of the Gu family if he did not have a bit of a temper? Now, each time he remembered how Gu Ruan had nearly lost her life in the Sea of Flames, the burning rage in his heart would blaze. The great elder laughed icily and looked at the 2 old men before he walked towards a seat on the other side. Just as his buttocks was about to land on the seat, a great force suddenly slammed heavily onto the chair, splitting it into pieces with a loud crack. Smash! The crowd stared as the great elder's buttocks landed on the floor. In contrast with the pain in his rear end, most of the pain he felt was humiliation. His face turned ashen as he glared viciously at Gu Ruan. Is this the medicine manor's etiquette in welcoming guests? You would actually use such shoddy chairs like this to receive your guests? Gu Ruan glanced at him indifferently before she turned away as if she was not the person responsible for destroying the chair. The expression on the great elder's face became increasingly horrendous to behold. Just as he was about to scold her, a sneering laugh sounded. That childish voice was melodious and clear as it rang instantly throughout the guest hall. You guys are really funny. My master, as the master of the medicine manor, have not asked you to sit yet you had sat down on your own accord. You really don't know that you're an outsider. The vermilion bird grinned until her eyes lifted upwards like crescent-shaped moons. If one was to disregard the vicious currents coursing through her being, she really does look like a 5 to 6-year-old child. To the uninformed, it would be really difficult to imagine that this little Lolita doll was actually an old monster who has been alive for over 10,000 years. Also, the smile on the vermilion bird's adorable cherub face became even more pronounced as she continued. The medicine manor's chairs aren't designed for people like you to sit on. Since we haven't asked you to sit, you shall remain standing. Do you understand? Her tone of voice changed at the end of her response. A highly dominant air appeared and she no longer carried her naive and innocent demeanor. Chapter 1109, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 5. Gu Ruan gently stroked the teacup in her hand as the corners of her lips became increasingly indifferent. She has already left the situation before her in the vermilion bird's hands. The great elder's eyes darkened. Only cultivators at our rank are allowed to attend this banquet, yet you had let a child in. Furthermore, she has no manners. Not even a hint of proper upbringing at all. It was no surprise that the great elder does not place any importance on the vermilion bird. After all, Lan Shao had never given the great elder an honest explanation of his previous loss in front of the vermilion bird. Otherwise, the great elder would never have said such a thing. Mu Yu, who was right next to the great elder, took a look at the vermilion bird and the light flashed across her eyes. However, she remained silent and her thoughts were shrouded in mystery. Didn't Lan Shao from the Lan family tell you? Chuckled the vermilion bird. This time, her smile no longer reached her eyes and her blood-red pupils were now drenched in a bloody red light. Anyone who crosses the people on my side will die a tragic death. If you want to be made to kneel on the streets and confess your mistakes just like Lan Shao, I can grant you your wish. The great elder's expression changed twice. He had known that Lan Shao had been mystified in some way and had unconsciously said those things on the street. Could it be that this little girl had something to do with that? How can this be? The little girl before him looks to be around 5 to 6 years of age. Anyone at that age should not have started to cultivate yet, so how could she possibly have that kind of power? However, the great elder seems to have forgotten that on the mainland, powerful spiritual beasts can change their appearance at will. The same applies to the vermilion bird. Even though she has been around for more than 10,000 years, she could appear before others in the form of a little Lolita and fool everyone in the world. Hee hee, sneered the great elder as he returned to his senses. His cold and distant gaze then landed upon the 2 old men who were seated on their chairs, sampling the food in a carefree manner. The great elder commented, I just can't seem to understand the medicine manor's etiquette in treating guests. Why are old man Gu and old man Jiang allowed to sit yet I can only stand? My position is not inferior compared to the both of them in main city. Isn't this a little unfair? Upon hearing the great elder's words, everyone broke into a cold sweat for his sake. The Lan family may be very powerful, but Gu Ruan was a pill master. Many forces were not even given the opportunity to gain her favor. What on earth has caused the great elder to become so bold to yell at her so publicly? Unfair, said Gu Ruan as she smiled indifferently. Her clear and cold gaze turned towards the great elder as she said, "In my territory, I should be the one who determines what is fair or unfair. Old man Jiang and old man Gu are my old friends. Furthermore, both of them are rather advanced in age and their legs are not what they used to be. It's expected that I would let them take their seats first. As for you." Gu Ruan surveyed the great elder as the smile on her face grew even more pronounced. "I can see that you are hot-tempered. Also, your vital energy and circulation aren't too bad, so you aren't at the stage where you absolutely need a seat." The great elder clenched his fists tightly. His ashen face looked absolutely furious. Old man Jiang and old man Gu were advanced in age and their legs aren't what they used to be. When it comes to cultivators, especially those who have reached their ranks, which old man would be reduced to such a lack of stamina? Besides, the great elder was much older than these two old men. Even if she was looking for a reason, she should pick a more reliable one. Not even a 3-year-old child would believe her excuse. Gu Ruan, don't think that you can bully others just because you are a pill master. Others may fear you, but the Lan family does not. The great elder finally lost control of the flaming anger in his heart and yelled, "Let me tell you this, because of your insult towards the Lan family today, I won't take this lying down." Chapter 11:10. The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 6. The great elder had already discussed this with the Mu family before they arrived at the banquet. After killing Gu Ruan, the Lan family would take the divine weapon while the pill formulas would belong to the Mu family. With the Mu family's help, they would be able to get rid of Gu Ruan very quickly. If she dies, her status as a pill master would no longer hold any impact. Lan Hong, old man Jiang slammed his hand onto the table and rose to his feet. He then sneered and said, "You don't even pay any attention to the Jiang family. By daring to provoke the Gu girl, do you think of me as a dead corpse already?" Old man Gu did not say anything, but his furrowed brows showed the dissatisfaction in his heart. The great elder burst into laughter. "Old man Jiang, on account that you are also a member of the 4 great families, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't get mixed up in these muddy waters. Do you know who Gu Ruan has offended? She has offended the Grand Lord of Red Lotus Territory. Red Lotus Territory has already issued the order to have her killed. Yet now, you still insist on helping this girl. Red Lotus Territory wants to kill me." Gu Ruan gently raised her brows. She wanted to reveal the fact that Grand Lord Hong Lian was her biological father, so there was no way the Red Lotus Territory would possibly issue this order. Nevertheless, she knows that even if she were to reveal the truth, no one would believe her. Gu Ruan, who did not put any weight on the great elder's words, would not reveal her actual relationship with Grand Lord Hong Lian. However, this does not mean that the people standing by her would tolerate this. TSK, TSK. The vermilion bird burst into clear laughter. Her eyes were filled with smiles, yet her tone of voice was filled with disdain. "You claim that Grand Lord Hong Lian wants to hunt Gu Ruan down and kill her. I've never heard such nonsense in my life. A tiger, no matter how vicious, would never eat its own young. Grand Lord Hong Lian is my master's father. Why would he want to kill her? Are you certain that the person who has given you this information isn't trying to hurt you?" The vermilion bird has lost control of her emotions long ago. When she had met Lan Shao and Bai Yin for the first time at Windfall Village, she had already felt the itch to reveal this fact. However, she had been stuck in the ancient divine pagoda at the time and could only watch as those idiots started a ruckus in front of Gu Ruan. Now that she has been presented with the chance to do so, how could she remain silent? Old man Jiang's brain instantly crashed and his mind was blown. He stared at Gu Ruan in shock, wishing that he could ask her to explain the truth. Grand Long Hong Lian is Gu Ruan's father. Why have we never heard of this? Wasn't Grand Lord Hong Lian a loner who had no offspring? Ha ha. The great elder roared with laughter. The crowd in the great hall then followed suit and laughed. However, they were not as exaggerated as the great elder. Some tried to stifle their laughter for fear that they would offend Gu Ruan. Without a doubt, the vermilion bird's words had amused the crowd. They had met many overconfident people, but they have never met anyone quite so presumptuous. Just what kind of person was Grand Lord Hong Lian? He was a madman who with a notorious reputation known throughout the entire mainland. His powers were unimaginably great and his behavior was just as unreasonable. She's really great, isn't she, posing as that madman's daughter? Does she think that she's been on this earth for far too long and now wishes to dig her own grave? They have all heard of how Grand Lord Hong Lian had been separated from his wife for many years and he had never remarried. If that was the case, where would a 20-year-old daughter come from? This has clearly been for their amusement. You claim that she's Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter. The great elder's eyes were filled with disdain. He then pointed at Gu Ruan and sneered, "Do you think of us as fools? Grand Lord Hong Lian doesn't have a daughter. Where on earth had she come from? Next time, if you want to impersonate someone else, at least do your research on that person's situation in case you end up as a joke." Ha ha. Chapter 11:11. The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 7.